In the summer nation, Jiang City, at the Sunshine Waterfront community, the owners group is abuzz. The head of security, Qin, addressed everyone. Ladies in need of supplies, if you're beautiful and meet the criteria, message me swiftly. Abundant provisions await you. He followed this with a photo, showcasing a mountain of bottled water and instant noodles, igniting a frenzy within the group. Wang Meili from Building H24 exclaimed, "Qin, have you lost your mind?" Su from G126 remarked, "A mere security guard, seizing the opportunity amid disaster for food? How base." F1805 chimed in, "The supplies in the duty room belong to all owners. As a guard, you have no right to claim them. Deliver the water and noodles to our floors immediately." Hua Keifugue from G303 demanded, "Bring me 10 cases of water and 20 boxes of noodles now, and they'll give you a tip of 10 yuan. Director Xie of the Owners Committee stated, "Qin, all resources should be delivered to the committee office for equitable distribution. In times of crisis, selfishness will not prevail." Seeing these messages, Qin could not help but chuckle. Even in the face of apocalypse, they still played these games? Moreover, who had the audacity to claim these resources as theirs? He reiterated, "Supplies are limited, first come, first served. Only for beautiful ladies. Message me to discuss." Ignoring the uproar, he calmly sent 3 identical messages, then leaned back in his chair, relaxed and unhurried. Hua Keifugue demanded, "Are you even listening to me?" Director Xie warned, "I will report this to the property management. Prepare to be dismissed." A short while later, Qin noticed that the voices condemning him had amassed to 99. He mused, "A bunch of fools just wait to freeze." At 10 o'clock that morning, a fierce cold wave swept through Jiang City, plummeting the temperature to a staggering 60 C, freezing the landscape in the early spring. Accompanied by a strange white fog that enveloped the entire city, visibility dropped to under 5 meters. Within 2 hours, the city's water, electricity, and gas systems collapsed under the relentless cold. Those caught outside, unable to return home or find shelter, quickly succumbed to the freezing temperatures, while those who remained indoors became the fortunate survivors. At that moment, while patrolling with the security team, Qin noticed the sky darkening ominously as a vast expanse of white loomed in the distance. Realizing the imminent danger, he made a swift decision to abandon the 5 other guards, who collectively had only 6 teeth, and raced back to the break room. Just as he entered, the cold wave engulfed the area, freezing the old guards within seconds, leaving him as the sole survivor. Just when Qin thought he would be left to wait for death, a mysterious voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the daily refresh system." The host can randomly gain resources by unlocking recognized beauties, with the unlocked resources entering the daily refreshable supply. Unlocking beauties also grants special rewards. Please note, resources that appear will vanish at midnight, but can be refreshed again the next day without limit. The maximum storage time for resources is 24 hours. To prevent the host from starving in this apocalypse, the initial refresh supplies are bottled water and instant noodles. The arrival of this system filled Qin with newfound hope. Daily refreshable supplies equated to a personal green rescue channel. Although the initial offerings were limited to water and noodles with a storage time of just 1 day, it was sufficient for survival. Moreover, he could acquire new supplies by unlocking beauties. It seems imperative to unlock beauties quickly to diversify my resources, otherwise, subsisting solely on instant noodles will take a toll on my health. Qin sighed. If others knew he had ample food, yet still lamented, they would likely be compelled to tear him apart. While everyone else feared starvation, his concern was nutritional balance. However, Qin remained unperturbed. In this apocalypse, water and food were the most scarce, the very essence of survival. As long as he had those, he was confident that beauties would soon come knocking. It was merely the first day many could endure, but what about the second day? The third? As twilight descended, his phone suddenly pinged with a new message. A bizarre cold wave has engulfed the summer nation. Citizens are advised to stay indoors, minimize outings, and protect themselves while awaiting national rescue. Upon reading the government's announcement, some felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, only a few retained their clarity. The entire summer nation faced a cold wave crisis. The initial rescue would come from higher authorities, and it was uncertain when they would be reached. The best course was self-preservation. Help! Please open the door. Save me. A panicked voice suddenly cried out. Just 2 seconds later, the voice fell silent, followed by a series of eerie creaks. Qin did not open the door, his brow furrowed. He stealthily approached the window, peering outside. Hiss! The next moment, he gasped in shock. A massive white corgi was gnawing on a woman who had already succumbed. Fragments of her extreme, cold-weather gear lay scattered, with blood starkly contrasting against the snowy backdrop. This corgi had mutated, towering over a meter tall, its entire body a ghostly white, even its eyes devoid of color, resembling a soulless husk. Qin felt a chill run down his spine, thankful he had not opened the door. The monstrous corgi feasted voraciously, leaving nothing but a gruesome pool of blood at the security room's entrance. Once it finished the woman's corpse, it suddenly charged toward the break room's glass. It seemed to sense Qin's presence with a resounding crash. The impact echoed sharply. Startled, Qin stumbled backward, his face pale, nearly losing his balance. The window remained unscathed, a blessing that it was bulletproof, enduring the fierce collision while only sustaining a few alarming claw marks. Undeterred, the mutated corgi returned to the door, frantically ramming its head against it. After several fruitless attempts, it finally relinquished its efforts, letting out a frustrated growl before wandering in circles and vanishing into the eerie white fog. Only Qin remained inside the security room, shaken and uneasy. This marked the third death he had witnessed that day. Shortly after the cold wave struck, a young couple, fully equipped for the chill, attempted to venture out for supplies. Yet, they barely made it past the community gate before being attacked by 3 mutated albino giant rats. 2 living souls were reduced to mere remnants, devoured entirely. The gruesome scene lingered vividly in his mind. Qin understood that the current peril extended far beyond the cold. There were also those mutated monsters lurking. Chapter 2. Biological Mutation. A perilous crisis in the lounge. Qin Ming furrowed his brows. The lounge was connected to the duty room, separated by a sturdy security door. However, he dared not venture to the duty room. Its fragile glass offered no comparison to the bulletproof glass of the lounge, which felt like the safest haven at this moment. Outside, visibility was less than 5 meters, shrouded in a ghostly white mist that exuded an eerie atmosphere. All the vegetation lay encased in ice, adorned in a silvery shroud. In the underbrush, a basketball-sized albino rat dragged a rigid human leg, swiftly disappearing into the sewer. The mutation of animals, coupled with their vicious temperament, surely had something to do with this strange mist. A chill crept over Qin Ming, sending shivers down his spine. Behind the lounge lay a storeroom filled with miscellaneous items. There was also a long sealed door that led to the parking lot, serving as an emergency exit. Qin Ming rummaged through the storeroom, unearthing a military coat, a hat, a pair of fleece-lined trousers, and 2 bags of charcoal. To his delight, he also discovered a diesel generator along with several barrels of diesel. As he kindled a fire, warmth enveloped him. He left a small crack in the window to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, securing it with nails to ensure no unwanted intrusions. Opening his phone, he found the homeowner group chat flooded with messages, surpassing 99 unread notifications. Lao Jianmin from building a video in the video. A massive albino mutated cat was feasting upon the corpse of a young girl, captured surreptitiously through a crack in the door. Sister Chen from Unit 1205. Everyone must stay indoors. The animals have mutated and are now man-eaters. Director C of the Homeowners Committee, please remain calm and stay at home. Secure your doors and windows, trust in the government, and await rescue. Li Gu from C, 10-3. It's so cold. I have no food at home. Does anyone have food or charcoal? I'm willing to pay a high price. Jinxing Real Estate Xiao Lu, Security Team Leader, Qin Brother Qin. Could you sell me some food? Instant noodles for 100 a pack? Reading the messages, Qin Ming scoffed. In this apocalyptic scenario, resources were paramount. Charcoal and food were more valuable than gold. This was no exaggeration. Security Team Leader, Qin, image. In the picture, Qin Ming displayed 3 packs of instant noodles. With mountains of bottled water and noodles stacked behind him, and a glowing charcoal fire at his feet, exuding warmth even through the screen. Security Team Leader, Qin supplies are limited. First come, first served, strictly for beautiful ladies. Bring a photo to chat. The chat erupted, filled with accusations directed at Qin Ming. Some even threatened him privately, demanding he relinquish his supplies or face the police. Responding with a dismissive emoji, Qin Ming blocked those individuals. On the first day, not a single woman had messaged him. He was unperturbed. It was only the first day, and everyone could endure for a while. But who knew how long that would last? Sure enough, on the second day, a woman reached out to him. Sizzling little wildcat, brother, could you spare me some food? I'm willing to trade my most precious possession for it. Qin Ming's spirits lifted. Send a photo. Sizzling little wildcat. Image, Qin Ming, please. This dinosaur can take a hike. Upon glancing at the image, he promptly blocked her. With a robust figure, conservatively estimated at 250 pounds, she was far from the seductive wildcat she claimed to be, more like a formidable dinosaur. Sizzling little wildcat. You overgrown lizard, I'll you up. Message sent. But declined by the recipient. You have received a new message. Wang Xiaoxiao, image, Wang Xiaoxiao, hello, can I trade for some food? Another woman had messaged him, this time a beauty with an oval face, long hair, and glasses. She exuded an air of innocence. Her name was Wang Xiaoxiao, a demure girl whom Qin Ming recognized as quite attractive, albeit on the slender side. An opportunity had arisen, and Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement as he prepared to respond. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Name, Wang Xiaoxiao, age, 25, appearance, 8 points, figure, 7 points, number of men, 756, encounters, 1187, virtue, 0 points, overall score, 5 points, insufficient at 8 points. Does not meet system requirements. Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that the seemingly innocent Wang Xiaoxiao was actually a special worker. The data could only be interpreted this way. Indeed, women who wore glasses were always an enigma. He was thoroughly impressed by this system. It was practically a virtue detector. No longer would he fear encountering a deceptive woman. Qin Ming, are you selling yourself outside? Wang Xiaoxiao, you filthy dog. What are you talking about? Qin Ming, my apologies, I was presumptuous. Let me rephrase. Are you a gentleman? Wang Xiaoxiao, I'm your. Qin Ming, getting heated. Haha. Not wishing to continue the banter, he swiftly blocked her. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoxiao sent another message, only to find herself blocked. How did this obnoxious security guard know about her? Had she ever done business with him? Wang Xiaoxiao was left bewildered, scratching her head in confusion. Qin Ming remained speechless. Women were indeed abundant, but finding one that met the system's requirements was proving to be a formidable challenge. At that moment, Wang Tao from Building A shared a video in the group. In the clip, a man in his 30s conjured a swirling blue flame in his palm. Wang Tao, bring food to my place. I'll protect you and keep you warm. Sizzling little wildcat. What is that? It looks incredible. Can I come to find you? Sue from G12-6. Brother Tao is amazing. That must be the Blue Lotus Heartfire. The group erupted once more, buzzing with excitement over Wang Tao's extraordinary ability. Qin Ming felt a pang of envy. Such powers would be immensely valuable in this apocalypse. He possessed boundless resources but lacked the means for self-defense, making him a potential target at any moment. The chilling tide of terror, monstrous creatures, and the treachery of humanity loomed large. He had also stumbled upon information online, revealing that many individuals had awakened their powers. Some could control fire, others water or wind, a veritable cornucopia of abilities. Without a doubt, these individuals possessed the greatest chances of survival in this dystopian reality. How did these powers manifest? Randomly. Qin Ming pondered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. When order disintegrated and rules shattered, those endowed with powers would undoubtedly hold absolute dominion. His daily refreshment of supplies paled in comparison to their formidable abilities. Before he knew it, the third day had arrived. With no news of government rescue, many in the group sought resources at exorbitant prices. A single bottle of water was being offered for 5,000. Yet, at such a time, no one was foolish enough to trade. Money was worthless. And even gold bars couldn't exchange for water and food, which were synonymous with life itself. Many began to falter. Those who had previously berated Qin Ming had added him, eager to purchase supplies at a premium. However, Qin Ming's resources were only available for beautiful women in exchange, inciting further ire among the masses who sought and failed to obtain his offerings, resorting to vitriol in their frustration. Each day, numerous individuals messaged him. Yet Qin Ming remained steadfast, continuing to flaunt his bounty in the group, a mountain of water and instant noodles, complemented by a generator and glowing charcoal fire, eliciting envy and resentment from all. However, given the presence of mutated monsters outside, no one dared to target Qin Ming's supplies. On the 5th day of the cold wave, Qin Ming found himself growing weary of instant noodles, yearning for a new resource to diversify his palate. At that moment, a notification from WeChat chimed, revealing a woman with the nickname Waning Moon on the branch who had sent a selfie. Ding. Name: Cheng Wanwei. Age: 21. Appearance: 8'10". Figure: 9'10". Number of men: 0. Encounters: 0. Virtue: 10'10". Overall score: 9'10". Meeting system requirements. The host is encouraged to strive forward and unlock new resources soon, with the promise of special rewards. Chapter 3: The arrival of the goddess Qin Ming was elated. The woman who met his expectations had finally appeared. He recognized Cheng Wanyue, her image immediately surfacing in his mind, reminiscent of her summer appearance. Tall and statuesque, with cascading waves of hair, clad in a black crop top that accentuated her slim waist like a willow, and ultra-short denim shorts that showcased her long, elegant legs. At merely 21 years of age, she exuded an air of intellectual maturity. However, he was taken aback to discover that such a sultry beauty remained untouched by worldly affairs. Cheng Wanyue's parents owned a company, earning at least 50 to 60 million each year, making them a prominent family in the region. Hello, may I purchase some food? You can name your price. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I'm cold and starving, and I can barely hold on. How about 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 packs of instant noodles for 200,000? If that doesn't satisfy you, I can offer more. Or you can propose a price. Qin Ming scoffed. It was utterly absurd. In the past, such a sum would have been hard for him to refuse. But times had changed. 5 days had passed without a whisper of national aid, and no one knew what awaited outside. The value of resources had become immeasurable. 20,000? Even 10 million would be inconsequential now. In the face of the apocalypse, money seemed useful only for wiping oneself, or perhaps for kindling a fire. Cheng Wanyue, wrapped in a thick down blanket, appeared pale, her lips a shade of blue from the cold, shivering uncontrollably. With her phone dwindling to 20 battery, and unable to reach her parents, she realized that without food and water, she would either freeze to death or starve. Not for sale, only for trade. If you wish to survive, come to me. I provide food and drink aplenty, and even charging and heating facilities. Qin Ming sent Cheng Wanyue a photo of instant noodles beside a charcoal fire, igniting a pang of hunger within her. She felt desperate. What should she do? Was she truly considering surrendering her first night to such a person? Cheng Wanwei picked up and set down her phone repeatedly, torn with conflicting emotions. As a wealthy heiress, she held Qin Ming in disdain, believing him unworthy even to carry her shoes. Yet, in her current state of desperation, what choice did she have to ensure her survival? Dignity paled in comparison to life itself. An hour later, hunger became unbearable, and biting her blue lips, she initiated a private chat once more. I'll trade with you. Once. How much can I get in return? Qin Ming chuckled softly. A woman's limits are often defined by her circumstances. When pushed to the brink, even the proudest swan must bow its head. 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water. I've never even had a boyfriend. Can we negotiate for a bit more? If you had a boyfriend, I wouldn't want you at all. You should understand the current value of resources. I cannot offer more. It's up to you whether you wish to barter. He remained unperturbed. Once this haughty woman began to shed her pride, she would undoubtedly yield. Whether for 10 or even 5 packs. It was merely a matter of time. Of course, Qin Ming wasn't the type to be excessively stingy. He refrained from informing her that his supplies had only a day as shelf life. If he did, she might hesitate, as her aim was to trade once for a more substantial amount of provisions. Cheng Wanyue felt both ashamed and helpless. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, but I have no other choice. Tears welled in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. I agree to your terms. Can you come pick me up? I cannot. You must come down yourself. There's a door behind the lounge near the parking lot. Once you arrive, I will let you in. There was no way he would go to fetch her. With so many mutated creatures outside, she risked being devoured. If something were to happen to her, it would simply be her misfortune. After all, a woman could be replaced, but one's own life could not. All right, but you must open the door for me promptly. In the lounge, Qin Ming was inexplicably excited. His heart raced, and his hands trembled as the tall goddess approached him, increasing the variety of supplies. The system hinted at special rewards, and the mere thought of embracing the goddess sent his heart aflutter. Cheng Wanwei, please do not perish. Qin Ming arrived at the long untouched security door, wiping the dust from the peephole, carefully observing the movements outside. The parking lot was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Not a single mutated creature in sight. After approximately 10 minutes, Cheng Wanyue, bundled in a thick down jacket, finally appeared at the stairwell, hastening toward him. She held a flashlight, her complexion ghostly pale, devoid of color, trembling with fear. Her breaths came in quick, ragged gasps, each step seeming to drain her of all strength. Qin Ming watched through the peephole. Suddenly, a chilling low growl echoed from behind her. A massive, albino mutated cat lunged from a dark corner, darting like lightning towards Cheng Wanwei. Panic-stricken, her face turned ashen, her legs weakened, yet the instinct for survival propelled her to hastily approach the security door. "Open the door!" she cried out. Qin Ming, quick as lightning, flung the door open, seizing her arm and pulling her inside, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. In that instant, the mutated cat crashed against the door, emitting a spine-chilling shriek that reverberated through the air. Cheng Wanwei, having narrowly escaped, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Qin Ming exhaled in relief. There had been no time for contemplation, and the close call sent shivers down his spine. As calm returned, he appraised Cheng Wanwei. This was his first close encounter with her, and she was even more beautiful than he had imagined, albeit lacking color in her face. Wrapped in her thick coat and padded pants, her slender figure was still discernible. "Come here, remove your clothing," he commanded coldly. Cheng Wanwei, taken aback, momentarily froze in fear. "Quickly, do not compel me to reconsider." In the lounge, Qin Ming's eyes glimmered with caution. Cheng Wanwei nodded, ultimately resigning herself to the situation, peeling off her down jacket, sweater, and padded pants one by one. While her bulkier garments concealed her form, once she was left in only her thermal wear, Qin Ming's gaze intensified. She was perfectly proportioned, her physique flawless in all the right places, a true gem among women. "Lie down on the bed," Qin Ming ordered. Cheng Wanwei complied obediently. Turning to lay down, burying her face in the blanket, her cheeks flushed. Qin Ming pressed his knee against her, grasping her delicate hand with one hand while the other began to explore her body. Hair, underarms, mouth. He conducted a thorough examination, probing every crevice. In such an environment, with so many resources at his disposal, he could not afford to be careless. He feared she might conceal a blade meant for betrayal, potentially jeopardizing his life at a critical moment. In the apocalypse, one must never be naive, never assume that a woman is harmless simply because of her gender. Human nature is the most fragile when subjected to trials. He meticulously examined her from head to toe, even prying open her toes to ensure everything was in order. After verifying that there were no hidden dangers, he proceeded to inspect her discarded clothing, thoroughly checking the flashlight and phone case. Only after confirming that no perilous items were present did he hand the clothes to Cheng Wanwei, allowing her to dress. The room was quite warm, and a single thermal garment sufficed. Cheng Wanwei felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and anger. She had never experienced such intimate contact with a man before. Initially, she thought Qin Ming was overly eager, but it dawned on her that he was merely conducting a search. Chapter 4. Steak with caviar? Indulge. Qin Ming presented a steaming bowl of instant noodles along with a bottle of water. Cheng Wanwei expressed her gratitude and began to devour the meal with abandon, completely disregarding her image. Clearly, she was famished. After finishing, Qin Ming offered her another bowl. Cheng Wanwei swallowed hard but did not accept it. "Brother, I still have 9 packets of instant noodles left. I wish to save them to enjoy slowly. Is that all right? What you just ate counts as my treat. Besides, if you don't fill your stomach, how will you have the strength to work later?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Wanyue's face lit up with surprise. Yet she couldn't help but blush at the latter part of his statement. She had never imagined that this wealthy young lady would find herself in such a predicament, humbled to the point of relying on a security guard from the lowest rungs of society. She had no choice. Survival took precedence over dignity. After consuming 3 hearty bowls and 2 bottles of water, her complexion began to regain its rosy hue. After a period of hunger, instant noodles tasted better than the finest delicacies. Restored to health, her beauty shone even brighter, her fair skin akin to jade. Feeling the penetrating gaze of Qin Ming, she immediately flushed again. "Come now, I am a man of my word. I hope you can be the same." After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Cheng Wanyue reclined on the bed. "Don't rush, brush your teeth first." Cheng Wanyue nodded shyly. Moments later, creak, creak, creak. A minute passed before the bed ceased its creaking. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the 9-point beauty Cheng Wanwei and received rewards. Black pepper steak, caviar, toast. A small gas canister. Supplies refreshed daily, valid until midnight." Qin Ming was overjoyed. Unlocking a beauty could yield such abundant resources. Caviar. A luxury he had only seen on television, was now at his disposal. Moreover, the supplies included not only food but also a source of energy. He had long noticed an unused gas stove in the storeroom, along with pots and pans and various daily necessities. Now that he had gas, it would come in handy. The charcoal in the storeroom was limited, but the gas he had just unlocked was unlimited, signifying an additional layer of security in the harsh survival environment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. Thunder Whip. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of vitality, current vitality, 20. The voice resonating in his mind caused Qin Ming to shudder. Within his dantian, there swelled an invisible energy, brimming with vitality and warmth. This was vitality. According to the system's prompt, the higher the vitality, the stronger the individual's prowess. No wonder Qin Ming felt invigorated from head to toe at this moment. With a mere thought, a long whip manifested in his hand, crackling with purple lightning. The Thunder Whip. This was splendid. Who would dare to challenge me now? Ecstatic, Qin Ming swung the Thunder Whip a few times, the sound of thunder echoing as if the very air was being cleaved. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he hurriedly leaned against the bed. What was happening? Host, you only possess 20 points of vitality, insufficient to sustain the Thunder Whip for an extended period. It is advised that the host enhance vitality promptly to bolster self-defense. Where am I to find so many beauties to unlock vitality? Qin Ming was at a loss. This implied that in the face of danger, he could not engage in prolonged combat. With a flick of his mind, the Thunder Whip vanished into his body, ready to be summoned at will. Cheng Wanyue was dumbfounded. She had witnessed Qin Ming's extraordinary abilities firsthand. You can take 10 packets of noodles and 10 bottles of water. But I must remind you that these noodles and water have a one-day expiration. They will vanish at midnight. You can consume them today, or you may choose to stay. And I assure you, you will not go hungry. In the spirit of chivalry, Qin Ming wished to give Cheng Wanyue an opportunity. In this apocalyptic world, having a beautiful companion to converse with and play cards was something he greatly yearned for, especially with a goddess he had only dared to dream of before. Naturally, he was almost certain that Cheng Wanyue would choose to stay. The choice between remaining and surviving or venturing out to starve was not difficult. Cheng Wanyue's face paled. She was unsure if Qin Ming's words held truth. However, she dared not gamble. There were mutated monsters lurking outside. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. I am willing to stay. Qin Ming reclined at the edge of the bed, casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Wanyue. All right, but you must serve me. And only then can I ensure you won't starve. Cheng Wanyue's face flushed. This meant she would have to become Qin Ming's companion in that regard for the long term. Biting her lip, she wrestled with her inner turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, she finally acquiesced, her voice barely above a whisper. As long as you desire, I am willing. Under normal circumstances, this affluent young lady would not have spared Qin Ming a glance. Yet now, to survive, she had no other options. With resources and abilities, Qin Ming had become a figure she could rely upon. Do not force yourself. Think it over. I am not coercing you. Qin Ming casually scrolled through Douyin at ease. I am willing to serve you. Cheng Wanyue approached and threw herself onto Qin Ming. Instantly, his blood surged with excitement. A second time. 5 minutes later, Qin Ming leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette. In truth, before Cheng Wanyue arrived, he had only had one companion, his right hand. Ding. Vitality increased. Current vitality, 21 points. A notification from the system brought Qin Ming joy. It turned out that women could also enhance vitality. Though only a slight increase, it was nonetheless a positive development. To confirm, after a 10-minute break, Qin Ming indulged again. 8 minutes later, ding. Vitality increased. Current vitality, 22 points. Indeed, vitality could be enhanced. But the rate of increase was rather slow. If he were to rely on this method to boost his vitality, he would need to unlock more resources. Cheng Wanyue lay on the bed, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. Qin Ming was quite the force. In the evening, Cheng Wanyue's stomach growled. Having consumed 3 packets of noodles at noon and engaged in 3 physically demanding tasks, she was indeed hungry. Can you cook steak? Qin Ming inquired, looking at Cheng Wanyue. Steak? Yes, but before she could finish, Qin Ming summoned an abundance of steak, tossing it onto the table. Then conjured a plethora of gas and instructed Cheng Wanyue to retrieve the gas stove. Use the mineral water to wash the pots. Make sure they're clean. Work hard. I'll take a break. Call me when it's ready. With that, Qin Ming closed his eyes. Cheng Wanyue stared in astonishment. Was Qin Mingri performing magic? Her eyes widened. To have steak in such an environment was beyond her wildest dreams. Moreover, using mineral water to wash pots seemed excessively wasteful. Under the temptation of exquisite cuisine, Cheng Wanwet, despite her fatigue, rallied her energy and began her tasks. Before long, the fragrant steak was ready, accompanied by black pepper sauce. The flavor was simply divine. Brother Ri. Dinner is served. Cheng Wanwei called softly. Qin Mingri rose, his appetite piqued at the sight of the steak. Steak needs some sides. With a flick of his wrist, 2 bottles of caviar appeared in his hands. Cheng Wanwei was flabbergasted, exclaiming, Brother Ri, you are incredible. As long as you remain loyal, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Qin Mingri tossed a bottle of caviar to Cheng Wanwei and took a photo of her face with his phone, posting it in the group chat. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Building A, 9th floor, Su Xiaobing, steak paired with caviar? Goodness, class leader. Might you share some with me? Building B, room 1209. This charming lady seems rather familiar. Building F, the lonely wolf. My word. Is that not the daughter of President Cheng? Cheng Wanwei, what brings her to the security office? Building F, room 805. Luo Daong. She is the goddess I have long adored. I can hardly bear to imagine taking flight. Qin Mingri, may I curse your entire family. Building C, Prince of Building Materials. Brother Qin, do you accept male companions? I could facilitate an entrance for you. I am on the verge of starvation. Chapter 5, The Foolish Woman in the Owner's Group. Those who saw the message were filled with envy. Some men even contemplated selling themselves for food. People were on the brink of starvation, while Qin Mingri feasted on steak paired with caviar, relegating instant noodles and bread to the sidelines, accompanied by the stunning Cheng Wanwei. The stark contrast made others feel as if they existed in entirely different realms. Qin Mingri could hardly be bothered to respond to the mundane messages. On the 7th day of the cold wave, his vitality had surged to 29 points. Recently, private messages had dwindled, many phones had died, and suitable women were a rare find. On this day, Cheng Wanwei approached the window, gazing outside in a daze. She couldn't help but feel despondent. How had the once beautiful world transformed into this? Would they ever return to the past? Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the lounge door, accompanied by a child's frantic pleas. Help me, please. Open the door. The voice sounded like that of a young child, perhaps only 5 or 6 years old. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Wanwei flung the door open, not waiting for Qin Mingri's reaction. Don't open it, Qin Mingri shouted, but it was too late. The door swung wide, and in an instant, a pair of sharp claws tore through the air, lunging toward Cheng Wanwei. It was an albino parrot, its eyes eerily white. Standing over a meter tall and leaping to nearly 2 meters, its beak bore a hint of crimson, and its claws were stained with remnants of clothing. Cheng Wanwei was taken aback. She had expected to see a child, only to find a mutated beast instead. In a panic, she stumbled and fell, instinctively shielding her face and curling her body. In a flash, Qin Mingri sprang from the bed like an arrow released from a bow. A long whip materialized in his hand, crackling with purple lightning, brilliant and radiant. With a deft flick, he directed the whip toward the mutated parrot. The parrot screeched, abandoning Cheng Wanwei as it turned its wrath upon Qin Mingri. Boom! The whip collided with the parrot, producing a sound reminiscent of popping beans. The ferocious force of the lightning surged forth like a torrent. The parrot was sent flying through the doorway, leaving a trail of purple blood and scattering feathers like rain. With another flick of his wrist, Qin Mingri slammed the door shut with considerable force. Breathing a sigh of relief, he felt his legs weaken, his vision dimming as he collapsed to the ground. That last strike had seemingly drained all his vitality. Continuing to fight would yield uncertain results. Cheng Wanwei, having survived the ordeal, rushed over and threw herself into Qin Mingri's arms, clinging tightly to the man who exuded safety. That was terrifying. Thank goodness it was you. Qin Mingri said nothing, merely supporting Cheng Wanwei's shoulders as he slowly stood. Cheng Wanwei gazed intently at him, her eyes glistening with expectation. Just as she thought he might offer a comforting kiss and embrace her tightly, a sudden slap resounded against her face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed. 5 finger marks appeared on her fair cheek. Stunned, she thought, this was nothing like the scenes portrayed on television. She covered her red, stinging face, tears pooling in her eyes. You foolish woman, you nearly led us to our demise. Regardless of whether those outside are human, they are of no concern to us. In this apocalypse, one must first ensure their own survival. Being a do-gooder comes at the cost of one's life. If they're essay next time, you'd best stay out. Qin Mingri's stern demeanor struck fear into Cheng Wanyue. After spending a few days together, it was the first time she felt afraid of him. Seeing her stunned silence, he raised his voice. Are you deaf? Did you hear me? I heard you, Rigo. Cheng Wanyue said, feeling utterly wronged, yet nodding in compliance. Who are you sulking for? Smile for me. Qin Mingri grasped her chin, his tone unyielding. Reluctantly, Cheng Wanyue forced a smile, knowing she had no choice but to survive. That's more like it. Go grill some steak. Qin Mingri reclined against the bed, satisfied. The once unattainable Cheng Wanyue now seemed like his servant. Entirely at his beck and call, a delightful sensation indeed. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated through the door, as if something were violently assaulting it. Cheng Wanyue quickly hid behind Qin Mingri, peering out cautiously. Approaching the window, he peered through the hazy mist outside. A robust figure stood at the entrance, hammering the door with colossal fists. The door shook violently, yet thankfully, its quality held firm against the assault. Holding his breath, Qin Mingri watched intently. Just then, a terrifying monkey, its fur bleached and eyes ghostly white, emerged from below. Standing over 2 meters tall and resembling a gorilla, it emitted a chilling screech, pummeling the bulletproof glass with its massive fists. The resounding thuds pierced the silence, and Qin Mingri's expression turned grave. He retreated a few steps, conjuring the purple whip once more, poised for action. With his other hand, he tightly grasped Cheng Wanyue's hand. She remained silent, overwhelmed with emotion. It was clear to her that he cared for her. What she did not realize was that Qin Mingri was preparing a contingency plan. If the monkey managed to breach the door, he would throw Cheng Wanyue out to buy himself precious moments to escape. A few seconds could mean everything. Though it was a cruel thought, such is the nature of humanity. One must look after oneself, or face dire consequences. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, each second stretching interminably. Fortunately, the glass proved resilient, ultimately withstanding the monkey's relentless attacks. Seeing its efforts thwarted, the monkey screeched a few more times at Qin Mingri before begrudgingly retreating. That was close. With the monkey gone, Qin Mingri remained shaken. If that creature had entered, it would have spelled trouble. His vitality was only at 29 points, and he had barely managed to defeat the parrot. Moreover, the monkey was undoubtedly stronger and would pose a significant challenge. Approaching the door, he noticed the lock had sustained minor damage and was beginning to loosen. If the monkey continued its assault, the door would not hold for long. However, the monkey seemed of limited intellect. We must relocate immediately. This place is no longer safe. What floor is your home on? Qin Mingri inquired. Although the upper floors might not guarantee safety, they were certainly preferable to the ground level, where windows and doors were all potential entry points. My home is on the 18th floor, Cheng Wanyue exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of returning home. This lounge, while warm, could not compare to the comfort of her own home. Qin Mingri stepped into the storage room, casting a reluctant glance at the diesel generator. It was the item he cherished the most. Chapter 6. The transfer of eerie existence in this present age with the collapse of electrical facilities. The generator assumes an exceedingly significant role. However, it is evident that the generator cannot be moved. This iron mass weighs no less than 500 kilograms. Not accounting for the diesel, not only can the two of them not lift it, but even if two more were to join, it would still be an impossible feat. It seems that relinquishing the generator is the only option. As for the gas stove and charcoal, they are rather dispensable. Cheng Wanyue must possess a gas stove at home. And regarding the heating issue, gas can suffice. Qin Mingri approached the door near the parking lot and peered through the peephole. Outside lay an expanse of darkness, devoid of any sound. Night had fallen. We shall set forth at dawn. After speaking, Qin Mingri embraced Cheng Wanyue and began playing cards. Post-battle, Qin Mingri received a system notification indicating that his vitality had reached 30 points. Simultaneously, he felt a significant surge of strength within him. It appeared that a slight increase had led to a minor breakthrough. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that even without charcoal, he no longer felt as cold. Warmth radiated ceaselessly from within, enveloping his entire being and even spilling over to his skin's surface. Brother Ri, you are so warm. Cheng Wanyue clung tightly to Qin Mingri, reluctant to let go, her soft form pressing against his chest, rising and falling with each breath. She slowly began to relish this sensation, savoring her place in Qin Mingri's embrace. As dawn broke, the two prepared to relocate. The previous night, they had charged their phones and several power banks for backup. Suddenly, a notification pinged on Cheng Wanyue's WeChat. Wang Xiaoxiao had found her in the group chat, seeking food in private messages. Drawing from past experiences, Cheng Wanyue was not inclined to indulge her benevolence and contemplated a refusal. However, upon noticing Qin Mingri's expression, a clever idea dawned upon him. He refreshed the screen to reveal a considerable pile of instant noodles and bottled water, stacking them into a small mountain around the diesel generator. Qin Mingri took Cheng Wanyue's phone and sent a photo of the supplies to Wang Xiaoxiao, along with a message. We are preparing to relocate. There are some supplies here that we cannot take with us. If you wish to claim them, you may come to the door near the parking lot behind the lounge. Really? Please don't lock the door. When are you planning to leave? In 10 minutes, we will depart. I will leave the door ajar for you. But do not mention that I informed you. All right. Thank you, sister. Love you. After closing the phone, a smile crept upon Qin Mingri's lips. He was certain that his words would not be taken seriously by Wang Xiaoxiao, but Cheng Wanyue's sincerity would lend credence to the message. And she would undoubtedly take it to heart. Even if she harbored doubts, hunger would compel her to take the risk. You intend to lure her here? Cheng Wanyue grasped Qin Mingri's intentions. Indeed, letting her scout the path was a wise move. Qin Mingri was unperturbed by the possibility of her absence. Hunger could overcome all fears. If Cheng Wanyue, with her timid nature, could descend alone, Wang Xiaoxiao would surely follow suit. In a nearby room, a slender woman with glasses beamed with delight. Surrounding her were 4 men, each with darkened lips and pallid faces, as though their vitality had been drained. Wang Xiaoxiao's gaze turned icy. That wretched security guard shall pay dearly. They will emerge in 10 minutes, undoubtedly laden with supplies. We must intercept them and seize control of the lounge, where plentiful resources await, including the generator and charcoal. With these, we can live happily together, unafraid of the cold. Upon hearing this, the 4 men eagerly nodded, excitement igniting in their eyes as they cast unabashed glances at Wang Xiaoxiao. Moments later, Qin Mingri, who had been observing through the peephole, finally spotted figures emerging. However, they were not Wang Xiaoxiao but 2 men. Following them, another man appeared, totaling 4 men. Wang Xiaoxiao trailed behind, bundled in a thick coat, shivering from the cold. The men, besides her, wielded shovels and kitchen knives, advancing stealthily toward the door, clearly harboring ill intentions. Why haven't they emerged? Could it be a trick? One man whispered. Shh, keep your voice down. Wang Xiaoxiao quickly hushed him. Should Qin Mingri hear them, their efforts would be in vain. Noticing the absence of any monsters, Qin Mingri raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the outside truly was safe. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Rushing to the window, he witnessed a massive, mutated white cat savagely tearing at a man's neck. The others froze in terror, paralyzed despite their weapons. Simultaneously, another mutated white cat sprang from the shadows, pouncing on a man and swiftly dismembering him. 2 of them. Qin Mingri furrowed his brow, continuing to observe. In mere seconds, the 4 men lay lifeless, leaving only Wang Xiaoxiao. After a brief moment of shock, she panicked and dashed toward the stairwell. Yet, after just a few steps, a mutated cat lunged at her from behind, its gaping maw clamping down on her head. With a swift motion, it severed her head, blood gushing forth in a terrifying spray. The 2 mutated cats began to feast on the 5 corpses, the crunching sounds of their meal echoing ominously in the silence. Qin Mingri was nearly certain that only 2 of these mutated creatures lurked in the parking lot. Should there have been more, they would have converged to partake in the feast. Let us go. Qin Mingri seized Cheng Wanyue's hand and flung open the door. Sprinting into the night, the 2 mutated cats raised their heads, their lifeless eyes locking onto Qin Mingri and Cheng Wanyue. With a chilling roar, the monstrous felines dropped their meal and charged toward the 2. Come at me. Qin Mingri's eyes gleamed with determination as he wielded his whip, unleashing a dazzling purple light that sliced through the air. With a crack, 1 mutated cat was struck by the whip, its body propelled backward as thunder erupted. A deep gash marred its abdomen, exposing its intestines, nearly severing it in half. Qin Mingri struck again, sending arcs of purple lightning that injured the other mutated cat. His formidable combat prowess instilled fear in the creatures, prompting them to retreat into the shadows, disappearing from view. With his vitality at 30 points, Qin Mingri felt his combat strength substantially amplified. Elated, he continued to act, at least for the moment, free from that dizzying sensation. Let us not linger. Without hesitation, Qin Mingri urged Cheng Wanyue to hurry along. Shortly after, a frigid chill enveloped him, raising the hairs on his arms. He turned to see a figure emerging from the darkness, leaving an icy trail in its wake. Without a moment's thought, Qin Mingri swung his whip, unleashing 5 bolts of lightning that illuminated the pitch-black parking lot, revealing the shadowy figure's true form. This is a humanoid creature, its skin adorned with delicate scales, each glimmering with a frosty white light that emanates an eerie chill. The most terrifying aspect is its face, devoid of a nose, ears, or mouth, featuring only a pair of round, bulging eyes. Unlike other mutated monsters, its eyes do not appear entirely white. Instead, at the center of its irises lies a deep black pupil, inscrutable and profound. It exudes an indescribable strangeness, fixating its gaze intently in this direction. When purple lightning strikes its surface, it dissipates like ice melting under the sun, leaving it unscathed. Qin Ming's expression darkened, suppressing his weakness as he grasped Cheng Wanyue's hand and hurried up the stairs, not daring to look back. Chapter 7. Are you certain this belt is genuine leather? Qin Ming, struggling to bear his frail body, pulled Cheng Wanyue as they raced up the stairs. His reasons for clinging to her were twofold. First, he was unwilling to see such a stunning beauty perish in this apocalyptic world. Her presence was a source of amusement. Playing cards could alleviate the tedium. Second, should that monstrous entity pursue them, he could sacrifice Cheng Wanyue to buy himself some time. One life lost was preferable to two. Though selfish, such was the law of survival in this desolate era. The pair dared not pause for even a moment, sprinting breathlessly up to the 18th floor. The eerie presence did not follow, leaving Qin Ming both puzzled and relieved. At last, they entered Cheng Wanyue's luxurious apartment. Qin Ming immediately rushed into each room to ensure there were no unusual circumstances before finally collapsing onto the sofa, panting heavily. Cheng Wanyue resided in a lavish flat spanning over 200 square meters, complete with a rooftop garden, a lifestyle Qin Ming had never dared to dream of. A colossal glass cabinet showcased an array of world-renowned wines, embodying the life of the affluent, a goal most ordinary people aspired to achieve. Let us prepare a meal. Qin Ming gestured casually, assembling a feast of caviar, bread, steak, instant noodles, and various other provisions. He was eager to replenish his strength after such excessive exertion. All right. Qin Wanwen nodded, setting aside her fatigue as she gathered the ingredients and ventured into the kitchen. She had long developed a reliance on Qin Ming, who provided her with a sense of security amidst the chaos of the world. After a brief respite, Qin Ming approached the window, gazing down at the obscured landscape below. Everything was a blinding white. Visibility was non-existent. What had become of the world? He murmured to himself, having awaited news of national rescue for over half a month. Initially hopeful, people gradually lost their patience. The number of individuals participating in their group chat dwindled, as most phones had succumbed to battery depletion. For them, this marked the true onset of darkness. Without phones, they could no longer receive messages or glimpses of hope, left only to await their demise. The humanoid monster he encountered in the parking garage lingered in his mind. Unlike other creatures that had mutated from existing animals, this one appeared to be inherently different. It seemed imperative to seek out additional beautiful women, to bolster his vitality and enhance his strength. Qin Ming pondered. If he remained weak, even abundant resources would be of little use. Self-preservation would become a monumental challenge. Before long, Cheng Wanwe had prepared a delightful meal of sod-ed steak with caviar, toasted bread, and cold noodle salad, showcasing her culinary creativity. She also retrieved a bottle of 20-year-old Maotai liquor, a prized possession from her father's collection, which he had hoarded and now offered to please Qin Ming. Impressive. You've truly outdone yourself with these ingredients, and the fine wine is a delightful touch. Qin Ming commended, appreciating her efforts. Growing weary of daily steak, he welcomed the change in flavor. The aged Maotai was a splendid addition, perfect for a couple of toasts. Cheng Wanyue, buoyed by his praise, beamed with joy, quickly serving him more dishes. As long as you don't despise my cooking, I'm content, she remarked. He promptly snapped a photo and shared it in their group chat. The elegantly plated dishes, paired with Maotai, painted Cheng Wanyue as a charming little chef, her complexion radiant as she served herself. Guardian team leader, Qin beautiful ladies, sent photos to chat. Meals and warmth are guaranteed. The first-person perspective ignited excitement among those still with battery life in the group chat. F Building 704, little fatty, damn. Eating so well, and still in the mood for Maotai. You must be struck by lightning. H Building 2-4. Wang Meili Guardian Team Leader, Qin, how can you indulge while the rest of us starve? Homeowners Committee, Director Xie, little Qin, I suggest you share your resources. Everyone will be grateful. A building, Wang Tao. Hand it over voluntarily, or I will come to collect. A building. Wang Tao, video, Wang Tao shared a video of him rubbing together green flames, his threat unmistakable. Guardian team leader, Qin old ladies, men, all of you, shut up. If you starve, it's none of my concern. A building, Wang Tao. You'll regret this, you foolish imbecile. Guardian team leader, Qin dog head emoji. While others were left groaning in hunger, they relished their meal in comfort. Just then, Cheng Wanyue's phone vibrated with a message. Wanwen, Wanwe, are you there? Cheng Wanwe. Yes. How are you? Wenwen, I'm starving. I just found a power bank and managed to charge my phone. I know you have plenty of food. Could you spare me a little? Cheng Wanyue glanced at Qin Mingri, hesitating to respond. Did she really want to share her food? Qin Mingri frowned, displeasure evident in his eyes. If you wish to give her food, that's fine, but it will come from your share. You can give her a meal, which will cost you a day's ration. The choice is yours. Cheng Wanwe was kind-hearted, but such kindness often led to trouble. Previously, her misguided compassion had resulted in opening the door to a monster, and had it not been for his thunder whip, they would have been devoured. Upon hearing Qin Mingri's proposition to deduct from her rations, Cheng Wanwe quickly shook her head. She had no desire to experience hunger again. Perhaps not, she murmured. In times of ease, she could be a good friend, but in hardship, things became complicated. All her goodwill stemmed from the condition of not jeopardizing her own interests. If it threatened her resources, she would undoubtedly refuse. After all, the reason she wasn't starving was due to sacrifices made. Exactly. Remember, in the apocalypse, the kind-hearted perish first. Qin Mingri nodded, then abruptly changed the subject. Show me the photo. Though Cheng Wanyue was puzzled, she complied, pulling up a picture of a woman on her phone. With shoulder-length hair, she was strikingly beautiful, perhaps even more so than Cheng Wanwe. The system began to automatically analyze the image. Beep. Name. Wanwen. Age. 22. Appearance. 9 points. Figure. 9 points. Number of men. 0. Encounters. 1. Self. Feminine virtue. 9 points. Overall score. 9 points. Meets system requirements. Host is encouraged to strive for unlocking new resources and will receive special rewards. Qin Mingri's eyes lit up. The self aspect intrigued him. Was it not enticing to pursue men? After indulging in steak and caviar daily, he felt it was time to explore new resources. How about this? 1 steak, 10 packs of instant noodles, and 10 bottles of mineral water. Are you willing to come up and keep me company? Qin Mingri grinned. Cheng Wanwe was taken aback but quickly realized the implication. Her lips pouting in disappointment. The suggestion that he so openly invited another woman to join him pierced her heart like a needle. Was she not sufficient? Did she lack the ability to satisfy him? Cheng Wanyue looked forlorn, tears brimming in her eyes, her face a portrait of grievance. With a swift motion, Qin Mingri slapped Cheng Wanwe, sending her sprawling to the ground. What expression is that? Do you think you are my girlfriend? Stop acting so melodramatic. Obey my commands. And only then can you survive. Allow me to present a task, persuade Wanwen, and until then, indulge in instant noodles daily. Qin Ming remarked coldly, expressing his disdain for striking women. Yet, he pondered that if he refrained from such actions, Cheng Wanyue might lose her grasp on the hierarchy of power. One must provide sweetness, yet also administer appropriate discipline, be it of a psychological or physical nature. Cheng Wanyue nodded, forcing a smile, aware that defiance or any hint of dissatisfaction could lead to the deprivation of even her instant noodles. Wanwen resided on the 14th floor, and at this moment, within her abode, a man and a woman were bundled in thick down jackets. Wanwen was gnawing on a belt. Are you certain this is genuine leather? Why is genuine leather so tough to chew? She complained, vigorously munching on the segments of the belt, her cheeks puffed out. Meng Dong replied, my dear, I have nothing to eat but this belt. Please bear with it. Survival is of utmost importance. Wanwen cast a disdainful glance at Meng Dong, thinking him utterly useless. She couldn't help but compare her situation to Cheng Wanyue's, who seemed to live in luxury, steaks, caviar, and even if it were merely bread or instant noodles. The disparity between their lives as women was strikingly vast. Chapter 8. The price of deception. This Cheng Wanwe is truly a despicable woman. She is unwilling to share even a morsel of food with me. What is there to be proud of? Everything she possesses is merely a result of trading her own body. Wanwen curled her lip, feeling a pang of discomfort at the thought of Cheng Wanyue's sumptuous steak dinners, making it all the more difficult to swallow the metaphorical bitterness in her mouth. Meng Dong interjected, my dear, do not envy another's steak. Perhaps they are envious of your genuine leather belt. Woman retorted, wait a moment, this belt has a label. Primary ingredient, polyurethane. Meng Dong, Is this the genuine leather you bought? You've made me eat plastic. Woman, in a fit of frustration, hurled the belt at Ming Dong's face, her claws outstretched, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon him. I have no idea. It hurts. Dear, please go easy on me. Ming Dong dodged, but not before several scratches marred his face, causing him to grimace in pain. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It was a message from Chen Wanwei. Wonan, come to my house. I assure you will eat your fill and be warm, provided you offer your services to my brother Ri. Straight to the point. This was also Qin Ming's intent, to have Chen Wanwei clearly communicate, encouraging Wenwen to take the initiative. He preferred willingness over coercion, though a forcibly picked fruit may quench thirst. It lacks sweetness. Upon reading the message, Ming Dong's fury ignited as he slammed his palm against the stove. That filthy security guard. I shall make him pay. His face darkened as he rose, ready to confront Qin Ming. Wenwen, striking his head lightly, admonished, What are you doing? I haven't agreed to anything. Sit down. I have an idea. That loathsome guard possesses plenty of supplies. Why not pretend to acquiesce? Before she could finish, Ming Dong cut her off. Absolutely not. What if the pretense turns real? He is a lecher. I cannot let you take that risk. You fool, I never said I'd go alone. We will go together. When I knock on the door, I'll hold it open for a few seconds. You rush in and subdue that vile guard. Their supplies will be ours. Besides, my most treasured possession will remain with us on our wedding night. I would never offer it to another. When in feigned shyness, igniting a fire within Ming Dong, who nodded eagerly, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Following a woman like Wenwen, he should not go hungry, for she was adept at painting grand prospects. My dear, you truly are clever. Ming Dong ventured into the kitchen to procure a fruit knife, concealing it in his pocket, while he handed another to Wenwen, discreetly tucked at her waist. Wenwen sent a message to Qin Wanwei. Wanwei, do not be misled by my boyfriend. In truth, I am still a novice. Speak to your brother and see if he can spare a few extra packets of instant noodles. Chen Wanwei, upon receiving the message, thought to herself, I've only 10 packets of instant noodles and 10 bottles of water, plus I even added an extra steak for you. What more do you expect? Promptly, she declined Wenwen's request, citing limited supplies. Ming Dong exclaimed, My dear, we initially planned to act. Why are you haggling? Surely, you do not intend to exchange for Rial? Wenwen shot him a glare, pondering how she ended up with such a dim-witted boyfriend. If you agree readily, others will not suspect. Do you not understand the art of deception? After 10 minutes, she deliberately crafted a conflicted expression before replying to Chen Wanwei, indicating she would soon ascend to her apartment, reminding Wanwei to unlock the door. Brother Ri, I've secured the arrangement. Chen Wanwei beamed, finally feeling relief as the task was accomplished. Well done, Qin Ming praised, ruffling Chen Wanwei's hair with a smile. In the stairwell, Wenwen and Ming Dong advanced cautiously. I'll brace the door. Remember to come quickly. I should be able to hold it for 5 seconds. Wenwen whispered, for this was their only hope of survival. Fear not, my love, after today. We shall dine on steak and caviar. Ming Dong brandished the fruit knife, almost as if it provided him courage. This was an act of robbery, a criminal offense, yet, in a world where order had collapsed, they had little choice. With so many lives lost and no government intervention, perhaps robbing would incur no consequences. All was for the sake of survival. Knock, knock. The sound echoed. It must be Wenwen. Having learned from previous encounters, Chen Wanwei hesitated to open the door, casting her gaze toward Qin Ming. I'll check. Qin Ming approached the door, peering through the peephole. A stunning woman stood outside, her figure captivating, with shoulder-length hair, clad in sheer stockings and a denim mini-skirt that accentuated her curves, topped with a snug-down jacket that concealed her well. Her flawless face bore skin as smooth as an infant's. While she knocked, her gaze flickered toward the stairwell. Qin Ming saw through her intentions. She was clearly scheming. However, he remained unfazed and opened the door without hesitation. Wenwen swiftly extended a leg to wedge herself in, casting a beguiling glance at Qin Ming. Their eyes met, and a wave of warmth surged through her, an exhilarating sensation long forgotten. Without affording her a moment to speak, Qin Ming seized her forcefully and yanked her inside, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Wenwen was momentarily stunned. The entire event transpired in a heartbeat, leaving her no time to react. In the next instant, Ming Dong burst forth from the stairwell, fruit knife in hand, frantically pounding on the door. Let my wife go. Open the door. Wenwen, come out. Ming Dong's eyes blazed with fury, teetering on the edge of madness. Huh. So you thought you could outsmart me, and you brought a weapon. Qin Ming's voice was cold as he gripped Wenwen's neck, pressing her face against the door. He then shouted, "Thanks to the brother who delivered this stunning beauty. You need not return. Hurry back. Once again, my gratitude. I have yet to even touch such a beautiful girlfriend. And you've delivered her to me. What a generous soul you are." His words, delivered with a casual nonchalance, struck deep. With a swift motion, he tore away her clothing, revealing a knife tucked at her waist. Qin Ming laughed coldly as he ripped off her denim skirt, exposing her perfect form. The alluring curves and shapely rear left onlookers breathless. "What are you doing? Let me go. Help. Don't take off my pants. Help." Wenwen's cries escalated, her breaths growing frantic. Outside, Meng Dong rammed against the door, but his efforts were futile. He could only listen helplessly to Wenwen's desperate pleas, his rage boiling over. "Qin Ming, release my wife, or I swear I will end you. Open the door, you bastard. I will make you pay." Meng Dong slammed into the door, his hands bruised and bloodied, yet he persisted. "Whether I live or die is uncertain, but I will ensure this beauty takes flight first. You might as well press your ear to the door and listen. After all, you've never heard such sounds before." Aha. Qin Ming expertly dismantled Meng Dong's mental defenses. Meng Dong was devastated. "Please, release my wife. I will serve you like a beast in gratitude." All bravado evaporated. He fell to his knees, pleading desperately. What began as defiance crumbled into a moment of utter despair. He deeply regretted his past decisions, lamenting the countless missteps he had taken, particularly the foolish notion of trying to manipulate others. Now, the consequences had ensnared even his wife. This is the price of your cunning." Qin Ming grinned widely, delivering a sharp slap to Wenwen's backside, causing her to yelp in pain. Hearing her cry, Meng Dong furiously slammed against the door once more, roaring, "You scoundrel, release my wife at once." Chapter 9. Moral coercion only captures the moral suddenly. A rustling sound echoed through the corridor. A mutated lion dog descended from the staircase, dragging a lifeless body, its head already torn away. "Qin Ming, should you dare to touch my wife, I shall annihilate your entire family," Meng Dong exclaimed, threatening Qin Ming before hastily retreating home. Qin Ming searched through Wenwen's belongings with meticulous scrutiny, inspecting her hair, underarms, crevices, and even the spaces between her toes, ensuring she bore no concealed weapons. He dreaded the presence of a razor blade. Observing this scene, Cheng Wanyue felt a surge of satisfaction, for this had also been her path to arrive here. After completing the search, Qin Ming forcefully pushed Wenwen to the floor of the living room, leaning back on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. He toyed with a fruit knife he had retrieved from her waist. Cheng Wanyue, adept at ingratiating herself, knelt beside him, massaging his shoulders with an air of sycophancy, seemingly flaunting her position before Wenwen. "With a blade at your service, do you intend to murder me?" Qin Ming's half-smiling expression instilled fear in Wenwen. In the face of newly acquired resources, Qin Ming displayed an unusual calmness. He was a man of principles, not one to engage in coercive acts. Trembling, Wenwen mustered her courage and proclaimed, "You vile security guard, I am a resident of this community. Do you believe I want to report you to the property management, leading to your dismissal? Do not forget your profession. You are here to serve us." With a resounding slap, Qin Ming struck Wenwen's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. He then placed his foot on her head, gazing down at her from above. "Previously, you referred to me as a mere security guard, and I disregarded your insults. In this apocalypse, what do you think you should call me? You squandered the chance for a deal, and now you shall lose everything without gaining anything." With a swift motion, he produced 10 packs of instant noodles, 10 bottles of mineral water, and a steak, all laid upon the floor. "Open them, and toss them into the toilet," Qin Ming commanded Shen Wanwei. With obedient compliance, she crushed the noodles, discarded them into the toilet, and poured the water down, ultimately hurling the steak out the window. "No, my supplies," Wenwen shrieked, overwhelmed with despair. The precious resources, potentially life-saving, were being squandered before her eyes. She initially thought she had devised a clever plan, only to find herself at a greater loss. The most regrettable aspect was witnessing the waste of those supplies. Having gone several days without adequate nourishment, the remnants of a plastic belt still lingered unpleasantly in her throat. Instant noodles and steak were luxuries beyond her reach. "Another chance. What should you call me?" Qin Ming inquired, amusement lacing his tone, filled with disdain. Wenwen's eyes reddened, fixating fiercely on him as she spat. "Vile security guard. Vile security guard." With her supplies gone, she felt no attachment left. It was better to confront him boldly, dying with dignity. Qin Ming shook his head. tossing a pile of noodles onto the ground and gestured to Chang Wanwei, "Crush them all." Chang Wanwei complied, swiftly trampling the noodles into a mushy mess. The aroma wafted enticingly, leaving Wenwen parched and yearning. Her heart ached at the sight. "Continue crushing," Qin Ming ordered, producing a heap of bread to be discarded as well. Cheng Wanyue cooperatively lifted her foot and stepped down. Crumbs of bread and noodles littered the floor. "Brother, I beg you, cease this madness." Wenwen finally reached her breaking point, teetering on the edge of despair. The waste was not merely her resources. Witnessing the desecration of resources before her felt like a dagger piercing her heart. "Where is your resilience? Where is your pride?" Qin Ming mused, lifting her chin with intrigue. "Brother, I was wrong. Please give me something to eat." Wenwen lay prostrate, utterly submissive. She recognized that Qin Ming, akin to a magician, possessed an abundance of resources. Perhaps aligning with him was indeed a wise choice. At least she would not go hungry. "Today, you sought to murder my spirit, and to remedy your ill mood, I grant you a chance for reflection." Qin Ming casually pointed to a guest room, instructing Cheng Wanwei to escort her inside. Wenwen gazed at the scattered food remnants, swallowing hard, even if trampled. She longed to consume a morsel. She was truly famished. "Behave well, and tomorrow Brother Ri will surely provide you with sustenance." Cheng Wanwei consoled Wenwen as if she were a dear friend. When it nodded, she began to understand Cheng Wanyue's perspective. Indeed, it was the only way to live comfortably. On the sofa, Qin Ming scrolled through his phone and suddenly encountered a message. Building A, Luo Jianmen. Video, the clip displayed a diesel generator in operation, alongside towering stacks of instant noodles and bottled water. Building G, 12 to 6 Su. Brother Min, you possess such an abundance of supplies. Were these not the provisions from the former security? Building B, 1205 Chinjia. Lao Luo, could you sell me some? Name your price. In the group chat, those with functional phones clamored to purchase supplies. Building A, Luo Jianmen. I apologize, but I risked my life to gather these. They are my hope for survival. And I shall not sell. Luo Jianmen declined. In this apocalyptic world, food and water equated to life, irreducible to mere monetary value. Building A, 2 to 4 Wang Meili. Building A, Luo Jianmen. We are all from the same building. Do not be so selfish. In times of trouble, we must support one another. You should share. Committee Head Xia. Building A, Luo Jianmen. Lao Luo, bring the supplies to the committee office. I will relinquish my position as the committee head to you, and you shall oversee the distribution. Building B, 501 Zhongxin Yuan Bin's 4S store. Indeed, possessing resources should not be for one's own gain. They should be shared to aid everyone. Moral coercion is a tactic invariably employed by those perched upon the moral high ground. Qin Ming could no longer bear witness to this. Those who had previously attempted to morally manipulate him were now turning their tactics upon others. Moral coercion cannot ensnare those devoid of morals, hence they could not manipulate Qin Ming. Yet Luo Jianmen still possessed some semblance of morality, easily swayed by their words. Ultimately, he was too soft-hearted. Building A, Luo Jianmen. Very well then, as dusk approaches, if anyone is on the brink of starvation, come to the lounge tomorrow. I am willing to share some resources. Building A, 2 to 4 Wang Meili. Brother Luo is formidable. Reserve some for me. I shall arrive at dawn. Building C, sure to. Big brother. Save me a spot. Building B. Brother Luo, your charisma is palpable. I shall follow you henceforth. Building A, Luo Jianmen. Everyone, be cautious. Enter through the parking lot. There are mutated monsters lurking outside. Proceed with care. In the chat, flattery reigns supreme. Human nature is such that when one agrees, smiles abound. When one declines, harsh words are thrown. Witnessing this, Qin Ming found amusement. Being an excessive good Samaritan incurs a price. Tomorrow, when someone arrives and he possesses no resources to offer, let us see how he fares. Those supplies, save for the generator, would vanish at midnight. Do you comprehend the struggles of others? Will they empathize with your hardships? In the apocalypse, the self-righteous shall meet a grim fate. That night, Qin Ming embraced Cheng Wanwei, relishing a delectable grilled steak while sipping an exquisite 1982 Lafite. The tantalizing aromas wafted through the room, leaving Wenwen in a daze, restless and agitated. She could not help but lean against the door, inhaling the enticing aroma of the steak, lost in her own world of imagination. Chapter 10, Submission. A wise choice. Qin Ming reclined on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, having consumed half of his meal. Come out, he called, prompting Wenwen to hurry out. Her gaze fixated on the remaining steak on the table. She was ravenous, yearning to pounce on the food, even if just for a single bite. Qin Ming teased her with a smirk. Do you want to eat? Wenwen nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking for grains. Kneel down and beg me, he said, his tone nonchalant yet playful. Driven by hunger, Wenwen's defenses crumbled completely. With a thud, she knelt before him, her eyes locked on the steak. Please, brother, grant me a morsel. Seeing her compliance, Qin Ming waved at Cheng Wanyue, who instantly understood and rose to head into the kitchen. Be my woman, and I shall ensure you are well fed. Are you willing? Qin Ming proposed, his demeanor relaxed, for he disliked coercion. A fruit forced from the vine may quench thirst, but it lacks sweetness. Sweetness was essential. I am willing, woman replied, a nod of acceptance. Upon entering this realm, she had begun to contemplate this moment. She understood it would eventually arrive. From another perspective, it appeared to be a wise choice. Observing Qing Wanwei, it was evident that being Qin Ming's woman bore no disadvantages, ample sustenance and immunity to the biting cold. In a world on the brink of collapse, what could be more appealing than such a protector? However, you must pledge me your unwavering loyalty. Should you harbor any treachery, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Qin Ming's words carried a chilling threat. Cheng Wanwei emerged from the kitchen, bearing the fragrant steak and placing it on the table. Wanwen, we are dear friends, and I have invited you here for good reason. Rest assured, following Brother Ri will bring you only benefits. Qin Ming gestured. Dig in. Thank you, Brother Ri. And thank you, Wanwei. Wanwen expressed her gratitude, and without hesitation, she seized the steak, devouring it with abandon. Starved for far too long. The tantalizing feast before her rendered decorum irrelevant. Only the act of consuming mattered. After devouring 3 steaks and downing an entire bottle of water, she finally felt satisfied. The long-awaited sensation of fullness transported Wanwen to a realm akin to paradise. Experiencing hunger, then satisfaction, unveiled to her the essence of life and the significance of existence. Are you full now? Go boil some water. I wish to bathe. Qin Ming signaled, a pile of bottled water littering the floor. Since the cold wave had hit, he had not bathed. Now, at Cheng Wanyue's residence, it was imperative to cleanse the dust from his body, for the discomfort was intolerable. Bathing with bottled water? Wanwen gasped, incredulous at such extravagance. Before the apocalypse, they called it bottled water without care. Now, in these dire times, water had become liquid gold. Wanwen, remember, Brother Ri's words are law. We must obey unconditionally without question. Cheng Wanwei instructed, embodying the role of a wise matron guiding her junior. Qin Ming nodded approvingly, satisfied with Cheng Wanwei's demeanor. It seemed that a firm hand was necessary, as after receiving a couple of sharp reprimands, Cheng Wanwei had grown more agreeable. Wanwen, still uncertain, joined Cheng Wanwei in pouring the bottled water into the bathtub, then ventured to the kitchen to heat water over the gas stove. Half an hour later, a large tub of steaming water was ready. Qin Ming shed his clothing and stepped into the bath, while Cheng Wanyue, ever attentive, entered the bathroom to massage his feet and wash him. Do you not understand? Qin Ming questioned, eyeing Wanwen, who stood outside, lost in thought. Her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Observing her shyness, Cheng Wanyue pulled Wanwen inside, guiding her hand to Qin Ming's feet. After a moment of inner turmoil, Wanwen, driven by her desire to be well-fed, finally acquiesced, diligently massaging Qin Ming's feet while keeping her head bowed, too bashful to raise it. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming captured a photograph of the 2 beautiful women attending to him, sharing it in their group chat. Chen Bin from Building C. Are you even human? 302 from Building A. We don't even have water to drink, and you have enough to bathe. F Building. One is the daughter of a wealthy family. But who is the other beauty? You lucky dog, the apocalypse has truly favored you. Envy surged through the group, with many lamenting their inability to share in Qin Ming's indulgence. 1402 Ming Dong. Qin Ming, release my wife. I'll kill you, you dog. I swear I'll tear you apart. Meng Dong seethed, his eyes bloodshot upon reading the messages. F Building 1402 Meng Dong. Your wife? You're quite the charmer. 1402 Meng Dong. Everyone take note. Qin Ming is a veritable scoundrel. He hoards resources and exploits the chaos for his gain. Meng Dong vented his frustrations in the chat, repeatedly tagging Qin Ming. Security team leader, Qin, are there any beauties left? Resources are limited, come chat quickly, food and warmth are guaranteed. Qin Ming's dismissal only fueled Meng Dong's fury. His nails dug into his flesh, his eyes turning a deep crimson. Each time he posted about beauties, people flooded his inbox with private messages. Some clever individuals attempted to deceive him with online images, but all were swiftly unmasked and met with scorn before being blocked. Others, devoid of self-awareness, sent images of unattractive women, dinosaurs, and even men in female attire, offering to transform into any form Qin Ming desired, complete with promises of lubrication. Qin Ming was left speechless, replying with a dismissive comment before blocking such individuals. It seemed there were truly no beauties left in the community, or perhaps his phone simply needed charging. After his bath, Qin Ming returned to the master bedroom and reclined on the bed. "Brother Ri, let us also bathe. Mostly for Wenwen," Qing Wanwei suggested playfully, recognizing Qing Wanwei's understanding. Qin Ming waved, summoning another heap of bottled water. "Ensure she is thoroughly cleansed. Do not fear wasting water. Wenwen, do not resist. Stick with Brother Ri. Only benefits await you. As long as he is pleased, rewards will follow, and you need not worry about sustenance. Isn't that wonderful? I recommended you because of our years of friendship. Look at Meng Dong, that waste. He cannot even feed himself, let alone provide for you." Cheng Wanyue continued to persuade as she helped Wenwen bathe. Once finished, Cheng Wanyue led Wenwen into the room, kindly shutting the door behind them. Upon entering, Wenwen felt an indescribable warmth envelop her, a sensation of comfort. "Come here," Qin Ming called, clad only in a towel. Creak, creak, creak. Cheng Wanyue, seated on the sofa, felt a pang of melancholy. If given the choice, she would not wish to share a man with others. Yet, she understood that Qin Ming was destined to have more than one woman. Jealousy would yield no fruit. Her earlier reprimand was proof of that. Being petty would only deepen his disdain and jeopardize her own standing. Thus, she resolved to please him, for her survival depended on his favor. If she performed well, she would retain his affection and remain the primary partner. 10 minutes later, within the room, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations to the host for unlocking the enchanting beauty, Wenwen, and receiving rewards: free-range chicken, eggplant, potato, carrot, green pepper, and cabbage. The newly unlocked resources will refresh daily, with a validity until midnight." Upon hearing this announcement, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Does this imply that the refreshed resources can be stored for 2 days? If he unlocks enough beauties in the future, will the resources cease to vanish? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special reward: the Blade of the Void. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 points of vitality, current vitality, 50. With the unlocking of a new beauty, his vitality surged significantly. And Qin Ming could distinctly feel a substantial enhancement in his combat prowess, heralding yet another breakthrough. The entire room became suffused with warmth, akin to an air conditioner set to a comfortable 30 degrees. Qin Ming radiated heat like a furnace, compelling Wenwen to cling to him, utterly captivated. The sweetness of this experience had fully convinced her. It appeared that submitting to Qin Ming was indeed a splendid choice. Chapter 11: The Fate of the Holy Mother. This time, the rewards were rather generous: free-range chicken and an assortment of vegetables. The system was truly considerate, fearing that he might suffer from nutritional imbalance. As the saying goes, a balanced diet keeps the body from fatigue. But what was the Void Blade? What piqued his interest the most was the special reward. The Thunder Whip significantly enhanced his combat prowess, so the Void Blade surely would not be ordinary. With a flick of his mind, a black dagger materialized in his grasp, emanating a dim, ethereal glow, deep and boundless, pulsating with immense power. Qin Ming compared it with the Thunder Whip. Suddenly, both the Thunder Whip and the Void Blade burst forth with light, as if resonating with one another. The black dagger began to vaporize, transforming into specks of dark brilliance that fused with the Thunder Whip. As the two merged completely, the purple hue of the whip became tainted with faint strands of black light, shrouded in mystery. Qin Ming gripped the Thunder Whip tightly, feeling an instantaneous connection with it. With a gentle flick, the whip sliced through the void, creating a black rift. He leapt into the chasm. Wenwen, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment. Was this a supernatural ability? Her resolve to follow Qin Ming only strengthened. There would be no misstep in doing so. In the living room, Cheng Wanwei sat dazed on the sofa, utterly oblivious to the black rift that had appeared beside her, from which Qin Ming emerged. It was only when he landed that she suddenly screamed in surprise. Seeing Qin Ming, her face contorted in disbelief. She had been sitting there all along. Without seeing him exit, the door hadn't even opened. How could he suddenly appear beside her? Ignoring her astonishment, Qin Ming waved the Thunder Whip through the void once more, opening another black rift. He found himself in a different room, akin to traversing through time and space. The sensation was extraordinarily delightful. After several attempts, he discovered that the distance he could traverse through the rifts was limited to a maximum of 20 meters. Based on the blood energy expended during these attempts, he concluded that he could teleport over 20 times before becoming exhausted. Over 20 times, surely that would suffice to escape even the most formidable and bizarre entities. The Void Blade was indeed a remarkable asset. Qin Ming reveled in his discovery. With such a means at his disposal, even if he encountered adversaries in the future, he would possess the ability to safeguard himself. Vanishing into the void. Teleporting instantaneously, coming and going without a trace, mysterious and unfathomable. Brother Ri, what kind of supernatural ability is this? Cheng Wanwei gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You'll find out soon enough. Come in and rest. He beckoned her into the master bedroom. Inside, Wenwen was still adjusting her attire. Upon seeing Cheng Wanwei enter, her cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe peach, utterly enticing. I initially planned for each of you to have your own room, but I feared you might feel cold. Hence this opportunity to share my space. Of course, if you prefer, you may sleep next door. Qin Ming reclined in the center of the bed, closing his eyes to rest. How pretentious to speak in such grandiose terms while desiring to embrace them both. Cheng Wanwei and Woman exchanged glances, neither willing to retreat to the adjacent room. Thus they both nestled beside Qin Ming. He was like a furnace, radiating warmth that enveloped them in unparalleled comfort. Amidst the cold front, they felt as if they were in an air-conditioned room, so utterly delightful. The following day, as Qin Ming awoke with Wenwen in his arms, he noted that Cheng Wanwei had vanished. When he ventured out, he found her preparing a sumptuous breakfast. Well done. You shall be rewarded with chicken for lunch. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wanwei instantly blushed, her mind racing with thoughts. In the next moment, Qin Ming conjured a chicken, along with a plethora of vegetables, steak, and mineral water. Brother Ri, are we really having chicken? Cheng Wanwei was momentarily stunned, realizing she had misunderstood. He was indeed referring to an actual chicken. Henceforth, chicken and steak will be supplied according to your performance. Those who excel will dine on meat, while those who falter shall subsist on instant noodles. Qin Ming established new rules for Cheng Wanwei and Wenwen. Competition breeds progress, and pressure fuels motivation. With clear rewards and penalties, they would serve themselves in optimal condition. With time, if they were to enjoy endless feasts, they would inevitably become lazy and complacent. This morning, Cheng Wanwei had risen early to prepare breakfast, feeling the weight of impending competition. Last night, she had overheard the two beside her whispering sweet nothings. Qin Ming clearly held a fresh fascination for Wenwen. Thus she felt compelled to excel in other areas to secure her position. After breakfast, Qin Ming, feeling bored, unlocked his phone. The battery still held 80. In this era, electricity was a non-renewable resource. Once depleted, it would be gone for good. As he opened the group chat, he noticed over 20 new messages. Scrolling to the top, he opened a video shared by Wang Tao. In the video, Wang Tao and a group of people cautiously approached the parking lot, knocking on the lounge door. When it swung open, the camera revealed a disheveled Luo Jiamin. Old Luo, distribute the supplies to me, Wang Tao demanded. Luo Jiamin, looking bewildered, replied, I have no idea what happened. I woke up to find all the supplies gone, leaving only this generator and some charcoal. Furious, Wang Tao seized Luo Jiamin by the throat, roaring, Are you toying with me? Hand over the supplies, or I'll kill you. Wang Tao's rage was palpable, as he too was on the brink of starvation. He had come to the lounge expecting to quell his hunger, only to find it utterly bare. I truly don't know what happened. Luo Jiamin gasped, his face a mask of innocence. Go to hell. With a resounding crash, Wang Tao slammed Luo Jiamin against the wall, and silence ensued. The camera then turned to Wang Tao, who stated, This is the fate of those who hoard supplies. Qin Ming, just you wait. The comments below overwhelmingly condemned Wang Tao, accusing him of murder and asserting he could not escape legal repercussions. Others expressed agreement, claiming that in times like these, those who hoarded supplies without sharing were akin to enemies. Qin Ming sneered. This was indeed the fate of the Holy Mother. Staying put and refraining from opening the door might just allow one to avoid calamity. In the apocalypse, no one adhered to the law, especially those like Wang Tao, who awakened supernatural powers and felt themselves above all others. After the collapse of order, might made right. As for Wang Tao's threats to seek him out, Qin Ming felt no fear. From the outset, he had anticipated such a day. With the cold wave newly descending, families generally possessed some supplies to last a few days. Coupled with the uncertain state of affairs outside, few were inclined to venture out in search of more. As time passed, and their provisions dwindled, desperation would inevitably set in. leading to more sinister thoughts. Those like Wang Tao, with awakened powers, would certainly resort to theft. His own household, a big estate, had long been under scrutiny, and conflict was inevitable. Yet Qin Ming remained unperturbed. He was confident in his capabilities, with blood energy reaching 52 points, even without the Thunder Whip. His combat strength far surpassed his previous self. "You two, prepare a meal and wait for me. I'm heading out," Qin Ming declared, striding toward the door. "Brother Ri, you're going out? Please, be careful." Chang Wanwei rushed over, poised to inquire about his destination, but the words caught in her throat. She was not Qin Ming's girlfriend and felt it inappropriate to pry. Qin Ming will speak if she desires to, and if she does not wish to, then one ought not to inquire, for such questions may very well render Qin Ming displeased. At this moment, she sincerely hopes that no harm befalls Qin Ming. Qin Ming is her pillar of support, the very hope for survival. Without her, they too shall inevitably extinguish in the apocalypse. Chapter 12. The emergence of the goddess meeting system requirements now. The reason Qin Ming dared to venture outside was the courage bestowed upon him by the Void Blade. Even if he were to encounter an adversary, he could always escape. The Void Blade, capable of tearing through the void for teleportation, could it perhaps directly transport him downstairs? On a whim, Qin Ming decided to give it a try. When he materialized, he found himself inside someone else's home, on the 11th floor. This was the maximum transmission distance. Due to the limitations of his vitality, his control over the power of the Void Blade was somewhat restricted. The house was empty, with fruit laid out on the table and pink lingerie hanging on the balcony, likely belonging to a young girl. It appeared that the owner had not been home since the onset of the cold wave. Perhaps she had perished outdoors long ago. He thought to himself, might there be any useful supplies? Qin Ming began to rummage through the house, searching high and low. Ultimately, he discovered 2 power banks, which still had some charge, and he stowed them away, along with some medicine he found in the cabinet. Although this was akin to burglary in the apocalyptic world, no one would concern themselves with such matters. If he did not take them, someone else would eventually do so. He then opened a rift in the void and stepped through. To get from the 18th floor to the 1st, he would need to teleport at least 3 times. The community lay in eerie silence, enveloped in dense white mist, with visibility greatly reduced. The cold wind howled, and the landscape was blanketed in ice and snow. This was Qin Ming's first venture outside since the cold wave had arrived. He wore only a thin garment, but felt no chill at all. The community was dotted with frozen figures, all preserved in the poses they held in life. Suddenly, a woman's cry for help pierced the air. It did not sound like an attack from a monster, but rather as if she were being assaulted by a person. The voice emanated from the 1st floor of Building C. As Qin Ming approached, he saw a middle-aged man pinning a woman to the ground, his hands tightly gripping her throat. The woman soon fell still, her life extinguished, and then the man began to remove his trousers. The woman was familiar to Qin Ming. Her name was Su Mei, a primary school teacher in her 30s, unmarried and without children, possessing considerable beauty. In this world rife with superficiality, Su Mei stood out as an exception, always greeting others politely whenever she entered or exited the community. Su Mei was now lifeless, her eyes wide open, refusing to close. These assailants, who would normally be constrained by law, were now unshackled by the collapse of order, free to act as they wished. Even the fear of legal repercussions was absent. In times of chaos, the law does not hold sway over the people. Qin Ming chose not to intervene directly. Instead, he shattered the door to Su Mei's home with a flash of lightning. He noticed a mutated lion dog approaching from a distance, with his vitality enhanced. His senses had sharpened significantly, allowing him to detect movements far away, an instinct befitting a true warrior. These mutated creatures were on the prowl for the sin of the living. As expected, the lion dog caught the whiff of blood and quickened its pace, storming into Su Mei's home. The man continued his vile act until the sound of heavy breathing from behind startled him, causing his eyes to widen in terror. Slowly, he turned to see a massive lion dog standing behind him. With a single bite, the man's head was devoured by the beast. In the next instant, the lion dog lifted its head and bolted outside, having detected Qin Ming. The living human was clearly more enticing than the corpse. In truth, Qin Ming had orchestrated this encounter deliberately. He wished to gauge the extent of his combat prowess after the surge in vitality. The mutated lion dog let out a ferocious roar, charging forth like a mountain. Qin Ming remained steadfast, waiting until the beast was within 3 feet before he moved. A purple whip manifested in his hand, and with a swift flick, he unleashed a torrent of lightning. Crackling sounds echoed as the lion dog's body exploded, fur flying and flesh mangled. In the next moment, the lightning whip ensnared the lion dog's head, and with a forceful tug, it was severed from its body, collapsing to the ground. What tremendous strength! Qin Ming felt elated. This encounter was far easier than his previous clash with two mutated cats. He had not even exerted himself fully and had effortlessly slain the creature, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. This marked his first true kill of a monster. His newfound power granted him a sense of security in this apocalyptic world. Exiting the community gates, Qin Ming found himself in a once bustling thoroughfare now shrouded in deathly silence. With vehicles frozen in place and not a soul in sight. While the living were scarce, the dead were plentiful. There were those fully encased in ice, and others with severed limbs, blood staining the ground like plum blossoms on the snow. After walking a short distance along the road, he approached a convenience store. The shutter had been raised, and several mangled corpses lay at the entrance, surrounded by frozen food scattered across the ground. The store's supplies had been completely looted. Qin Ming deduced that the bodies outside were likely scavengers who had raided the store, only to encounter a monster and become its meal instead. Continuing down the desolate street, he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from ahead. As he came into view, he spotted a couple, both clad in full winter gear, with one holding a stick. Upon seeing Qin Ming, they halted, their hands trembling slightly as fear gripped them. In such an environment, one could never be certain if the person encountered was truly human. Qin Ming paid them no mind and continued on his way. Just a few steps later, he heard a scream from behind. The couple was cornered by a large mutated dog, retreating slowly, visibly tense. A fleeting glance was all Qin Ming spared before he hastened his pace, knowing the couple was likely doomed. Qin Ming had no intention of intervening in this world. Self-preservation was paramount. The fate of others was inconsequential, and one could not concern themselves with everyone. Each day, lives were extinguished, and countless souls succumbed to starvation or the cold. Such was the natural order of this frigid world, where only the fittest survive. Having circled the community without any significant discoveries, Qin Ming noted that the number of mutated creatures seemed relatively low. He had only encountered 2 thus far. However, the probability remained that an ordinary person, upon their first encounter, would likely meet their end. Qin Ming refrained from taking the initiative. Conserving his vitality and accumulating strength was crucial. After another round, he prepared to return. Just then, he heard cries for help amidst the white mist, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. This did not seem to be a monster attacking humans, but rather a conflict among people. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Ming acknowledged that such occurrences were all too common in this era. When the law fails to restrain human nature, it is then that individuals reveal their true selves. Human nature is inherently flawed. As always, he remained indifferent. He did not wish to involve himself, nor would he. Turning away, he headed back towards the community. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! System has detected a goddess that meets the requirements. Chapter 13. A bitter fruit is not worth the thirst. A sudden voice made Qin Ming's eyes light up. In a world fraught with apocalyptic crises, enhancing one's strength was essential for survival. The swiftest way to elevate his power was to recruit goddesses. Women meeting the system's criteria were exceedingly rare. And having finally encountered one, Qin Ming was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The earlier sentiment of not wanting to meddle in others' affairs was swiftly cast aside. This was a matter of personal relevance, not mere triviality. Beep. Name. By Yujie. Age. 25. Appearance. 910. Figure. 1010. Number of men. 0. Attempts. 0. Virtue. 1010. Overall score. 9. 710. Meet system requirements. Host. Please strive to unlock new resources soon, and you will also receive special rewards. A beauty rated at 9. 7. Qin Ming could hardly contain his excitement. This was a near-perfect goddess. A score of 9 could yield a boost of 20 vitality, and a score of 9. 7 might grant even more. Would the unlocked resources be more abundant? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming turned towards the source of the voice he had just heard. A woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in thick winter gear, was being blocked by several men dressed in heavy cotton coats. If it weren't for the system's notification, he would not have recognized her as a beauty. The men were similarly bundled up, leaving no skin exposed. In temperatures plummeting to -60°C, any exposed skin would freeze instantly, resulting in cellular death. To put it simply, it would be akin to being cooked. In such frigid conditions, one could discern gender primarily by physique. Miss, we are freezing and have nowhere to go. May we stay at your home for a while? One young man, likely in his 20s, pleaded. The 3 men surrounded the woman, attempting to force their way into her residence. There are people at my home. I cannot accommodate you. Please leave, she protested, pushing one man aside and attempting to walk away. Yet the three men quickly closed in again, like an unwelcome adhesive. Dawn and Appos, worry. We can all squeeze together. A few of us can share warmth. One of them chimed in. Your voice is so lovely. I can't wait to see your face. Where do you live? Please take us there. The group was relentless, making it impossible for her to shake them off. At that moment, Qin Ming emerged from the mist. What are you doing? He said coldly, chastising the men. Upon seeing him, the men were taken aback. The audacity of this individual. Dressed in merely a thin garment without any warmth protection, was he not afraid of the cold? In such extreme weather, it was not merely coldness that posed a threat, but freezing itself. Kid, you've got guts. I advise you not to interfere, or you might find yourself in dire straits. One man threatened, approaching Qin Ming. Although the young man seemed unfazed by the cold, the group still held a numerical advantage and had no fear of him. Kill me? Qin Ming chuckled coldly, stepping forward and delivering a punch that sent one man sprawling to the ground. Let's see who dares to claim they want to kill me. He swiftly yanked off the man's hat, revealing a young man with dyed yellow hair and a tattoo of an eye on his forehead. The moment the yellow-haired man's head was exposed to the frigid air, a piercing chill surged forth. His expression shifted to one of terror as he raised his hands to cover his head. Within seconds, frost formed upon his hair, his eyes began to freeze, and his consciousness faded, leading him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The other two men, witnessing this, charged forward in a bid for vengeance. However, Qin Ming swiftly dispatched them with powerful kicks, sending them flying. Let us go. Qin Ming grasped Bai Yujia's hand and began to leave, having spotted an approaching mutated dog. Bai Yujia, taken aback by being pulled along, felt hesitant, but sensed that Qin Ming was not a threat. He had saved her, after all, so she chose not to resist. The two men were soon dispatched by the mutated dog, which then caught the scent of living beings and raced toward Qin Ming and Bai Yujia. Bai Yujia, filled with fear, gripped Qin Ming's hand tightly, and he could feel her trepidation. Without looking back, Qin Ming swung his whip-like arm with the grace of a dragon, sweeping the mutated dog away, leaving it crumpled on the ground, its fate uncertain. This sudden maneuver startled Bai Yujia. Is this a supernatural ability? She thought, gazing at Qin Ming with a mixture of gratitude and envy, though he remained oblivious to her admiration. Are you also from the Sunshine Waterside community? Qin Ming inquired, assuming she must be from the vicinity. Yes, thank you for saving me. Bai Yujia responded gratefully, realizing that without Qin Ming's intervention, she would have faced dire consequences. In a lawless world, the survival of the weak was in jeopardy. I live in Building B. Which building do you reside in? Qin Ming asked, eager to gather more information and establish a connection. What a coincidence. I also live in Building B. Bai Yujia exclaimed, feeling a sense of kinship, and her tone grew more animated. I was just heading home. Let me escort you. It's unsafe outside. Qin Ming feigned concern for Bai Yujia, which provided her with a long-lost feeling of warmth. As they walked home, they engaged in lively conversation. Through their exchange, Bai Yujia revealed that she lived on the 12th floor and had two family members at home, her father and younger brother. Are your father and brother men? Qin Ming asked, somewhat incredulous. Of course, Bai Yujia replied, not fully grasping the implication of his words. What kind of men are they, lounging at home while you scavenge for food? Qin Ming retorted, expressing disdain. Such men were truly repugnant. While he was not inherently a misogynist, the fact that Bai Yujia's family could behave this way indicated they were not good people. Bai Yujia lowered her head slightly, feeling a sense of injustice. No one had ever understood her. Qin Ming was the first to do so. In a sudden flourish, Qin Ming produced a packet of instant noodles and offered, here, have something to eat. This. I don't know how to thank you. Bai Yujia trembled as she accepted the noodles, her face lighting up with joy. In the past, a packet of instant noodles might have gone unnoticed, but in this dystopian world, they were worth their weight in gold. This was survival itself. Do not question why Qin Ming offered only one packet. There were ulterior motives at play. Perhaps you could repay me with your heart, he said with a grin, half joking and half serious. Bai Yujia shyly lowered her gaze, unsure how to respond. Yet, the image of this man grew larger in her mind, embodying strength and kindness. Grateful beyond measure, Bai Yujia bowed slightly before taking the noodles and heading home. As they parted, Qin Ming left his phone number and handed her a power bank he had previously acquired, instructing her to reach out if she needed anything. Watching Bai Yujia's retreating figure, Qin Ming smiled slyly. He had a plan to make Bai Yujia willingly embrace him. This was his principle, a bitter fruit, no matter how thirsty one might be. was not worth the effort. It must be sweet and refreshing. Upon entering room 1203 of Building B, Yujie was immediately met with a barrage of reprimands echoing from within. Chapter 14. The Vampire, a middle-aged man's voice resonated, laced with anger. Why are you back so early? You've returned empty-handed again? Haven't you? You should have wandered a bit more, tried your luck. What's the rush? You useless wretch? Bai Chang sat on the sofa, his face stern, embodying disappointment and frustration. Beside him, a young man in his early 20s chimed in, Sister, you want to search longer? If we can't find supplies, we'll all starve. Upon hearing their words, Bai Yujie felt a chill more biting than the frigid weather outside. She had nearly perished in the wilderness, only to return to a home devoid of warmth, where concern was replaced by blame. This so-called home offered no solace, only demands and exploitation. Disheartened, Bai Yujie flung the instant noodles onto the table and took a seat. I encountered bad people and mutated monsters out there. I nearly didn't make it back. She uttered these words, yearning for her father and brother's concern. Yet their gazes remained fixated on the noodles, as if her words had fallen on deaf ears. Instant noodles. Bai Yufei's eyes lit up as he snatched the package, tearing it open and shoveling the contents into his mouth. Leave some for me. Bai Chang also lunched for half, devouring it ravenously, like a beast. They even licked the remnants from the floor, leaving not a morsel behind. After both had consumed half a pack, they turned their attention back to Bai Yujie. Bai Chang asked, Is there any more? No, just that one pack. I haven't eaten yet. Bai Yujie felt utterly disheartened. Is this what familial love amounts to? Bai Yufei rushed over, rifling through Bai Yujie's pockets. Unable to endure any longer, Bai Yujie swatted his hand away, exclaiming, I told you, there is none. Come on, sister, you're utterly useless. You only managed to find one pack of noodles? Bai Yufei retorted. With so many convenience stores outside, have you already eaten? Bai Chang added. Bai Yujie, are you hoarding food for yourself? No wonder you're not competing with us. I have eaten nothing, and besides, how could I compete with you? And what about the power bank? You must have consumed that too. From this moment on, if anyone wants to eat, they can find their own food. You're not handicapped. As for me, I'm not going out again. If we starve, so be it. Bai Yujie finally erupted, tossing the power bank onto the table before retreating to her room, locking the door behind her. The power bank. Bai Yufei's face brightened as he hurried to charge his phone. Inside her room, Bai Yujie sat in a daze, overwhelmed by disappointment. They looked at food as if it were treasure. She had nearly died outside, yet they remained indifferent. Their only concern was their own gain. Initially, Bai Yujie had thought, as the eldest daughter, she could bravely venture out to seek sustenance. Yet today, she realized that the two men in her life were nothing but ingrates. No matter how well she treated them, they would never be satisfied or grateful, only resenting her for not providing enough while never considering her hardships. In the living room, Bai Chang exploded in anger. After raising you for over a decade, is this how you repay me? Did I raise you to be this useless? I regret bringing you into this world. He hurled insults at Bai Yujie's closed door like a madman. Inside, Bai Yujie wept silently. Dad, it's all your fault. That foolish boy offered 188,000 as a bride price, but you refused, insisting on 288,000. If we had accepted, perhaps our situation wouldn't be so dire now. Bai Yufei couldn't contain his sarcasm. Bai Chang frowned. Are you blaming me? I only wanted a better bride price to secure your future. To buy you a car? Who knew that foolish boy would back out? Well, it's your fault. Now look, we're left with worthless goods. Suddenly, Bai Yufei exclaimed, Dad. Look in the group chat. This security guard has a plethora of supplies. Beautiful women can be exchanged for resources. As soon as his phone powered on, Bai Yufei spotted a message from Qin Ming. Quick, send your sister's photo. Let us see if he is interested. Bai Chang perked up. Let me search. Bai Yufei scrolled through Bai Yujie's social media, saved a few photos, and sent them to Qin Ming privately. Upon receiving the images, Qin Ming's eyes widened. On a yoga mat, a stunning woman in form-fitting attire showcased a flawless physique. Her long, straight legs and a perfectly sculpted waist left no room for excess fat. Her beauty was so striking that even her lovely face seemed an embellishment. The system began to recognize her. Indeed, this woman was Bai Yujie, previously obscured by heavy clothing. The photos revealed her unparalleled beauty. No wonder her physique received a perfect score of 10, surpassing Qing Wanwei and Wanwen. Even celestial beings would drool at such a figure. Simultaneously, the system detected that the photos were not sent by Bai Yujie herself, alerting the host to potential deception. Qin Ming had anticipated this. He surmised that Bai Yujia's father and brother had likely run out of battery, or else, with their selfish nature, they would have contacted him by now. Thus, he had provided a power bank to ensure they could charge their devices and see the messages, and the single pack of noodles was meant to incite conflict between them. Brother, how many supplies can my sister fetch? She never had a boyfriend, still a pure maiden. Bai Yufei inquired. 10 packs of noodles, 10 bottles of mineral water. Qin Ming replied. She so beautiful. Surely we can negotiate for more. That's the price. Take it or leave it. On the other hand, Bai Yufei turned to Bai Chang. Dad, he only offering 5 packs of noodles and 5 bottles of water. What? Just that little? Bai Chang nearly choked on his disbelief. He had refused 188,000 before, and now her worth had plummeted to such a meager exchange. I'll think it over. Bai Chang scratched his head, caught in a dilemma. Dad, don't think too long. I'm starving. If I die of hunger, our family will be finished. Bai Yufei, adept at reading emotions, swiftly persuaded Bai Chang. Let us trade. It's for the sake of the family's survival. Bai Chang sighed in resignation. Realizing that for the sake of their lineage, he had no choice but to comply. Their agreement was precisely what Qin Ming had anticipated. Such self-serving individuals never regarded Bai Yujia as human. Now, they were eager to exchange her for resources, eagerly awaiting her utter disillusionment, so that they could rationalize their acceptance of her back into their lives. At the door of Bai Yujia's room, Bai Yufei knocked insistently. Sister, open the door. I need to talk to you. Inside, Bai Yujia remained silent, unresponsive. After 10 minutes of relentless knocking, Bai Chang, fueled by frustration, stormed over and kicked the door open with force. You ungrateful daughter, are you deaf? Your brother has been calling you for ages. I'll teach you a lesson. Bai Chang charged into the room, ready to confront Bai Yujia. Dad, don't act impulsively. Let us talk this through. Allow me to speak with my sister. Bai Yufei quickly intervened, attempting to mediate. His motives were hardly altruistic. He merely wished to avoid any harm to Bai Yujia that might jeopardize their transaction. Chapter 15. From now on, I live for myself. Though Bai Chang was filled with anger, he restrained himself, letting out a cold snort before returning to the sofa. In the room, Bai Yujia sat on the bed, gazing out the window with a dejected expression, remaining silent. She felt immense disappointment and grievance. Life rarely unfolds as one desires, and for her, it was a relentless series of misfortunes. Her family was in disarray, devoid of love and affection, only driven by self-interest. As a member of this family, she felt more like an outsider. Bai Yufei approached his sister and sat beside her, offering a warm shoulder massage with a smile, saying, Sister, it was wrong of me and Dad to overlook you just now. Bai Yujia remained silent, casting a cold glance at her brother, and retorted, What exactly do you wish to convey? As Bai Yufei's elder sister, she was acutely aware of her brother's character. His sudden display of enthusiasm could only mean he had some ulterior motive. Sister, Dad wants me to discuss something with you. The security guard in our neighborhood, Mr. Qin, has a lot of supplies and is looking for a beautiful woman to accompany him. Dad suggested that you go, to exchange for some supplies. Bai Yufei said with a grin, displaying no shame. Bai Yujia was taken aback, her face a mask of disbelief. How could her own father and brother consider bartering her away for mere survival? Are you even human? Is there no shred of humanity left in you? How could you commit such an inhumane act? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury, bloodshot with indignation. She never imagined they could be so heartless. Bai Yufei chuckled, Sister, this isn't my idea, it's Dad's. He raised us with great hardship, and you should repay him. We can't just stand by and watch him starve, can we? He spoke of their father's cruel intentions as if they were noble. Bai Yufei, I never thought you could be so heartless. Who do you think paid your tuition? Who do you think sent you living expenses? It was me. I've saved not a single penny from my salary these past few years. It all went to you. Do you even have a conscience left? The clothes you wear, the dates you go on, the hotel rooms you book, even your pocket money, it's all been funded by me. Have you forgotten? Bai Yujia felt a wave of despair wash over her head buzzing with disbelief. The things she had painstakingly acquired had been consumed entirely by the two of them, leaving her with nothing. And now, they were absurdly suggesting she barter her own body for resources. What was she? A mere object? She was a person, a family member, bound by blood, but they treated her as if she were a commodity. Sister, I know it's not easy for you. Besides, isn't it natural for an elder sister to support her younger brother? What is there to discuss? You should empathize with Dad and me. If he starves to death, you'll bear the shame of being unfilial. If I starve, our family will face extinction. Surely, you wouldn't want the Bai family to perish, would you? Bai Yufei's blatant shamelessness was infuriating, as he cloaked his demands in filial piety. Bai Yujie coldly retorted, "Then why don't you go instead?" Bai Yufei feigned distress and replied, "I wish I could, but he only wants beautiful women. If he agreed to let me go, I wouldn't let you go either. I could bring my own supplies." Bai Yujie was left utterly speechless, her spirit crushed beyond words. She turned away, coldly stating, "Once, I lived for you. But this is how I am repaid. I will no longer sacrifice myself. From now on, I shall live solely for myself. If you refuse to seek food, then let us all starve together." Her resolve was firm. She would not yield. She had compromised her life too many times already. This time, she would stand her ground. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Bai Yujie's face. "You think calling me sister makes you the elder? You worthless burden, you must go. This is your final contribution to this family." Bai Yufei, having exhausted his gentler approaches, resorted to force. "Dad, bring the rope." Bai Chang complied, swiftly retrieving a length of rope to bind Bai Yujie. She struggled fiercely, but it was futile against the strength of two men. "Your brother is right. I raised you, and now it's time for you to contribute to the family." Bai Chang felt no remorse, his actions brazen as if they were justified. "Bai Yufei, it's unsafe outside. You stay here while I handle the exchange." Bai Yufei shot a reassuring look at Bai Chang. "Good boy, growing up and caring for your father. Go, but stay safe." Bai Chang was pleased, oblivious to the fact that Bai Yufei was plotting against him, calculating how to pocket half of the supplies for himself. Soon, they arrived at Cheng Wanyue's doorstep, where Bai Yufei knocked. Qin Ming was enjoying a meal of spicy chicken and nourishing chicken soup, relishing every bite. Cheng Wanyue was also indulging in chicken, while women sat nearby, eating potatoes and carrots, drooling at the sight of the chicken but hesitant to reach for it. "Go answer the door." Qin Ming felt no threat outside. His heightened instincts sensed danger, and he would know if monsters lurked nearby. When it opened the door to find Bai Yujie bound and Bai Yufei standing behind her with a sycophantic smile. "What do you want?" Woman asked, her confidence bolstered by her previous encounters with Qin Ming. "I've arranged with class leader Qin to exchange resources." Bai Yufei inhaled deeply, the delicious aroma wafting toward him, leaving him momentarily entranced. Through the gap in the door, he glimpsed the sumptuous meal being enjoyed by the others. Woman immediately sensed Bai Yufei's intentions and felt a surge of animosity. Competing for Qin Ming's attention was already challenging enough. Adding another woman into the mix would only complicate matters further. As Qin Ming approached and saw Bai Yujie bound, he feigned concern. But when Bai Yujie spotted him, her eyes lit up. He was the one who had saved her and provided her with food. Bai Yufei quickly interjected, "Class leader Qin, I've brought her as promised. Regarding the instant noodles and mineral water." "Certainly, but first, untie her." Qin Ming's gaze was playful. Bai Yufei eagerly nodded and hurried to free Bai Yujie from her bindings. Waving over, Cheng Wanyue handed Qin Ming the packaged 10 bags of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water, just as Bai Yufei reached out to take them. Qin Ming pulled back, directing his attention to Bai Yujie. "My rule is simple, a fair exchange. The supplies go only to the woman who comes to trade. As I am no trafficker, what she chooses to give you is her decision." Qin Ming grinned, handing the items to Bai Yujie. Bai Yujie paused, looking at the items in her hands, lost in thought. "Sister, give it to me quickly." Bai Yufei, with a face that resembled a mere mask, extended his hand towards Bai Yujie. She cast a disdainful glance at this so-called younger brother, her eyes betraying an unmasked disappointment. In the past, she had been a dutiful sister, a devoted yoga instructor with a substantial income, yet she bore the financial burden of her brother's education and all household expenses, leaving herself in dire straits, all in the hope that her brother would appreciate her sacrifices. And then there was their father, who, in his 50s, had ceased working, spending his days indulging in card games for amusement. For the sake of this family, she toiled tirelessly, bearing her burdens with unwavering resolve. Yet, after all her sacrifices, she found herself treated as a mere commodity in a transaction. The bonds of sisterhood and father-daughter affection dissipated the moment they conspired to ensnare her. "Give this to you? Who do you think you are? This is what I earned for myself. Why should I offer it to you?" Bai Yujie declared coldly, finally severing the ties that bound her. From that moment onward, she yearned only to be true to herself. Chapter 16. Are you bound to me after I die? Upon hearing these words, Bai Yufei grew anxious. He stepped forward and said, "Sister, how can you be like this? Father raised us, and now you intend to watch him starve to death? Do you truly desire to bear the shame of being unfilial?" Bai Yufei continued his moral coercion. Yet it was clear that Bai Yujie was unmoved by his words. She scoffed, "Are you suggesting I trade my food for your sake? This sustenance is earned by my toil. I shall not part with it even a bit. This response was anticipated by Qin Ming. If she were to give away the resources she had acquired through her own efforts to these heartless individuals, then Bai Yujie would be a fool. Just then, Bai Chang also approached. Concerned by his son's prolonged absence, he came to inquire about the situation. Why is it still not resolved? Bai Chang raised an eyebrow. Dad, please talk to sister. The supplies are in her possession, yet she refuses to share. Bai Yufei placed his hopes on Bai Chang. Surely, she would heed their father's words. Bai Yujie, what is the matter with you? Bai Chang glared at her, his eyes wide with fury. When you sought to abandon me, I severed ties with you. Bai Yujie remained unfazed, her indifference stemming from an accumulation of disappointment. Bai Chang, in his exasperation, drew his belt and pointed it at Bai Yujie, coldly stating, You ungrateful daughter. The gratitude I owe you for bringing you into this world cannot be repaid in a lifetime. What is wrong with exchanging you for some goods? Are you too proud for that? Bai Yufei chimed in to support, Yes, sister, if possible, I too would gladly exchange myself for our father's sustenance. As children, it is our duty. What is there to contemplate? Observing their performance, Bai Yujie could hardly bear to listen. She never imagined humanity could be so grotesque. Allow me to handle this. Qin Ming pulled Bai Yujie into her room and then stood by the door, smiling at the two. Bai Chang asserted, She is my daughter. The trade is mine as well. You must give me 5 packs of instant noodles and 5 bottles of mineral water as a bride price. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming chuckled. He glanced at Bai Yufei and said, You, who parade filial piety, never expected you would deceive your own father? I demand 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water. What? You're deceiving me? Bai Chang raised his hand and slapped Bai Yufei. Stung by the blow, Bai Yufei shot a resentful glance at Qin Ming but dared not speak, murmuring to Bai Chang, I was merely considering conserving resources for the long term. Eventually, we will need to draw from them. Qin Ming waved his hand, pointing at Bai Yufei. I have no time for your bickering. Did you not say you would be willing to trade if possible? Upon hearing this, Bai Yufei's heart tightened. But he quickly reassured himself that with so many beautiful women around Qin Ming, his intentions surely could not be questionable. This was likely a test. Thus, Bai Yufei puffed out his chest and declared, Of course, children can do anything for their parents. Just wait, I will fetch some lubricant. Qin Ming shot Bai Yufei a glance filled with disdain. Get lost. I have no interest in men. What I mean is, I can also make a trade with you. If you jump from this 18th floor, I will immediately provide your father with 10 chickens, 100 packs of instant noodles, and 100 bottles of mineral water. You could express your filial piety, couldn't you? This way, you cannot claim I didn't offer you a chance. Upon hearing the vast resources promised, Bai Yufei's eyes widened. However, upon grasping the condition, his expression darkened. How could he be asked to take his own life? Bai Yufei's eyes darted about. Can either my father or I jump? Indeed. But it must be from the 18th floor, in my presence, and voluntarily. A push does not count. Qin Ming recognized that Bai Yufei was not a good person, aware of his scheming thoughts. Fine, we shall return to discuss this, Bai Yufei said, pulling Bai Chang away. Qin Ming watched with interest, shaking his head. Human nature is the most fragile under scrutiny. Familial bonds, friendships, and love all become conditional in the face of adversity. Upon returning home, Bai Yufei suddenly knelt before Bai Chang, bowing deeply 3 times. Bai Chang, filled with emotion, quickly helped his son up, brimming with hope. You have grown, my child. Go forth without worry. I will live well for you. Bai Yufei's countenance faltered as he quickly replied, Dad, what are you saying? I meant for you to jump. What? Bai Chang exclaimed, You want me to die? Bai Yufei insisted, If I die, the Bai family will perish. Bai Chang retorted, To hell with it. If the family ends, so be it. The future is no concern of mine. If someone must die, let it be you. Bai Yufei shot back, Old man, you have lived nearly 60 years. Isn't that enough? I am only 24. Bai Chang replied, Whether near 60 or nearing 80 or 90, I shall live on. Bai Yufei exclaimed, If you die, I can still bow before your grave and burn paper money for you. You will not lack for food or wealth in the afterlife. If I die, do you think you can bow before me? Bai Chang fell silent, merely pulling out his belt and soaking it in iodine. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. The belt, now infused with iodine, serves as both a weapon and a means of disinfection. After more than half an hour of competitive negotiations, neither could reach an agreement. The father wished for the son to die, while the son insisted the father jump. Neither desired death. Meanwhile, Qin Ming welcomed a new member into their midst. Bai Yujie entered Qin Wanyue's home, immediately feeling an overwhelming warmth, akin to air conditioning. But hadn't the power been cut off? Where could this warmth possibly be coming from? There were no signs of the air conditioning being turned on in Qin Wanwei's home. Qin Ming, observing Bai Yujie, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, smiled. You should remove a couple of layers. Wearing too much will only make you hot. He was exceedingly gentle, assisting Bai Yujie in removing her outer jacket and placing it aside. Eventually, Bai Yujie was left in her inner thermal wear, still feeling overheated. If it weren't for the inconvenience, she would have wanted to remove everything. Qin Wanwei and woman exchanged astonished glances. How had she changed so drastically since their arrival? They recalled how she had been violently subdued by Qin Ming, stripped of her dignity. Now, Bai Yujie was treated like a treasure. She was not searched. And Qin Ming was so tender with her. This sparked a sense of rivalry in the two women. With Bai Yujie's arrival, they feared their positions were at stake. The only path forward was to excel beyond Bai Yujie. They could not afford to lose Qin Ming's favor. As for targeting Bai Yujie, they dared not. Qin Ming despised jealousy. Any attempt at intrigue would likely end in disaster. Have a cup of hot water. Qin Ming offered Bai Yujie a cup of steaming water, his eyes unable to resist scanning her form. Truly, she was a woman deserving of a perfect 10. Her figure was exquisite. With a golden ratio and a tall, alluring silhouette, she could be likened to the finest of women. Bai Yujie lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. Wanwei, prepare a steak. Qin Ming beckoned to Qin Wanwei. Initially reluctant, Qin Wanwei dared not defy Qin Ming and reluctantly headed to the kitchen. In no time, a fragrant steak arrived, evenly coated with black pepper sauce, placed before Bai Yujie. Enjoy, Qin Ming said, gazing at Bai Yujie with a smile. Bai Yujie was momentarily taken aback. After expressing her gratitude, she picked up the steak and devoured it with fervor. Such was the nature of extreme hunger, rendering her oblivious to her image. Chapter 17. Alliances and the tumultuous beginning. After finishing her steak, Bai Yujie gazed curiously at Qin Ming. Initially, upon hearing that her father and brother intended to barter her for resources, she adopted a resolute attitude, vowing not to suffer indignity, even if it meant death. However, upon realizing it was Qin Ming, her inner resolve began to waver. His gentlemanly demeanor led her to perceive that he was not a villain. Thank you. Bai Yujie expressed her heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that whether or not he was a good person, he was certainly preferable to the two men at home. No need for thanks. Qin Ming replied straightforwardly. Here's an opportunity for you. Become my woman, and I assure you, you shall never want for food or drink, though framed as a transaction. He was unwilling to coerce her. Upon hearing this, Bai Yujie lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, to demonstrate his prowess. Qin Ming raised his hand and conjured a plethora of supplies, laying them out before her. Steak, instant noodles, free-range chicken, and various vegetables. Are you performing magic? Bai Yujie was taken aback, astonished by the spectacle. I am no saint. If you agree, you stay. If not, you may leave at any moment. The steak was merely a gesture of hospitality, and you need not barter for anything. Take your time to consider your options. The choice to stay or leave rests solely with you. In dealing with Bai Yujie, he understood that a more delicate approach was necessary than with Qin Wanwei and Wanwan. Both of them had willingly come to him, driven by desperation and an insatiable desire for survival, easily broken by the promise of resources. Bai Yujie, however, had been deeply wounded by her father and brother. Her spirit crushed and teetering on the edge of despair. If he employed the same tactics on her, she would likely reject his offer out of pride. Preferring death to humiliation, determined not to miss the chance to win over this 9/7 rated goddess, Qin Ming resolved to alter his strategy. Appearances aside, he maintained control. He was almost certain that Bai Yujie would not depart. Having severed ties with her family, she had nowhere else to turn. Subsequently, Qin Ming summoned Qin Wanwei and Wanwan to his quarters. I have tasks for you too. Work on her mindset. Whoever persuades her will feast on meat for 10 days. He instigated them, knowing that the allure of meat would serve as a powerful motivator. After all, no one relished the thought of a life of vegetables alone. Qin Wanwei and Wanwan nodded eagerly, as if pecking at grains. I will step out for a while. Remain vigilant at home, and contact me should anything arise. And remember, no matter what happens, do not open the door. Qin Ming cautioned, aware of the lurking dangers outside. Brother Ri, you must also be careful. The two women gazed at him with deep concern. As Qin Ming exited the house, he traversed the void and teleported to the neighborhood. He had no intention of squandering his vitality, but the 18 flights of stairs were daunting. Much like the previous day, the neighborhood appeared uneventful. Just as he was about to leave the area, he suddenly heard a cacophony of voices, seemingly emanating from Building A. He approached cautiously, peering through the hazy mist to observe discreetly. In the lobby of Building A, a middle-aged man's voice boomed powerfully. "Ladies and gentlemen, follow me, and I guarantee your survival." This voice struck a chord of familiarity within Qin Ming. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that it belonged to Wang Tao, the one who had awakened his powers. "Brother Tao, following you means 3 meals a day. Brother Tao, we shall always follow your lead." Voices of agreement surged around him. Qin Ming understood that these individuals could no longer contain their desperation. The collapse of order had begun. Those devoid of resources would inevitably band together with a singular aim: to seize supplies. "From now on, I shall be your leader. Allow me to introduce the second-in-command, Monkey," Wang Tao announced, pulling forth a man who was as lean as a monkey. Upon sighting the man, whispers erupted among the crowd. "Brother Tao, is Monkey also an awakened one?" Wang Tao shook his head. "He is not an awakened one." Upon hearing this, discontent brewed among the people. "This fellow appears so emaciated. Without powers, he seems less than ordinary." Some even mused that a single punch could fell Monkey. Wang Tao commanded silence, continuing, "Monkey may not possess powers, but he is a locksmith. Does he not merit the position of second-in-command?" At this revelation, the crowd grasped the significance. A locksmith, a profession that held little weight in the past, now became invaluable in the apocalypse. Realizing their plan, Qin Ming understood the implications of having a locksmith among them. He could infiltrate others' homes with ease, allowing them to plunder resources at will. Having gleaned enough, Qin Ming departed, indifferent to their machinations. As long as they did not provoke him, their door-breaking endeavors were of no concern to him. Exiting the neighborhood, he encountered the same somber atmosphere, an air of foreboding hanging heavy. He intended to visit a nearby grocery store, located 500 meters from Sunshine Waterfront. Though he had an abundance of food, the variety was limited, and it would be splendid to diversify his options. Finding essentials like rice, oil, and vinegar would sustain him for an extended period. The grocery store stood with its rolling shutter firmly closed, yet a nearby glass door had been violently shattered, shards strewn about. Upon entering, Qin Ming discovered the place utterly deserted. All the food-laden shelves were bare, devoid of any provisions. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that only the miscellaneous items remained, strewn haphazardly about. In the apocalypse, sustenance was paramount. Everything else was mere excess. Suddenly, his keen ears caught a faint sound. In the far corner of the store, he noticed an inconspicuous hidden door leading to a storage room, from whence the noise emanated. Approaching, he kicked the door open, revealing a gaunt woman curled up in the corner, her body marred with filth and wounds, her eyes vacant and devoid of life. Clearly, she had endured unspeakable torment and violation, reduced to a mere shadow of a human. Upon seeing Qin Ming, the woman exhibited no reaction, her expression blank. She appeared to have succumbed to madness. Just as Qin Ming contemplated the tragic scene, voices echoed from outside, accompanied by a chorus of discontent. "What are we to do with nothing to eat? We are truly going to starve." One lamented, disappointment evident in his tone. "Let us kill that woman and feast on her flesh." Another suggested, "Brother, I heard that consuming human flesh can transmit prion disease. Is that true? Facing starvation, what do we have to fear? As the ancients said, and Apos, rice and meat are the finest delicacies, and Apos." As they debated, they advanced towards the storage room. Upon hearing their words, Qin Ming recoiled in disbelief. He had defined himself as no saint, yet these individuals transcended the bounds of humanity, contemplating cannibalism. With a loud crash, the door was flung open, and several figures surged inside. Upon spotting Qin Ming, their eyes widened in shock, quickly transforming into expressions of hostility. "Who are you, brat?" a burly man inquired with a gruff voice, his thick beard adding to his menacing demeanor. "Do you have any food? If you possess any, hand it over, otherwise, you shall become the meal." Another individual clutched a fruit knife in his hand, his gaze fierce and threatening. Chapter 18. Is it your turn? "I am tough and resilient. I doubt you can bite through." Qin Ming stepped forward, exuding an air of murderous intent. "As long as the knife is sharp, no flesh is beyond cutting. Brothers, let's go. Let us spill his blood first, and we will feast on his flesh, leaving this wench for a few days of amusement." As soon as he finished speaking, several men charged forward, wielding sharp fruit knives that gleamed with a chilling light. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of his wrist, the lightning whip in his hand surged forth like a purple dragon, darting through the air. In a single encounter, several corpses lay on the ground, their flesh appearing as if it had been scorched, dark and charred. In this prosperous era, the presence of such malevolence was astonishing. It can only be said that the law has, to the greatest extent, restrained the wickedness of humanity. When the law fails, the malevolence of human nature is no longer concealed. Observing the woman cowering in the corner, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Before long, he exited the supermarket, leaving behind the lifeless body of a woman in the warehouse. Indeed, Qin Ming had killed her. This was also the first time he had done a good deed in this apocalyptic world. She had lost her senses, having endured inhumane abuse and torment. For her, living might have been a greater suffering. Death was, perhaps, a form of liberation. Thus, Qin Ming had granted her release. After departing from the supermarket, Qin Ming made his way towards a distant police station. When the cold wave first struck, there were still people calling for help, and the station would answer, albeit only advising the public to remain indoors and await rescue, minimizing outdoor activity. Eventually, however, the police station's lines went silent. Upon reaching the police station, as he neared the fog-shrouded structure, Qin Ming was taken aback. Of the 7 floors, only 3 remained, while the upper 4 appeared to have been shattered by some immense force. The ground was littered with debris, a scene of utter devastation. What kind of power was this? A sensation of dread washed over Qin Ming, an overwhelming feeling of helplessness. If mere speculation could be trusted, this must be a colossal entity capable of demolishing buildings. Its strength beyond comprehension. If he were to confront it, a single strike could reduce him to a pulp. He surmised that the police station had likely taken action and was subsequently attacked. Hastily, Qin Ming vacated the area. Merely witnessing the scene instilled fear within him. This was far more shocking than the bizarre creature he had encountered in the parking lot. This was an authentic encounter with the terrifying unknown. Not far off, individuals were scouring for resources, besieged by a horde of mutated, albino rats, devoured piece by piece. The sight gruesome. Qin Ming paid them no heed, long since numb to such occurrences, and continued to wander the surroundings. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Cheng Wanwei. Cheng Wanwei, brother Ri, something terrible has happened. A group of people is trying to break into the neighboring house. A locksmith is on his way to my home. Qin Ming, what? Lock the door. If they break in, by time for my return. Without a doubt, it was Wang Tao and his gang. At this moment, outside Cheng Wanwei's house, Ming Dong burst forth from the crowd, pointing at the door and declaring, "Bro, this is the place. Qin Ming lives here, and his supplies are vast and abundant." Ever since Wanwen had been taken by Qin Ming Dong had been waiting for an opportunity. Now, with Wang Tao rallying the crowd, he joined in, vowing to seek revenge against Qin Ming. Rest assured, it will soon be his turn. Wang Tao chuckled coldly, as if the spoils were already within his grasp. The 2 beauties accompanying Qin Ming were like flowers in full bloom, and the photos he had seen had already made his mouth water. This time, Wang Tao thought to himself, he must savor the taste of exquisite beauty. Little did Ming Dong realize that, believing he had found a powerful ally, Wang Tao also had his eyes set on Wanwen. The door to the house next door was quickly breached, and several henchmen rushed inside to pillage all supplies. The monkey also arrived at Qin Wanwei's doorstep alongside Wang Tao. Without hesitation, Monkey produced his tools and began to pick the lock. 10 seconds later, he shook his head and said, "Boss, it's double-locked. I can't get it open." "Useless. Let me do it myself." Wang Tao stepped back, opened his palm, and a blue flame surged forth. The temperature in the air suddenly soared by several degrees. Is this a supernatural ability? Brother Tao is incredible. Brother Tao, you are my idol. The azure heart fire, a heavenly flame. The crowd gazed in envy, their eyes glued to Wang Tao's hand. For most, it was their first close encounter with such extraordinary powers. As the blue flame blazed, Wang Tao's entire fist transformed into azure. Boom. He swung his fist with great force, striking the security door of Qin Wanwei's home. With a resounding crash, the entire door trembled, the lock loosening, and bits of plaster fell from the doorframe. Inside, 3 women stood shoulder to shoulder, fear etched on their faces. "Cheng Wanwei, what should we do? At this rate, the door will be breached." Woman raised an eyebrow, approached the door, and with a resounding bang, swung it open. "What are you doing?" Woman glared fiercely, her eyes cold as ice. Seeing her open the door, Cheng Wanwei gasped, her eyes wide with terror. Before Wang Tao could utter a word, Ming Dong rushed forward, exclaiming, "Wife, I brought Brother Tao to save you. That scoundrel security guard didn't force you, did he?" Woman shot him a cold glance, unable to disguise her disdain. "Brother Ri did not force me." Upon hearing this, Ming Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him, laughing heartily. "So that scoundrel is a coward." I knew you would take care of yourself. Woman sneered. Who is your wife? Don't spout nonsense. Brother Ri did not force me. I am willing. With these words, Ming Dong felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he implored, Wife, what did you say? Wanwen, are your ears deaf? I am willing. Brother Ri never forced me. I willingly chose to be his woman. You should just leave. You are unworthy of even carrying Brother Ri's shoes. Wanwen's words were a dagger to Ming Dong's heart, leaving him utterly stunned. Wife, you weren't like this before? Ming Dong's eyes bulged, desperately seeking the answer he wished to hear. But Wanwen's next words extinguished all hope within him. You have never encountered someone exceptional. You are garbage. Brother Ri has shown me what it means to be a woman, while you, trash, should remain in the garbage dump. Wanwen's words were piercing. Under her scorn, Ming Dong began to darken, his pupils hardening with malice. All right, you filthy wench. You once refused my advances, insisting on saving yourself for the wedding night. Yet now you offer yourself to another. I will have you today. Ming Dong rolled up his sleeves and charged at Wanwen. But after just 2 steps, he was halted by Wang Tao. Ming Dong glared at Wang Tao and said, Brother Tao, this woman was my girlfriend. I have never touched her. That scoundrel security guard took her from me, and today, I will claim her to quench my hatred. Slap. Wang Tao backhanded Ming Dong, sending him crashing to the ground. You worthless fool, who do you think you are? I haven't even had my turn, and you presume to? Wang Tao cast a disdainful glance at Ming Dong, then shifted his gaze towards Wanwen, revealing a lewd smile. Chapter 19. Are you also a superhuman? Ming Dong, bewildered, rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Cautiously, he said, Tao Gu, this is my girlfriend. Wang Tao lifted his foot and kicked Ming Dong back to the ground, coldly retorting, Your girlfriend? You haven't even touched her, and you dare to claim her as yours? Is your girlfriend sending others to do your bidding? Scram. Go to the back of the line. His gaze fell upon Wanwen, then darted towards Qing Wanwei behind her. Finally, when his eyes landed on Bai Yujia, his heart trembled. He had seen Sheng Wanyue and Wanwen before, but he never expected there to be a third woman. Bai Yujia, clad in yoga pants, revealed a flawless figure, curvaceous and exquisite, truly the epitome of beauty. He felt a surge of envy. This wretched security guard was indeed fortunate, possessing a mere fraction of resources, yet able to attract so many stunning women. Moreover, without exception, they were all exceptional beauties, ones he had previously never dared to dream of. You 3, come with me from now on, and I assure you, you'll never have to worry about food and drink. Wang Tao blocked the eager subordinates wanting to charge in, preparing to take matters into his own hands. Haha, do you really think that just by entering this door, you will gain access to resources? Wanwen, unafraid in the face of danger, smiled charmingly. Wang Tao frowned, asking, What do you mean? Do you think we would be so foolish as to keep all our resources at home? Most of them are hidden elsewhere, precisely to guard against people like you. Wanwen fabricated a story, aiming to buy time. As long as they could wait for Qin Ming and Appo's return, all crises would be easily resolved. Where are they hidden? Tell me, and I might let you off the hook. Wang Tao, indeed falling into her trap, his eyes glinted with urgency as he inquired. Let me off the hook? Why should I trust you? How about we sign a contract, and then I'll tell you. Wanwen replied with a smile, continuing to parry. Are you stalling for time? Wang Tao's eyes sharpened as he realized her intentions. He stepped forward, ready to strike. Let me handle this. At that moment, Qin Ming appeared behind Wanwen, patting her shoulder. Upon seeing Qin Ming's return, the 3 women finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you weren't home. I told you. I would find you sooner or later. Wang Tao's demeanor turned icy as he swiftly reached out a hand towards Qin Ming. He was confident, even arrogant, believing he could overpower Qin Ming without resorting to his superhuman abilities. Qin Ming raised his palm in response, meeting Wang Tao's attack. With a thunderous crash, Wang Tao staggered back, disbelief etched on his face. After awakening his powers, his physical capabilities had significantly enhanced, even without utilizing his abilities. He was not someone an ordinary person could contend with. Yet now, he was being pushed back by Qin Ming, indicating that this man was equally extraordinary. It's too cramped here. Let us go downstairs for a proper duel. If I lose, I'll hand over all the resources to you. What do you say? Qin Ming laughed, exuding absolute confidence. The only reason he refrained from fighting in the stairwell was to avoid turning the entrance into a scene of chaos and bloodshed. Moreover, Wang Tao was the first superhuman he had encountered, and he wished to delve deeper into understanding whether others' pathways to power mirrored his own. All right. Wang Tao turned and walked away, winking at the 3 stunning beauties, Cheng Wanyue, Wanwen, and Bai Yujia. as he said, 3 precious gems. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. He exuded confidence, as if success were inevitable. Close the door and don't let any irrelevant small fry inside, Qin Ming implied, casting a glance at Meng Dong. Meng Dong's eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Qin Ming and then at Wenwen. Wenwen shot him a disdainful glance, mercilessly slamming the door shut. Qin Ming, await your demise. Meng Dong cursed before following closely behind Wang Tao as they descended the stairs. Wang Tao donned a lightweight down jacket, unencumbered by a hood, relying on his powers to withstand the biting cold, thus requiring no full winter attire. The others chuckled upon seeing that Qin Ming was merely dressed in a sweatshirt. Clearly, this fellow had not ventured outside to realize the temperatures in the outside world were drastically different from those inside the house, regardless of one's physical condition. Wearing such thin clothing at home would lead to immediate freezing upon stepping outside. In their minds, they had already concluded that this impending battle was likely unnecessary. Qin Ming would probably succumb to the extreme cold the moment he reached the bottom. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Qin Ming did not perish in the cold. Instead, he thrived amidst the frigid air, invigorated and seemingly impervious to the chill. This left everyone questioning their own existence, while Wang Tao relied on his fire to stay warm. What was it that allowed Qin Ming to endure? This was no mere resistance to cold. It was an immunity to freezing. Could it be that he had also awakened superhuman abilities? Downstairs, amidst the swirling white mist, Qin Ming and Wang Tao stood facing each other, tension palpable. Tao Ge. Take him down. I've been waiting to see this brat fall for ages. He flaunts his meals every day. Today, he must regurgitate all of it. Tao Ge. Eliminate him quickly. The sooner we can return to our 3 sisters. The crowd, bundled in thick down jackets and fully equipped to withstand the cold, waved their arms, cheering for Wang Tao. Although they were uncertain how Qin Ming could withstand the freezing temperatures, it hardly mattered. In the face of superhuman abilities, superiority was all that counted. Wang Tao charged forward, a ball of azure flame igniting in his hand, transforming him into a veritable green giant. He raised his palm to strike at Qin Ming, unleashing a torrent of terrifying and scorching flames. Qin Ming sidestepped, refraining from initiating an attack. Continue. Qin Ming's nonchalant remark felt like the coldest mockery to Wang Tao. Wang Tao's brow furrowed as he charged at Qin Ming again. Flame seemed to emanate from his entire being, melting the ice and snow in his wake. Sensing the extraordinary nature of his opponent, Wang Tao accelerated his assault, intent on a swift victory. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, his strikes failed to land on Qin Ming. Utilizing the power of the Void Blade, Qin Ming effortlessly maneuvered to evade Wang Tao's attacks. After a series of exchanges, Qin Ming began to grasp Wang Tao's abilities. Wang Tao could control fire, significantly enhancing his physical prowess, rendering him a formidable combatant. Moreover, it was evident that Wang Tao had experienced considerable growth since the last time he showcased his abilities in the group chat. This indicated that awakened powers could be further enhanced through various means, much like the vitality of one's own blood. You pitiful security guard. Is dodging all you can do? Wang Tao seethed, frustration mounting as he failed to make contact, heightening his sense of impending danger. Where did your powers come from? Qin Ming inquired. Go ask the king of hell in the underworld. Wang Tao retorted, resuming his assault. Very well, then, let us put an end to this. Qin Ming halted his evasions, standing firm as the thunder whip coalesced in his hand, shimmering with a purple hue tinged with black, unfathomable in its depth. Wang Tao, his bravado faltering, found himself speechless, unable to extract any information. I knew I was right. You have awakened superhuman abilities as well? Wang Tao's demeanor turned icy, as he had suspected from the very first impact. A person without awakened powers could never display such unyielding confidence. Wang Tao's subordinates gasped, their eyes wide in astonishment. This was the second superhuman they had encountered, aside from Wang Tao. Initially brimming with confidence, they now fell silent, their hearts filled with trepidation. Everyone possesses extraordinary abilities. It remains uncertain who will emerge victorious. Qin Ming remained silent, wielding his whip like a dragon soaring from the sea, charging directly at Wang Tao. The epic battle truly commences at this moment. Chapter 20. The Time Manipulator. As the violet whip of lightning struck towards him, Wang Tao's pupils contracted. He conjured azure flames and lunged forward, seizing the whip. However, before he could revel in his triumph, an excruciating pain surged through him, followed by a blinding explosion of lightning in his grasp. His hand was left mangled, blood oozing and flesh torn apart. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Ming unleashed a formidable force that sent Wang Tao crashing to the ground. His subordinates, who had harbored a flicker of hope, were taken aback by Wang Tao's swift defeat. It appeared that Qin Ming had merely toyed with him. He could annihilate Wang Tao in an instant. Witnessing Wang Tao's plight, the subordinates wasted no time and fled in panic. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, each sought their own escape. With the mighty tree toppled, remaining would mean being crushed beneath it. Attempt to trespass upon my doorstep and think to flee? Qin Ming scoffed, casually cracking the whip as a storm of violet lightning erupted around them. In mere moments, 5 or 6 individuals lay lifeless on the ground. Wang Tao was thoroughly alarmed. What he had envisioned as a calculated battle was unraveling into a nightmare. Qin Ming was not only a powerful adept, but far stronger than he had anticipated. In the face of Qin Ming, he felt like a mere jester brandishing a sword before a master warrior. As Qin Ming approached, whip in hand, Wang Tao hastily knelt, exclaiming, "Brother, I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I implore you, spare my life." In times of peace, murder is a crime. Wang Tao believed that others would not dare act recklessly. Yet, in chaotic times, when order crumbles, killing becomes commonplace. He himself had taken a life. It is only when faced with death that one sheds their dignity. "Did you not wish to seize my resources and toy with my women?" Qin Ming replied with a cold smile, his intent to show no mercy evident. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Qin Ming, Wang Tao quickly pleaded, "Brother, if you spare me, I am willing to follow you, to face any peril, to brave fire and water, unflinchingly." His expression was earnest, his gaze resolute. In truth, Qin Ming did contemplate the idea of acquiring a subordinate to command. However, such powerful adeptness is often difficult to control. He lacked the absolute certainty to ensure Wang Tao's complete submission. To retain him would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, unpredictable and perilous. Such a scenario was intolerable to Qin Ming. Do not panic, do not fear. Simply be more cautious in your next life. Qin Ming once more raised his whip, directing it at Wang Tao. The latter trembled in terror. At that moment, an eerie ripple resonated through the void. Sensing something amiss, Qin Ming looked up into the distance. A shadowy figure emerged slowly from the mist, cloaked in dark robes, concealing its visage. Judging by its form, it appeared to be a man. "Who approaches?" Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, detecting an unusual aura emanating from the figure. Clearly, this individual was no ordinary person. He was significantly stronger than Wang Tao and eluded Qin Ming's comprehension. "My name is Lin Jin," the figure spoke. "In the spirit of mercy, why resort to total annihilation?" His voice suggested a youth in his 20s, not much older than Qin Ming. Qin Ming sneered, "What mercy? If I were not sufficiently powerful, it would be at lying prostrate on the ground today. Had I lacked fortitude, my home would have been breached and my wife compromised. If such is the case in an age of prosperity, what then in an apocalypse? Spare him today, and he shall strike you without mercy tomorrow." Such is human nature, the most fragile and unreliable aspect of our existence. Lin Jin continued, "Adept individuals are beneficial to society. Spare his life. Yet moral coercion holds no sway over those devoid of ethics, and certainly cannot bind Qin Ming." With a grin, he countered, "Whether he is useful to society is of no concern to me. I know only that those who pose a threat to me must perish." With that declaration, Qin Ming's gaze turned steely as he raised his whip to strike Wang Tao, intent on delivering a fatal blow. In desperation, Wang Tao turned to Lin Jin for assistance. In a flash, Lin Jin dashed forward, his hands weaving a tapestry of mystical energy. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, as if ensnared in quicksand, unable to advance. "Halt!" Lin Jin commanded, but suddenly, he noticed with surprise that Qin Ming had vanished. When he reappeared, Qin Ming had ensnared Wang Tao's neck with the whip, ruthlessly pulling. Blood welled from Wang Tao's throat, as it seemed his head would soon be severed. At that moment, a mysterious force surged forth again. The whip retracted, releasing Wang Tao, while Qin Ming was pulled back, halting 3 meters away from Wang Tao. Qin Ming's eyes widened in shock. Time had reversed. Though merely a span of 2 seconds, it was enough to instill terror within him. Just moments prior, his whip had encircled Wang Tao's neck, blood beginning to flow, and yet now, he was returned to the moment before he charged at Wang Tao. A loud crash echoed as Lin Jin positioned himself before Wang Tao, obstructing Qin Ming's assault. "You shall not prevent my vengeance. I shall strike him regardless." Qin Ming's competitive spirit ignited, and he raised his whip again, traversing space to appear behind Wang Tao. Another strange ripple coursed through the air. This was the essence of time. Yet, Qin Mingri remained unperturbed, for his void blade possessed the capacity to traverse dimensions. Time clashed with space. With a crack, Wang Tao's head fell to the ground. This time, Lin Jin was unable to reverse the flow of time. Forced to watch helplessly as Wang Tao collapsed. "Your strength is impressive," Lin Jin remarked, shaking his head. Acknowledging Wang Tao's demise, he refrained from further action. "Why did you not save him?" Qin Mingri inquired, his curiosity piqued as he sought to gauge Lin Jin's depth. If time could rewind, could it not revert to the moment before Wang Tao's head fell? "Do you think I am a deity? Can I still save him after his head has been severed?" Lin Jin retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Qin Mingri. Seeing no hostility from Lin Jin, Qin Mingri tempered his demeanor, realizing that Lin Jin did not wish to oppose him. Nearby, a few of Wang Tao's subordinates, having witnessed the recent carnage, contemplated their escape. "None shall escape for trespassing upon my doorstep," Qin Mingri declared, cleaving through the void to swiftly eradicate them. Within moments, the ground bore several more lifeless bodies. Meng Dong, Bai Yufei, and Bai Chang had taken refuge behind a tree, trembling in fear as they watched. Aware of their presence, Qin Mingri smiled. "Come forth." Recognizing they had been discovered, the three rushed out, kneeling before Lin Jin, tears streaming down their faces. Qin Mingri was a terrifying figure, merciless in his slaughter. They believed their doom was imminent. In that moment, Lin Jin seemed their only hope for salvation, though uncertain of Lin Jin's origins. They recalled his earlier intervention on Wang Tao's behalf and hoped he might act with benevolence. Clinging to the hope of survival, they beseeched, "Hero, save us." Bai Yufei clung tightly to Lin Jin's thigh, his nose running and tears streaming down, all absorbed into the fabric of Lin Jin's trousers. Chapter 21. Financial loss to avoid disaster. Meng Dong and Bai Chang clung tightly to Lin Jin's legs, their expressions imbued with sincerity. Bai Yufei exclaimed, "Hero, you are unaware that Qin Mingri was merely a security guard in our community. He hoarded supplies and, in his arrogance, used them to indulge several women. My sister, unable to bear the hunger, sought his assistance, only to find herself at his mercy. I fear he has violated her." Bai Chang lamented, "I have but one daughter. It is a cruel fate. Hero, you must stand up for us." Meng Dong added, "Indeed, Qin Mingri is a lecher. He has even taken my wife, whom I have never touched. Oh, woe is me." The three men painted a vivid picture of their plight, tears mingling with their words as if they were reenacting the scene. "Oh, such things occur?" Lin Jin raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at Qin Mingri. The trio's hearts surged with hope. However, Lin Jin's tone shifted. "Brother, are you open to exchanging men?" Qin Mingri, uncertain of Lin Jin's disposition, remained silent. Lin Jin surveyed the three men who were clinging to his legs, raised an eyebrow, and with a forceful shake, dislodged them. "Get off me. You've smeared snot all over my pants. Stand up." It was evident that he cared little for the lives of these ordinary people. To further test the waters, Qin Mingri struck down all three men. Lin Jin did not intervene, nor did he exhibit any inclination to do so. From his actions, Qin Mingri discerned that Lin Jin was only interested in those with abilities. The fate of ordinary people mattered little to him, contrary to the notion of a benevolent savior. "Brother, we have several empowered individuals and have formed a small squad. We cordially invite you to join us." Lin Jin extended an olive branch to Qin Mingri. "A team of empowered individuals? What is your purpose?" Qin Mingri inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. "Our objective is to unite more empowered individuals. Only by standing together can we survive in this apocalypse. Alone, one has no good prospects. Those mutated creatures are merely the lowest tier of monsters. It is the bizarre entities that pose the real threat." Lin Jin spoke, his gaze deepening. Upon hearing this, an image of a humanoid creature with only a pair of large eyes flashed in Qin Mingri's mind. From where does this strangeness arise? He pressed further, sensing Lin Jin possessed much knowledge. "I am unsure. For now, the bizarre entities are not numerous. You still have a chance to survive, but when they proliferate, you will realize the danger. Thus, joining us is your only means of self-preservation." Lin Jin continued to persuade Qin Mingri, hoping to recruit him. Observing Lin Jin's rhetoric, reminiscent of a pyramid scheme, Qin Mingri declined. "I shall consider it later. I am not interested in such matters now." Unfamiliar with Lin Jin's true nature and disinterested in the so-called empowered squad, he wished only to live for himself. He was well-fed and accompanied by beautiful women, living a fulfilling life amidst the apocalypse. Why should he join a team lacking a clear objective? "Very well, I shall await your decision. By the way, about your supplies, could you spare me a little?" Lin Jin scratched his head and smiled. Qin Mingri's eyes darted around, He initially intended to refuse, but reconsidered. Lin Jin was an empowered individual of considerable strength, which was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that he mentioned a squad with several empowered individuals. If he offended Lin Jin, a horde might come demanding supplies, which would spell disaster for him. Thus, he approached Lin Jin and whispered, "To be honest, my supplies are running low, but I can part with some. However, you must promise not to disclose that I provided them. I do not wish to attract trouble." Though Qin Ming was reluctant to share, in this environment, it was better to part with some supplies than to invite disaster. "All right, I agree." Lin Jin nodded, his expression brimming with excitement. In this apocalyptic world, supplies were the most precious commodity. "Stay here. Do not approach or peek." Qin Ming moved to a nearby thicket, deliberately smashing ice to produce a bounty of instant noodles and bread, filling a plastic bag to the brim. He intentionally left some behind, then walked back towards Lin Jin with a package of supplies. "It's unsafe to keep them at home, so I hid them outside. Be cautious. There are many thieves in this apocalypse." Qin Ming grinned, seemingly offering a warning but subtly laying the groundwork. The supplies would last for 2 days, after 23:59 tomorrow. They would vanish. When the supplies disappeared, Lin Jin would subconsciously believe they had been stolen, never suspecting Qin Ming. "Brother, thank you." Lin Jin expressed heartfelt gratitude. In a world where supplies were scarce, those willing to share food were truly few and far between. This demonstrated that Qin Ming was a person of great integrity. "No need for thanks, but remember, do not tell anyone. My supplies are truly limited," Qin Ming cautioned repetitively. Lin Jin readily agreed, then departed the community with the supplies. Once Qin Ming left, Lin Jin returned to the spot where Qin Ming had dug and soon unearthed a trove of instant noodles and bread. His eyes gleamed as he collected all the supplies, leaving nothing behind. After Lin Jin's departure, Qin Ming reappeared at the same spot, gazing at the pilfered supplies with a smile. This was all intentional. He had staged the scene for Lin Jin to see, ensuring Lin Jin understood that he indeed possessed hidden supplies, not merely the ability to refresh them at will. As for the trifling items he left behind, Qin Ming was indifferent. His resources were limitless, and spending a pittance to rid himself of this significant nuisance was a stroke of fortune. He merely hoped that the so-called empowered squad would not seek him out again. He desired to live his own life, showing little interest in other matters. Upon returning home, he was greeted by Cheng Wanwei, who rushed over, linking her arm with Qin Ming's, her excitement palpable. "Brother Ri, I have convinced Bai Yujie." Cheng Wanwei reveled in her success, envisioning herself enjoying 10 days of meat and bursting with joy. "Really?" Qin Ming's face lit up. Thoughts of Bai Yujie's exquisite figure heightened his excitement. Such beauty was a rare gem in the world. "Indeed, she is freshly cleaned and awaits you in her room." Cheng Wanwei replied with a playful smile, exuding charm. "Well done." Qin Ming affectionately patted Cheng Wanwei's head, acknowledging her efforts. Cheng Wanwei lowered her head slightly, seemingly savoring the affection. At that moment, Wenwen approached, kneeling with a thud. "What is the matter?" Lin Jin raised an eyebrow and settled onto the sofa. "Brother Ri, I come to confess my misdeed. When you instructed us not to open the door under any circumstances, I did just that when they began to pound on it." Wenwen knelt, seemingly awaiting Qin Ming's reprimand. Upon understanding the situation, Qin Ming helped her to her feet. "In the face of uncertainty, you acted correctly. That door would not have held against Wang Tao. Had you not opened it, you would have broken it down, and we would have needed to repair it. I commend your bravery and wit. You shall also enjoy 10 days of meat." Today, Qin Ming was in good spirits and did not wish to dwell on past grievances. "Thank you, Brother Ri." Woman was overwhelmed with gratitude. Rather than reproaching her, Qin Ming rewarded her, deepening her affection for him even further. Chapter 22. They all call me husband. Power restored. Qin Ming refreshed a plethora of supplies and turned to Cheng Wanwei and Wenwen, instructing, "Prepare dinner." "Yes, Brother Ri." Both Cheng Wanwei and Wenwen responded with palpable excitement, dashing into the kitchen with their provisions. They understood Qin Ming's intentions and refrained from intruding. Upon entering the room, Qin Ming's gaze brightened instantaneously. Bai Yujie, clad in a snug tank top and yoga pants, exuded a mature sophistication, her figure accentuated to perfection. Upon noticing Qin Ming's entrance, her cheeks flushed crimson. She had yet to experience a romantic relationship. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the stunning Bai Yujie with a score of 9. 7. You have received rewards including pork ribs, half-fat half-lean pork, yam with tomatoes, 5 types of vegetables, and 5 spices, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, Sichuan pepper, chicken essence. Supplies can be refreshed daily, with a maximum storage duration of 4 days. This unlocking enriched Qin Mingri's resource inventory further, and the storage duration had notably increased. Initially, it was merely 1 day, then 2, and now extended to 4 days. It seemed that with each beauty he unlocked, the storage duration doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. Scale armor. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points of blood energy, current blood energy, 86. Qin Mingri felt the blood energy in his dantian swell and intensify. With an addition of 30 points, his strength surged dramatically once more. Yet, his primary interest lay in the special rewards. The first special reward was the Thunder Whip. The second was the Void Blade, and none of them were mundane items. He had faith that the scale armor would also prove to be extraordinary. With a mere thought, scales began to sprout across his body, inch by inch enveloping his skin until they melded with his flesh. To the casual observer, there appeared to be no difference. However, only Qin Mingri understood that it felt as though he had donned a delicate battle garb. He retrieved a dagger and struck his arm. This action startled Bai Yujia, who gasped and covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. Ding! The dagger struck as if against steel, producing a crisp sound. The scale armor. This enhances my defense. Qin Mingri's face lit up with joy. This system was indeed versatile, catering to his every need. The food supplies offered a balanced diet, alleviating his labor. In terms of strength augmentation, the Thunder Whip enhanced his attack, the Void Blade facilitated escape, and the scale armor fortified his defense. While it may not render him invincible, as his blood energy increased, so too did all his attributes. He could advance to attack, retreat to defend, and if all else failed, escape. In this apocalyptic world, Qin Mingri's survival capabilities had been significantly enhanced. Do you possess special abilities, husband? Bai Yujia inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. The term sounded melodious. Henceforth, she would address him as such. Special abilities were not an uncommon phenomenon. Many possessed them, so there was no need for surprise. Qin Mingri responded, captivated by the softness of Bai Yujia's voice, which felt like a delight to his ears. Before the apocalypse, he had merely been a security guard, with no romantic encounters and no women interested in him. Now, surrounded by beauties, hearing the term husband for the first time evoked a uniquely exhilarating sensation. Oh, Bai Yujia seemed to grasp part of it, nodding as if in contemplation. Let us go eat. The meal should be ready. Qin Mingri rose, dressed himself, and exited the room. In the dining room, Cheng Wanyue and Wen had prepared dinner and were patiently waiting. Brother Ri, you took too long. The dishes are cold. I'll go heat them up, Wen said, standing to take the dishes back to the kitchen. Though it seemed a complaint, it was, in essence, a compliment that Qin Mingri appreciated. Cheng Wanyue, confused, wondered how the food could already be cold when it had just been served. However, upon witnessing Qin Mingri's smirk, she quickly understood the underlying nuance. Conversational finesse was indeed an art. Brother Ri, you are becoming increasingly impressive, Cheng Wanyue exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration, and followed Wen to assist in reheating the food. Having praised him, she noticed the smile gracing Qin Mingri and Appo's lips, confirming her intuition. After all, no man would dislike being told he was remarkable. Once the meal was ready, Qin Mingri refrained from using his chopsticks. No one dared to touch the food. Henceforth, you shall all call me husband, understood? He addressed Cheng Wanyue and Wen. The two exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing instantly. Their relationship was inherently unconventional. Calling him Brother Ri was one thing, but for all to refer to him as husband created an indescribable awkwardness. Yet, this was also Qin Mingri's recognition of their bond. The term husband implied an acknowledgement of their relationship, rather than viewing them as mere kept women. Husband, husband, husband. Cheng Wanyue, Wen, and Bai Yujia chorused, causing Qin Mingri to feel as if he had been jolted by electricity. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. This was the life previously enjoyed by the affluent, and now he too partook in its delights. Now, let us eat. Though thrilled, Qin Mingri maintained his composure and began to eat. Halfway through the meal, a sudden cheer erupted from outside. The household appliances flickered to life, lights illuminating the space. The power is back, Qin Mingri exclaimed, rising to the window. Through the hazy mist, he could see lights illuminating the opposite building. Finally, power had returned. The three women exchanged excited glances and hurried to charge their phones. They plugged in every power bank, knowing the electricity might not last long. Qin Mingri observed from the window, thoughtfully analyzing. On the first day of the cold wave, water, electricity, and gas quickly faltered. Now that power has been restored, while the reasons remain unclear, One thing is certain, this electricity will not be stable. In the owner's group chat, the previously silent residents began to chime in. Building A, 4th floor, Wangchunhua. Good news, good news. The national rescue has begun. Power has been restored. Building B. Ping and his blessing. After days of waiting and suffering, we shall finally witness the dawn of victory. Building F, room 701, Old Qin. I told you. The nation would not abandon us. Director Xia of the Owners Committee. Latest news. Jiaoshan Nuclear Power Plant has commenced operations, currently supplying power to 80 of the residential areas in Jiang City. Building H, 101. Applause. 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 Building C. Applause. 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 The chat was instantly flooded with messages, each resident expressing their sentiments, reveling in the joy of survival. The Jiaoshan Nuclear Power Plant, nestled in the remote mountains on the outskirts of Jiang City, had been completed but remained unused until now. In this extreme cold apocalypse, traditional energy sources like wind, fire, and hydroelectricity were evidently inadequate. Only nuclear power remained unaffected by the frigid conditions. Of course, those communities with damaged power lines would remain powerless, and it was unlikely anyone could repair them. One could only say that whether power was restored was a matter of fate. Qin Ming quietly observed the lively discussions, maintaining his silence. Chapter 23. Following the network cable to commit murder, the allure of culinary delights beckons. Are there any beautiful women out there? Preferably one who can cook. Send a photo for an interview. Food and drink will be plentiful. The image shared in the group features a mountain of supplies: pork, ribs, steaks, free-range chicken, and a diverse array of vegetables. A single message and picture ignited a fervor among the members. Wang Chunhua from Building A, 4th floor. Who are you? What do you want? Ping'an from Building B. Isn't it obvious what he wants? He has tried to exploit those supplies to lavish attention on women. Handsome guy from Unit 102. Wait a moment. ISNT, this guy the security guard, just under a different name? D from the group. No wonder I sensed a sleazy aura. It's that insufferable security guard again. By Lianhua from F, 2304 comments. Handsome, I am a nationally certified chef. Here are my credentials and a selfie. I am well versed in the 8 culinary traditions and have developed my unique style. Can we discuss this in person? By Lianhua shared several certificates and a selfie, revealing a plump woman in her 50s, clad in a professional chef's uniform, wielding a knife in one hand and a spatula in the other. The alluring culinary invitation persisted. I only desire beautiful women. By Lianhua retorts, I merely tested your intentions, and it appears you're indeed nefarious. Everyone, beware, do not be deceived. Director Xia of the Owners Committee responds, young man, national aid has commenced. Holding on to so many resources is futile. I offer you a chance for redemption. Deliver all your supplies to the committee office, and I will distribute them to help all residents through this crisis. We can overlook your past selfishness. Ma Yushu from Building A, 605. Yes. Accepting your offer is also a chance for everyone. Observing the crowd's demeanor, Qin Ming chuckled. After a calamity, the survivors remained utterly shameless. Once you endure this, you may come to seek retribution against me. The moment power was restored, these individuals began to swell with arrogance, oblivious to the uncertainties that lay ahead. Ma Yushu from Building A, 605, stubborn and unrepentant. Ping'an from Building B, 703. What a despicable creature. Hoarding supplies while watching us starve. Worse than a beast. Ping'an from Building B, 703. People like you deserve a swift end. May you face the worst fates imaginable. Very well, you have successfully provoked my ire. As the chaos escalated, Qin Ming relinquished his phone and stood. What are you doing? Bai Yujie inquired, sensing his agitation. I'm going to end someone. With a swift motion, Qin Ming tore through the fabric of reality, plunging into the rift. Inside room 703 of Building B, a woman in her 40s sat by the stove, engrossed in her phone, oblivious to the figure that had silently materialized beside her. Continue your tirade. Qin Ming's voice startled her, causing her to gasp in terror. Why you? How did you get in here? Her face paled as she instinctively recoiled, bewildered by his sudden appearance despite her door being tightly shut. I was wrong. Please spare me. I want to do it again. With national aid underway, she warned, you can't harm me. The law will hold you accountable. In the digital realm, she was a fierce keyboard warrior, but in reality, she was reduced to a quivering wretch. Her bravado evaporated. Ah, fear not. Just take heed in your next life. Qin Ming seized her and unceremoniously hurled her through the window. The sound of her descent echoed in the stillness. Upon returning home, the group fell silent. Someone tagged Ping'an, realizing she had ceased her outbursts. Speculation arose. Could it be that Qin Ming had indeed dealt with her? While casual insults were often disregarded, the more egregious ones that involved his lineage were intolerable. Wife, what have you done to her? Bai Yujie asked, perplexed. I merely tossed her out, Qin Ming replied. One must face consequences for such reckless words. Cheng Wanyue interjected. You did well, dear. Such individuals deserve their fate. Bai Yujie was taken aback. Was murder so casually executed? Yet, she soon reconciled with the harshness of their reality. Life and death were mere trifles in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, a video surfaced in the group chat, depicting a band of fully armed marauders invading the neighboring community. They rampaged through homes, committing unspeakable atrocities. Men were slain outright. Women were subjected to humiliation before their demise. And children were taken for unspeakable purposes. In this lawless era, these brigands reveled in their primal instincts, unrestrained and savage. Rumors circulated that they were heading towards Sunshine Waterside. Panic ensued within the group. Wang Chunhua from Building A, 4th floor, Director Xie, quickly arranged for increased patrols and mobilized security personnel. We must prevent their entry. Zhang Puzuan from Building B, 606. Indeed, Director Xie, act swiftly. Director Xie replied, I am the only one left in the committee, and I am helpless. We must rely on the property management. Lu Tsuifeng from C, 103 lamented. Since the onset of the extreme cold, the property management has fallen silent. Our hope rests solely with the committee. Chao Yunhe from D, 902 suggested, ISNT there's still a security guard? Please check the premises and ensure all doors are locked tight. Go to hell, came the retort. A cold laugh escaped Qin Ming's lips. Yu Shuaiyuan from C, 1305 reached out to Wang Tao from Building A. Brother Tao, you must protect the community. Some recalled Wang Tao, the adept wielder of the Heart of Earth's flame, yet there were whispers of his demise, casting a pall of despair over the group. Suddenly, a newcomer joined the chat. A certain individual posted a video, showcasing a masked man wielding a machete, flanked by 6 accomplices. Dearest ones, we are already inside. Which building shall we begin with? Let us choose one at random, ha ha ha. Like a grim reaper marking his prey, he nonchalantly selected a building. They surged towards the entrance of Building C, raising their hammers to commence their assault. One person is entrusted with the task of recording, while 6 individuals are responsible for forcefully breaching the door. Chapter 24. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds reverberated throughout the entire community. With each strike, the hearts of the onlookers seemed to skip a beat. In room 105 of Building C, Winter Snow exclaimed, What should we do? These ruffians are too audacious. They are smashing the entrance door of Building C. Who will stop them? A voice from the group replied, Do not fear, we will go to your house shortly. Winter Snow completely disregarded the fact that the ruffians were present in the chat, and now they had singled out his home as their next target. He continued, We must unite. If they gain entry, we are all doomed. We are currently a disorganized bunch. We need to come together. Desperation tinged his voice as he implored everyone to unite. Unfortunately, the group fell silent. Having just spoken up, he became the first to be targeted by the ruffians, creating an atmosphere of intimidation. No one wished to speak for fear of becoming the next victim. At that moment, remaining silent seemed the wisest choice. After approximately 10 minutes, someone shared a flurry of videos in the chat. The door of room 105 was broken down, revealing a middle-aged woman being assaulted by several individuals amidst their laughter. Nearby, a teenage boy was forcefully held down, helplessly witnessing the humiliation of his mother, his eyes filled with rage and despair. Only when the administrator expelled the ruffians did the others feel brave enough to speak. A member named Dao called out, We must stand together, otherwise this will be our fate. The brave youth said, We are many. Why should we fear just 7 of them? Let us descend and confront them together. Good Deeds chimed in. Indeed, I'll grab a weapon and head down immediately. The actor declared, Let us go and defeat them. Kawazu exclaimed, Damn it. The group buzzed with fervor, their anger ignited. Yet, as they observed the corridor, not a single person dared to step outside. It seemed they were merely grandstanding online, urging others to act while they themselves chose to remain passive, watching the chaos unfold from a distance. Qin Ming, observing the situation, felt a flicker of sympathy for the woman but refrained from intervening. In this apocalyptic era, with societal order collapsing and the ugliness of human nature laid bare, countless injustices occurred daily, and even if he possessed a good heart, he could do little to change it. Suddenly, a series of intense gunshots erupted, echoing through the community. Everyone perked up. Gunfire? Could it be that the authorities had intervened and eliminated the ruffians? Hope surged within them. Excitement rippled through the crowd once more. In room 104, a video was shared, surreptitiously filmed through the peephole. A woman clad in winter gear wielded a submachine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the ruffians. Countless rounds were fired, transforming the 7 assailants into mere targets. Who is this? Is it the police? Someone asked. A homeless dog commented. Only the police would possess such firearms. Nice sister from room 306 exclaimed. Wonderful. The state has intervened. We truly have hope now. The mood in the chat brightened. Qin Ming replayed the video repeatedly, gradually sensing something amiss. A submachine gun typically holds a capacity of 20 to 50 rounds, yet this woman did not reload or pause, firing continuously. What kind of submachine gun could unleash hundreds or thousands of rounds? This was far from ordinary. Then, a voice emerged in the chat. Lu Hua from the Jiang City Police Department announced, "The one who acted is our police department's female warrior. Everyone, please remain calm. We will ensure your safety." This individual, Lu Hua, had never spoken before, and Qin Ming noted that there had been no one in the chat by that name previously. It was evident this nickname had just been created. Whether Lu Hua was truly from the police was uncertain. Prior to the ruffians' attack, he had not made his presence known. Now that the ruffians had been eliminated, he suddenly appeared, raising suspicions of self-aggrandizement. Lu Hua continued, "Everyone, we have an update. The state supplies are about to arrive. The female warrior is at my home. We previously distributed all our supplies to the elderly and infirm, leaving nothing for ourselves. Would any kind residents be willing to share some food with our female warrior? If she is well fed, she can better protect us all." Upon hearing this, the chat fell silent. Compliments were one thing, but the moment it came to donating supplies, no one was willing to step forward. Yet, there remained kind-hearted individuals in the community. "Let us help," exclaimed Lu Hua. "What unit are you in? I'll bring you some biscuits. How about some buns?" Another offered. 4 or 5 responded affirmatively. Lu Hua replied, "On behalf of the female warrior, I sincerely thank all the kind residents. My home is in room 803 of Building B." Qin Ming muttered to himself, "In the same building? I'll go see if it's true." With that, he vanished from his spot. Curiosity piqued by the woman's seemingly infinite ammunition. However, upon arriving at room 803, he found only a man, with no sign of the woman. He quickly realized that Lu Hua was a fraud, concocting tales to swindle resources. The notion of a female warrior was likely a figment of his imagination. Shortly after, the kind residents arrived at the door of room 803, knocking. Lu Hua opened the door, eyeing 3 or 4 individuals who bore a meager amount of supplies. "Is this all?" Lu Hua muttered, dissatisfied, leaving the newcomers perplexed. Isn't it commendable to offer food? Why the dissatisfaction? They had saved every morsel, and now, to offer anything was indeed generous. Realizing he had overstepped, Lu Hua hastily corrected himself. "I meant to say, though the supplies are scant, the sentiment is boundless. Thank you all on behalf of the female warrior." He reached out to accept the supplies, but the residents cautiously stepped back, one inquiring, "Where is the female warrior? Can we meet her?" "Yes, the resources are for her. We owe her our lives," they echoed. Upon hearing this, Lu Hua felt a surge of frustration but concealed it. Replying, "The female warrior is resting. I cannot disturb her at this moment." The residents considered this, wavering in their resolve. Just then, Qin Ming emerged from Lu Hua's abode, muttering, "Is she really resting, or is she just a figment of your imagination? It's hard to say." As he spoke, he ambled away. He had little interest in the unfolding drama. This left Lu Hua bewildered. How had this individual exited his home? The kind residents, hearing this, grew increasingly suspicious of Lu Hua, sensing deceit in his words. "Hand it over," Lu Hua exclaimed as he snatched a bun from one person's hands. Once again, there was a frenzy as individuals began to seize the belongings of others, resulting in utter chaos. Chapter 25, The National Rescue has commenced. A middle-aged woman clutched a biscuit tightly, her voice sharp with indignation. "As a police officer, how can you break the law?" Lu Hua, with forceful determination, attempted to snatch it away, and several others resisted, turning the scene into utter chaos. "If I am not fed, how can I protect you?" Lu Hua shouted with righteous fervor. Another individual scoffed, "Protect us? The bandits are ruthless. You have not uttered a word in our defense." They distinctly recalled the earlier provocations from the bandits in the group chat, to which Lu Hua had remained conspicuously silent. Had it not been for the female warrior's decisive action against the bandits, he might have continued to do so, as if detached from the situation. Now he had the audacity to claim he would protect them? His shamelessness was astounding. Lu Hua, abandoning all pretense, revealed a baton he had procured online. "You seek death," he declared, striking the middle-aged woman on the leg with the baton. She immediately collapsed to her knees, pain etched across her face. "You, as a police officer, how can you resort to violence?" Another onlooker gasped in horror at Lu Hua's actions. "You are easily deceived. I claimed to be from the police, and you believed me? A bunch of fools." Lu Hua brandished the baton, employing both hands and feet to unleash a brutal assault on the well-meaning proprietors. With warmth in the supplies and force in his strikes, he executed his blows with precision and intent, incapacitating several benevolent individuals. What was originally meant as aid for the female warrior was now seized by Lu Hua. The outraged proprietors cursed at Lu Hua's door, yet he paid them no mind. Indifferent to their insults, having secured his food. The following day, a message was posted in the group, announcing the distribution of supplies downstairs. This news invigorated everyone. The national rescue had finally begun. Gratitude flowed as people realized their country had not forsaken them. They hurried downstairs, seemingly oblivious to the lurking dangers outside, all eager to receive the supplies. The provisions symbolized hope for survival. In the community, 2 individuals pushed a large cart brimming with compressed meat jerky. They instructed the residents to form an orderly queue, limiting each person to 5 pieces, with no repeats allowed. Spring has arrived. Spring has arrived. Some held the jerky in their hands, tears of joy filling their eyes. Everyone praised the government's policies, believing the apocalypse had finally turned a corner. The nation had not abandoned anyone. The group chat erupted with exuberant chatter, all praising the efforts. Only Qin Ming felt a sense of unease. At this moment, the entire country was shrouded in a bitter chill, and the agriculture, livestock, and industry had suffered devastating blows. Where did this jerky come from? There had to be something amiss. He also descended to claim his share of jerky. As he received the meat, his gaze met that of the 2 individuals who had delivered it. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, sensing the extraordinary energy flowing within them, if he was not mistaken. They were both endowed with special abilities. After collecting his jerky, he made no delay and returned home. Once back, he scrutinized the jerky closely. To his shock, he discovered some unidentified objects within it, resembling human fingernails. Qin Ming's brow furrowed. Could this jerky be made from human flesh? How could the national rescue be like this? Surely no one would be so depraved as to use human flesh for aid. In the resident group chat, a block, 5th floor, Baka Baka. Image, a block, 5th floor. Baka Baka, what is this? C block, this looks a bit like human teeth. D block, room 306. I found a fingernail. F block, talent, is this human flesh? The chat exploded with numerous people sharing photos of various human tissues. Fragments of bones, fingernails, strands of hair, teeth, and more flooded the conversation. Many expressed their horror, declaring they would rather starve than consume human flesh. Others argued they could understand the government's actions. The fact that the state had not abandoned them was already a blessing. Whatever the meat was, survival was paramount. Understanding the government, respecting the government, cooperating with the government. Ultimately, the desire to live prevailed. The government's rationale was their own comfort. But consuming human flesh was absurd. Qin Ming stood up, instructing the 3 women to stay home, and ventured out. He traversed the void, arriving at the community. With his heightened vitality, his ability to breach dimensions had extended. What was once a mere 20 meters now reached 100. The 2 individuals finished distributing the jerky and began to depart. Qin Ming stealthily followed, careful not to draw too close or stray too far. The dense fog obscured his vision, relying solely on his instincts. Their pace was swift and agile, further solidifying his belief that they possessed extraordinary powers. Along the way, they dispatched several mutated creatures with decisive efficiency, showcasing their formidable strength. Soon, they arrived at an abandoned hospital, once the first hospital in Jiang City, now left to decay after relocating. The Jiang City Investment Company had taken ownership, intending to lease it commercially, but its ominous reputation deterred potential tenants, leading to its eventual abandonment. Qin Ming cautiously entered, mindful of the oppressive atmosphere that seemed to thicken with every step. Suddenly, his keen instincts detected an approaching presence. A figure hurtled toward him with alarming speed. Unable to discern the foe's strength, he recognized it as a formidable opponent, equal to his own prowess. Without hesitation, Qin Ming tore through the void, retreating swiftly. Just as he left, a figure took his place, brow furrowed in concentration. What secrets lay within this hospital? There were more than just 2 or 3 extraordinary individuals. Qin Ming murmured to himself, sensing the gravity of the situation. He refrained from further investigation to avoid alarming anyone. He did not know how many extraordinary beings were inside, but he could not afford to take risks. It was unsafe. As he returned, he pondered the motives behind these individuals distributing human jerky. Was their intent benevolent or malevolent? To label them as good seemed absurd given the nature of their offering. Yet to deem them bad felt unjust when they provided sustenance to those in dire need. Suddenly, the sharp sound of gunfire reached his ears. Qin Ming perked up, moving cautiously closer. A woman clad in black was besieged by a horde of mutated creatures, cats, dogs, a swarm of mice, and a massive mutated python with horns resembling a small dragon. Over a dozen mutated beasts surrounded her. This woman was none other than the one who had dispatched a group of bandits at Sunshine Waterfront, whom Lu Hua had dubbed the female warrior of the police. Armed with a submachine gun, she unleashed a barrage of bullets, firing thousands without showing any signs of running out. Qin Ming contemplated in awe. Was she firing infinite bullets? Just then, a system notification chimed in. Ding. System has detected a qualified goddess. Name, Zhao Feifei. Age, 23. Appearance, 10-10 figure, 8-10 number of men, 0 count, 0 virtue, 10-10 overall rating, 9, 3-10, meets system requirements. Wishing the host success in unlocking new resources soon. Special rewards await. Chapter 26. The extraordinary goddess Zhao Feifei. The prompt from the system caused Qin Ming and Appo's eyes to sparkle with excitement. His luck had been remarkably favorable lately. He had just acquired Bai Yujie, and now another Zhao Feifei had appeared. With a score of 9-3, she was a goddess, albeit slightly inferior to Bai Yujie. Nevertheless, any individual meeting the system's criteria was a rare treasure. Sister, watch as your brother comes to the rescue. Qin Ming cracked his knuckles, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to act. He was indifferent to others' affairs, but when a goddess meeting the system's requirements was in peril, he could not remain idle. However, just as he was about to spring into action, he noticed another figure standing beneath a large tree. This person remained unfazed amidst the chaos of battling monsters, suggesting either foolishness or extraordinary abilities. Undoubtedly, this individual belonged to the latter category, seemingly observing the conflict like a spectator at a gladiatorial match. Zhao Feifei unleashed a barrage of furious fire from her submachine gun, deftly maneuvering until, at the price of injuring her leg, she dispatched all the monsters. When she finally halted, gasping for breath, she appeared visibly exhausted. At that moment, the man beneath the tree approached, clapping his hands in applause. Truly splendid. Join us. He appeared to be in his 30s. Not interested. Zhao Feifei retorted, limping away. The man had merely watched her struggle without intervening, which led her to conclude he was not to be trusted. She would be a fool to accept his invitation. Such resoluteness? The man swiftly positioned himself in her path. What do you want? Zhao Feifei tightened her grip on the submachine gun, her brows furrowing as her tone turned icy. Nothing at all. Just inviting you to sit for a moment. The man lunged forward, attempting to seize Zhao Feifei's shoulder. Get lost. Zhao Feifei dodged nimbly, taking aim and unleashing a storm of bullets at him. However, the man's agility, coupled with her injury, rendered her shots ineffective. Witnessing their struggle, Qin Ming found himself torn. He wished to intervene, as women who met the system's criteria were exceedingly rare, and he did not wish to miss this opportunity. However, the man might be affiliated with an organization of extraordinary individuals and could have backup. The last thing Qin Ming wanted was to invite trouble upon himself. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved not to wade into these murky waters. He cast a glance at Zhao Feifei, shook his head in resignation, and prepared to turn away. At that precise moment, another system prompt resonated in his mind. Host, please note that Zhao Feifei is an extraordinary goddess. If unlocked, the blood energy rewards will be doubled. Blood energy doubled. Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Unlocking Bai Yujie had granted him a significant boost of 30 points in blood energy, enhancing his abilities immensely. Though Zhao Feifei's score was lower than Bai Yujie's, he anticipated that the potential rewards from her would be substantial if they were indeed doubled. It could surpass even that of Bai Yujie. Hearing of such benefits invigorated Qin Ming. Unlocking one goddess was akin to unlocking two ordinary ones, an irresistible temptation. With a sudden rush, Qin Ming propelled himself through the void, appearing before Zhao Feifei in an instant. He raised his fist, forcing the man back a few steps, and steadied Zhao Feifei's shoulder. They have declined your invitation. Why insist on coercion? Qin Ming wore a hat to obscure his identity. He then turned to Zhao Feifei, inquiring, Are you all right, Feifei? Upon uttering those words, he immediately covered his mouth. Zhao Feifei looked at him with confusion. Who are you? Do you know me? Unsure how to explain himself, Qin Ming returned his gaze back to the man, fixing him with an intense stare. Another extraordinary individual. How lively today is. I am Xiao Yufeng. May I inquire your name? The man clasped his hands in greeting, having sensed Qin Ming's uniqueness and refraining from rash actions. None of your concern. This is my friend, and I intend to take her with me. Do you have any objections? Qin Ming's eyes bore into Xiao Yunfeng as he asked coldly. Xiao Yufeng chuckled heartily, clearly disapproving. Then let us see if you possess the capability. With that, Xiao Yufeng stepped forward, his entire physique undergoing a transformation. Be cautious. His ability is to transform into a body of steel, rendering his defense invincible. Zhao Feifei warned from the sidelines. A body of steel? Perfect. I shall test the resilience of my scales. As Qin Ming moved, a faint white light enveloped his form. Boom. The two engaged in combat, with Xiao Yunfeng's skin darkening to a steel-like hue. Each collision echoed like the clashing of metal, a sharp and resounding clang. After exchanging over 10 blows, Qin Ming's astonishment grew. The defense of his scales proved remarkably formidable. He felt only slight discomfort, while Xiao Yunfeng's steel body could inflict no real harm. Although he could not damage his opponent either, this was contingent upon him refraining from employing other methods. Their abilities were nearly equivalent in function. Xiao Yunfeng, too, was taken aback. His physical strength was awe-inspiring, and Qin Ming was the first individual he had encountered capable of matching him in a direct confrontation. You two have awakened a body of steel? Xiao Yufeng exclaimed, realizing he had finally found a worthy opponent. Enough of this game. Allow me to demonstrate true offense. In a swift motion, the thunder whip materialized in Qin Ming's grasp. Crack! Xiao Yunfeng's body erupted with a cacophony of sounds, akin to popping popcorn, sharp and incessant. Metal conducts electricity, and the ultimate nemesis of the steel body was indeed the power of lightning. Boom! The next instant, Xiao Yunfeng collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Quickly, let us depart, Qin Ming urged, assisting Zhao Feifei as they hastily vacated the area. He was uncertain if other extraordinary individuals lurked in the shadows. Until he comprehended the intentions of this organization, he must tread carefully to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Thank you. Your ability is truly remarkable, Zhao Feifei praised, feeling her own powers were lacking in comparison. Do not be modest. May I inquire what your ability entails? Qin Ming asked, intrigued. Essentially, it is a miniature submachine gun with unlimited ammunition that refreshes at will. Zhao Feifei replied candidly, showing no signs of concealment. Such a power was evident to others, and there was little to hide. Moreover, she sensed that Qin Ming was not a malevolent figure. My goodness, how extraordinary! Qin Ming exclaimed, while Zhao Feifei felt somewhat underwhelmed. In his eyes, her ability was truly impressive. Unlimited ammunition that refreshes at will. If she could secure a position of absolute defense, she would be a veritable war machine. In a time of conflict, one individual could rival thousands. What is so impressive? While my output is fierce, my armor-piercing capability is lacking, and my defense is notably insufficient. Against someone like Xiao Yufeng, whose defense is monstrous, I would merely be at their mercy. Zhao Feifei sighed. Her ability was neither overwhelmingly powerful nor entirely feeble. It was merely adequate. You sustained injuries. Come to my home and allow me to tend to them. Qin Ming seized the opportunity to extend an invitation, knowing that being at home would grant him a chance to connect further. Very well, thank you. Zhao Feifei nodded, recognizing she had little choice at that moment. Chapter 27. Integrity as the foundation. Upon arriving at Qin Ming's residence, Zhao Feifei shed her winter garb, revealing her true appearance. Although the system had long forewarned him, the moment Qin Ming beheld her flawless visage, he was struck with incredulity. Truly, she was a woman of breathtaking beauty, a perfect 10. There was not a single blemish to be found, even upon the most meticulous scrutiny. The only slight imperfection lay in her modest A-cup figure, which rendered her physique merely an 8. Nevertheless, it was her exquisite face alone that led Qin Ming to regard her as the Lu Shih of Jiang City, a paragon among women. A daring thought crossed his mind. If only Bai Yujia's form could be paired with Zhao Feifei's stunning visage, what ecstasy that would bring. However, upon noticing the 3 women present in Qin Ming's abode, Zhao Feifei raised an eyebrow. Each of these women radiated an extraordinary allure, embodying the essence of goddesses. Perhaps they were his sisters or relatives, she mused. Initially, she suspected Qin Ming to be a lecher, maintaining such a harem, but then reconsidered, surely, they must be family, as it was implausible for any woman to willingly serve a man in such a manner. Darling, you're back. Woman approached, brushing the dust from Qin Ming's clothes. Have a cup of hot water. Cheng Wanwei promptly brought forth a steaming cup. Let me massage your shoulders. Bai Yujie, influenced by the two women, also began to take initiative. Zhao Feifei's mind went blank as she processed the term of endearment. All three women referred to Qin Ming as darling. Clearly, her initial assumptions were correct. They shared an intimate relationship. In that fleeting moment, Qin Ming's impression in her mind plummeted to zero. Were it not for her injuries, she would have fled immediately, unwilling to linger in such a situation. She pondered whether these women were coerced into their roles. Should she intervene? Yet, a second thought struck her. These women appeared vibrant and spirited, adorned with meticulous grooming. Their hair was not greasy, and they bore no semblance of individuals struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. If they were indeed compelled, how could they present themselves in such a manner? Allow me to examine your wound. Qin Ming gently guided Zhao Feifei to the sofa, instructing someone to fetch a cup of hot water for her treatment. Zhao Feifei raised an eyebrow, instinctively feeling a sense of resistance toward him. After all, she was a woman. There existed a distinction between the genders. Think of me as a doctor. I am the only one capable of treating your wound. They cannot assist you, Qin Ming stated with utmost seriousness. Cheng Wanwei quickly nodded, adding, do not look to me. I cannot handle blood. When it chimed in, neither can I. I get dizzy at the sight of it. Bai Yujie echoed, me too. The trio sought excuses to avoid interfering with Qin Ming's attention toward Zhao Feifei. Yet, their reasoning appeared somewhat implausible. After all, how could beings who bled for 7 days each month claim to be squeamish about blood? Though reluctant, Zhao Feifei found herself with no alternative. She accepted the cup and, disregarding any potential toxins, drank deeply, savoring the warmth. In the harsh reality of her world, even a sip of water was a luxury. The resources for drinking water had long been exhausted. Tap water ceased to flow, and melted snow was undrinkable. Early in the bitter cold, there were those who foolishly consumed melted snow, only to succumb to dire consequences. Zhao Feifei had been wandering aimlessly, without a home, and had not relished the taste of hot water in what felt like an eternity. Soon after, woman brought forth a basin of hot water, as Qin Ming prepared to tend to her wound. To Zhao Feifei's astonishment, she witnessed that the hot water had been heated from bottled mineral water. Such extravagance! Using mineral water to cleanse a wound? That could last several days, was it not wasteful? What does it matter? We use this water for bathing. Woman laughed, clearly amused by Zhao Feifei's naive astonishment. Indeed, upon hearing their words, Zhao Feifei was utterly bewildered. Bathing? Since the onset of the extreme cold, she had long forgotten the sensation of a warm wash. Her hair was greasy, her body caked with dirt. The thought of bathing was beyond her imagination. Yet, the three women, Wenwen, Cheng Wanwei, and Bai Yujie, boasted silky hair and fragrant bodies, unmistakable evidence of regular cleanliness. The opulence of this household was astounding, using mineral water for bathing and washing hair. Qin Ming remained silent, allowing the women to reveal their affluence. After all, the more profound their resources, the greater the likelihood of enticing Zhao Feifei to join their family. As Qin Ming cut away Zhao Feifei's trousers, he discovered a deep gash on her thigh, 2 inches above her knee. Dried blood marked the wound, which was severe enough that the bone was faintly visible. Immediate disinfection was imperative to avert the risk of infection. Qin Ming frowned. In such a setting, finding medical supplies was as challenging as locating food. He recalled a previous venture when he had traversed into the realm of a young girl, where he had pilfered some medications. Digging through his possessions, he unearthed a collection of remedies: cold medicine, ibuprofen, throat lozenges, contraceptives, and herbal pills. Shaking his head, he realized none were suitable for treating infections. He raised his phone and sent a message in the community group. To the lovely residents, are there any who possess hydrogen peroxide solution, iodine solution, or similar antiseptics? I am willing to trade instant noodles and mineral water, 10 packets of noodles and 10 bottles of water for 1 bottle. Despite his ability to traverse dimensions, searching house by house was tedious and uncertain. It would be far more efficient to propose an exchange. In response, some members mocked him. No need for your trades, darling. The national relief efforts have commenced. Your methods are outdated. Yet, others quickly reached out to Qin Ming in private messages. Whispers in the community suggested that the so-called national aid was merely dried human flesh. In desperate circumstances, one might resort to such unthinkable sustenance, but when given the choice, individuals would still prefer traditional fare. I have a bottle of hydrogen peroxide solution. Interested? Yes, I am. Which apartment are you in? I'll come to collect it. See building 205. Just as the resident of 205 set down his phone, A peculiar wave of energy rippled through the air, and he was startled to find Qin Mingri standing in his living room. "Where are the medicines?" With a flourish, Qin Mingri laid out 10 packets of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water on the table. The young man, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and hastily retrieved the medicine box, presenting the hydrogen peroxide solution to Qin Mingri. "Also, please provide me with iodine and cotton swabs." As Qin Mingri surveyed the contents of the medicine box, he seized additional items. However, he did not take them without offering something in return, with another wave. He placed 10 more packets of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water on the table. The young man, elated by the transaction, expressed his gratitude profusely. Once he bowed in thanks, he looked up to discover that Qin Mingri had vanished, as if he had never been there at all, vanishing without a trace. Neither climbing through windows nor opening doors, he appeared as if a celestial being, gazing at the heap of instant noodles and bottled water on the table. The young man truly marveled that spring had finally arrived. This individual, who could have easily resorted to theft, instead chose to engage in an honorable exchange. Displaying generosity, such as the mark of a true gentleman, Qin Mingri is a man of integrity. He is hardly concerned with such trivial supplies. Rather, he believes in the essence of trustworthiness. A good reputation ensures that any future business endeavors will flourish. As long as one remains trustworthy, so too will others reciprocate. Should anyone attempt to deceive him, well, he shall show no mercy in return. Chapter 28. The true Madonna and the false Madonna. Qin Mingri returned home with anti-inflammatory medicine, gently cleansing Zhao Feifei's wounds with warm water before applying hydrogen peroxide for disinfection and wrapping them in gauze. Throughout the entire process, he took care of everything himself, not allowing anyone else to assist. His meticulousness and tenderness did not go unnoticed by Zhao Feifei, who could not deny feeling moved. Her impression of Qin Mingri began to shift. Although he had 3 wives, it was evident that each of them genuinely loved him. "All right, you should rest here. Until your injuries heal, I will ensure you are well taken care of," Qin Mingri declared, instructing several women to prepare meals. "No need." Zhao Feifei initially wished to decline, but as she attempted to rise, her body swayed, prompting her to sit back down quickly. "Given your current condition, it is unwise to venture outside. You should wait until you are fully healed," Qin Mingri said gently, a soft smile illuminating his face, exuding warmth and positivity. Though Zhao Feifei felt uncomfortable with the situation, she ultimately acquiesced, realizing she had no alternatives. Stepping outside would be akin to courting disaster. This left Qing Wanwei and the other 2 women in stunned silence. When had their husband become so benevolent? They recalled his teachings. One must not possess a martyr's heart in a world like this. A saintly figure would soon meet their demise, and being overly kind would come at a price. Yet, upon witnessing the longing in his eyes, they understood his true intentions. What benevolence! What saintliness! Their husband was merely coveting another's company. The 3 women mused to themselves, marveling at their husband's fervor. If 3 women were insufficient, he now had a new target. However, they dared not express any dissatisfaction. Serving Qin Mingri dutifully, ensuring his happiness, guaranteed their own survival and comfort in these trying times. The next day, at noon, the power went out once more. In the homeowners group, "Neighbors in Building D, has the power gone out for you as well?" Li Tsuehua from a building 1805. "Yes, what is going on?" Director C of the homeowners committee. "Everyone, please remain calm. It is likely just a temporary outage. Let us trust in our nation." Voices of concern flooded the group chat. Qin Mingri, however, was not surprised. He had anticipated this. Soon enough, the latest news broke online. Due to the destruction of 2 power towers at the Jiashan nuclear power station, the entire city was plunged into darkness, and repairs were underway. The recovery timeline remained uncertain. Upon hearing this news, panic ensued once more. A power outage meant they would once again be enveloped in darkness and subjected to the torment of cold. In the days that followed, Qin Mingri tended to Zhao Feifei with unparalleled care, changing her dressings daily and catering to her every need. This nurturing attention began to endear her to the experience. Moreover, being near Qin Mingri felt akin to sitting beside a warm hearth. Even without heating, she felt enveloped in comfort. She also observed that despite having 3 women, he treated each of them with equal kindness. "I will step outside to assess the situation. You all stay here. If anything arises, notify me immediately," Qin Mingri announced as he left the house. As soon as he departed, Cheng Wanwei, Wenwen, and Bai Yujie surrounded Zhao Feifei, settling beside her. "How do you find our husband?" Bai Yujie inquired with a gentle smile. Her tone as soothing as a spring breeze. "He is truly wonderful, thoughtful, and kind," Zhao Feifei responded, somewhat puzzled by their line of questioning. Chang Wanwei chuckled slyly. Have you considered becoming one of his wives? The moment the words left her lips, Zhao Feifei, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly spat it out in shock. Feifei, think about it. Our husband is fantastic. And he is quite impressive. Each encounter lasts no less than half an hour. Indeed, he will ensure you are captivated. The best part is, being with him means you and Oppos. LL never worry about food or warmth. You've experienced it firsthand. Our husband is a rare gem in this world. Honestly, I've never encountered a man as remarkable as him. As Qin Ming walked through the streets, he suddenly felt a warmth creeping up his ears, wondering who might be extolling his virtues. Hearing the trio's candid remarks, Zhao Feifei's face flushed, resembling a ripe peach, exceedingly alluring. If Qin Ming were present, he would likely have been unable to resist the urge to take a bite. She was taken aback by the situation. Why were these three women so eager to promote their husband? Were they truly so open-minded, unconcerned about him seeking other women? Are you all right? He is still your husband, Zhao Feifei questioned, perplexed by their perspective. In response, Wenwen confidently stated, it is only fair for such an exceptional man to have as many women as he desires. Chang Wanwei added, exactly, Feifei, please consider it. Despite their sweet talking, Zhao Feifei politely declined. She was no ordinary person but a gifted individual, her mindset inherently different from the average person's. Your kindness is appreciated, ladies. But my goal is to save the world. I cannot afford to live a life of ease. Once I recover, I will leave and not impose upon you. Zhao Feifei smiled, quickly shifting the topic to avoid further discussion about Qin Ming. Have you ventured outside? They shook their heads since the apocalypse began. They had not left their community, remaining sheltered. The outside world was filled with mutated creatures, and as fragile women, they would merely become prey. It was far better to stay indoors. Zhao Feifei began to recount the horrors of the outside world, leaving the three women in a state of shock. They were aware that the world was chaotic, but they had not anticipated it to be this dire. Just then, they heard cries for help from the adjacent apartment. Zhao Feifei quickly rose, limping toward the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw three men overpowering a woman, dragging her into a bedroom. Those desperate cries had originated from her. With her eyes blazing, Zhao Feifei grasped the doorknob, preparing to intervene. Cheng Wanyue and the others were startled and hurried to restrain her. Feifei, our husband said we must not intervene. Yes, he warned us against becoming martyrs. In this age, good deeds often go unrewarded. They urged her not to meddle, reminding her that their husband had saved her once before. Was he not also a martyr? Zhao Feifei forcefully opened the door, rushing outside. The women could do little to stop her and could only watch helplessly as she limped toward the neighboring apartment. They exchanged glances, realizing the stark difference between Zhao Feifei and Qin Ming. Zhao Feifei was a true Madonna, Qin Ming, a false one. His rescue of Zhao Feifei was driven by desire, a fact that everyone could discern except for Zhao Feifei herself. As Zhao Feifei stormed into the room, the three men were pinning the woman to the bed, her clothing shredded and scattered across the floor. Her screams were heart-wrenching. With a fierce glare, Zhao Feifei stepped forward, coldly commanding, stop. Chapter 29, the most powerful mutated monster. A resounding voice echoed throughout the entire floor. The three men engaged in their nefarious deeds turned in unison. Upon seeing a young girl, their eyes gleamed with excitement. This girl was truly beautiful, resembling a certain celebrity, a paragon of earthly charm. One man, perched atop a woman, swiftly dismounted and approached Zhao Feifei step by step. Hey, that celebrity face is for you, but this girl is mine. Another grinned wickedly. Zhao Feifei remained silent, retreating to the entrance of the door. The trio, believing she intended to flee, hastened after her. Girl, you should not have appeared here. Interfering in matters that do not concern you comes with a price. One man's eyes glinted with a chilling malice as he lunged towards Zhao Feifei like a lion pouncing on its prey. In the next moment, a torrential downpour of bullets erupted. The three assailants were instantly riddled with holes, reduced to a veritable hive of chaos. After discarding their lifeless bodies over the balcony, Zhao Feifei entered the room to check on the woman's condition. Once assured that there were no grave injuries, she limped back to Qing Wanyue's home. Feifei, you are incredibly fierce, Bai Yujie exclaimed in astonishment. Though she had prepared herself mentally, witnessing the event was beyond belief. Zhao Feifei seemed less like a woman and more formidable than any man, displaying no fear of bloodshed, dispatching her foes with chilling ease. By the way, Feifei, that person impersonating Officer Lu Hua mentioned you as the goddess of war from the police station. Is there any truth to that? Wenwen inquired, her admiration for Zhao Feifei evident. A woman capable of thriving in this apocalyptic world was undoubtedly remarkable. Unlike them, who relied on Qin Ming for survival, Zhao Feifei stood steadfastly independent. I am not affiliated with the police station. Zhao Feifei shook her head, dispelling Lu Hua's falsehoods. At that moment, Qin Ming had ventured onto the bustling streets. He wandered through several shopping malls and office buildings, only to find them in disarray, littered with countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies. In contrast, those who remained at home held a greater hope of survival. The trapped souls within the companies and malls had nearly all perished, the ground stained with crimson, a testament to the horrors within. Suddenly, Qin Ming heard the sounds of a struggle outside. Driven by curiosity, he left the mall to investigate. A colossal creature, towering over 2 meters, resembled a small mountain, seemingly devouring something amidst the mist. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a tiger. The tiger, its coat a ghostly white with eerie all-white eyes, stood over 3 meters tall and stretched 7 to 8 meters in length, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. It bent down to feast on the carcass of a Tibetan mastiff. The mastiff, also mutated and ferocious, was now merely sustenance for the tiger. Nearby lay the remains of several other mutated creatures, their wounds indicating they had fallen prey to this formidable beast. This creature is exceptional, Qin Ming mused. Opting not to confront it directly, he sensed the tiger's extraordinary nature, a being far beyond the ordinary mutated species, embodying the most powerful of its kind he had encountered. The other mutated creatures were but its meals, highlighting the tiger's ferocity. While Qin Ming believed he could defeat it, he refrained from doing so. As long as the massive creature posed no threat to him, he would not provoke it. In this chaotic world, conserving strength and vitality was paramount. Reckless aggression could lead to ruin. Upon returning home, Qin Ming learned of the earlier events. Cheng Wanwei and Wenwen expected him to be enraged. Recalling his previous admonition against reckless altruism, for such benevolence often exacted a toll. Yet, surprisingly, he did not reproach Zhao Feifei. This disparity underscored the difference between them. Cheng Wanwei's attempts at altruism had earned her a severe reprimand, whereas Zhao Feifei faced no such consequences. However, it was understandable. Zhao Feifei possessed the strength to act independently, being an ability user herself, capable of making her own judgments. Qin Ming settled onto the sofa, meticulously tending to Zhao Feifei's wounds. I'll apply the ointment once more. By tomorrow, you should be nearly healed. As he gazed at her delicate, long legs, he felt a sense of fondness. Yet, he feigned a demeanor of propriety, covering her with a blanket after a cursory glance. Thank you for everything. I should be leaving soon. I plan to depart tomorrow, Zhao Feifei declared, feeling quite apologetic for imposing on others. Cheng Wanwei and the other women were all wives of Qin Ming, leaving her feeling somewhat out of place. Although she was well-fed and warm, she was not one to take advantage of others. Do as you wish, but I must caution you. This world is chaotic. When you step outside, do not maintain a kind heart. It may lead to your downfall. In this apocalypse, those who embody compassion often meet grim fates. One must always believe in the inherent darkness of human nature, Qin Ming advised, a conclusion drawn from his observations. Hidden within every individual lies an innate malevolence, restrained only by the laws of a peaceful society, rendering many seemingly virtuous. When such laws crumble, the latent evil within surfaces. One could argue that over 90% of people in this world are wicked. Thank you for your warning, but I still believe in doing what I can. Otherwise, what distinguishes us from the living dead? Our abilities are a divine gift, and we must not squander such favor, Zhao Feifei responded, nodding appreciatively toward Qin Ming yet resolute in her convictions. The attainment of abilities was merely a stroke of luck. The focus should be on utilizing these gifts for survival rather than constantly seeking to rescue others. Qin Ming was a man wary of altruism, resembling those who, upon gaining power, shunned benevolence. Once a security guard, he lived at society's fringes, earning a meager wage that vanished upon rent and bills. Observing the wealthy, who cruised in luxury cars and resided in grand mansions, he questioned their capacity for compassion. The answer was clear: wealth breeds indifference. Thus, Qin Ming never placed faith in the existence of truly good people. He refused to become a doormat for the benevolent. Ah, you claim that human nature is inherently evil. Yet you saved me and traded food for medicine to aid my recovery. Is that not an act of kindness? Zhao Feifei countered. This prompted Cheng Wanwei and the other women to stifle their laughter, caught between amusement and restraint. Chapter 30. Do you have a plan too? Qin Ming was left speechless by the probing questions. Zhao Feifei succinctly articulated the essence of the matter, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After all, He could hardly admit to having ulterior motives, even though he indeed did. Yet, the observer sees clearly while the player is often confused. Only Zhao Feifei remained oblivious to the truth. Reluctantly, Qin Ming acquiesced to Zhao Feifei's assertion. In the owner's group, Liao Jingyi from Building A, Unit 805, posted, "If anyone is jerky they no longer wish to eat, I am willing to purchase it at a high price." Within the group, someone was seeking to buy jerky. Since the last government distribution of jerky, there had been no further supplies. Some individuals found it hard to accept human jerky, while others, in the struggle for survival, gradually came to terms with it. Hong Xinji from Building C responded to Liao Jingyi, "I have 5 pieces. Do you have instant noodles or similar items? I would trade you jerky for them." Liao Jingyi retorted, "Trade? If I had instant noodles, would I be eating human jerky? Ridiculous." He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. He had only suggested purchasing jerky knowing that some people were too afraid to consume it. The notion that someone would dare to propose a trade for instant noodles was almost inviting ridicule. If he had instant noodles, he wouldn't even consider jerky. In the group, chatter continued daily. After the power outage, some members, wishing to conserve energy, switched their phones to ultra power-saving mode, resulting in fewer messages. Qin Ming had also refrained from posting requests for female companions who would provide meals and lodging. It seemed that the Sunshine Waterside community had no suitable candidates left. He contemplated a plan to connect with the owners' groups of nearby communities to see if any potential goddesses could be found there. One must cast a wide net to catch more fish. That evening, Qin Ming arranged a sumptuous feast for Cheng Wanyue and the others. As a gesture of appreciation for Zhao Feifei, the table was adorned with braised ribs, large plates of chicken and potatoes, a variety of stir-fried vegetables, and a complete array of dishes. Zhao Feifei was dazzled by the spread before her. It would be disingenuous to say she wasn't yearning for such abundance. "Eat more." Feifei, Cheng Wanwei, and the other women eagerly served her dishes. "Thank you." Zhao Feifei nodded, appreciating the camaraderie among the 3 women, who displayed no cunning or deception and treated her with kindness. "Don't thank us. You should thank her husband." Their gazes shifted to Qin Ming, filled with tenderness. Feeling their almost adoring stares, Zhao Feifei sensed her presence was somewhat superfluous. "By the way, Feifei, have you considered joining us? Being our husband's woman will surely bring you no regrets. Indeed, look at how good life is now. Every meal has meat, and you need not worry about safety. Feifei, really think it over. We all like you very much." The 3 women each voiced their sentiments, urging Zhao Feifei to stay, although they had mentioned it before. Saying it in front of Qin Ming now made her feel quite awkward. Qin Ming coughed slightly, frowning. "Just enjoy your meal and keep quiet." Although it sounded like a reprimand, he was secretly pleased. He couldn't help but commend the 3 women in his heart. Their perceptiveness had grown, allowing them to intuit his desires without him uttering a word. By using their voices to express his thoughts, he effectively conveyed his intentions while maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor. He resolved to reward the trio handsomely once his aims were realized. As for how he would reward them, that could wait. He knew he must not reveal even a hint of amusement. Any semblance of a smile would tarnish his image in Zhao Feifei's eyes. They've been cooped up for too long without any outdoor activity. They enjoy joking around and can be a bit indiscreet. So please don't take offense. Qin Ming smiled at Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei, still quite innocent, believed him, and her impression of Qin Ming deepened. Little did she know, everything was part of Qin Ming's design. "Husband, Feifei is leaving tomorrow. May I request that she enjoys a good bath and wash her hair tonight?" Cheng Wanyue blinked. Her thoughts a mystery. Permission granted. Qin Ming disowned Cheng Wanyue's intention immediately. A person willing to endure hardship has likely never experienced a good life. Zhao Feifei had been well-fed and warmly clothed these past few days, but her innate sense of duty kept her determined to venture out into the world. Now, it was imperative to allow her to relish this comfort and understand the bliss of being a sheltered flower. Zhao Feifei considered it and agreed, expressing her gratitude to everyone. Since the apocalypse began nearly a month ago, she had not bathed. In this water-scarce world, and with heating being inconvenient, bathing had become a great luxury. Despite her beauty rivaling that of Lu Shih, the lack of hygiene had left her looking somewhat disheveled, with a faint odor of sweat lingering about her. Though the scent of sweat may be pleasant, it was still sweat. After a satisfying meal, Bai Yujie volunteered to wash the dishes while Cheng Wanwei and Wonan busied themselves heating water for Zhao Feifei's bath. They even offered to scrub her back, which made Zhao Feifei blush with embarrassment. However, unable to resist their enthusiasm, she could only enjoy the experience with a flushed face. "Feifei, have you never had a partner?" Cheng Wanwei inquired with a smile, sensing Zhao Feifei's shyness suggested a lack of experience. Zhao Feifei nodded, her cheeks resembling ripe peaches. Before I met my husband, I was just like you. But such matters become easier with familiarity. Women should learn to enjoy life sooner. Our husband is truly wonderful. Why not give it a try? The three women seemed unable to stray from their attempts to promote Qin Ming. I can manage myself. No need for your help. Zhao Feifei quickly declined, feeling that their incessant chatter was stirring something within her. A heart that had never before been moved now began to entertain new thoughts. Were men truly so alluring? If not, why were Cheng Wanwei and Wenwen so captivated? Cheng Wanwei and Wenwen exchanged knowing smiles before stepping out of the bathroom and into the living room, where they began to knead Qin Ming's shoulders. Husband, I have a plan that could make Zhao Feifei fall for you, Wenwen said with a playful grin. Oh, do tell. Qin Ming's interest was piqued. The five-word mantra forcefully pursue her, Wenwen suggested. Use your assertive attitude to conquer her. I believe she will succumb. Her approach was rather direct. However, Qin Ming declined, as his consistent principles and steadfast character would not allow him to resort to such tactics. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. It was that he simply did not wish to. His principle was that he would not forcefully bend a fruit that would not quench his thirst. For it would not be sweet. If one were to indulge, it must be both sweet and refreshing. Cheng Wanyue's eyes twinkled as she leaned closer to Qin Ming. Whispering softly, Husband, I have an idea too. Qin Ming turned to Cheng Wanwei, feigning surprise. You have a plan as well? Chapter 31. Blood Vitality at 100 points. Farewell. Two women were devising strategies for him, while Qin Ming attentively analyzed the situation. Dear, are you aware that there exists a colorless and odorless potion that compels one to unconditionally obey your requests? Cheng Wanwei said with a smile. Isn't that just a drug? Qin Ming replied, exasperated. In the bathroom, Zhao Feifei was still bathing, oblivious to the scheming of the two women outside who were contemplating drugging her. Qin Ming shot them a disapproving glance. Why are you resorting to such underhanded tactics? I certainly did not treat you that way. The issue of drugging someone is not merely a question of whether such a substance exists, even if it did. He would refuse to use it. This also pertains to matters of principle. There is little difference between making a woman proactive through drugging or letting her remain passive. Their methods were remarkably similar. However, Qin Ming felt a sense of gratitude for their attempts to assist him. At least his efforts to care for them were not in vain. Well, if that won't work, then what do you propose? Cheng Wanwei pouted, genuinely eager to help. I have my methods, don't worry, she won't escape. Qin Ming grinned, reaching out to playfully grab Cheng Wanyue's backside, causing her to blush and shyly protest. Before long, Zhao Feifei emerged from the shower, clad in casual attire. After her refreshing wash, she felt revitalized, her spirit noticeably uplifted. She looked more beautiful, clean, and hygienic. Zhao Feifei was immensely grateful to Qin Ming, not only for rescuing her, but also for providing her with food. Here, she was savoring the long-forgotten pleasure of a bath. This kindness is unforgettable. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call. I would face any danger without hesitation. Zhao Feifei declared with the demeanor of a martial hero. Qin Ming smiled, but inwardly mused. Indeed, I do have a task for you. Yet I suspect you would not be inclined to assist. He wished for Zhao Feifei to help him unlock supplies, but she would likely demand a hefty price for her cooperation. That night, Zhao Feifei slept alone in the guest room, although wrapped in a thick down comforter. The chill still seeped through. In contrast, Qin Ming and the three women next door enjoyed a cozy slumber, wearing only light pajamas and feeling quite warm. Qin Ming radiated warmth like a furnace, continually emitting heat. Ding. Congratulations. The host's blood vitality has reached 100 points. In the latter half of the night, the system's notification brought joy to Qin Ming's heart. Hard work yields rewards. His diligent efforts had finally accumulated blood vitality bit by bit. Feeling the tremendous transformation within himself was exhilarating. This represented yet another qualitative leap, marking a significant breakthrough. Moreover, his mental acuity had greatly enhanced, and his intuition was sharper, expanding his perception considerably. Standing still, he could sense the entire neighborhood's situation. Of course, he couldn't discern every single action within the community, only the presence of dangers. He sensed a mutated frog lurking in a corner of the parking lot, akin to a hidden assassin waiting for prey. Beneath a snow-covered cedar tree at the base of the building, a curled-up mutated cat appeared injured, its breath faint. In the sewers, a horde of albino mutated rats feasted upon a corpse. Suddenly, Qin Ming detected a massive form writhing beneath the ice and snow. It resembled an enormous white earthworm, slick and substantial. Was it an earthworm? Ultimately, he concluded that it was a mutated earthworm, about the thickness of a bucket and over 10 meters long, burrowing through the soil underground. However, from his current observations, this creature seemed docile, unlike the other mutated monsters that were aggressive. It appeared to have existed beneath the community for quite some time without ever attacking humans. Qin Ming couldn't help but wonder if this mutated earthworm possessed any offensive capabilities. It's not surprising. Creatures like cats, dogs, and rats typically have some level of aggression, and their attack potential would likely increase post-mutation. Yet, earthworms are inherently beneficial creatures, devoid of aggression and harmless to humans. Perhaps such animals, when mutated, lose their fear of aggression. They might appear fearsome and intimidating, but in reality, they pose no threat and would not initiate attacks on humans. Currently, the community was home to only these few mutated monsters. Naturally, Qin Ming had no intention of confronting them. As long as they did not present themselves before him, he would remain unconcerned. After a sweet and restful night, Cheng Wanyue prepared breakfast. She had become increasingly considerate, her thoughts pure and devoid of malice. As long as one treated her kindly, she would wholeheartedly reciprocate. After finishing breakfast, it was time for farewells. Be careful out there. Take care of yourself. Qin Ming said to Zhao Feifei sincerely. I will. You all be careful as well. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Zhao Feifei replied, harboring intentions to use her abilities to assist more people in need. Her character and current aspirations determined that she would not remain here. Qin Ming was in no rush to let her go. He had a feeling that Zhao Feifei would return in due time. He was not a wholly altruistic person. To be precise, he was not a good person. Providing Zhao Feifei with food and shelter was not without ulterior motives. Qin Ming had his own plans. As they bid farewell, Zhao Feifei embraced the three women. Their time spent together had forged a bond of familiarity. As she was about to embrace Qin Ming, he opened his arms in anticipation. But Zhao Feifei chose a fist salute instead, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Qin Ming presented a large bag of bread and bottled water to Zhao Feifei, saying, "Times are tough. Keep this for yourself." Zhao Feifei was taken aback, feeling overwhelmed by the generosity. Although she intended to refuse, Qin Ming's enthusiasm was too compelling, and ultimately, she gratefully accepted his gift. Zhao Feifei departed, willingly becoming a brick to be moved wherever needed. Dear, are you feeling reluctant? Yesterday, when I urged you to take advantage, you ignored me. If you had acted, we would have been in a different situation now. Cheng Wanyue said, linking her arm with Qin Ming's, her demeanor slightly glum. What's wrong? Is it insufficient that one less person competes for your affection? Qin Ming glanced at the three women. Dear, with your vigor, you ought to find at least 4 more sisters to adequately serve you. The 3 of us cannot bear the burden alone. Woman pouted, recalling the many times she had lost count the previous night. Am I really that impressive? Qin Ming scratched his head, wearing a knowing smile. Unbeknownst to him, his posture had become more upright. It won't be long before Zhao Feifei returns. Qin Ming felt confident, as if orchestrating events from a distance, foreseeing success. For he had sensed the presence of a formidable mutated tiger nearby. Qin Ming's mental strength had not yet reached the level required to pinpoint the tiger's exact location. He only knew it was close, but it had not entered the community. Given the limited space around, Zhao Feifei would undoubtedly encounter the mutated tiger outside. With her current abilities, she was likely to face difficulties. Certainly, this time, Qin Ming will not act hastily. Saving her and rescuing her from the brink of despair are entirely different notions. Only when one hovers between life and death can they truly grasp the essence of existence. Chapter 32. The resilient woman Zhao Feifei was immensely grateful to Qin Ming, a sentiment that further solidified her resolve to become a benevolent figure in the world. If Qin Ming was a good person, then she too aspired to embody goodness. Observing her departure, Qin Ming felt no despondence. Everything unfolded according to his meticulous plan. The numerous loaves of bread and bottles of water he had distributed were not merely acts of altruism, but rather calculated gestures. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet he suffers for possessing a precious gem. With his vitality elevated to 100 points, Qin Ming could acutely sense the dangers lurking within the community. Any mutated creature would not escape his instincts. However, his current perception of peril was confined to the vicinity of the neighborhood. The Yangwang Shuichan community was modest, comprising only a few buildings, and the range of his danger perception likely spanned a mere 200 to 300 meters. Stay indoors and call me if anything arises. To maintain vigilance over Zhao Feifei, Qin Ming descended the stairs. Upon entering the community, he detected a threat emanating from a mutated tiger. The creature had approached the entrance, each step resonating with a tremor that seemed to shake the ground. Moreover, he noted that the tiger had grown significantly larger, now nearly 3.5 meters tall, exuding an even more formidable presence. This revelation astonished him. Could mutated beasts evolve as well? He recalled how this beast had voraciously consumed other creatures. Was it possible that by devouring monsters, they could attain evolution? If this were true, what terrifying forms would the surviving creatures of the apocalypse ultimately take? The thought was unfathomable. At the community entrance, 6 men ventured out together, wielding kitchen knives and other makeshift weapons. They were residents of the community, overwhelmed by hunger and determined to scavenge for supplies. Yet, as they reached the threshold, they encountered the mutated tiger. Faced with such a colossal beast, their legs turned to jelly, and they collapsed onto the ground. The tiger's fierce demeanor, pallid eyes, and razor-sharp fangs instilled a profound sense of dread. In the face of such a terrifying entity, they completely forgot about their weapons, paralyzed by fear. The tiger let out a thunderous roar and swiftly devoured a man towering at 1.80 meters, swallowing him whole without so much as a chew. Just as the remaining 5 men awaited their doom, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Zhao Feifei appeared at the entrance, brandishing her submachine gun and unleashing a hail of bullets that perforated the tiger's hide. However, these wounds seemed to have minimal effect on the mutated beast. Enraged, it abandoned the 5 men and charged towards Zhao Feifei. Zhao Feifei, undeterred by the formidable opponent and disregarding the odds of victory, engaged in combat without hesitation. In the brief skirmish, she realized that this creature surpassed any she had previously encountered. Agile as a swallow, she deftly evaded its attacks, tracing an elegant arc through the air while continuing her relentless fire. The massive target made it nearly impossible to miss, and the bullets found their mark, bathing the tiger in blood. Yet, the creature's vitality was remarkably tenacious. Even after sustaining thousands of rounds, it showed no signs of capitulation. With a guttural roar that resonated like the echoes of hell, the tiger lunged at Zhao Feifei, striking her with a powerful paw. She grimaced as she absorbed the brutal force, crashing to the ground. Her frost-resistant suit was torn, and blood trickled from her wounded leg. She had been injured. The mutated tiger, intent on her demise, unleashed another deep growl and pounced. Zhao Feifei's pupils contracted as she swiftly reversed her position, propelling her injured body into the air. Another volley erupted, targeting the tiger's head. Yet the beast remained upright, its fury escalating as adrenaline surged through its veins. Launching another attack at Zhao Feifei, she was hurled again, her body now battered and bleeding profusely. Nevertheless, her submachine gun never ceased its relentless fire, leaving thousands of bullet holes in the tiger's flesh. The creature was now drenched in crimson, appearing increasingly grotesque. However, it was not invulnerable. Its speed began to wane, and it seemed on the verge of collapse. The standoff between the woman and the beast was evenly matched, each equally formidable. In the shadows, Qin Ming remained poised, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Though he sensed it was not yet time, Zhao Feifei had not been pushed to her limits. Yet, he had underestimated her. After an arduous struggle, Zhao Feifei, wielding an infinite supply of ammunition, managed to bring the mutated tiger down. Carbon-based life forms could not withstand the might of modern weaponry. Exhausted, Zhao Feifei collapsed, having endured the most grueling battle of her life. Her agility and evasiveness had drained her stamina completely. She was on the brink of exhaustion. Had the tiger not fallen, it would have been her demise. Wait, do I not need to intervene? Qin Ming gasped, as events unfolded differently from his expectations. He had prepared to be the hero, yet Zhao Feifei had triumphed over the mutated tiger without his assistance. It appeared that when an individual's potential was fully unleashed, they could manifest strength far beyond their usual limits. The 5 men, seeing the tiger slain, rushed over to assess Zhao Feifei's condition. "Thank you for saving our lives. We must take our benefactor home." They lifted Zhao Feifei and carried her into the community. One of them, residing on the first floor of Building A, offered his home for her recovery. Initially, their intentions were noble, but upon glimpsing Zhao Feifei's substantial supplies, their expressions subtly shifted. They placed her on a sofa and retreated to the kitchen for discussion. Shortly thereafter, they emerged, helping to remove Zhao Feifei's hat, revealing her stunning visage. Her exquisite face, flawless and radiant, resembled that of Lu Shih, exuding an ethereal grace. The men swallowed hard, their gazes drifting toward the bounty of supplies. Their fleeting sense of morality was swiftly overshadowed by desire. Each man took a portion of bread, devouring it with fervor, while they opened bottles of water, drinking greedily. Delicious. This is a sensation we haven't experienced in ages. Zhao Feifei observed them and cautioned, eat slowly, you might choke. She understood their plight. Their ravenous consumption reflected their dire hunger. Before long, they had consumed nearly all the provisions. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had never felt such satisfaction. Once their hunger was quelled, one man turned to Zhao Feifei and asked, "What will you do now that we have consumed your supplies?" Zhao Feifei, unfazed, replied, "It's just a bit of provision. If you're hungry, I hold no grudge." Another man sneered, "We witnessed your prowess. Once you recover, we'll be in peril." Despite Zhao Feifei being a woman, her earlier display of strength in vanquishing the mutated tiger was unforgettable, marking her as a formidable force. "You are overthinking this. It's merely a few loaves of bread. I have no need to retaliate against you." Zhao Feifei smiled, for she was an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, harboring a heart for the world. Should she encounter such individuals seeking aid outside, her nature would compel her to assist. Chapter 33. Reputation. However, the words of Zhao Feifei were met with skepticism from the others. People only soften when they find themselves at a disadvantage. Zhao Feifei, having lost her fighting spirit, was naturally compelled to speak as she did. Though she expressed her sentiments, they deemed it too risky to take her word for it. One individual's tone turned frigid as he declared that they could not allow uncertainty to fester based on mere words. Zhao Feifei raised an eyebrow, questioning their intentions. "What do you mean?" she pressed. "Although you saved us, we consumed your supplies. To prevent you from seeking retribution later, we must eliminate you." Before the apocalypse, they had hesitated to take a life. Yet in this brutal environment, the absence of legal repercussions emboldened them to act. They had recently consumed some bread, and with a considerable portion remaining, they were unwilling to let it slip away. Moreover, the act of theft was fundamentally no different from taking by force. They knew that should Zhao Feifei regain her strength, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance against them. With her capabilities, their fate would be dire indeed. "How can you treat your savior in such a manner? Do you possess no sense of morality?" Zhao Feifei exclaimed in disbelief. She had risked her life to save them, sustaining significant injuries in the process. Yet now, these individuals sought to turn against her. Could it be that the gratitude owed to her was so easily forgotten? "We acknowledge your aid, and your supplies have indeed breathed new life into us. Thus, we shall endeavor to make your departure as painless as possible," they sneered, their laughter ringing cold and harsh. Stunned by their response, Zhao Feifei's indignation flared. "You scoundrels! I should never have saved you. This is how you repay kindness." Regret washed over her. If only she had refrained from intervening. But it was too late. The damage was done, and there was no turning back. With her life on the line, they seemed to find her beauty a mere pretext for their vile intentions. "Since we are to kill you anyway, we might as well indulge ourselves first." One of them chuckled, his eyes glinting with depravity. Another, raising an eyebrow, interjected coldly, "How can one treat a benefactor in such a way? Unless—" He smirked, his words shifting ominously, "unless I take the lead." They hatched a new plan, not only to kill Zhao Feifei, but to assault her first. Enraged, she realized they were no different from the bandits she had previously encountered, equally despicable and shameless. She longed to retaliate, to strike them down, but alas, her body betrayed her, rendering her powerless. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, they bound her hands tightly. Their desires ignited, they began to tear at her clothing. In times of abundance, such depraved thoughts may have remained dormant, yet now, their hunger had awakened a sinister craving. "I am your savior. You cannot treat me this way. Help!" Zhao Feifei cried out, never imagining she would meet her end at the hands of those she had saved, subjected to their humiliation in her final moments. Ignoring her pleas, the men swiftly tore away her cold-weather gear. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed through the air as the door was kicked in, and a composed figure strode forth. "Stop!" Qin Ming commanded, his gaze sharp and unyielding. He had been waiting outside, anticipating this opportunity to intervene, and now that it had arrived, he rushed in to rescue the damsel in distress. The 5 men, caught with their pants down, glared at him with disdain. "Who dares interrupt our business?" One snarled. "Die!" Qin Ming uttered with chilling brevity. In an instant, his whip lashed out like a tempest, and within a heartbeat, 5 lifeless bodies crumpled to the floor. He hurried to Zhao Feifei, concern etched across his features. "Are you all right?" he inquired as she shook her head, her taut nerves finally unraveling, and she burst into tears. Without a word, Qin Ming enveloped her in his embrace, offering silent comfort. "Come home with me." Moments later, he lifted Zhao Feifei into his arms and strode towards the exit. Outside, the biting wind howled, yet within Qin Mingri's embrace, she felt an overwhelming warmth. Her cheek pressed against his chest, she could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which flushed her face with color. She suddenly realized how strong and secure his presence felt, causing her inner resolve to waver. Upon returning home, Cheng Wanyuan noticed Zhao Feifei in Qin Mingri's arms, stained with blood, and hurried to prepare warm water. Wenwen and Bai Yujie scrambled to gather various antiseptics, gauze, and iodine. A flurry of activity ensued. "We're out of hydrogen peroxide," Wenwen exclaimed, holding up the nearly empty bottle. "This is crucial for preventing infection. You two help her clean the wounds while I fetch the medicine," Qin Mingri said, pulling out his phone to send a message in their group chat. "Looking for supplies. We'll trade various topical antibiotics, 10 packs of instant noodles, and 10 bottles of mineral water for 1 bottle. Private message me." Among the responses, one from a resident in Building A caught his eye. "Do you need internal medicine? I have amoxicillin and cephalosporin." Another chimed in, "I have azithromycin." After scanning through the messages, he found nothing that met his needs. Suddenly, a private message pinged. "A resident from Building C, I just asked my neighbor, and he has 2 bottles of hydrogen peroxide. However, his phone is dead, so you can go find him. He lives in C202. The individual with the lengthy name was the owner of C205, the same person with whom Qin Mingri had previously traded. Their prior honest exchange bore fruit once more, enhancing his reputation and ensuring assistance in times of need. With determination, Qin Mingri traversed directly to C202. In C202, a young man in his 20s lay on the sofa, a belt tightly bound around his abdomen. The tighter it was pulled, the less he felt the pangs of hunger, a common practice in the apocalypse. "I hear you have hydrogen peroxide?" Qin Mingri inquired. The sudden question startled the young man, but once he regained his composure, he nodded eagerly. Without further ado, Qin Mingri produced 20 packs of instant noodles and 20 bottles of mineral water, placing them on the table. The young man, awestruck by the abundance of supplies, was unable to contain his excitement and quickly retrieved the medicine chest, handing over the hydrogen peroxide solution. With a swift motion, Qin Mingri departed, reappearing in the home of the resident with the lengthy name. "Your information was invaluable to me," he said, leaving behind 10 packs of instant noodles and 10 bottles of mineral water before vanishing once more. To him, this small offering was insignificant, but it served to solidify his reputation. The goodwill he had fostered before proved to be of great benefit now. The resident's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he bowed 3 times in appreciation. Chapter 34. The enhancement of abilities upon returning home with anti-inflammatory medication. Qin Mingri meticulously tended to Zhao Feifei's injuries. This time, she bore more wounds than before, her body marred with bruises and scars. The other 3 women, all faint at the sight of blood, hesitated to assist her, leaving it to Qin Mingri to bandage her wounds personally, as they needed to remove her clothing. An intimate connection was forged between them. Zhao Feifei's cheeks flushed crimson, her head bowed in embarrassment. This was her first experience of such closeness with a man, and she was the one being touched. "How about that? I speak the truth. Human nature is inherently flawed," Qin Mingri remarked. Zhao Feifei, with her innocent heart, remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Mingri had anticipated all of this. His actions were not premeditated but rather a natural progression of events, with providing resources being his foremost objective. The adage "an innocent man suffers for holding a jewel" rang true. Only by exposing her to the darker aspects of humanity could she comprehend that benevolence often meets a tragic fate in this world. "I truly did not foresee that the ugliness of human nature could reach such depths," Zhao Feifei reflected, shaken by the near brush with disaster while attempting to do good. She gazed at the man before her, who had saved her time and again, leaving her at a loss for how to repay him. "Stay here. The salvation of the world is a task for the nation, not something you need to burden yourself with," Qin Mingri said, gradually revealing his thoughts. Forcing her to stay would be counterproductive. It was essential to appeal to her reason and emotions. Zhao Feifei remained silent, her heart beginning to waver. In her quest to save others, what had she truly gained? Almost losing her life at the hands of those she endeavored to help was a bitter irony. Qin Mingri understood the necessity of moderation. Some truths required her to ponder at her own pace. After tending to her wounds, he escorted her to the guest room, urging her to rest well and instructing the 3 women to care for her diligently. In the room, Cheng Wanwei spoke up. "Feifei, don't leave. What is the significance of venturing out to save others? Indeed, those you save may not express gratitude. They might even turn against you. Stay here, it is safe, with food and drink, free from the chilling grasp of the elements." The trio took turns persuading Zhao Feifei. In her heart, Zhao Feifei had begun to develop a unique affection for Qin Ming. She could not discern whether it was love or mere admiration. Yet she harbored a resistance to sharing him with other women. But upon reconsideration, she realized her selfishness. The three women accepted her wholeheartedly, treating her with kindness. If she were to object, it would seem unreasonable. Noticing her wavering resolve, the three women ceased their persuasion. Over the next few days, under their attentive care, Zhao Feifei made a swift recovery. Once her wounds had healed completely, Qin Ming sat with her in the living room, engaging in conversation. "Have you come to a decision about your future?" he inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Feifei nodded. "I wish to stay, if that is permissible." Hearing this, Qin Ming's heart soared with joy. His care had evidently touched her. However, he maintained a facade of calmness, responding with a gentle, "Of course, become my woman, and I shall ensure your needs are met, while also protecting you." Although Zhao Feifei possessed abilities, they paled in comparison to others. In this apocalyptic world, self-preservation was a challenge. She did not respond verbally but chose to express herself through action, leaning closer to Qin Ming, closing her eyes, and kissing him. Sensing the intensity of their connection, Cheng Wanwen, and Bai Yujie exchanged knowing smiles before retreating to another room, leaving the sofa for the two. Chime. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the 9-3-rated beauty Zhao Feifei and received a reward, a fruit set, banana, apple, kiwi, sugar orange, dragon fruit. Resources will refresh daily. Valid for 8 days. This bounty merely diversified their inventory, enhancing their nutritional balance in this harsh world. The duration of resource storage had doubled to 8 days. Chime. "Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward. Choose one from the lightning whip, scale armor, or void blade for enhancement." Chime. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of vitality, current vitality, 150. Qin Ming distinctly felt a significant boost in his strength. Under normal circumstances, a beauty like Zhao Feifei would yield only 25 vitality points. However, due to her status as an ability goddess, her contribution doubled, granting him an impressive 50 points. At this level, every additional 10 points represented a minor breakthrough in strength. The special reward piqued his interest. Previously, he had unlocked 3 goddesses, each granting a unique reward. And this time, he could select one for enhancement. Although uncertain of the implications of enhancement, he anticipated that the reward from an ability goddess would be substantial. Once the commotion outside subsided, Cheng Wanyue and the others emerged. "Darling, you took too long. We grew quite bored waiting." Cheng Wanyue, having learned from Wanwen, showered him with praise. Qin Ming appreciated the gesture, ruffling Cheng Wanyue's hair in encouragement. Meanwhile, Zhao Feifei's face turned even redder. "Recently, everyone has collaborated well, so I shall reward you with fruits." Qin Ming waved his hand, and a bountiful assortment of fruits appeared on the table. Apples, dragon fruits, kiwis, bananas, and sugar oranges. Though not the most luxurious fruits, they were indeed a rarity in this desolate world. "Darling, you are wonderful," Wanwen exclaimed, planting a kiss on Qin Ming, leaving a mark of red lipstick. "Darling, I performed well too, may I?" Bai Yujie smiled sweetly. Hearing their unabashed remarks, Zhao Feifei's embarrassment deepened. "Feifei, remember to call him darling from now on," Cheng Wanyue urged with a grin. Zhao Feifei nodded, her face as red as an apple. "Darling," she tentatively called out, realizing it was not so difficult to utter. "Good girl, you are all my treasures. Feifei, when I am away, you shall be responsible for protecting them," Qin Ming declared. With Zhao Feifei as an ability user, he felt reassured that even in his absence, she could manage to keep the household safe, as long as they did not encounter any exceptionally powerful foes. "By the way, Feifei, can your abilities be enhanced?" Qin Ming inquired. Recalling that Wang Tao's abilities could be amplified through certain methods, "I feel that my abilities have already been enhanced. Perhaps I should test them," Zhao Feifei replied. Her cheeks flushed. Chapter 35. Is Lin Jin here again? Upon hearing her words, Qin Ming was slightly taken aback. As the two entered the community, Zhao Feifei raised her hand, revealing a firearm. What had once been a compact submachine gun had now transformed into a light machine gun. The caliber of the bullets had significantly increased, which implied a substantial enhancement in firepower. Rat-a-tat-tat. Zhao Feifei unleashed a barrage towards a cedar tree, causing ice shards to scatter as the tree crashed to the ground. The power had indeed intensified. Zhao Feifei was elated. This marked her first experience of ability enhancement. "Feifei, Do you know how this enhancement occurred? Qin Ming inquired, his curiosity piqued. At this, Zhao Feifei's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze and whispered, "Perhaps it's due to our previous encounter." As for the timing of her ability's augmentation, she could only sense it. "Ah, really?" Qin Ming exclaimed, astonished at the notion that he could bolster his vigor through such means, and that Zhao Feifei could indeed enhance her powers as well. "Shall we try again?" Zhao Feifei's voice was barely audible, her face aflame with embarrassment. How could Qin Ming refuse such a request? Once at home, he swept Zhao Feifei into his arms and rushed into the bedroom, shutting the door behind them. This left Cheng Wanwei, Wenwen, and Bai Yujie in a state of shock. Is he really that bold, wanting to repeat so soon? This time, Zhao Feifei distinctly felt the change. The caliber of the light machine gun's bullets had increased ever so slightly, augmenting its power. Although the enhancement was not as pronounced as the first, it was undeniably real. Upon realizing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but speculate. If this evolution continued, might the light machine gun eventually transform into a nuclear missile? It seemed that he would need to pay more attention to Zhao Feifei's growth and power moving forward. Emerging from the bedroom, he found the 4 women gathered around him. "Let me be frank with you all. The more women I have, the more resources we accumulate, and the stronger we become. However, only those I deem worthy will suffice. Do not mistake my intentions for mere lust. My actions are for the benefit of us all." He disclosed this truth to the women, aware that as his circle expanded, their loyalty could waver. Thus, he positioned himself on a moral high ground, framing his intentions as altruistic. The greater the number of women, the stronger they became. Ensuring their safety, they should understand the implications of their choices. Is it any wonder that right after you, and Feifei, he treats us to fruit? Cheng Wanwei suddenly realized, having previously speculated but not dared to inquire further. Now that Qin Ming had spoken, clarity washed over her. The others were taken aback, yet delighted. They silently acknowledged that they had indeed aligned themselves with a resourceful man. It mattered not how many women he had. As long as he could protect them and provide for their needs, the number of women was merely a testament to Qin Ming's capabilities. Remember, I am sharing this with you for your peace of mind. If you value your lives, keep this matter to yourselves and do not speak of it to anyone else. Should I discover that any of you have divulged this to another soul, I will not hesitate to exact my wrath." He continued, employing both coercion and persuasion to ensure their unwavering loyalty. The women nodded like chicks pecking at grain, relieved that they no longer needed to vie for sustenance. They simply needed to be themselves and avoid errors to remain well-fed. At that moment, Qin Ming's brow furrowed. He sensed a formidable presence entering the community. Lin Jin. He was back. Undoubtedly, this fellow had come to seek him out. "Stay indoors and do not venture out," Qin Ming commanded as he traversed the void and appeared outside the community. He feigned as if he had just returned and fortuitously encountered Lin Jin. "Brother, it's you," Qin Ming exclaimed, pretending to be surprised. "Brother, we meet again," Lin Jin replied with a warm smile, clad in black attire with a cloth obscuring his face, making it difficult to discern his features. "What brings you here?" Qin Ming feigned ignorance, well aware that Lin Jin had likely come seeking resources. "Don't mention it, brother. The last time you gave me a pack of food, I neglected to take it back with me and stashed it in a safe. To my dismay, it mysteriously vanished later. These thieves are utterly brazen, employing such clever tactics that there was not a trace of forced entry." Lin Jin lamented, cursing the thieves. Qin Ming couldn't suppress a chuckle internally, though he maintained a composed facade. "You too fell victim to theft? Good heavens. I share your disdain for these criminals. They are indeed rampant and lawless. After I provided you with some supplies, the remainder I had was stolen as well. Those scoundrels, their offspring must be devoid of morals, pilfering my resources while their partners engage in infidelity." Qin Ming unleashed a tirade against the thieves, while Lin Jin's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable, as he was aware that Qin Ming's accusations were directed at him, given that he had taken the supplies. However, he dared not contradict Qin Ming, for doing so would implicate him. All right, brother, enough with the curses. While thieves are despicable, there's no need to waste breath on them," Lin Jin hastily interjected, fearing that further insults might lead to more grievous accusations. "I came to inquire if you have any resources left to spare. Could you share a bit with me?" Lin Jin's face bore a sly grin, his tone ingratiating. Qin Ming noted that this man was indeed untrustworthy, returning solely for supplies. Yet, since no other ability users had approached him recently, it indicated that Lin Jin had kept his word and had not disclosed the existence of his resources to others. However, such occurrences could not be limited to just one. If given once, he would certainly return for more. To be honest, my reserves are quite low. I can spare you a few loaves of bread, but please, refrain from seeking me out in the future. Qin Mingri's expression conveyed distress, as if he were parting with something precious. Really? Thank you, brother, Lin Jin exclaimed, overflowing with gratitude and excitement. Wait here for me. Qin Mingri made his way to a nearby manhole cover, lifting it to reveal 10 loaves of bread and 2 packs of instant noodles, then quickly covered it again. Although Lin Jin pretended to look away, he was surreptitiously observing. Qin Mingri approached, offering the resources to Lin Jin. Brother, this is all I can spare. If you come seeking more next time, I will have nothing to give. Qin Mingri feigned a pained expression, shrugging in resignation. Were it not for the knowledge of Lin Jin's formidable strength, he would have resolved the matter outright. His resources were reserved for exchange and for the fairer sex. He had no inclination to engage in charity. Rest assured, this will be the last time. In the future, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Lin Jin laughed heartily, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Qin Mingri, genuinely appreciative of the gesture. Chapter 36. State-owned supernatural organizations and civilian supernatural teams. Listening to this fellow and Appo's as hypocritical tone, Qin Mingri felt little inclination to engage further. The words exchanged were mere platitudes. And if one truly sought his assistance, it was uncertain whether he would extend a helping hand. Nevertheless, Qin Mingri dismissed such thoughts and yearned only to hastily send Lin Jin away. Lin Jin clasped his hands in farewell, preparing to take his leave. Just then, a chilling, eerie wind swept through the air, and a strange silhouette emerged from the mist. It approached like a soulless automaton, step by step, as it drew nearer. Qin Mingri couldn't and Appo's helped but gasp in shock. This was the very entity he had encountered in the parking lot previously. Its face bore only a pair of oversized eyes, with a hint of black amidst the pallor, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Now, assistance was required. Qin Mingri regarded the apparition, yet he did not flinch. This was an opportune moment to test the veracity of Lin Jin's earlier claims and to gauge his true capabilities. Add 1 loaf of bread, and I shall sever its arm. Add 4 loaves, and I shall dismember its limbs. Add 8 loaves, and I shall pluck its lychee. Lin Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with fervor. In response to the exorbitant demands, Qin Mingri waved his hand dismissively, stating, 5 loaves to kill it. If you can, fine. If not, then so be it. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Jin charged forward with impatience. His speed was remarkable as he raised his fist, delivering a powerful blow towards the apparition. With a swish, the battle commenced. Flames ignited around Lin Jin's fist, radiating a terrifying heat that caused the surrounding ice and snow to melt away rapidly. The apparition effortlessly absorbed his punch, its piercing white eyes resembling unfathomable depths of hell. It emitted a roar that seemed to resonate from the abyss, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a pair of tentacles sprouted from the apparition's eye, striking towards Lin Jin. His speed faltered for a moment, leaving him to watch helplessly as the tentacles approached, ready to strike. Yet, at that moment, an unseen force radiated outward. Lin Jin retreated from the tentacles, establishing a safe distance. Qin Mingri's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the battlefield, unwilling to miss a single detail. He clearly observed that Lin Jin had been struck by the tentacles, yet he bore no injury and had retreated unscathed. It was evident that he had utilized his time reversal ability to evade disaster. Qin Mingri mused silently that Lin Jin was truly formidable. Wielding the power of time placed him in an invulnerable position. Each of Lin Jin's strikes served as a probe. After several attempts, he had come to understand the apparition's movements intimately. This was the advantage of time manipulation. He possessed the luxury to experiment, with the opportunity for restitution. While it is often said that there is no remedy for regret in this world, Lin Jin had effectively mastered it, having control over the forces of time, allowing for infinite reconsideration. Others might pay with injury to test the waters, but he was exempt from such costs. Indeed, having deciphered the apparition's tactics, Lin Jin launched a counterattack. His onslaught was akin to a tempest, swiftly encircling the apparition. After a fierce struggle, Lin Jin ultimately vanquished the creature. Qin Mingri approached to inspect the apparition's corpse. This was the only entity of its kind he had encountered, and he was eager to glean further knowledge. Unlike mutated monsters, apparitions were inherently this way, possessing a more terrifying strength. Where do these apparitions originate? Qin Mingri couldn't help but inquire. I do not know. But the number of incoming apparitions will only increase. Lin Jin shook his head, admitting his ignorance. Here, your bread. Seizing the moment, Qin Ming produced 5 loaves and handed them to Lin Jin. Overjoyed, Lin Jin accepted the offering, feeling greatly rewarded for his day's endeavors. By the way, how many members are currently in your team? With their rapport growing, Qin Ming began to probe for information. Without hesitation, Lin Jin replied, including me. There are a total of 6. 6? Qin Ming gasped in astonishment. Should these 6 supernatural beings turn against him, he would undoubtedly stand no chance. Fortunately, Lin Jin had not divulged his circumstances to his teammates. What is the purpose behind distributing human jerky? Qin Ming seized the opportunity to pose a second question. Lin Jin shook his head once more, stating, I cannot say for certain, and the human jerky has no connection to us. After a brief pause, he continued. There are many supernatural organizations, some are like us, believing that strength lies in numbers, banding together solely for survival. These are grassroots teams. However, there exists another type of organization, state-sponsored and classified as state-owned supernatural organizations. The distribution of human jerky is conducted by them, and as for their motives, even those who distribute it may not be fully aware. It appears as if a larger hand is orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Lin Jin, in gratitude for Qin Ming's gift, shared all he knew. Listening to these revelations sent shivers down Qin Ming's spine. Who could be manipulating all of this from the shadows? What could be the purpose behind distributing human jerky? Have you heard of the baptism? Lin Jin suddenly asked. Qin Ming shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. Every supernatural being has a chance to receive the baptism. I am unclear on the specifics, but it is said that the state selects powerful supernatural beings for this ritual. Bestowing blessings. Members of state-owned supernatural organizations have a considerable advantage in receiving the baptism. It can transform a person completely, akin to transcending and entering a new echelon. Lin Jin articulated, his eyes reflecting a sense of yearning. Then why don't you join the state-owned supernatural organization to compete for the chance at baptism? Qin Ming countered. I cannot abide by their ways. It is said that joining them means consuming their human jerky, and I would rather starve. Lin Jin provided a reasonable explanation. This made sense. Joining such an organization meant partaking in cannibalism, a notion many could not accept, thus giving rise to the existence of civilian supernatural teams. Nevertheless, these teams were ultimately small, with only a handful of members, lacking the strength to unify themselves. Brother, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Steer clear of them if you encounter them, and avoid conflict at all costs. They are numerous and possess formidable strength. Unless you join their ranks, you will not stand a chance against them. Lin Jin sincerely advised, seemingly well acquainted with the organization's terrors. Understood. Qin Ming nodded. Preparing to return home, he scoffed, realizing that while caution was warranted regarding those individuals, the most pressing concern was the formidable Lin Jin. Having encountered him once, it was inevitable there would be further encounters. Qin Ming did not wish to remain under his thumb indefinitely. Eliminating Lin Jin seemed improbable. The power of time appeared as an insurmountable obstacle. Though Qin Ming possessed the ability to traverse space, it was not genuine spatial power, leaving him at a disadvantage against Lin Jin. At this juncture, he could only conceive one solution: relocating. By moving away from this community, the likelihood of encountering Lin Jin would diminish, alleviating the worry of future disturbances from him. Before long, Lin Jin returned, opening the sewer to abscond with every last bit of resources Qin Ming had left behind, leaving not a single strand behind. Qin Ming observed everything from the shadows. Such is the nature of a post-apocalyptic world. In the face of self-interest, the avarice of humanity is laid bare. Chapter 37. The affluent district. Qin Ming did not pursue the matter further, as it was merely a test of Lin Jin. This meager supply was insignificant to him. He could acquire as much as he desired. Upon returning home, Qin Ming found himself deep in thought. Relocating, where could he possibly go? Sensing his preoccupation, the others gathered around, inquiring whether they could assist him. Qin Ming voiced his concerns, emphasizing the necessity of avoiding Lin Jin, lest he inevitably clash with the team of ability users. He could not perpetually provide for Lin Jin. Sooner or later, the truth of his unlimited resources would surface, leading to a true apocalypse. Just imagine, a robot capable of infinitely replenishing supplies. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure? I know of a neighborhood near our yoga studio called Jiang City Mansion. It's renowned for its luxury and wealth. I have 2 students who reside there. Shall I inquire with them? Bai Yujie suddenly suggested. Are we really going to take someone else's home? Cheng Wanwei replied, her heart still untainted by the brutality of the outside world despite the apocalypse. It's a splendid idea. No need to ask further. We shall investigate. In this world, if you do not seize what is yours, others will undoubtedly seize it from you. Qin Ming contemplated, acknowledging that they could no longer remain at Sunshine Water Shore. In this chaotic environment, not only was theft permissible, but even murder went unpunished. Yujie, are your two students attractive? Perhaps we should have our husbands pursue them. Wenwen jested. Haha, that's not entirely out of the question. Bai Yujie laughed heartily, and the group engaged in light-hearted banter. All right, gather your belongings. Discard all the food and travel as lightly as possible, Qin Ming commanded. The distance to Jiang City Mansion was approximately 5 to 6 kilometers. Even by car, it would take a good 10 minutes, and now they could only walk there, accompanied by 4 women, which would undoubtedly prolong their journey. This trek was laden with uncertainties. He certainly did not wish for any mishaps to befall the women, for their abilities were not infinite. Thus, they must travel as lightly as possible for ease of movement and speed. Thus, under the daylight, they departed from Sunshine Water Shore, advancing towards Jiang City Mansion. Cheng Wanwei felt a pang of reluctance upon leaving home, yet she understood she must accompany Qin Ming. It was the only way to survive. As they progressed along the main road, a dense fog obscured their vision, rendering everything indistinct. Someone approaches. Suddenly, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Within the mist, 5 or 6 figures emerged, wielding an array of weapons. Realizing they were not ability users, Qin Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him and continued forward unperturbed. The group, sensing their disregard, hurried to obstruct their path. Are you blind, or what? Can't you see us? A man's voice rang out, brandishing a stick that exuded a menacing aura. In this post-apocalyptic world, societal order had utterly collapsed. People were no longer bound by the law, acting as they pleased. These individuals were brazen, clearly seasoned in street robbery. Zhao Feifei remained silent, preparing for action. However, Qin Ming restrained her hand, knowing that gunfire would attract undue attention. It was prudent to remain discreet. If it were only him, it might not matter, but with 4 women in tow, fleeing would not be an option. Be careful in your next life, he warned, and before the words left his lips, Qin Ming shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The flash thunder whip struck swiftly, toppling several individuals to the ground, their fates uncertain. Cheng Wanwei, Bai Yujie, and Wenwen witnessed this display for the first time. Yet they were somewhat prepared and did not react with shock. Qin Ming did not kill indiscriminately. Those who sought to provoke them had brought their demise upon themselves. The group hastened their pace along the thoroughfare. With Qin Ming by their side, they felt a sense of warmth, yet to avoid drawing attention. They remained clad in thick down jackets, fully equipped against the cold. After over an hour of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the entrance of Jiang City Mansion. This community, which once boasted 4 grand entrances, now had all gates sealed. Enclosed by towering walls, at least 3 times higher than those of ordinary neighborhoods. Topped with barbed wire, it resembled a fortress. Moreover, the community was surrounded by a vast river, akin to an ancient moat, with all 4 gates secured. Entry was impossible unless one could fly. In the frigid weather, the moat had frozen over, yet no one dared venture onto the ice, for mutated fish lurked beneath. Concealed in the ice, the common carp had transformed into monstrous creatures larger than sharks. Thus, Jiang City Mansion was rendered even more secure. Those in the know recognized it as a neighborhood, while others might mistake it for a prison. However, it was precisely this fortification that ensured the safety of its residents. Particularly in these tumultuous times, such communities were exceedingly desirable. Yet, confronting the heavily fortified Jiang City Mansion posed a dilemma: how to gain entry. Qin Ming could traverse the void to enter, but he could not bring the 4 women along. Upon reaching the gate, Qin Ming instructed the women to wait outside and directed Zhao Feifei to ensure their safety while he ventured inside to investigate. With a rift in space, Qin Ming stepped through and reappeared within the community. The area appeared tranquil and serene, though shrouded in a veil of white mist, devoid of any visible corpses. Qin Ming closed his eyes, relying on his instincts. In a corner, a mutated husky lay trapped, motionless. Several other mutated creatures posed minimal threat. The main gate was not merely locked, it was reinforced by an imposing heavy door. Its thickness was unimaginable, at least 20 centimeters of solid steel. It was no exaggeration to say that even a rocket launcher would struggle to breach it. A smaller door was locked from the inside, and unless someone chose to open it, it remained impervious to external attempts. Adjacent to the entrance was a security room, where 2 guards sat idly. Qin Ming silently appeared behind them, commanding, "Open the door." The guards jumped in surprise, for they had been alone in the room with the door closed. "Who are you?" "You're not a resident," One guard demanded, his hand instinctively moving toward his baton. Not yet, but soon enough. Open the door and let my wives in. Qin Ming saw through their ruse, kicking one guard to the ground. The other, witnessing this, brandished a nearby baton and rushed at Qin Ming, attempting to subdue him. However, these two were mere pawns, no match for Qin Ming's prowess. Uninterested in a prolonged confrontation, he dispatched them swiftly, gripping one guard's throat and, with a slight twist, snapped it with a sickening crack. The remaining guard, paralyzed by fear, fell silent, collapsing to the floor. Open the door, or this will be your fate, Qin Ming warned coldly. I can't open it. The key is with Manager Qin. I don't have the authority. The guard quivered, visibly shaken. Take me to him, Qin Ming urged, pushing the guard out of the security room. All right, just don't kill me. The security guard continued to tremble, for he had never witnessed murder before. Today, witnessing a colleague perish beside him inflicted profound trauma upon his heart. It is only in the face of death that one truly compromises all. Chapter 38. The Crisis Awareness of Preparedness. The security guard, referred to as Mr. Qin, is the head of the property management, with his office conveniently located adjacent to the management center. Upon reaching the door, the guard knocked lightly. Come in. A woman's voice echoed from within. Qin Ming forcefully pushed past the guard and entered. Inside sat a woman in her 30s, strikingly beautiful with fair skin, clad in professional attire that accentuated her figure. She exuded a mature femininity, radiating an air of intellect. Curiously, despite a citywide blackout, she had a small heater providing warmth. The woman had short hair, unkempt and greasy, resembling strands of hemp rope due to neglect. Upon the sudden intrusion of a stranger, she immediately stood, her eyes wide with anger. You are not a resident of our community. Who are you? Not yet, but soon I will be. Qin Ming stepped forward and seized her by the throat. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Name: Qin Ming. Age: 31. Appearance: 8'10". Figure: 9'10". Men count: 0. Encounters: 0. Virtue: 10'10". Overall score: 9'10". Meets system requirements. Please strive to unlock new resources and receive special rewards. The unexpected notification startled Qin Ming. He had merely come to retrieve a key, yet here he was, confronted by a woman who fit the system's criteria. Qin Ming, at 31, remained untouched by romantic encounters, a fact he had not anticipated. My wife is outside the community. I need you to let her in. Qin Ming tightened his grip, draining color from Qin Ming's face. He did not wish to resort to such violence against a woman, but circumstances left him little choice. Delusional. The gates of this community have remained shut since the advent of the cold wave. Why would they open for you today? This is an upscale residence. Who do you think you are to claim such status? You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes, Qin Ming retorted defiantly, her bravado unwavering as she fumbled on the desk for a button, which she pressed. Without uttering a word, Qin Ming pressed her head down and threw her to the floor, rendering her helpless. Just then, footsteps approached from outside. A dozen security guards clad in military overcoats burst in, brandishing various riot control weapons. Qin Ming marveled at the uniqueness of this community. In other areas, order had long since collapsed, with property management abandoning their posts and security indifferent to the fate of the residents. Yet, at Jiang City residence, these guards appeared well-trained and obedient. Even in the apocalypse, you continue to serve? What use is a meager salary of 2,500 a month? Qin Ming scoffed. Having once served as a security guard himself, he saw reflections of his past in their faces. However, he had wisely declared his independence at the onset of the apocalypse, caring little for the plight of others. Unmoved by his derision, the guards followed Qin Ming's command. Subdue him, she ordered as she rose from the ground. A swarm of guards rushed forward, hoping to apprehend Qin Ming. Unfortunately, they were no match for him. A mere flick of his wrist sent them sprawling to the ground in silence. Once more, he seized Qin Ming by the neck, throwing her down. He then placed his foot atop her head, gazing down at her with disdain. Arrogance. I specialize in dismantling arrogance. Qin Ming, looking up at the man before her, felt genuine fear for the first time, realizing how close she was to death. Her earlier bravado was thoroughly extinguished. Let your wife in. I can agree to that. But only your wife. No one else. Qin Ming capitulated, for no one could face the specter of death with equanimity. As a career-driven woman, her status as an untouched maiden stemmed from her high standards, causing her to overlook any potential suitors. Open the door, Qin Ming commanded, lifting Qin Ming by her arm and dragging her outside. Terrified, she protested, Wait, I need to put on some clothes and a hat. Otherwise, I will freeze. Yet, he offered her no chance to resist, forcibly leading her outside. Just as she braced herself for the cold, she was surprised to find herself quite warm, as if spring had arrived, and the chill was nowhere to be felt. Upon reaching the community gate, Qin Ming unlocked 2 doors with her key. Cheng Wanyue, Wen, Bai Yujie, and Zhao Feifei, all women, finally entered the community. Are these all your wives? Qin Ming gasped, noting their youthful attire despite their faces being obscured. Honey, a few people tried to rob us earlier, but Feifei dealt with them. One exclaimed. Indeed, darling, it is utter chaos out there. They echoed, clearly shaken by the events outside. Without the means to defend themselves, venturing out could lead to their demise. Qin Ming was bewildered. All these women referred to Qin Mingri as husband, confirming her suspicions that they were indeed his wives. Considering his earlier actions, it seemed entirely plausible. Qin Mingri was formidable. And having multiple wives was not surprising. Close the door, Qin Mingri instructed, signaling Qin Ming to secure it. Their presence was intentional. He wished to restrict entry to others. This community was far safer than Sunshine Waterfront, accessible only to those with extraordinary abilities. Once inside the property management office, Qin Mingri inquired about the community's current state. What is this about a mutated creature in the corner? That was a mutated husky, notoriously violent. It injured 5 or 6 of our guards, but through collective effort, we managed to subdue it and confine it, Qin Ming explained, resigned to the situation. Yielding was preferable. Defiance would only result in Qin Mingri asserting his dominance further. Astonished, Qin Mingri noted that this community seemed to maintain an order reminiscent of the time before the apocalypse. The guards fought valiantly against mutated creatures to protect the residents, a rarity indeed. In other neighborhoods, security personnel would have been eager to sacrifice residents to save themselves. Jiang City residence was unique, with guards risking their lives for the community, a sight seldom seen. Through his inquiries, Qin Mingri finally understood the secret behind Jiang City residence's order. As one of the city's premier upscale communities, it had a foresightful crisis awareness. The developers had constructed 2 massive warehouses, and the property management stocked vast supplies annually to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, including but not limited to earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. After the arrival of the cold wave, the property management sealed off the community, permitting neither entry nor exit. The supplies hoarded by the management became the crucial element in maintaining peace within the neighborhood. Chapter 39. Arranging accommodation. The practices at Jiang City Mansion profoundly enlightened Qin Mingri about the stark contrast between ordinary residential communities and luxury estates. The property management of common neighborhoods barely received enough fees to cover their minimal expenses, let alone stockpile resources for potential crises. In the current Jiang City Mansion, currency held no value. The resources controlled by the property management had become the true currency within the community. While these supplies might seem trivial in ordinary times, they had transformed into the key to survival in a post-apocalyptic world. With adequate resources, the populace remained compliant. The desire to survive outweighed any inclination to rebel. All they needed to do was stay home, awaiting the government's rescue. What could be more agreeable? What astonished Qin Mingri even further was that this community had not experienced a power outage. The reason for the uninterrupted electricity was not external supply, but rather the presence of over a dozen large generators and ample reserves of diesel. Each building was equipped with its own generator, and the property management had instituted strict power regulations, providing electricity for 2 hours each day to ensure residents could charge their phones and receive news from the outside world. One could not help but admire the efficiency of this property management company. In the face of impending doom, maintaining order within the community was indeed commendable. In stark contrast, the management at Sunshine Waters community had abandoned their duties at the first sign of a cold wave, indifferent to the fate of the residents. They only appeared when it came time to collect fees, otherwise remaining invisible to the residents. Qin Mingri's security guard at Sunshine Waters was no different. He remained aloof, unconcerned with the well-being of his colleagues or the residents. Though harsh, this was the reality. Qin Ming had exerted control over the entire community through resources, and the security staff were no different. Only by adhering to the established order could they secure supplies and survive. Perhaps some might question why the security personnel, all strong men, didn't simply seize the resources by force, but the answer lay with the residents of the community. Without rules, chaos would ensue, and reasonable distribution of supplies was essential to prevent disorder. Everyone desired stability, shunning chaos. Qin Mingri lamented that the residents of this community were truly fortunate. It was indeed a renowned affluent area, seemingly insulated from the outside world. Aside from their inability to venture out and the lack of freedom, life here bore striking resemblance to the past. Limited power supply and scarce food were the only notable differences. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he discovered 2 storerooms brimming with tightly packed supplies, the majority comprising canned meat, instant noodles, and bottled water. One of the warehouses was still completely stocked, while the other had already been depleted by half. It was undeniable that Jiang City Mansion's resource reserves were extraordinary. Such foresight should serve as a model for all communities. This was why, even as other neighborhoods resorted to cannibalism in the face of scarcity, Jiang City Mansion remained peaceful and stable. I can arrange accommodation for you, allowing you to reside at Jiang City Mansion, but you must not cause any trouble, Qin Ming declared. With such an abundance of resources, anyone would be envious and tempted to claim them as their own. She feared that Qin Mingri might forcibly seize all the supplies, jeopardizing the community's chances of survival. However, she noticed that Qin Mingri and the few women remained remarkably composed, showing no excitement at the sight of the plentiful resources. Unbeknownst to her, instant noodles and canned meat were considered worthless junk food by Chang Wanwei and her companions, not even fit for their dogs. Compared to Qin Mingri's expectations of supplies, they were worlds apart. Rest assured, I have no interest in meddling in your affairs. I merely seek a place to live peacefully, Qin Mingri responded. His disinterest in the resource is evident, as well as his lack of desire to control the community. There are 2 additional storage rooms, which contain 2 small beds. You may be obliged to stay there, Qin Ming suggested, hoping to stabilize the situation by offering them a place to sleep. A warehouse? Are you sending us to beggars' quarters? Qin Mingri retorted, incredulous that they would be relegated to such a place. A warehouse? Even dogs wouldn't stay there. Yujia, which room are your 2 students in? Qin Mingri inquired, turning to Bai Yujia. He recalled her mentioning that her 2 students were exceptionally beautiful and in excellent shape. After all, being yoga practitioners, they must adhere to strict standards of physical fitness. I only know they live in this community. I have no idea where specifically, Bai Yujia shook her head. Upon hearing this exchange, all eyes turned to Qin Ming. Noticing their conversation, Qin Ming's expression shifted. What are you planning? Are you intent on trespassing? That is illegal. Law? I am the law. Tell her their names, and have her check the room numbers, Qin Mingri declared as he took a seat, while Cheng Wanyue and Wenwen naturally approached to massage his shoulders. Songxia Songqiu, Bai Yujia relayed the names to Qin Ming. Yet, as a property management staff member, Qin Ming still maintained a semblance of professional ethics. She raised her chin defiantly and stated coldly, I will absolutely not provide you with that information. This is a matter of principle. In response, Qin Mingri stood up resolutely. He approached Qin Ming, pressing her head against the table while gesturing to Zhao Feifei to retrieve something from the warehouse. Zhao Feifei immediately understood and brought out a bottle of water. After their previous encounter, she had ceased being a benevolent soul, beginning to comprehend Qin Mingri's methods. In this apocalyptic world, survival required one to be less virtuous and more ruthless. Qin Mingri unscrewed a bottle of water and poured it over Qin Ming's head. The icy water cascaded down, and she felt a piercing chill, as though she might suffocate. Qin Mingri did not relent, continuing to pour bottle after bottle over her. Qin Ming not only endured the biting cold but also felt a pang of anguish. This water was essential for survival in the apocalypse, and such waste was unforgivable. Moreover, she hadn't washed her hair in over a month. Water was rationed, and conserving it was crucial for longevity. Yet, Qin Mingri showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly pouring water over her. The pain she felt was not just physical. Her heart bled for the waste. Stop. Don't waste any more water. I will help you check, Qin Ming hurriedly exclaimed, unable to bear the thought of such waste. She had already formulated a plan. Sacrificing one for the survival of the entire community was worth it. Besides, since Bai Yujia knew Song Xia and Song Qiu, they would likely not cause any harm. It was about time. Qin Mingri released Qin Ming. She approached the desk and began rifling through a stack of documents in the drawer. Before long, she found the address of Song Xia. Her residence was in Building 1, Apartment 802. Upon learning this, Qin Mingri immediately led the 4 women out of the property management office. However, the notion of barging into someone else's home, essentially taking over, left Bai Yujia feeling uneasy. After all, she had once been their instructor. Darling, let me go up and talk to them. We have a good relationship, and these are spacious apartments with multiple bedrooms. We should be fine borrowing a place for a while, Bai Yujia suggested, hoping to prevent Qin Mingri from resorting to force. Qin Mingri pondered this reasoning, realizing it held merit. Besides, Perhaps they were still women he had yet to unlock. It would not be wise to start off on hostile terms. Chapter 40. Seeking guidance from Wu Mingde. Go ahead. If it works, then good. If it doesn't, I'll take it by force. Qin Ming expressed a nonchalant attitude. In this apocalyptic world, one could do as one pleased, unbound by any constraints. In such an environment, distinctions between good and evil blurred, to be precise. The virtuous had perished, leaving only the wicked to survive. Bai Yujia nodded and ascended the stairs. Qin Ming sensed that apart from the imprisoned husky, there existed a mutated creature in a certain floor of the building tucked away in a corner. Furthermore, a mutated koi lay concealed beneath the ice in the artificial pond at the heart of the community. However, due to the locked doors, neither the mutated creature nor the koi could escape, thus ensuring the tranquility of Jiang City Mansion. With some time to spare, Qin Ming wandered about the community. Indeed, this upscale neighborhood lived up to its reputation as a wealthy enclave, with refined decor and meticulous layout. A grand marble sculpture stood in the center, depicting 8 individuals lifting a colossal sphere. The designer certainly had a creative mind. In a corner, a massive iron cage locked with chains contained a mutated husky. Upon seeing a visitor, the husky bared its vicious fangs, growling menacingly. Its fur bore stains of blood, rendering it impossible to discern whether the blood belonged to it or its victims. The security personnel here were certainly taking risks capturing such a creature. Qin Ming speculated that the guards at Jiang City Mansion must earn significantly more than 2,500, likely upwards of 8,000. Feifei, test your weapon. Qin Ming instructed Zhao Feifei. She nodded, raising her hand to reveal a light machine gun. With a bang, she pulled the trigger, and the husky collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Feifei exclaimed in delight, "Darling, it has indeed improved immensely. Previously, I would need over 10 bullets to take down such a creature, but now 1 shot suffices." "Excellent. I shall help you enhance your skills further, ensuring you can protect yourself even when I'm not by your side." Qin Ming smiled knowingly, understanding his implication. Zhao Feifei's cheeks flushed crimson, her head slightly bowed. Her rosy face resembled a ripe peach, prompting Qin Ming to steal a kiss. "How shameless." Zhao Feifei playfully scolded, embodying the demeanor of a coy young woman. "Darling, I want a kiss too." Qin Wanwei leaned in eagerly. "Me too." Wenwen chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Qin Ming found the atmosphere delightful. As long as the women did not overtly compete for his affection, a bit of playful rivalry was quite acceptable. "All right. I will attend to each of you tonight." He laughed, as if spring had arrived. In the face of adversity, true strength emerged, a testament to his own journey. Once an ordinary security guard, he had transformed into a winner in life. Qin Ming felt his experiences could fill a book. Contemplating a title, Daily Resource Refresh, The High and Cold Goddess Seeks Shelter. Building 1, Apartment 802. Bai Yujia knocked on the door. Moments later, a young woman clad in a down jacket opened it. "Song Qiu." Bai Yujia smiled radiantly. "Teacher Bai, what brings you here?" Song Qiu responded excitedly, quickly ushering Bai Yujia inside. On the sofa sat 2 other women. One bore a resemblance to Song Qiu, her sister, Song Xia, who was 2 years her senior. Yet they appeared quite similar. The other woman, plump and weighing at least 250 pounds, exuded an undeniable presence that intimidated many men. "Teacher Bai." Song Xia stood up, pulling Bai Yujia to sit on the sofa, clearly thrilled. Bai Yujia felt a bit bashful under their warm welcome, unsure of how to respond. "How did you get into the community?" "It's completely sealed off," they inquired, curiosity piqued. "To be honest, I was hoping to seek refuge with you," Bai Yujia confessed softly, feeling somewhat awkward. "Don't worry, Teacher Bai. I'll make the necessary arrangements," Song Xia assured her, which only deepened Bai Yujia's sense of guilt. She had resolved to persuade Qin Ming to refrain from disrupting Song Xia's life and to find another way. Unbeknownst to her, Song Xia exchanged a knowing glance with Song Qiu. Understanding the signal, Song Qiu excused herself and stepped outside. While Song Xia conversed with Bai Yujia, Song Qiu returned with a man. The man, towering at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, wore only a tank top despite the cold, showcasing his muscular physique. As soon as he entered, he spotted Bai Yujia on the sofa, and his eyes lit up as he hurried over to sit beside her. "Teacher Bai, it's an honor to finally meet you." He extended his hand, eager for a handshake. However, Bai Yujia rebuffed him, only willing to let Qin Ming touch her hand. Undeterred, the man continued to stare at her, his gaze almost drooling. "This is my neighbor, Wu Yuxiao, a renowned fitness coach in Jiang City, often referred to as the Prince of Fitness." Song Xia introduced him. Bai Yujia merely nodded, still unclear. Song Qiu chuckled. "Teacher Bai, Our community is luxurious, quite unlike your lower-end neighborhood. In these troubled times, food is rationed by household, and with 3 of us at home, we struggle to get by. Therefore, why not stay with Coach Wu for the time being? Song Xia echoed. Indeed, Teacher Bai, Coach Wu is quite the gentleman. Living with him will surely not be a disadvantage. Wu Yunxiao grinned lecherously. Teacher Bai, I often sneak peeks at you during your yoga sessions. I've been enchanted by you for quite some time. Meeting you today feels like destiny. I have a husband. Bai Yujie interjected, her annoyance evident. A husband? That makes it even more thrilling. No wonder you exude a married aura. Wu Yunxiao chuckled, unfazed. Song Xiao playfully admonished him, first, bring me what you promised. Wu Yunxiao licked his lips, laughing heartily as he dashed out the door. Moments later, he returned, carrying a frozen deer leg and tossing it onto the dining table. I keep my word. Enjoy the venison. I too can hardly wait to indulge. Chapter 41. This will be my home. Upon seeing the deer meat, the plump woman, who had been seated on the sofa, sprang to her feet, her eyes gleaming with excitement. After enduring a monotonous diet of luncheon meat and instant noodles, she felt she could finally indulge in something more substantial. Watch me showcase my culinary skills and prepare deer sashimi, she exclaimed eagerly, rushing into the kitchen with the frozen deer leg in hand. I'll be busy as well. Farewell, Wu Yunxiao declared as he seized Bai Yujie's wrist, dragging her outside. Let go of me. Bai Yujie protested vehemently, struggling in vain against his imposing stature of nearly 2 meters, as he restrained her effortlessly. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. I often sneak peeks at you practicing yoga, Wu Yunxiao chuckled, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Oh, and that incident in the yoga studio? The mishap with your pants was, in fact, orchestrated by me. Bai Yujie's face flushed with anger. So it was you, you vile and despicable creature, she retorted. Yet her feeble resistance was no match for the towering figure before her, leaving her to resort to desperate cries for help. Sister, we are truly fortunate. Start of meat. And here comes Teacher Bai, delivered right to us. Song Qiu laughed, licking her lips. This is fate. Haha. Teacher Bai, consider yourself fortunate. Enjoy yourself. Coach Wu is wealthy. By aligning with him, you can elevate your status. No need to thank me. Song Xia cast a disdainful glance at Bai Yujie, her scorn unmasked. Residing in Jiang City's luxurious apartment, she held a deep-seated contempt for those of lower mains, like Bai Yujie. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, who was idly wandering downstairs, suddenly heard Bai Yujie's cries for help. His brow furrowed, and in an instant, he dashed upstairs like a bolt of lightning. At apartment 802, Wu Yunxiao was pulling Bai Yujie toward the door of 801, his residence. Upon spotting Qin Ming, Bai Yujie called out, Darling. Darling? Wu Yunxiao halted, glancing at Qin Ming with a smirk. Teacher Bai, if you're seeking assistance, look towards someone sturdy like me, not this scrawny fellow who is of no use. Before he could finish, Qin Ming's fist struck Wu Yunxiao's face with tremendous force. In a thunderous crash, Wu Yunxiao was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing onto his living room coffee table, motionless. Song Xia, Song Qiu, and the plump woman emerged just in time to witness Wu Yunxiao sprawled on the living room floor, blood pooling around him. What have you done? Song Xia gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. To knock a man of Wu Yunxiao's size, nearly 2 meters tall and weighing around 200 pounds, 10 meters away with a single punch was utterly astonishing. If such force had been directed at them, it would have been catastrophic. After grasping the situation, Qin Ming stepped further into Song Xia's home, a cold smile gracing his lips. Ding. Name, Song Xia. Age, 22. Appearance, 910. Figure, 910. Number of men, 0. Virtue, 1010. Overall score, 9-3. Meets system requirements. Host is encouraged to strive for early unlocking of new resources, with special rewards to follow. Ding. Name, Song Qiu. Age, 20. Appearance, 910. Figure, 910. Number of men, 0. Virtue, 1010. Overall score, 9-3. Meets system requirements. Host is encouraged to strive for early unlocking of new resources, with special rewards to follow. The system's notifications nearly caused Qin Ming to drool. These 2 sisters were remarkably suitable according to the system's criteria. Though youthful, their physiques were commendable, likely a result of their yoga practice. While they may not rival Bai Yujie, they certainly stirred one's passions. As for the plump woman, her inadequacy was immediately apparent, prompting the system to disregard her entirely. Today, Qin Ming was in high spirits. Having encountered 3 women who met the system's standards, he sauntered into Song Xia's living room, making himself comfortable on the sofa as if it were his own home. You. Get out. This is my house. Song Xia protested, her brow furrowing in trepidation. She feared Qin Ming, who appeared harmless yet was capable of lethal violence. Wu Yunxiao was testament to that. Get out? Heh. I hereby declare this will be my home from now on. Qin Ming proclaimed, casually snacking on sunflower seeds and carelessly spitting the shells onto the floor. This display infuriated Song Qiao, who promptly dialed the property manager, Qin Ming. Manager Qin, please send security to my residence. Someone is trespassing and threatening us at apartment 802. Bring several personnel. Song Qiao's voice was filled with indignation, and she shot Qin Ming a defiant glare, as if to say, just you wait. Is it a young man? Qin Ming, upon hearing the description, quickly deduced the situation. Without a doubt, it could only be Qin Ming. Yes, Manager Qin, please hurry. Song Qiao felt a sense of triumph. However, Qin Ming's subsequent words doused her enthusiasm with cold water. In these troubled times, our community faces unprecedented crises and challenges. The management is solely responsible for residents' material needs. We cannot accommodate other requests. With that, she hung up, leaving Song Qiao in a state of bewilderment. Qin Ming sighed in resignation. It was not that she did not want to help, but rather that she was powerless to do so. The security personnel had already suffered grievous losses at Qin Ming's hands. She recognized that sending more would be futile and that it was wiser to conserve their strength and focus on their duties rather than invite danger. What happened? Song Xia inquired, confused, glancing at Song Qiao. Manager Qin said they can't intervene. Song Qiao exclaimed, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. These property management folks. They're so obsequious when collecting fees, but when we need them for something serious, they act as if it's none of their business. From now on, I'm not paying any property fees. Song Xia could not help but vent her frustration, feeling utterly exasperated. Cheng Wanyu, Wen. And Zhao Fei ascended the stairs shortly thereafter. Wanyu, check out where the master bedroom is, tidy up, and throw out all the unnecessary items. Qin Ming instructed with a smile, his demeanor so casual it was as if he belonged there. You dare. This is my home. You're trespassing. Don't you fear the law's retribution? Song Xia, still clinging to the notion of legal authority, attempted to assert herself. By all means, let the law come for me. Qin Ming shrugged, exuding an air of complete indifference. At this point, killing someone incurs no consequences, let alone anything else. Cheng Wanyu, Wen. And Zhao Fei burst into the master bedroom, creating a commotion. Song Xia and Song Qiao seethed with rage. Yet the memory of Wu Yunxiao being effortlessly dispatched left them too intimidated to retaliate. At that moment, the plump woman who had been preparing deer sashimi rose. Her eyes sparkled like the sun, and her robust figure exuded an imposing presence. If she were to seek a boyfriend, one could imagine the impact of her weight, greater than that of a blade from a joyous brand. Chapter 42. Kneel and apologize. The stout woman stared intently at Qin Ming, exuding an air of superiority, as if she were a sovereign looking down upon her subjects. Her arrogance was palpable, reminiscent of an emperor who deemed everyone beneath her. After a few moments, she finally spoke, uttering 4 words. I am Lai Wan. Each word seemed to carry immense weight, and she deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. Qin Ming responded with a sardonic tone, I am Qin Ming. This declaration amused Lai Wan, provoking her to retort coldly, Are you an imbecile? My name is Lai Wan, the head of the Jiang City Police Department, and I share the same surname. Qin Ming, taken aback, gazed at Lai Wan in disbelief and exclaimed, What? You share the same surname, so are you his mother? The moment the words escaped his lips, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own audacity. Lai Wan's expression darkened, and she ceased feigning ignorance. With a chilling demeanor, she declared, Lida, the chief of the Jiang City Police Department, is my father. I am his daughter. One phone call from me, and you could vanish from Jiang City without a trace. Should I be displeased, you could find yourself in prison for life. Her voice was frigid, embodying the stance of someone in power. In the world before the apocalypse, her words would have held truth. With a father of such high authority, extinguishing a life could be as effortless as squashing an ant. However, in the current reality, such threats were mere bluster. The police department had ceased to exist, and Lida might have already met his demise. Even if he were still alive, Qin Ming harbored no fear. How terribly frightened I am. Come over here. I wish to show you something. Qin Ming stepped out of the room and made his way to Wu Yunxiao's residence. Lai Wan followed, her icy gaze fixed upon him, her robust form moving like a mountain. I offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize, and I may consider forgiving you. Otherwise, I can have my father eliminate you in an instant. Remember, you cannot surpass your station. You will always be an ant. forever beneath the feet of individuals like us. Laiwan reveled in her sense of power, arrogant and overbearing. She believed that wielding authority allowed her to control anyone, including Qin Ming. Alas, her assumptions were gravely mistaken. Such individuals, who abused power, often engaged in bullying others. Eliminate me? I shall be the one to eliminate you first. Qin Ming's fist connected forcefully with Laiwan's face. Her plump visage instantly caved in, and her 250-pound body flew back like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto Wu Yunxiao's corpse, lying still and silent. Song Xia and Song Qiu had anticipated witnessing Qin Ming's submission, but instead, they were met with the shocking spectacle. They covered their mouths, eyes wide with horror. Laiwan was dead. You two will reside here from now on. Qin Ming dragged the Song sisters outside and thrust them into Wu Yunxiao's home. This news sent them into a panic. Had there not been corpses in Wu Yunxiao's house, they would have preferred to avoid the violent Qin Ming. But with two lifeless bodies lying within, they dared not linger. Big brother, we were wrong. Choose any room. We can sleep on the sofa. Song Xia quickly pleaded. No longer daring to act out. They had no intention of leaving. The supplies in Jiang City were distributed by household, and no one would take them in if they ventured out. With death present in Wu Yunxiao's abode, they felt compelled to stay. Come in. Qin Ming coldly turned and returned to Song Xia's home, establishing himself as the master while the sisters appeared as mere guests. Big brother, my father is a coal magnate. I can transfer you some money. Would 50 million suffice? Please, don't harm us. Song Qiu lamented, her face a picture of despair. Initially, she had hoped to barter for some meat but had inadvertently crossed paths with someone formidable. I never said I would harm you. Is money merely for wiping one's behind? Forget it. I'll give you a chance to survive. Do you accept? Qin Ming's expression was laced with mockery, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. The sisters felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, nodding fervently. They dared not utter a single threatening word. The tactics that had worked before the apocalypse were utterly ineffective against Qin Ming. If Laiwan could not intimidate him, they stood no chance. This man was a madman, capable of killing without a second thought. They believed it would be easier for him to eliminate them than Laiwan. After all, Laiwan had some weight behind her. Kneel before Teacher Bai, apologize, and then slap yourselves twice, declaring your wrongdoing. Qin Ming reclined against the sofa, his eyes gently closed. Song Xia and Song Qiu exchanged glances, then turned to Bai Yujia beside them. Without hesitation, they knelt before her, exclaiming, Teacher Bai, we were wrong. We are worse than beasts. We should not have harmed you. Please forgive us. Afterward, they slapped their own faces, leaving them flushed. They had braced themselves for the worst. Even if Qin Ming intended to assault them, they would have no choice but to comply. To their surprise, it was merely a matter of bowing and apologizing. Was that not a trivial task? These two wealthy young ladies, richer than Qing Wanwei, now resembled mere dogs, stripped of all dignity. But for them, what did kneeling signify? As long as they could survive. Was that not dignity? They could abandon their pride today and reclaim it tomorrow. I will heed my husband. Bai Yujia, wise beyond her years, refrained from making unilateral decisions, instead delegating authority to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded. I accept your apology on behalf of my wife. From now on, be mindful not to provoke us, and we shall coexist peacefully. Otherwise, I shall throw you from the 8th floor. His words were saturated with menace, though audacious. Song Xia and Song Qiu wholeheartedly believed he was capable of such an act. All right. The sisters hastily nodded, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. With the property management indifferent and the police of no help, they had no choice but to capitulate. Thus, Qin Ming took control of Song Xia's residence, becoming the landlord. Yet, he did not expel the sisters. They too were seeking a way to unlock their predicament. Naturally, he adhered to his principles. He would not force anyone against their will, only those who willingly complied. A plan began to form in Qin Ming's mind. With a slight push, he was certain he could provoke the two women into action. He ventured into Wu Yunxiao's house to search for supplies. To his surprise, he discovered several unopened bottles of hydrogen peroxide, a valuable antiseptic, an invaluable resource in the current world. He also stumbled upon a freezer stocked full of frozen goods. Upon a cursory glance, he found an array of wildlife, including deer, wild boar, civet cats, pangolins, Chinese sturgeons, sesame fish, giant salamanders, sika deer, and Tibetan antelopes, many of which were nationally protected species. My goodness, if this fellow were prosecuted, he would surely receive a sentence of 500 years. Qin Ming gasped. Realizing that this abundance of wildlife explained why Wu Yunxiao had thrived during the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, he had never been short of food. Calling the sisters, Qin Ming orchestrated a raid on Wu Yunxiao's freezer, transferring everything to Song Xia's home. He even enlisted the help of Song Xia and Song Qiu, who were quite pleased, thinking that helping him would surely earn them a share of the bounty. To their surprise, Qin Ming declared to them that henceforth, meals would be taken separately. He asserted that all these provisions, including the leg of the muntjac, were his rightful spoils, entirely unconnected to Song Xia and Song Qiu. Chapter 43. Not subtle at all, this left Song Xia and Song Qiu in an instant frenzy. How dare you involve us in your trivialities? However, their discontent remained unspoken, for they understood the peril of their situation. This individual was a merciless demon. Any sign of resistance could lead to their untimely demise. Come, add me on WeChat. Qin Ming took the initiative to add Song Xia and Song Qiu. The two felt a sense of foreboding, wondering if Qin Ming harbored intentions of courting them. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed utterly unnecessary. Even if he were to coerce them, they would be powerless to resist. Reluctantly, they retrieved their phones and connected with Qin Ming on WeChat. Add me to your owner's group. Qin Ming had a plan brewing in his mind. In such affluent communities, it was only natural that beautiful women would abound. This was the perfect opportunity to cast a wide net and reel in more prospects. Especially after discovering the existence of a state-run organization of extraordinary abilities, his desire to attain formidable strength intensified, for it was essential for self-preservation. Otherwise, he would merely be cannon fodder in these chaotic times. The owner's group of Jiang City Mansion buzzed with life. Due to daily power restrictions, members casually chatted, discussing life and analyzing international affairs. They seemed utterly devoid of any sense of impending crisis, instead exuding a relaxed enjoyment of life. In this world turned upside down, only Jiang City Mansion could afford such a lifestyle. Beautiful ladies, seek me out for an improved life. Any beautiful women wishing to enhance their lives, send me your natural photos privately. Qin Ming posted a message along with a picture. The image displayed an impressive array of neatly arranged supplies, steaks, free-range chicken, pork, ribs, and an abundance of fresh vegetables and fruits piled high. The group members were dazzled, their mouths watering, especially the meat. It seemed they had long been deprived of such savory delights. Building 1, Apartment 201, Successful Phosphorization. Young man, youth should not be entranced by beauty. Come, share some of your supplies with me, and I shall grant you a splendid future. I will offer you the position of general manager at Successful Phosphorization Group. Feng Qingyang, what use is a general manager of a private enterprise? Come to me. I have an opening for a deputy director. Starry Knitting, I'll give you 100 million for everything on your table. The chat erupted into a frenzy as the owners, long deprived of a better life, began to bid for Qin Ming's supplies. Jiang City Mansion truly deserved its reputation as a high-end community, housing either the wealthy or the powerful, all with extravagant offers. However, Qin Ming scoffed at their sweet-talking. What good were titles like general manager or deputy director in the apocalypse? If one day the world returned to normalcy, such benefits would not be his to enjoy. As for money, it would be of no use, not even fit for wiping oneself. You have been removed from the group chat. Just as the discussion reached a fever pitch, Qin Ming was unceremoniously expelled by the group owner. Nearby, the onlookers, Song Xia and Song Qiu, struggled to suppress their laughter, recalling all the hardships of life, yet unable to quell the upward curve of their lips. What the hell? Qin Ming stood up, snatched Song Xia's phone, and examined the group owner's information. The owner resided in Building 5, Apartment 1001, the very one who had kicked him out. He tossed the phone aside and strode out. Song Xia and Song Qiu exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of Qin Ming's actions. Was he going to confront the group owner? Approximately 10 seconds later, Building 5, Apartment 1001 invited beautiful ladies. Seek me out for an improved life to join the group chat. Beautiful ladies, seek me out for an improved life has become the new group owner. Meanwhile, Qin Ming returned home. Song Xia and Song Qiu were left stunned. What just happened? This guy had been gone for merely 10 seconds. And now he was the new group owner? Could it be that the old owner was his father or mother? Not just Song Xia and Song Qiu were bewildered. Others in the group were equally astonished. It had only taken 10 seconds for Qin Ming to go from being kicked out to becoming the new owner. Everyone marveled at what kind of sorcery this fellow possessed. In the group, the men began to tease him, while some sensible women discreetly initiated private chats with Qin Ming. Xiao Su, HR supervisor at Mercury Home Textiles. Handsome, could we trade some ribs? Qin Ming, no problem. Send a photo. Xiaosu. Image. The photo depicted an overly beautified woman, her real age indiscernible, adorned with a cat effect, appearing like a youthful 18-year-old maiden at first glance. Qin Ming. I asked for a photo, not a deceptive image. Xiaosu. I merely enhanced it a little. Innocent. Let me send another one. Cute. Xiaosu. Image. Xiaosu. I haven't been eating well lately, so I look a bit haggard, but I can still look quite appealing when made up. I'm among the top beauties. Besides, it's hard to see much at night without power. The photo revealed a woman in her late 30s, somewhat plump, likely weighing around 150 pounds, with a round face and a noticeable mole on her chin. Qin Ming was taken aback, comparing the two photos, he thought. This is merely a change of head, not a slight enhancement. Qin Ming, do you harbor any misconceptions about yourself? Makeup won't save you. Only real beauty can. Now, be gone. After a brutal verbal assault, Qin Ming blacklisted her. The system had no interest in verifying individuals who were blatantly unsuitable. On the other side, Xiaosu, now blocked and insulted, berated Qin Ming. Several other women tried to privately message him, but none met the system's standards. Either their character was lacking, or their appearance fell short. Before long, Cheng Wanwei and Wenwen finished preparing dinner. They served dry-fried ribs, chicken soup, steaks, and a variety of stir-fried vegetables, diverse and plentiful. Meanwhile, Song Xia and Song Qiu gazed at the lavish spread before them, suddenly feeling their own lunch of processed meat and instant noodles was utterly unappetizing. Before the apocalypse, such a feast was nothing extraordinary, but in today's world, it represented a culinary delight. The Song sisters, both daughters of affluent families, had not seen such proper dishes in a month, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. Qin Ming took out his phone, capturing a photo of the feast and sending it to the group. Beautiful ladies, seek me out for an improved life. Bring photos to chat, and I'll enhance your lives. Plus there will be post-meal fruits. This ignited a frenzy. Countless people began to drool over their screens. Most men lamented their gender, wishing they could partake in the bounty. Several women initiated private chats with Qin Ming. Even a 70-year-old lady adorned with beauty filters joined in. Eat. Qin Ming was the first to pick up his chopsticks, prompting the others to follow suit. Watching everyone indulge, Song Xia and Song Qiu displayed envious expressions. Returning to their own meager provisions made their lunch of processed meat and instant noodles almost unbearable. Recalling Qin Ming's message in the group, Song Xia summoned her courage and approached him. Brother, what do you mean by beautiful ladies seeking you out for an improved life? What are the conditions? Would it suffice if I offered you money? Name your price or fill in the amount on a check yourself. Song Xia smiled, her demeanor towards Qin Ming having undergone a dramatic transformation. Circumstances dictated her submission. She dared not confront him directly. I have no interest in money, and I have but a single condition, to sleep with you. Qin Ming did not lift her head, engrossed in her meal. Sleep with us? Song Xia and Song Qiu were taken aback. Such candor was quite astonishing. Although they had anticipated her response, they expected Qin Ming to express her desires more delicately. To their surprise, she was utterly unabashed. No wonder women flocked to him. He was indeed a notorious flirt. The two women felt disheartened. While they could muster several thousand or even millions if it were just money, the notion of offering their companionship for the sake of a better life was simply unacceptable to them. With heavy hearts, they returned to the guest room, feeling quite despondent. Chapter 44. Before Qin Ming's arrival, they spent their days comfortably, dining on luncheon meat and instant noodles for lunch. Although the meals were monotonous, they sufficed for their basic needs. However, ever since Qin Ming appeared, even the luncheon meat and instant noodles became more unpalatable than excrement. This fellow is not to be trifled with. Song Xia sighed. They had been accustomed to a life of luxury and had always been the ones in control. For the first time, they found themselves at the mercy of another. This individual must have endured hardships in the past, leading to feelings of inferiority, and now seeks to conquer women through such means for his own gratification. We must not yield. It's merely luncheon meat and instant noodles. Outside, one might not even find such delicacies. Survival is paramount. The taste is inconsequential. Song Qiu patted her sister's shoulder, offering encouragement. Song Xia nodded in agreement. To be swayed by mere food would be utterly foolish. They must uphold their principles and never relent. What was that sound? Song Xia heard the sound of rushing water. The two rushed out of their room to find Wenwen and Chen Wanwei, along with two other women, busily cleaning the large bathtub in the bathroom that had not been used for ages. Astonishingly, they were using unopened bottles of mineral water in their hands. The mineral water seemed cheaper than tap water. As they opened bottle after bottle, pouring continuously as if it were a faucet, cleansing the bathtub. "What are you doing?" Song Xia exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't this an extravagant waste of mineral water just to wash a bathtub? Hubby is about to take a bath. Would you like to join us for a couple's bath?" Wowen teased. "Bathe? You were using mineral water for bathing?" Song Xiao gasped, incredulous at such ostentatious behavior, which she had never before encountered. How much mineral water must one use to fill a tub? Considering that in their community, resources were allocated by quantity. Each household was only entitled to 1 bottle of mineral water per day. They could scarcely spare water for cooking, yet these women were preparing to bathe with mineral water? Indeed, not only does hubby need a wash, but we do too. As his women, we can bathe daily. Chen Wanyue smiled. And the women continued their vigorous scrubbing of the tub. Song Xia observed them closely. They appeared quite tidy and exuded a faint fragrance. Their hair seemed well maintained, unlike her own, which was greasy enough to fry a dish. Song Xia and Song Qiu were utterly bewildered. Qin Ming was truly extraordinary, while others struggled to find water. He was using mineral water for a bath. If he could bathe, that was one thing. But how could these 4 women do so regularly? What a staggering amount of water resources they must have to indulge in such extravagance. It was unfathomable. After a while, steaming hot water was prepared for bathing. In front of everyone, Qin Ming began to undress. Embarrassed, Song Xia and Song Qiu quickly covered their eyes and retreated to their room, their hearts racing in disarray. "Sis, I feel a bit swayed. What should I do?" Song Qiu nervously twisted a strand of her hair, which could produce oil. "Sis, I feel the same. I long to take a bath." Both sisters were restless. It was destined to be a sleepless night for them. They could temporarily endure the lack of food, but the absence of a bath was intolerable. Especially for these pampered young ladies, they could forego food and drink, but they must live exquisitely. We must hold on. We cannot falter, or we will appear too unrefined. If we truly become his women, competing for his favor among these women will bring no advantage. Everything must be on my terms. Song Xia took a deep breath, patting her chest, as if trying to calm herself. "Sis, I trust your judgment. You had that infatuated fool dancing to your tune. You certainly know how to handle men, and I believe in you." Song Qiu nodded, full of faith in her sister. In the bathroom, Qin Ming soaked in the tub, even taking a video to share in the group chat. "Beautiful women. Come find me to improve your lives. All meals and lodging provided, plus bathing." Every message Qin Ming sent ignited a whirlwind of reactions. Regardless of whether it was food or bathing, countless people were fervent. How could Qin Ming live so lavishly in the same world and environment? Good food and drink were one thing, but the ability to bathe was paramount. Such a large tub of water could sustain an entire neighborhood for several days. Has anyone found it strange? How does he have access to such abundant water resources? A resident remarked. "Did you see the mineral water bottles in the background? He is bathing with mineral water. This is perplexing. Our community's water resources are under the management of the property management. How could he have so much water for bathing? I propose we all visit the property management to see if they are supplying him with water for bathing. This is a community resource. All right. Let us meet at the property storage." A few minutes later, after our on-site investigation, the inventory in the storage has not decreased. The management has maintained a daily ledger accounting for every item's whereabouts. His water is not from our community's reserves. Even if it isn't from our community's reserves, during these trying times, as members of the community, we cannot indulge ourselves alone. We should distribute the water to all residents. I second that. This is indeed a critical period. Certain individuals should act accordingly. I am the director of the property management. Rosen, which building and unit are you in? I will immediately organize security personnel to retrieve resources from your home. I hope you will cooperate. I agree with Director Rosen's approach. As the conversation continued, Qin Ming found amusement in the chaos. Regardless of the setting, moral coercion always persisted. Fortunately, he lacked such morals. As long as he had no morals, they could not impose their moral standards upon him. Their concern for his water was of no consequence to him. Did they think they could dictate his actions? Do you have no shame? Why should my water be distributed to you? I intend to bathe. I will bathe daily, thrice a day if I wish. And I'll even use mineral water to flush the toilet. What business is it of yours? Qin Ming engaged in a verbal duel in the group chat. A singular force against all. He was the group owner. No one could kick him out. Only he could remove others. Let me be clear. Not only do I bathe every day, but I also feast daily. While you all scrape by on 1 or 2 meals of instant noodles, I indulge in 4 or 5 grand feasts. You incapable fools can starve for all I care. Qin Ming's ruthless words incited widespread outrage. He was openly defying the entire community, and that was simply intolerable. Amidst the uproar, Qin Ming, the property manager, spoke up. Everyone, let us refrain from further comments. This is his personal resource, and he has the right to allocate and utilize it as he sees fit. Others have no authority to interfere. She meant well, hoping to prevent these individuals from making fools of themselves. The esteemed steward, Qin Ming, remarked to the homeowner, "You must embark on this journey alone. Thank you," implicitly suggesting, "If you seek demise, pursue it without dragging me into your plight." Tian Dao Cho Qin then declared, "Young man, well done. You have successfully captured my attention. Prepare for my retribution, for I, Luo, am a man of my word." Following this, the inquiry arose, "Please provide your room number." To which Tian Dao Cho Qin responded, "Building 2, room 2002, come forth." The reply was swift, "I am on my way." Chapter 45, You're unhappy even when I arrive in the next moment. Qin Ming vanished from the bathtub. He covered his vital areas with a towel and tore through the void, arriving at apartment 2002. At that moment, a middle-aged man, wearing glasses and sporting a center-parted hairstyle, was seated in the living room, with the words "Heaven rewards diligence" emblazoned on the wall behind him. He was engrossed in sending messages on his phone. "You asked me to come, and here I am." Qin Ming's sudden appearance startled the man, who widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Just a second ago, they had been exchanging banter, and now he found Qin Ming in his own home. How could such an eerie occurrence be possible? How did you get in?" The man trembled with fear, already petrified. "See? You wanted me here. Yet now you're not pleased." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qin Ming hurled the man from the 20th floor. Moments later, news broke that the owner of 2002 had fallen to his death. Other residents felt a chill run down their spines. Just moments before, Qin Ming had stated in the group chat that he would be looking for him, and then, without warning, he plummeted from above. Could this be mere coincidence? Such coincidences are rare in this world. Some began to ponder, regarding Qin Ming as someone not to be trifled with. The chatter in the group quieted significantly, and those who had previously been vocally agitated fell silent. They were unaware of Qin Ming's true nature and whether he genuinely possessed the ability to reach through the internet to find individuals. Having enjoyed a soothing bath, Qin Ming emerged from the bathroom. He gestured to the women, indicating that they could begin heating water for their baths. Naturally, the women could bathe together, eager to save time and resources. As they glanced at the messages in the group, the news of the 2002 owner's demise made Song Xia and Song Qiu uneasy. They had remained in the living room, unaware of Qin Ming's departure, yet a premonition lingered that the bizarre fall must be intricately linked to him. The very essence of this man exuded an uncanny aura, recalling the previous owner's group leader. They speculated that Qin Ming might indeed have the capability to track individuals through the internet. Ignoring the two women, Qin Ming reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes as a surge of vitality coursed through him, warming the entire room in an instant. Song Xia was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "But it's not even the heating time. Why is it so warm?" Song Qiu quickly checked the air conditioning and underfloor heating, finding no signs of activation. The two exchanged astonished glances, thinking it was truly bizarre. At that moment, Qin Ming sent a message to Qin Ming. Exclusive concierge Qin Ming. "Hello, are you there? Beauty seeking life improvement. Just say what you need." Exclusive concierge Qin Ming. "Since your bathwater is going to be discarded anyway, could you spare a little? I'd like to wash my hair." Using someone else's bathwater for a rinse might sound unappealing, yet Qin Ming could no longer endure it. Her hair felt as greasy as if coated with mousse. Even a quick rinse in someone else's water would be preferable to not washing at all. Beauty seeking life improvement. Become my woman, and I'll ensure you can be thoroughly clean from head to toe. Exclusive concierge Qin Ming. This is embarrassing. The conversation between them halted there. Seizing the moment while several were bathing, Qin Ming left the house and descended to the ground floor. Compared to the outside, this community was exceedingly secure. The property management had eliminated all potential hazards, allowing residents to roam freely. However, in such frigid weather, with temperatures plummeting to -60°C, no one wished to venture outdoors. A careless moment could lead to severe illness, and in such an environment, recovering from a cold would be difficult, primarily due to the lack of medicine. Suddenly, Qin Ming heard raised voices emanating from the property management center. Following the sound, he discovered a man in Qin Ming's office, engaged in a heated argument. "You wretched woman, how could he have so much water for bathing? Is he your little lover? Damn it, my family barely has a bottle of water a day, and you give so much to others?" the man bellowed. his voice thunderous and deafening. Qin Ming slammed her hand on the table, retorting, I understand that there is no water to brush your teeth. But your language is utterly foul. I've already stated in the group, and other owners have come down to verify. Their water has nothing to do with the property management. It's their own stockpiled supplies. Don't blame everything on the management. Go ask them directly instead of trying to flex your authority here. Qin Ming held her head high, resembling a proud swan, refusing to back down. She had led the blind to the cliff, urging them to confront Qin Mingri, certainly a dead end. Yet, for such a person, Qin Ming would relish the prospect of his immediate demise. How dare you? Are you giving yourself airs? You are merely a dog serving us. Who gave you the right to speak to me like that? The man, infuriated, took a step closer to Qin Ming. Ultimately, being a woman, Qin Ming felt a twinge of apprehension facing a larger man, instinctively retreating 2 steps. However, in that instant, the man lunged forward, encircling Qin Ming's neck with his arm. She barely had time to call for security, as Qin Ming cried out for help. The man poured a packet of white powder into her mouth. What did you make me eat? Qin Ming's face paled as the powder dissolved upon contact with her saliva, swiftly sliding down her throat into her stomach. A little something to pique your interest. Heh. If you become my woman, everything in this warehouse will be mine. The man grinned lewdly, his eyes narrowing to slits. Qin Ming, in her prime, was undeniably attractive, a quintessential image of a successful woman. You vile scoundrel, utterly shameless. Qin Ming cursed at him. Yet, before long, she felt a rising heat throughout her body, her vision blurring as she sank into a haze. The man before her began to double in her sight. Boom. Qin Mingri burst through the door. The man's expression shifted, glaring at Qin Mingri with contempt. This is none of your business. Get out. Without uttering a word, Qin Mingri seized the man by the collar, dragging him to the wall and throwing him with force. The man was hurled over the high wall, crashing heavily onto the frozen river below. He barely had time to react before a massive mutated creature rushed in, sending him to his demise in the property management office. Qin Ming's gaze was dazed as she leaned against Qin Mingri's chest. A knowing smile graced her lips, and she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her legs brushing against him. Is this considered a forced situation? Qin Mingri mused to himself. Although Qin Ming was the initiator, she was currently in an unconscious state. However, this could serve as a splendid opportunity. After all, he hadn't administered the drug himself. Moreover, if he didn't assist her in detoxifying, Qin Ming might very well succumb to the overwhelming heat. Oh well, I suppose I might as well save her, for I am, by nature, a good person. Qin Mingri swept Qin Ming into his arms and firmly shut the door behind them. Chapter 46, Attitude Perception Ability, Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the 9-point Beauty Qin Ming and received rewards. Amoxicillin Capsules, Advanced Version, 999 Cold Medicine, Advanced Version. Supplies can be refreshed daily, with a maximum usage period of 16 days. Qin Mingri was both astonished and elated. This time the unlocked supplies were not food, but cold medicine. The storage duration of the supplies had doubled, now exceeding half a month. In the post-apocalyptic world, cold medicine was equally scarce. In the current frigid environment, it was easy to catch a cold. Without medication, coupled with the relentless cold, an untreated cold could lead to a series of complications, potentially endangering life. Previously, there had been reports of individuals whose conditions worsened due to a lack of treatment, ultimately leading to their demise. Now, with Qin Mingri unlocking cold medicine, a significant gap had been filled. Moreover, being of the advanced version, it was more effective than ordinary cold medicine. Although several women accompanied him, sheltered in a greenhouse, it was still possible for them to catch a chill. If they did fall ill, the medicine would prove invaluable. Qin Mingri was determined to protect these women from any misfortune. After all, he was uncertain whether the supplies would vanish if any of them were to perish. Besides, the presence of these women made life exceedingly comfortable, akin to that of an emperor. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward. Attitude Perception. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of vitality, current vitality, 180. Qin Mingri was taken aback. This special reward was not a tangible item, but an extraordinary ability, Attitude Perception. As the name implies, it allowed him to sense others' attitudes toward him. This was splendid. Should any woman harbor hostility or develop ulterior motives, he would be able to detect it immediately and eliminate the threat. No longer would he need to worry about being stabbed in the back. No more happy brand blades could threaten him. After Qin Ming detoxified, she regained her composure. Qin Mingri noticed a radiant glow emanating from her head, bright and intense. Was this a sign of friendliness? The more brilliant the light, the stronger the affection? Qin Ming mused that he should find an opportunity to gauge any hostility. Qin Ming's flushed face was exceedingly beautiful, now imbued with a touch of allure. Upon realizing her state of undress, she let out a startled cry, hastily covering her vital areas with clothing. "Do not look at me. It was your initiative. I merely assisted you. Otherwise, you would have perished." Qin Ming shrugged. Qin Ming recalled the earlier events. Indeed, it was she who had clung to Qin Ming. While she had been drugged, her actions had been voluntary. This scoundrel actually drugged me. I, who do not seek payment to serve the community. And yet he treats me this way. How disheartening. Qin Ming cursed. While this had been her job, in the face of the apocalypse, she could easily abandon it. "Do I still need to continue serving as your manager, Qin? Should I take a shower or brush my teeth?" Qin Ming seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. This situation had arisen for a reason, and he was not an irresponsible man. He would not abandon the women he had unlocked if Qin Ming was willing. She could join him. "Enough. I have no desire to continue this property management nonsense. Let whoever wishes to do so take it. Good deeds yield no rewards. Let it be." Qin Ming exclaimed, prepared to relinquish her job. "Shall we take some supplies from the warehouse?" Qin Ming suggested, no longer concerned with any moral obligations. "Those things? I wouldn't give them to a dog." Qin Ming declined, for he possessed a variety of supplies, sufficient to satisfy his needs. "No water either?" Qin Ming was astonished. But recalling Qin Ming bathing with mineral water, she was reassured that he likely lacked nothing. "Forget it. Let us go." Qin Ming grasped Qin Ming's hand and led her outside. By his side, Qin Ming experienced an unprecedented sense of security, a feeling she had never encountered before. As a career-oriented woman, she had never known the sensation of being protected by another. "What should I call you?" Qin Ming asked, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. After her encounter, she seemed transformed, exuding charm and allure, her gaze captivating. Indeed, a woman in her 30s could be quite enchanting, especially someone like Qin Ming, who had suddenly transitioned from a youthful maiden to a mature woman. Her vitality awakened. She exuded a more profound allure than by Yujia. "Call me husband," Qin Ming said without looking up, leading Qin Ming in a specific direction. "All right, husband." Qin Ming complied eagerly, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on Qin Ming's cheek. Typically, Qin Ming would not refuse such warmth from a woman, but at that moment, he touched his face and said, "Could you wait until I brush my teeth before kissing me?" Qin Ming. Aren't you in Building 1? This is Building 6. Suddenly, Qin Ming realized they were heading in the wrong direction. "You'll find out shortly." Qin Ming offered no further explanation. At a certain floor in Building 6, Qin Ming approached the security door, kicking it open with force. A low growl erupted from within, followed by a mutated cat, the size of a tiger, rushing out. The creature was tall and gaunt, its ribs visibly protruding, clearly starved. A pool of blood lay in the living room, likely belonging to its owner, who had fallen prey to the beast. Upon spotting a human, the mutated cat's eyes glinted with menace, excitement radiating from its gaze, its pale tongue licking its lips. Qin Ming turned pale with fright, swiftly hiding behind Qin Ming. Their community had mobilized all security forces and suffered significant casualties just to contain a mutated dog, which they had been unable to kill. This creature had left an indelible impression on her. Human effort seemed futile against it. She pulled out her phone, ready to call for assistance. Yet, Qin Ming remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the mutated cat. A vivid green light flickered atop the cat's head. That was hostility. Hostility radiated like a beam, green enough to cause unease. Indeed, it was precisely as he had surmised. The light of friendship was red, while that of hostility was green. Understanding this, Qin Ming wasted no time, delivering a powerful punch to the mutated cat's head. With a resounding crack, the creature's skull shattered, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. As his vitality surged, his strength escalated rapidly. Even without employing his lightning whip, he could easily dispatch ordinary mutated creatures. This scene left Qin Ming, who had been on the verge of calling for help, utterly stunned. It was dead? This was a mutated beast. Previously, they had battled numerous foes to subdue a single mutated dog, expending tremendous effort. Yet, Qin Ming had dispatched this creature with a single blow, leaving it no chance to even struggle. In an instant, admiration sparkled in Qin Ming's eyes. This was a real man. With such a partner, she need not worry about her safety. "Hello, my husband. You are truly impressive. You even brought me here to showcase your prowess. You are remarkable, and I am completely captivated by you." Qin Ming unabashedly expressed her admiration. Qin Ming was at a loss for words, pondering the woman's thoughts. He was merely here to gauge the atmosphere of hostility and friendliness, yet she seemed to believe he had brought her along for show. He had no time for such frivolities. Above Qin Ming's head, a crimson glow intensified, her eyes sparkling with the same hue. Her affection for him had evidently escalated. Today marked her transformation into a woman, yet her enthusiasm seemed to surpass that of the other women. Truly, she embodied the vigor of youth. It appeared that he needed to hasten the unlocking of other goddesses, in hopes of earning a special reward of a golden waist. Chapter 47. Chaos. Upon returning home, Qin Ming found that he had brought another woman with him. Cheng Wanyue. And the others were accustomed to this, and even expressed delight. Qin Ming had previously informed them that the more women there were, the more supplies they would have, which in turn would enhance their safety. Only Song Xia and Song Qiu looked utterly bewildered. It hadn't been long since he had acquired another woman. This fellow truly lived up to his reputation as a lecher. Moreover, this woman seemed somewhat familiar. Wait a moment, wasn't she Qin Ming, the property manager? If Qin Ming had already won her over, what would become of their supplies in the future? Song Xia and Song Qiu exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in unison. Qin Ming surveyed the room, noticing that Cheng Wanyue, Bai Yujia, Wan, and Zhao Feifei were all enveloped in a warm red glow, a clear sign of extreme friendliness. This was hardly surprising, as Qin Ming provided them with sumptuous meals and protection every day. Anyone harboring ill intentions towards him would surely face his wrath. It was akin to raising a dog. If you nurture it well, it will thrive. As for Song Xia and Song Qiu, they bore a faint tinge of green above their heads, indicating a slight hostility, which Qin Ming could understand. After all, they had intruded upon another's home, and it was only natural to harbor some resentment. However, he paid little heed to their animosity. It was not strong enough to pose a threat to his safety. Boil some water. Let her take a bath. Qin Ming commanded. Wan and the others sprang into action, each with a clear division of labor. Some boiled water. Others fetched cold water, and some prepared bathrobes, creating a harmonious scene. There was no need for him to designate specific tasks. They instinctively knew what to do. This was precisely the outcome Qin Ming desired. Women should possess a measure of intelligence and perceptiveness to be endearing. Dear, you go wait in the room. Half an hour will suffice. Cheng Wanyue smiled sweetly, seemingly aware of what Qin Ming intended to do next. Qin Ming felt a bit embarrassed. The women had misunderstood him, as he had already completed his tasks long ago. Qin Ming exhibited no hint of shyness typical of young girls. She cast a flirtatious glance at Qin Ming and said with a playful smile, "Wait for me in bed." She exuded confidence, as if a seal had been lifted, transforming her demeanor entirely. This was how she should have behaved at her age. As the saying goes, at 30, like a wolf, at 40, like a tiger. It was Qin Ming's first encounter with such an unabashed woman, leaving him feeling slightly bashful. Nevertheless, he could not allow himself to be belittled, and with the risk of bursting his waist, he strode into the room with his head held high. After a while, night fell. The women prepared a lavish dinner to welcome the new member into their midst. The dining room and the living room presented two starkly contrasting scenes. One side was filled with steaming homemade dishes, while the other was a meager meal of instant noodles and luncheon meat accompanied by cold water. Qin Ming was thrilled, having not savored such delights in ages. Her daily fare consisted solely of instant noodles and luncheon meat, and she enforced strict regulations on the property, including upon herself. The supply of resources was exceedingly limited, barely enough for survival. "Dear, can I stay here from now on?" Qin Ming asked with a smile, not wishing to leave. "Haven't you already stayed?" Qin Ming replied with a grin. "Let me clarify. It's not about staying. Wherever you go, we shall follow." Wan interjected, displaying her intelligence. As long as Qin Ming was present, they would have a place to thrive. The others echoed her sentiment, all empathizing with her. "All right, from now on, I will follow our husband. No more concerns about the property." Qin Ming waved her hand dismissively, her heart already wounded. Initially, there was no one to pay salaries, and property fees were not collected. Daily resource allocation felt like obligatory labor, akin to doing good deeds, yet she was not understood and nearly suffered harm. Had it not been for Qin Ming, she might have fallen victim to that wretched individual. Upon hearing this, Song Xia and the others' expressions changed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Xia stepped forward cautiously and inquired, "Manager Qin, if you do not return to oversee matters, what will become of the community's order and resources?" Before Qin Ming could respond, Wan stood up, slamming her hand on the table. "What manager? Now, Mingjia is our husband's woman. Anything else has nothing to do with her." Shang Wanwei added, "Indeed, Do not trouble Minjie anymore. Bai Yuju chimed in, exactly. Minjie's new task is to take care of our husband. As for the property owners, whether they live or die is none of our concern. One after another, they expressed their sentiments, infuriating Songxia, whose face turned a shade of iron. In the past, she would have vocally confronted them, but now, she had to swallow her anger, fixating her gaze on Qin Ming, eager to hear her opinion. Indeed, I am laying it all bare. I quit. Whoever wishes to manage the property may do so. Whoever wants to take resources can take them. I will no longer concern myself. Qin Ming declared with resolute conviction. Nothing mattered more than living well. A life lived for others is bound to lack brilliance. To live splendidly, one must live for oneself. Hearing this, Song Xia felt a jolt in her heart. With a quick glance at Song Qiu, she hurried downstairs, exclaiming, "Let us seize resources. No one will distribute them anymore. We must stockpile while we can." In no time, the two had carried up a box of bottled water and a box of luncheon meat, preparing to make a second trip. Their actions stirred the others, and upon understanding the situation, chaos erupted throughout the community as residents began to scramble for supplies. In the absence of leadership, disorder was inevitable. In the owners' group, pandemonium ensued. "I am but a little bird. Please, everyone, do not take everything. This will lead to utter chaos." Zhang San from Building 3, Room 302. "I urge everyone to act rationally. This is detrimental to the entire community. We should elect new management to regulate supplies to ensure the community's survival." Li Chenhua from Building 4, Room 1201. "Please, everyone, stop. I see someone pushing a cart away." Unfortunately, no one could approach this matter with reason. No one could persuade everyone to halt their actions. Human nature dictates that as long as one person continues, another will inevitably follow. Many believed that if they remained idle, they would miss out on resources, while others sought to take advantage of the chaos. Particularly those with multiple men in their households, who were eager to haul supplies home. No one would passively wait for someone to take charge. Waiting was futile. Even if someone eventually stepped up to manage the situation, the resources they claimed would still belong to them, as what was consumed could not be returned. Observing all this, Qin Ming merely shook her head, feeling somewhat helpless, yet devoid of sympathy. This was all their own doing. They had no one to blame but themselves. Initially, when Qin Ming shared photos of his bath, their first reaction was to assume it was thanks to their efforts, demonstrating a complete lack of fundamental trust. They took their service for granted. If these circumstances had arisen before the apocalypse, it might have been understandable as part of her job. However, after the apocalypse, she could have chosen to remain uninvolved. Dog bites dog, all in vain, Qin Ming remarked. Such is human nature, excessive contemplation is futile. Everyone will resort to any means necessary to survive. Chapter 48. A strange reunion. Though it is night, the outside world is abuzz with activity. In merely a single evening, the two warehouses of the Jiang City mansion have been completely emptied. Some revel in joy, while others are consumed by despair. In one household, a mountain of supplies amassed during yesterday's chaos lies waiting, while another remains starkly bare, desperately calling for calm in the group chat, ultimately ending up with nothing. Yet, on this night, Qin Ming and a cadre of women sleep soundly. In stark contrast, Song Xia and Song Qiu have barely closed their eyes. Despite being two delicate women, they have joined the fray for supplies. After a night of relentless effort, they emerge with a box of mineral water, a box of luncheon meat, and a box of instant noodles as their spoils. Despite their best efforts, they still fall short against the men. Come morning, the two find themselves slumped on the sofa, utterly exhausted. In the Owner-S group chat, Chun Zio from Building 3, Room 702. "Everyone, please return the supplies, or many owners will starve." Huang Yali from Building 4, Room 501. "Indeed, many elderly and infirm have not secured any supplies. Your actions are cutting off their lifeline." Chunduan Huakai. "I propose we establish an owners committee to elect a director who will oversee the distribution of supplies. Only then can we ensure everyone survives and maintain order." Huang Defa. "I concur." The group chat buzzes with fervent discussion, primarily among those who have secured little in the way of supplies. In their struggle for survival, they yearn for communal sharing. Meanwhile, those hoarding ample resources remain silent, unwilling to divulge their fortunes. Their supplies are safely stowed away, and they have no intention of relinquishing them. The calls for help from the others are destined to fall on deaf ears. As dawn breaks, Qin Ming and 5 women rise to enjoy an exquisite breakfast, a feast for the senses. Witnessing the ugliness of human nature only strengthens Qin Ming's conviction in her choices. The wise select their perches carefully. She has made the right decision. Amidst the chaos, she knows that disorder will surely attract unwanted attention. Song Xia smirks, her eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Sister, it seems no one can touch him. Song Qiu states with brutal honesty. Even if Qin Ming becomes a target, who could possibly contend with him? Just wait and see. Song Xia replies, lifting her chin defiantly as she steps out of the room to join Qin Ming. After breakfast, the other women busily attend to their chores, leaving Qin Ming alone on the sofa. Song Xia approaches, leaning against him, her breath fragrant and her gaze alluring. Observing her, Qin Ming notices a faint green glow above her head, signaling that her intentions may not be pure. However, he is unfazed. With his current strength and the protection of the Wandscale armor, even if she were to attack him, he would remain unscathed. He is curious to see what she intends. Song Xia almost leans entirely against Qin Ming, her every action dripping with seduction. Qin Ming plays along, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. She possesses a body that showcases her curves when undressed yet appears slender in clothing. Her yoga-toned physique is complemented by her captivating aura. Song Xia shivers at his touch. In her life, no man has ever dared to approach her this way. Yet, she musters a smile and leans in close to whisper in his ear. You are so handsome. Such blatant flirtation would leave any ordinary man breathless with desire. With a grin, Qin Ming calls out, Want you? Heat some water for Song Xia's bath. She desires my company. His voice startles Song Xia, prompting her to leap up and flee. Huh? Trying to play the beauty card with me? Qin Ming scoffs, recognizing that she is not genuinely interested in him, but rather in exerting control over him. He cannot be so easily manipulated. If she wishes to present herself, he will accept her advances without hesitation. Inside the room, Song Xia beats her chest in a mix of anxiety and excitement. Sister, weren't you treating your suitors like pets? Why can't you handle him? Song Qiu murmurs. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Song Xia replies, Those simpering fools would be easily swayed by my charm. But this man is different. I can't seem to sway him. She desires to tease, but not to submit completely. The beauty card has lost its efficacy. Not only is it ineffective, but it could also lead to her downfall. At that moment, Qin Ming senses a powerful aura nearby. Is it an ominous presence? His blood surges, heightening his awareness, expanding his capacity to detect danger. He steps outside, determined to ascertain the nature of the threat and ensure his own safety. Like a minefield, he must eliminate any unstable factors to avoid potential disaster. Following the source of the sensation, he finds a strange entity, several dozen meters outside the Jiang City mansion, tearing into the corpse of a mutated creature. The being exudes an overwhelming aura, brimming with aggression. Sensing its terrifying presence, Qin Ming opts for discretion and turns to leave. He hopes fervently that this creature is merely passing through and will not take root nearby. Otherwise, it would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, the creature lifts its head, a vibrant green glow emanating from above, as if it senses something. Its gaze sweeps over the spot where Qin Ming had stood moments before. As if it has discovered him, the creature rises, its eyes blazing, and charges toward Qin Ming's direction, feeling the impending danger. Qin Ming realizes with dread that the entity has spotted him and is in hot pursuit, moving with alarming speed. With a roar, a vortex of wind erupts, tearing through the air and forcing Qin Ming from his hiding place. He attempts to escape, but the very fabric of space feels unstable. Amidst the swirling mist, a grotesque figure hovers menacingly before him. What is this creature? Qin Ming furrows his brow, a chill creeping down his spine. It is a humanoid entity, possessing human features but lacking hair, with long, twisted limbs and protruding bones at the joints. It resembles a gaunt individual, as if starved for months, or a skeleton draped in human skin. Even more terrifying, it possesses a pair of bat-like wings that enable it to hover in the air. Above its head, the green glow intensifies, an unmistakable sign of hostility. A flying abomination? Qin Ming feels the weight of impending doom. This creature is swift, capable of closing the distance rapidly, and can manipulate the space around him, indicating that it is no ordinary foe. Resolving to confront the threat, Qin Ming summons the Thunder Whip to his hand. There is no escaping this. A battle is inevitable. He refrains from launching an immediate attack, adhering to the principle of remaining still until the enemy moves. He observes, waiting to gauge the creature's true capabilities, knowing that a hasty strike could lead to his downfall. With a rush of wind, the creature lunges, and Qin Ming instinctively closes his eyes against the onslaught, only to feel the murderous intent bearing down upon him like a tempest. He snaps his eyes open just in time to swing the Thunder Whip in defense. The creature darts in, executing a deft maneuver in midair. and extends a skeletal hand toward Qin Mingri's chest with lethal intent. Its first move is to strike at his very heart, aiming to end his life. The flash of the lightning whip resembled a dragon emerging from the sea, as purple bolts of electricity erupted instantaneously, crackling and popping like a splendid fireworks display. Yet, the thunderous storm could not hinder the sinister advance. With a resounding boom, the eerie figure struck a palm against Qin Mingri's chest, transforming the hand into a claw and forcefully digging in. Chapter 49. Even feeding the dog feels meager ding. That claw strike seemed to have struck a metal plate, producing a jarring sound. A faint layer of scales appeared on Qin Mingri's skin, accompanied by the ethereal emanation of white light, shrouded in mystery. Although the myriad scales had mitigated a significant portion of the assault, the bizarre strike still caused a sharp pain in Qin Mingri's chest, with his vital energy surging within, nearly inducing a spout of blood. He could not help but feel a shiver of fear. Had it not been for the myriad scales, that swift and ferocious blow could have extracted his very heart. The bizarre entity was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend its failure. In the next instant, it lunged forward again, its form darting with terrifying agility, launching a ferocious onslaught. Its hands transformed unpredictably, akin to phantoms from hell, slicing through the air with a chilling aura. Qin Mingri, unwilling to succumb, wielded the thunder whip to counter, its arcs of lightning dazzling and resplendent. With each clash, Qin Mingri felt a growing trepidation. He discerned that this adversary possessed an extraordinary strength, surpassing the previous bizarre entity he had encountered. Its speed was astonishing, and even in a state of mere skeletal remains, its defense was remarkably formidable. After enduring 2 lashes from the whip, the entity remained unfazed despite being struck by the lightning. As the battle dragged on, Qin Mingri began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Engaging in a prolonged struggle was disadvantageous for him, especially with other bizarre creatures and monsters lurking nearby, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. The longer he lingered, the more perilous his situation became. With a resolute glare, Qin Mingri unleashed the thunder whip in swift succession, conjuring a sea of lightning where arcs surged like dragons, exuding an aura of annihilation. Thunder represented destruction. He then quickly vanished into the void, retreating at the utmost speed. After traversing through the void over 40 times, utterly exhausted, Qin Mingri finally halted, panting heavily. Upon sensing that the bizarre entity had not pursued him, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortuitously, this creature had not followed. Otherwise, he would have been at a severe disadvantage. Circling back, he found no unusual occurrences and returned to the Jiang City mansion, tearing through the void to reach home. Once inside, he collapsed onto the couch, drenched in sweat, utterly spent. "Husband, what happened to you?" Sheng Wanyue and a few other women gathered around, fetching water, massaging his feet, rubbing his shoulders, and offering a thorough service. "I nearly perished out there." Qin Mingri gulped down a mouthful of water, still shaken. "Did you encounter an insurmountable monster?" Zhao Feifei furrowed her delicate brows, recognizing the terror of the creature that even Qin Mingri could not best. "Husband, you must be cautious. Do not venture out for a while." The women expressed their concern, fearful for his safety. Their concern for Qin Mingri also stemmed from their own fears. They understood that should anything befall him, their own doomsday would truly commence. Especially for these young and beautiful women, the monsters and humans outside were their worst nightmares. "Rest assured, it did not pursue me," Qin Mingri reassured them, having confirmed the absence of the bizarre entity. A creature capable of flight would not be hindered by walls. Should it follow, he feared he could not save any of them. It appeared he needed to find more women for his husband to bolster his strength. The women exchanged whispers, their gazes inadvertently drifting towards Song Xia and Song Qiu. Meanwhile, Song Xia and Song Qiu, oblivious to their chatter, felt a chill as everyone suddenly turned their attention towards them. "Husband, enhancing strength is paramount. Why not take them by force? Regardless of their sweetness, quenching thirst is essential," Sheng Wanyue suggested in a hushed tone. Though Qin Mingri resisted the notion of coercion, the circumstances were dire. "No, I must adhere to my principles. I cannot break them unless absolutely necessary." Qin Mingri firmly declined. His words carried weight. While he claimed his principles were unbreakable, it suggested a possibility of flexibility, just not at that moment. Seeing his resolute stance, the others refrained from further argument. Yet, they resolved to devise a strategy to ensure Qin Mingri would take in Song Xia and Song Qiu. Otherwise, they could never feel at ease. Only with a husband strong enough could they secure their protection. For his sake, and their own. As Qin Mingri recuperated, he suddenly recalled the special reward unlocked from Zhao Feifei. The options were to enhance the Thunder Whip, the Void Blade, or the Myriad Scales. Since he had been uncertain about which to strengthen, he had kept the reward in reserve. Now, it seemed the moment had come to make a choice. The Void Blade's traversal distance would increase with his vitality, rendering immediate enhancement unnecessary. The myriad scales primarily focused on defense, having protected him from the bizarre entity's lethal intentions. The Thunder Whip, however, represented offense, embodying pure devastation. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ming awakened the system and chose to enhance the Thunder Whip. Offense is indeed the best defense. Remaining overly defensive would only ensnare him in a passive position. To take control, he must strike first. Following the enhancement, the purple hue of the Thunder Whip intensified, radiating a brilliant glow. It resembled a divine dragon of purple and gold. Resonating with the crackle of thunder, an embodiment of the path of harmony. Qin Ming distinctly felt the substantial increase in the whip's potency. Although he could not quantify the extent of the enhancement, he believed that should he encounter another bizarre entity, he would not find himself so easily cornered. However, the enhancement of the Thunder Whip would also demand greater vitality. Fortunately, his energy was currently abundant, had it been at the beginning. Merely wielding the whip would have left him utterly depleted. Once the enhancement completed, Qin Ming lay down, seeking rest. The expenditure of energy had nearly drained him, necessitating at least an hour's sleep to recuperate. Exhaustion enveloped him, granting him a deep and peaceful slumber. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Qin Ming was abruptly awakened by a commotion. He emerged from his room, voice raised. What is all this noise? In the living room, Song Xia and Song Qiu, flushed with indignation, were embroiled in a heated argument with Wenwen, Cheng Wanwei, and Bai Yujie. As Qin Ming entered, silence fell over the room, and all eyes turned towards him. What is happening here? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Cheng Wanwei. Cheng Wanwei promptly stepped forward to voice her grievances. Husband, these two women are acting like lunatics. Their belongings have gone missing, and they insist we stole them. Wenwen chimed in, exactly. Who knows where you've hidden your supplies? Yet you come to wrongfully accuse us. Song Xia, exasperated, suppressed her anger and retorted coldly. You stole them. My luncheon meat, instant noodles, and bottled water all vanished while I was merely in the restroom. Who else could it be if not you? Song Qiu added, stop making excuses and return our belongings. Cheng Wanhua protested, are you both out of your minds? One of you was in the restroom. The other must have been watching her. Song Qiu shot back, sister. Who told you to use the restroom without toilet paper? Clearly, it was during the moment I went to deliver some that your things were taken. The argument reignited with fervor. Qin Ming, feeling overwhelmed, shouted, enough. He turned to Song Xia, his voice steady. You claim they stole your belongings. Do you have evidence? Did you see them? Song Xia fell silent. Her accusations were mere conjecture, lacking any proof. No evidence, I see. You can eat your fill, but do not speak carelessly. Besides, your luncheon meat and instant noodles are so meager that I would hesitate to feed them to a dog. My women would stoop to stealing from you? Surely you jest. Qin Ming shook his head, decisively dismissing the claims. Chapter 50. The corrupted demon, the ability user Mo Rufu, felt a profound silence envelop the room as Song Xia contemplated the undeniable truth. The abundance enjoyed by others. With their daily feasts of fish and meat and their lavish baths using bottled spring water, rendered her own meager existence insignificant. The notion of theft without motive simply did not hold water, much like a beggar claiming that a millionaire had stolen his money. Turning to her sister Song Qiu, Song Xia quipped, Sister, could it be that you have hidden away resources for yourself? Song Qiu's expression shifted, and she retorted with fervor, Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Our living space is barely large enough for the two of us, so search for yourself. Besides, we are sisters. Would I steal from you? Song Xia nodded in agreement, recognizing the logic in her sister's words. Yet the inexplicable disappearance of supplies left them in a state of despair, devoid of provisions and property. Their fate seemed sealed. Starvation awaited them. The sisters turned their hopeful gazes toward Qin Ming, forcing smiles as they implored, Manager Qin, or rather, President Qin. Might you rally the owners to donate some supplies? Otherwise, we shall surely starve. Qin Ming cast a cold glance at the two, her voice icy as she replied. I have resigned. Rejected, the sisters dared not express their anger. After all, Qin Ming was now aligned with Qin Ming, and offending her could lead to dire consequences. Back in their room, the sisters had to devise another plan. They turned to the owners' group chat. Fruit of summer, dear kind neighbors, if anyone has an excess of supplies, I would be willing to purchase them at any price. Fallen leaves of autumn, dear uncles and aunties, my sister and I are all we have left. And we are entirely out of supplies. Could you please assist us? The only recourse Song Xia and Song Qiu could conceive was to plead for help in the group chat. With so many members, surely there would be a benevolent soul among them who could offer assistance. However, they were not the only ones seeking aid. The chat was inundated with requests for supplies daily. The notion of purchasing supplies was utterly futile, as the residents here were all affluent owners, unwilling to exchange their life-saving goods for mere money that held little value. Soon, the sisters' desperate messages were lost in the flood of cries for help, and no one responded. Despair washed over them. At this rate, they would surely starve within 3 days. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, lurking in the shadows, could not suppress a laugh. In this apocalypse, seeking and purchasing supplies, they truly are a unique pair. Anyone with a modicum of sense would never sell. This world lacks an abundance of altruism, especially when it threatens one's own interests. Husband, how are we faring? One had whispered close to Qin Ming's ear. Husband, I want a reward, a kiss. Sheng Wan chimed in, leaning in eagerly. He had long suspected their involvement. However, he had yet to discover any supplies belonging to Song Xia and her sister. They were thrown from the building. The group shared a knowing smile, having learned the ways of mischief under Qin Ming's tutelage. Before the onset of the apocalypse, they may not have been virtuous, but they adhered to the law, causing no harm. Yet now, they too were capable of scheming against others, especially Cheng Wanyue and Zhao Feifei, who had finally extinguished their naive compassion. You've done well, and for that, I shall reward you with a feast. Qin Ming reclined, relishing the massage from the women. Cheng Wanwei eagerly replied, Husband, I desire chicken, but not just any chicken. Hee hee. At lunch, the aroma of dishes filled the air: potato stewed eggplant, stir-fried tomatoes with steak, a grand plate of chicken and potatoes, braised ribs, and twice-cooked pork. The tantalizing scents only heightened Song Xia and Song Qiu's hunger. To avoid the torment of seeing the feast, they retreated to their room, attempting to sleep away their hunger by minimizing movement and energy expenditure. This torment was just beginning. After the meal, as the women cleaned up, Qin Ming suddenly sensed a peculiar aura nearby. The same enigmatic presence had returned, lurking around the community. Its energy fluctuated, at times distant and at others palpable, eluding comprehension. Could it be searching for him? Raising an eyebrow, Qin Ming felt uncertain. He did not wish to engage in combat without assurance of victory. The creature was formidable. If it had indeed come for him, it would pose a considerable threat. Although it could not pinpoint his exact location, such a powerful entity possessed an instinct that could uncover faint traces, outlining its potential range. Qin Ming would never permit a ticking time bomb to remain near. He needed to investigate. Yet, he was reluctant to confront an uncertain battle, a dilemma indeed. Days passed, and the strange entity lingered, refusing to depart. To ascertain whether it sought him, Qin Ming bravely ventured forth, placing himself within 100 meters of the anomaly. In an instant, a tempest arose. The creature unfurled its colossal wings, shrouding the sky, resembling a great rock as it dove toward Qin Ming. Icicles formed in the air, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind that promised devastation. With a clang, Qin Ming brandished his thunder whip, meeting the entity head-on. A buzzing sound filled the air, reminiscent of bees in flight. The whip's power surged, each strike tearing through the void, accompanied by a tempest of lightning that obliterated everything in its path. Amidst the storm, Qin Ming resembled a thunder god, radiating authority and exuding a fierce aura. Elated, he reveled in the upgraded power of his thunder whip, feeling emboldened to confront the creature. With a resounding crash, he sent the entity flying, leaving a gaping wound in its wing from the electric strike. A thick, foul-smelling, white viscous liquid poured forth, reminiscent of a decaying pig left to rot in the summer heat. As the creature sustained injuries, Qin Ming prepared to press the attack, intent on eliminating the threat once and for all. The thunder whip, having absorbed more vitality, unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet even with his robust energy, he found it increasingly difficult to sustain the onslaught. A protracted battle would not favor him. He needed a swift victory. At that moment, an unsettling intuition struck him, and he gazed into the mist. Someone was approaching, a fellow ability user, and not one of feeble strength. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ming wished to conceal his presence. He swiftly abandoned the confrontation with the entity, tearing through the void to escape. Moments later, a sturdy figure emerged from the mist. He was a robust man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a mask, as if he had stepped forth from the pages of an ancient tome. His imposing presence commanded respect, despite his concealed visage. Upon his arrival, he produced a long whip that coiled like a silver serpent, ensnaring the entity with ease. The creature struggled, yet it was futile. It could not break free. More figures emerged behind him, all towering ability users. Congratulations, Brother Foam. They greeted the man with deference. I have finally captured the corrupted demon. Let us take it away. Mo Rufu waved his hand, and the men advanced, lifting the creature and vanishing into the mist. Only Mo Rufu remained, standing still, staring intently in a particular direction, lost in thought, unaware of what had captured his attention. Chapter 51. Uncertain thoughts. Qin Ming did not return home. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, observing intently. Mo Rufu remained stationary, as if engaged in a silent confrontation, their breaths intertwining invisibly. After a considerable time, Mo Rufu turned and vanished into the mist. Qin Ming exhaled, relieved. This individual was an ability user, and his formidable strength was evident from their earlier encounter. He should be capable of detecting an unseen observer, though it remained uncertain whether he could pinpoint Qin Ming's precise location. The fact that he did not approach suggested that he had yet to identify Qin Ming. Yet his prolonged presence hinted at an awareness of something amiss. The peculiar entity had been captured. What could their motives be? Typically, when confronted with such anomalies, they would be exterminated on the spot. What purpose could they serve if taken back? Within the ruins of a certain hospital, Mo Rufu stood upright in a room, facing an elderly man of over 70. The old man, with a full head of white hair and a vigorous demeanor, appeared in excellent condition. Li Lao, the corrupt specter has been apprehended, Mo Rufu declared, bowing respectfully. Indeed, Rufu, your prowess has significantly advanced. Capturing a corrupt specter is no small feat. It seems you will undoubtedly be included in the upcoming list of candidates for the cleansing ceremony. The elder, referred to as Li Lao, nodded approvingly. Upon hearing this, Mo Rufu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he stepped forward and softly added, when I arrived, the corrupt specter was already injured, struck down by a young man in his 20s. Li Lao's gaze sharpened, stroking his beard thoughtfully. A young man, not one of us. No, I have not encountered him before. His strength is formidable, with an extraordinary talent that rivals that of the youth who manipulates time. A true prodigy, Mo Rufu explained, noting that the young man wore a mask, obscuring his facial expressions. Very well, do not take any action yet. Continue distributing supplies. Li Lao instructed. The supplies have been disseminated to 80% of the city's districts, with an awakening rate of approximately 1 in 10,000. Recently, we have recruited 90 new ability users, Mo Rufu reported. What of the civilian ability user squads? Li Lao inquired. At least 10 squads in Jiang City, each comprising 3 to 10 members, Mo Rufu replied. Continue the distribution of supplies and the recruitment of ability users according to the original plan. I will be conducting research in the laboratory. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Li Lao commanded. Understood. After lingering outside for a considerable time, Qin Ming returned home, reassured that no one had followed him. The individual who captured the anomaly, could he be affiliated with the state-run ability user organization? A frown creased Qin Ming's brow, sensing a lurking conspiracy. He recalled the hospital ruins he had spied upon, nearly being discovered. The individuals within appeared to conceal something, exercising great caution. Was the human jerky they distributed truly a means of providing resources? What was their true intention? A myriad of questions plagued Qin Ming's mind. The apocalypse seemed to transcend mere natural disasters, shrouded in a veil of mystery akin to the white mist enveloping the outside world. Darling, where have you been? Cheng Wanyue approached, massaging Qin Ming's shoulders with concern. I took a stroll, he replied, closing his eyes. At that moment, Qin Ming noticed that the green glow above Song Xia and Song Qiu's heads had diminished significantly, nearly imperceptible, leaving only a trace. It seemed the women had successfully reasoned with them. Clarity was imminent. If clarity eluded them, it would be akin to the digestive system after a few days of hunger. It would naturally resolve itself. In the afternoon, the entire building suddenly began to tremble, resembling a major earthquake. This distressed Qin Ming immensely. An earthquake amidst the apocalypse would be a double calamity. While he could escape, none of the women would be able to flee. Yet, 2 seconds later, calm was restored. It appeared it was not an earthquake. Qin Ming furrowed his brow. The tremors seemed to emanate from a specific direction, to eliminate any surrounding threats. He departed his home once more, heading toward the source of the disturbance. Before long, he inhaled sharply. In the middle of the thoroughfare, a massive hole had been excavated by some entity. The hole was over a meter in diameter, exuding an eerie chill, unfathomably deep. Qin Ming surveyed the surroundings, detecting no anomalies. What terrifying existence had emerged from this chasm? He raised an eyebrow, The bizarre entities he encountered were becoming increasingly numerous and potent. Suddenly, from a distance, another tremor reverberated through the ground. Qin Ming swiftly traversed the space, rushing toward the epicenter. Upon entering a perceivable range, he finally glimpsed the monstrous anomaly. It emerged from the earth, instantly devouring two mutated creatures and several individuals whole. It was it. Qin Ming's brow furrowed as his pupils constricted. He had sensed this creature before. Beneath the sunlit waters, he had detected the presence of a mutated worm. At that time, it seemed only as thick as a bucket. Now it had more than doubled in size and exhibited extreme ferocity. Previously, Qin Ming had dismissed the mutated worm, believing it incapable of causing harm. But today he realized his assessments had been erroneous. This mutated creature was not only formidable but surpassed any other mutated being he had encountered. Earning the title of the most powerful mutated entity, the mutated worm merely needed to strike slightly. And the two mutated creatures along with several individuals were consumed in an instant. In a flash, it vanished back beneath the earth, leaving behind a gaping hole in the roadway, akin to a black hole radiating a terrifying aura that threatened to consume all. Qin Ming was astonished. Should he cross paths with this creature again, it would surely incite a bloody battle. Most concerning was the uncertainty of victory. Fortunately, this entity appeared to lack a specific target and had not fixated on him. 2 days later, at the Jiang City mansion within Song Xia's residence, Qin Ming and his family were dining when Song Xia and Song Qiu approached, clutching their stomachs, parched and fixated on the sumptuous feast before them, their eyes unblinking. "What are you staring at?" Qin Ming scoffed, fully aware that the two women could scarcely endure any longer. With no resources for 2 days, they were now utterly famished. Their stomachs pressed against their backs. Whether they had reached a resolution or not remained unclear to Qin Ming. However, it was certain that their digestive systems had thoroughly awakened. "Brother, we wish to discuss something with you. Would you entertain our request?" Song Xia ventured, her gaze lingering on the delectable spread. "Speak." Qin Ming leaned back casually, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 52. Unlocking the Sisterhood and Awakening the Divine. Soul. Song Xia swallowed hard and softly remarked, "If my sister sleeps with you, can you provide us both with food?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming chuckled. He grasped the notion, albeit not entirely. Sleep is for one, but food is shared by two? What audacity! My provisions are reserved solely for my woman. Whoever becomes my woman shall sit at the table. Qin Ming would not acquiesce. He intended to claim both women for himself. The two women were incensed, astonished by Qin Ming's insatiable appetite. 5 women were already in his possession. Yet he still yearned for them. 7 women. Did he intend to toil for 7 days in a week? "Brother, I can't bear it any longer. I am willing." Song Qiu stepped forward, resolutely declaring. The green light above her head had nearly vanished, transforming into a faint white glow, signifying neutrality, neither affection nor hostility. "Very well. Let us dine first, then wash up." Qin Ming nodded, making space for Song Qiu. Without concern for her demure image, Song Qiu seized her bowl and began to feast. As the fragrant chicken leg filled her mouth, she discovered an unprecedented level of deliciousness. Watching her sister indulge, Song Xia was overcome with emotion, tears unwittingly spilling from the corners of her mouth. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward, exclaiming, "I am willing too." With that, she too commenced her voracious consumption. Resembling a wild beast, utterly devoid of decorum. Observing the two, Qin Ming grinned. "More food for him. Eat heartily. A full stomach breeds vigor for work." Chengwanyue. When one, and Bai Yujie, understanding the situation, went to fetch water for the Song sisters. After feasting, Song Xia and Song Qiu belched contentedly, their expressions dazed. It had been ages since they felt such satisfaction. "Let us bathe, and do ensure you are clean." Qin Ming waved his hand. However, Song Xia and Song Qiu exchanged glances, seemingly wavering in their resolve. Before dining, they had agreed to everything, prioritizing their hunger. Yet, now that they were satiated, the notion of paying the price felt too steep. Both were innocent maidens. "Brother, I am not feeling well today. May I take some time to recuperate? I will serve you well in a week." Song Xia batted her eyelashes, leaning toward Qin Ming. Her ploy, painting grand illusions, was intended to bewilder him. Typically, a man would lose his judgment upon hearing such words from a woman, readily consenting, as the allure of beauty could make waiting worthwhile. Yet Qin Ming was clear-headed. Such delays would not sway him. Smack. A resounding slap landed on Song Xia's face, leaving a crimson imprint. "Are you adjusted now?" Qin Ming smiled. a devilish glint in his eyes. Song Xia was taken aback, staring at Qin Ming in disbelief. She had never been struck in such a manner before. This was a first. Humiliation, defeat, and a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within her. Tears streamed down her face, feeling an unprecedented sense of injustice. "May I just for just 2 days?" Song Xia pleaded, her voice quaking with sorrow. Smack. Another fierce slap swelled half of her face. "Are you adjusted now?" Qin Ming scoffed, his gaze menacing. "Now I am adjusted." Song Xia sobbed quietly, too fearful to wail aloud. "Good. Now go wash up. Ensure you are thoroughly clean." Qin Ming patted her head. He was not inclined to use force, but neither would he allow others to manipulate him. If Song Xia refused to accept his provisions, even at the brink of starvation, Qin Ming would never take advantage of her plight. However, having accepted the exchange, she had tacitly agreed to the subsequent conditions. To backtrack now would be foolish. Song Xiao, ever sensible, had already commenced her bath, while Song Xia endured slaps. In the bathroom, the two whispered, "Sister, are you all right?" Song Xiao applied aloe vera gel to her sister's reddened cheek. "How could I be all right? You try receiving 2 slaps." Song Xia whimpered, "It hurts so much." Song Xia felt wronged. Had it not been said that capable men would never strike women? Yet Qin Ming, so accomplished, showed no hesitation in striking a woman. "Sister, I believe those women seem to live quite well. They enjoy ample food and drink, appear youthful and vibrant, and need not worry about sustenance, all while being protected. Perhaps this is indeed a favorable fate?" Song Xiao reflected, appearing to have found clarity, recognizing the difficulty of survival in the apocalypse. Especially now that the property management of Jiang City had ceased to function, order had crumbled, leaving women like them with little survival capability. Rather than drifting aimlessly in this chaotic world and eventually succumbing to starvation, seeking a secure refuge to thrive seemed wise. "Sister, have you truly come to terms with this?" Song Xia queried, astonished at her sister's lack of resistance. "Yes, sister, do not attempt to manipulate him further. He is no ordinary man. You cannot outmaneuver him." Song Xiao nodded. Although such words were disheartening, they rang true. In their encounters, they were no match for Qin Ming. "No matter what, I must give it a try. Competing with several women daily for affection is exhausting. If I am to do this, I shall do it grandly," Song Xia declared with conviction, thumping her chest. Their bath lasted over an hour, primarily due to the lengthy interval without washing. It took them 40 minutes just to scrub away the grime. In the room, Qin Ming reclined against the headboard, seemingly waiting. The sisters emerged from the bath, clad in robes. Creak. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the 9. 3-rated sisters. Song Xia and Song Qiao. Reward obtained. Rice, lamb, cilantro. Resources refreshed daily, with a maximum usage period of 64 days. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled. Rice. A rarity he had longed for, now finally within reach. Though he had been eating meat and vegetables daily, a meal devoid of rice felt soulless. Today, the soul of rice had finally arrived. Furthermore, lamb provided yet another nutritious option. The system recognized the perfect pairing of lamb and cilantro, ensuring it was included. The storage duration for resources had also extended to 2 months. In truth, a 2-month storage period was akin to permanent preservation. Even these meat products would not spoil in extreme cold, though the taste would greatly diminish compared to fresh varieties. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 vitality points. Current vitality, 240. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the divine soul. The increase in vitality was anticipated. Qin Ming had expected it. Yet, what was this divine soul? Qin Ming was astonished. This must be a special reward for this unlocking. Given that it was a special reward, it surely held extraordinary significance. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently. Within his mind, he perceived a vague silhouette emerging. The figure held a fishing rod, seated by the riverbank, as if engaged in fishing. It was indistinct, shrouded in mystery, resembling an independent realm. What, precisely, is this divine soul? Qin Ming probed further, discovering no noticeable changes in his body. The silhouette within his mind exerted no influence over him. System, what is the purpose of the divine soul? The Qin Ming called upon the system. Yet it fell into silence, no longer responding. It seems that from now on, I must rely on myself to gradually explore the unknown. Chapter 53. Song Xia has a fever. Although a pair of sisters was unlocked this time, the rewards were rather unremarkable. The concept of a divine soul sounded impressive. Yet Qin Ming had yet to discover its utility. Aside from the ethereal shadow residing in his mind, nothing else had changed. This peculiar reward felt almost as if it had not been gained at all. A sense of disappointment washed over Qin Ming, having unlocked two goddesses at once. It felt as though the opportunity had been squandered. He turned his gaze towards the two women. Song Qiu's head was already emanating a faint red glow, signaling her lack of hostility. Of course, her fondness was hardly substantial. All her actions were merely for the sake of survival. In contrast, Song Xia's head still flickered with a soft green light, indicating that her animosity remained intact. Qin Ming chose to feign ignorance, rising from his seat to step outside. He threw a bag of rice onto the table, followed by a chunk of lamb and a heap of cilantro, declaring that dinner would be lamb hot pot. Cheng Wanyue and the other's eyes sparkled. It had been a long time since they had savored the taste of rice. The group busied themselves with preparations. Song Qiu joined in, eagerly helping to wash the vegetables. Only one person remained languidly reclined on the sofa, leaning against Qin Ming, Song Xia. With a breath as sweet as orchids and eyes like silk, she gazed intently at Qin Ming, smiling. "Brother, are you satisfied?" Qin Ming nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, "It's fine." Receiving this affirmation, Song Xia's heart leaped with joy, emboldening her further. "Brother, I have many more tricks up my sleeve. I'll let you try them all tonight." Song Xia's blatant teasing was irresistible to any man. "Oh, aren't you a novice? What else do you know? Where did you learn it?" Qin Ming was taken aback. She had learned from watching movies and had never tried it with anyone else. "Brother, you are truly fortunate." Song Xia coyly deflected, her demeanor a mix of rejection and allure. Had Qin Ming not seen the green glow above her head, he might have almost believed her. He decided to play along, curious about her intentions. Song Xia continued, "Brother, I believe none of them are worthy of you. How about I serve you instead while they handle the chores?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming chuckled. He had anticipated her to devise some wicked scheme, but it turned out to be rather mundane. Did she intend to manipulate him like a lovesick fool? This was clearly an insidious attempt at sowing discord. Unable to tolerate such antics, Qin Ming raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Song Xia. Bewildered, she stared in shock. How could this man be so unpredictable? Punishing her for mere words? Know your place. Have you seen my women? Which of them doesn't he compete for attention, harbor jealousy, or engage in schemes? Go outside and reflect. He continued, I can see your true intentions, whether friendly or feigned. As long as you harbor even a hint of hostility, do not think you can come back. Leave and return only when you have reconsidered. With that, Qin Ming unceremoniously expelled Song Xia from the room. Stunned, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Is this my home? How could I be thrown out? Tears threatened to fall as she realized her plan to charm Qin Ming had backfired spectacularly. Now, she couldn't even enter. The temperature outside felt several degrees colder than within, leaving Song Xia shivering. Inside, Song Qiu could only sigh helplessly, wishing to help but feeling powerless. She had warned Song Xia that she could not handle Qin Ming. Now, she faced the consequences of her defiance. An hour later, everyone had feasted, save for Song Xia, who was left hungry and knocking persistently at the door, calling out, Brother, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please let me in. I'm freezing. When Qin Ming opened the door, he noticed that the green light above Song Xia's head had not faded. Rather, it had intensified. This indicated that her reflection had only deepened her hostility. With a decisive slam, he shut the door once more. Return only when your animosity has completely dissipated. Qin Ming was determined to teach her a lesson. If she wished to be his woman, she must cast aside any ulterior motives. A woman like her could not be kept near him. Confused, Song Xia had initially thought Qin Ming's claim of sensing her hostility was a jest, but it seemed he was truly aware. Internally, she grappled with her conflicting feelings. While she feigned remorse, her heart harbored a desire to dismantle Qin Ming piece by piece. I must overcome this. Otherwise, I shall perish out here. She began to chant to herself, I love Qin Ming. I love Qin Ming, forcibly merging her subconscious with her consciousness, determined to relinquish any animosity. Inside, Song Qiu pleaded for her sister, hoping for a second chance. It is not that I refuse to forgive her. She wished to harm me. I merely want her to reflect for her own good. Qin Ming replied. That night, everyone slept soundly, and Song Qiu enjoyed a long-awaited dream. Yet one person remained awake throughout the night, Song Xia. The stairwell outside was dark and cold, devoid of safety. She dared not close her eyes, repeatedly murmuring, I love Qin Ming. I love Qin Ming. The next day, when Qin Ming opened the door, he discovered that Song Xia had fainted. The green light above her head had vanished, replaced by a gentle white glow, signifying that she bore neither hostility nor fondness. The lack of animosity was likely a result of her reflection, showing progress. The absence of fondness was to be expected. She had only enjoyed one meal before being cast out and receiving a few slaps. If such treatment could inspire affection, she must have been quite deranged. The other women carried Song Xiao inside and laid her on the sofa. "Oh no, sister has a fever," Song Qiu exclaimed, feeling her forehead, which burned like a coal. Qing Wanwei hurried to fetch hot water for physical cooling, while women searched for fever-reducing medication. Everyone sprang into action. Song Qiu observed that despite their competitive nature as Qin Mingri's wives, these women seemed genuinely concerned for one another. After joining Qin Mingri's circle, they displayed a remarkable camaraderie, which was evident in their current efforts. In a typical scenario, one might expect them to revel in the misfortune of others, yet that was not the case. They all rallied together. This realization shifted Song Qiu's perception of her fellow women significantly. "What to do? You don't have any fever-reducing medicine at home?" Woman queried after a thorough search yielded no results. "None at all. What shall we do?" Song Qiu's expression turned grave. In such frigid weather, a cold could be perilous. And without caution, it could threaten lives. As Bai Yujia measured Song Xiao's temperature, she addressed Qin Mingri. "Husband, it seems we must rely on you." Zhao Feifei glanced at Qin Mingri, aware that he possessed the means to help. After all, he had procured medicine for her when she was gravely injured last time. Chapter 54. Who stole the steak? Qin Mingri nodded, picked up his phone, and sent a message. "Beautiful lady, I seek to improve my life. Who is ibuprofen? Please deliver it to Building 1, Apartment 802. I will trade 10 loaves of bread for a box, or just tell me the room number, and I shall retrieve it myself." The age-old barter system, goods for medicine. With so many residents in the community, it was inevitable that some would have medicine on hand while others would be in need of supplies. Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone in the group chat announced their imminent arrival. Moreover, more than one person responded. Within a mere minute, there was a knock at the door. It was a middle-aged woman, panting heavily, holding 2 bottles of ibuprofen suspension. I have. Before she could finish her sentence, 20 loaves of bread had already been placed in her hands. She had anticipated Qin Mingri's promptness and was immediately exhilarated, dancing with joy. Shortly thereafter, a man arrived, delivering a slow-release ibuprofen capsule. Qin Mingri accepted it with equal enthusiasm. He had not yet procured any antipyretics, and given the value of such commodities, he welcomed as many as he could obtain. After administering the antipyretic to Song Xia, her fever finally began to subside. Soon, there was another knock at the door. It was an elderly woman, clutching a handful of small packets of ibuprofen granules, asking if she could exchange a few for some bread for her granddaughter. Qin Mingri readily agreed, recognizing that even a small quantity was better than none in a critical moment. He handed the elderly woman 10 loaves of bread in exchange for the medicine. The grandmother expressed her gratitude profusely, clutching the bread with uncontainable excitement. However, in the next moment, the elderly woman's expression turned blank, her demeanor suddenly grave. It appeared she had encountered something horrifying, rendered speechless. A long iron rod, as thick as a water pipe, pierced through her chest. Blood oozed out, staining the bread in her hands. A man leapt forth, frantically snatching the bread from the grandmother. Despair and resentment flooded her as she clutched the bread tightly, unwilling to relinquish it even unto death. Ultimately, she was kicked over by the man. Collapsing into a pool of blood, the bread scattered around her, her eyes forever unblinking. The man clutched the bread and fled down the stairs. Yet, upon reaching the 7th floor, he was confronted by Qin Mingri. "You think it polite to leave a corpse at my doorstep?" Qin Mingri's voice was icy, his gaze as if surveying a lifeless body. "Move aside. This is not your business, or I shall stab you." The man brandished the bloodied iron rod, threatening Qin Mingri. Unfazed, Qin Mingri delivered a swift kick, knocking the man to the ground. "Clean up the mess at my door." Qin Mingri's fury was not solely at the act of murder, but rather at the audacity to do so at his threshold. While a corpse wouldn't stink, it was undeniably inauspicious. Reluctantly, the man, knowing he could not overpower Qin Mingri, gritted his teeth and descended once more to drag the elderly woman's body downstairs, ensuring that Qin Mingri's doorstep was cleared. Once everything was settled, he hastily returned to the ground floor, heading for home. Just as he exited the building, he collided with Qin Mingri again. The man rubbed his eyes, feeling as though he had encountered a ghost. There was only one way down. Qin Mingri had clearly been behind him, so how was he now descending faster? "I have cleaned your doorstep. the man said, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Just because it's clean doesn't mean I shall spare you. Qin Ming sneered, noticing the thick green aura hovering above the man's head, an indication of considerable hostility. This was precisely why he could not allow this man to escape. The green glow was vexing to behold, and only by eliminating him could he find solace. You think you can fool me? The man glared fiercely, swinging the iron rod toward Qin Ming's chest. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the man was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the artificial pond in the community center, creating a large hole in the ice. Within, a massive mutated koi fish swam over, biting down and beginning to devour the man. The man had not been entirely in the wrong. His sole mistake lay in acting too soon. Had he waited a moment longer, Qin Ming would have had no inclination to intervene. The only reason for his involvement was the mess the man had made at his doorstep. He simply couldn't ignore it. Upon returning home, Song Xiao had finally broken her fever, though her cold would not vanish instantaneously. Qin Ming produced a box of amoxicillin and a package of cold medicine. It was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of the newly refreshed cold remedy. Song Xiao was astonished, wondering if Qin Ming could perform magic. The other women, however, seemed unfazed, accustomed to his extraordinary nature by now. After taking the medicine, Song Xiao's complexion improved considerably, and she gradually began to awaken. Sister, you're awake. Do you feel better? Song Xiao inquired with concern. Song Xiao rubbed her head. I had a dream. I was engulfed in flames on Flame Mountain. It was unbearably hot. Sister, you had a fever. It was Qin, your husband, who helped find the medicine. Song Xiao spoke, feeling a bit awkward for the first time calling him husband, but gradually overcoming her shyness. Thank you. Song Xiao nodded, having seemingly gained clarity after her brush with death. It was evident that Qin Ming cared deeply for the women in his life. In such frigid weather, even a minor cold could prove fatal. This was no exaggeration. A faint red glow began to rise above Song Xiao's head. Affection was blossoming. Wash your hands, and let us have breakfast. Qin Ming said little, rising to head to the dining area. 7 women formed a circle around him, with Qin Ming seated at the head. Song Xiao, you're still recovering from your cold, so I've prepared a light bowl of cabbage porridge for you. If you wish for anything else, just let me know. Qin Ming was exceedingly generous toward his women. Particularly when it came to food, he would never skimp in that regard. With women, one must employ both kindness and authority. If one only exerts pressure, they may fear you, but love will not blossom. Cheng Wanwei and Wenwen were prime examples. They had initially faced the most oppression, yet that had not hindered their reliance on Qin Ming. Indeed, in that moment, the red glow above Song Xiao intensified. Her affection for him was clearly growing. If you give her a piece of candy after scolding her, she will be eternally grateful. After a night of reflection, Song Xiao finally understood. What she truly needed was simply to live, and as long as she followed Qin Ming, she would survive. She resolved never to act with such petty cunning again. Such tricks would only lead to her own suffering. After breakfast, Qin Ming reclined on the sofa to rest. In recent days, he had ventured outside infrequently, only doing so to assess any pressing matters. Typically, he remained indoors, avoiding any external excursions. The outside world was fraught with danger and unrest, especially with the powerful ability user and the seemingly harmless yet merciless mutated earthworms. Both instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Suddenly, Qin Ming noticed that the 2 steaks he had placed on the table earlier had vanished. He hadn't eaten the steaks that morning. Where had they gone? Has anyone seen the 2 steaks on the table? He called out to the 7 women, who all shook their heads in unison, indicating they had not seen them. Qin Ming's expression darkened. The steaks had disappeared right beneath his nose, indicating a thief within the household. But what motive could the women have for stealing steak? If they desired to eat, there was an abundance of steak available. Why resort to theft? Whoever took the steaks, step forward, and I shall overlook the matter. Qin Ming's gaze swept across the 7 women, scrutinizing the slightest shift in their expressions. Chapter 55, The Thief in the Restroom. A high jump of emotions occurred. The slightest change in sentiment could not escape his keen observation. Under his meticulous scrutiny, the expressions of the 7 women remained entirely unchanged, confirming their honesty. The crimson glow above their heads blazed brightly, unwavering. However, if they were truthful, what about the steak? While the steak was a minor concern, this situation was of great significance. Qin Ming would never tolerate the presence of a domestic thief. If someone could uncover the steak, she would ascend to the position of the primary wife, and as long as she made no mistakes, she would forever remain in favor. Qin Ming spoke firmly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately sprang into action, rummaging through every corner and leaving no stone unturned. Just then, Qin Ming was astonished to discover that the fever-reducing medicine he had recently acquired had vanished from the table. Indeed, it had seemingly disappeared into thin air, as if erased by an eraser, as though it had never existed. What could this mean? Qin Ming scrutinized the table, finding no hidden compartments or mechanisms. This implied that his belongings had vanished into nothingness. The earlier disappearance of the steak now made sense. It was not taken by any of the women, but rather, an unseen force had stealthily pilfered his possessions. He summoned another loaf of bread, and after a while, it too inexplicably vanished, shrouded in mystery. What was happening? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. This phenomenon was unrelated to the resources refreshed by his system. The fever-reducing medicine he had exchanged also disappeared. Could there be a miraculous ability that allowed for the remote theft of objects? Qin Ming pondered, recognizing the possibility. The world is vast and full of wonders. Possessing the Void Blade, which allows him to traverse the void unnoticed, it was not far-fetched to think that someone could also snatch items from afar. Perhaps this was a form of extraordinary ability, a thief's power. Who could this person be? He must be uncovered, Qin Ming declared solemnly, knowing that if this individual could steal right under his nose, they could also quietly take his life. With his nature, he would not permit any uncertainties to linger. A thief today might very well become a murderer tomorrow. He pondered whether this individual was a habitual offender. He refreshed ample supplies daily, including bottled water and other necessities, accumulating mountains of provisions. Due to his obsessive cleanliness, he reserved enough water for the women to wash and bathe. Of course, the incident with Qin Ming was an exception, as time had been of the essence. As for other food items, they were plentifully refreshed, providing the women with numerous cooking options. It was entirely plausible that this thief had been pilfering for some time, unnoticed due to his abundance of resources. The stealthy theft, if not for his serendipitous observation, might have gone undetected indefinitely. Without any disturbance in the void, without a sound, the items vanished mysteriously, leaving anyone who witnessed it questioning their reality. Starting the next day, Qin Ming would meticulously monitor the quantity of resources he refreshed. As expected, his suspicions were confirmed. This individual was indeed a habitual thief, stealing from him daily. He could not fathom how long this had been occurring, perhaps since his very first day in this place. Ironically, he had never once suspected a thing. Tolerance had its limits. This person must be apprehended. Daring to steal from me. I fear you will not be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Qin Ming scoffed, tearing through the void, vanishing instantly to the vicinity. The ability to steal from him indicated that the thief was not far away. If they could pilfer from 1,000 miles away, that would truly be terrifying. However, since they were engaging in furtive theft, it suggested their abilities had not reached such heights. There was a high probability that this scoundrel was a resident of Jiang City Mansion. Qin Ming planned a thorough search. Determined to find this person, he swiftly arrived at the first floor, room 101, and after a meticulous search, found nothing. He proceeded to room 102, methodically searching each unit, refusing to believe he could not uncover the culprit. Upon reaching room 502, Qin Ming entered only to hear a man and a woman conversing in the bedroom. The woman said, "Is it really all right for us to be stealing like this?" The man replied, "What's wrong with it?" Heh. Qin Ming's gaze hardened. His eyes icy. "Thief, I will find you." With a resounding crash, he burst through the door. Upon entering, Qin Ming was taken aback. Before him sat a couple engrossed in a game of poker, seemingly enjoying themselves in the frigid atmosphere. The man quickly stood, wrapping himself in a blanket, exclaiming, "Didn't you say your husband wasn't home?" The woman retorted, "He is not my husband." The man questioned, "If he is not your husband, then who is he?" Realizing he had misinterpreted the situation, Qin Ming excused himself and swiftly departed. It turned out that their theft referred to an affair. Continuing his search, Qin Ming devoted considerable effort to scour every unit in Jiang City Mansion. Yet, astonishingly, he found not a single clue. Was this thief not a resident of Jiang City Mansion? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. This only intensified the challenge of his search. The mansion, surrounded by rivers, was a high-end community, with other neighborhoods distanced apart. Qin Ming fell into deep contemplation. If not here, then where could the thief be? In the following days, Qin Ming continued to refresh vast quantities of resources, deliberately avoiding alerting the thief, allowing them to persist in their stealing. Compared to these resources, Qin Ming's primary desire was to unmask the thief. For him, the loss of these items was inconsequential, a mere drop in the ocean. Recently, His focus had been unwavering as he observed the resources, intently watching them vanish. Steaks, free-range chickens, pork, lamb, anything on the table seemed to disappear inexplicably. Each time, only one type would vanish, and after a while, another would follow suit. Qin Ming was entranced, his very soul immersed in the spectacle. On the seventh day, Qin Ming finally discerned a pattern. Each time a resource vanished, a subtle tremor rippled through the void. In principle, this too was a form of spatial ability. Similar to the function of the void blade, the distinction lay in the fact that he transported himself while this thief stole objects. After over a week of study, Qin Ming had begun to capture specific trajectories. Much like flight paths and highways, including his own traversal routes, these paths were predetermined the moment one initiated movement. On the 10th day of research, Qin Ming finally took action. The instant a piece of steak vanished, he too disappeared. When he reappeared, he found himself outside the community. He had only traced the trajectory of the vanished resources to this point, and then they swiftly disappeared from sight. Clearly, he needed to capture this repeatedly, testing and tracking, to pinpoint the end destination of the transported resources, the lair of the thief. For the next 3 days, Qin Ming continued his pursuit, vowing to unearth this scoundrel. To dare steal from him was akin to performing a high jump in a restroom, a pursuit of death. Chapter 56, The Perfect Goddess. Ling Hu sure at long last, on this fateful day, Qin Ming unraveled the complete operational trajectory. The supplies ultimately halted at a location 500 meters outside the Jiang City mansion, specifically at the Qingshangchang community. This represented a coherent route, and it was evident that the individual manipulating this trajectory was situated here. Eventually, Qin Ming pinpointed the top floor of Qingshangchang. Upon observation, he noted that the roof housed only one household across 3 levels, with the topmost floor featuring a courtyard akin to a villa. Even more peculiarly, after arriving here, Qin Ming discovered he was entirely oblivious to any imminent dangers in the vicinity. Particularly after a significant enhancement of his abilities, his sensitivity to nearby threats had sharpened. However, the whereabouts of the mischievous boy eluded his judgment. It seemed as though his mental prowess had been obstructed by some unseen force. The door to the rooftop was an armored barrier, more formidable than a standard security door. Even with brute force, it would prove impenetrable for Qin Ming. Nonetheless, for someone capable of traversing through space like him, this armored door was as good as non-existent. Ultimately, he resolved to take the risk and investigate. Regardless of the entity in question, the theft of his belongings was intolerable, and he could not let this thief go unchallenged. Harnessing the power of the void blade, Qin Ming silently slipped into the dwelling. The interior was stark and barren. Basic furnishings were absent, save for a hearth, some charcoal, and a solitary stool, indicating it was likely inhabited by a single individual. All other items appeared to have been discarded, and in such an environment, even if something had intruded, there was no place to conceal itself. Clearly, this was a meticulously crafted refuge for the apocalypse by the owner. On the first floor, Qin Ming found no one. The second floor yielded the same result, an expansive emptiness, with rooms containing only essential supplies and little else. On the third floor, he concealed himself at the stairwell's corner. Hearing faint rustling sounds, yet he sensed no peril. Peering cautiously, he was taken aback by what he saw. The rooftop boasted a large enclosure, surrounded by barriers, within which a group of mutated creatures resided. There were 6 in total, large of stature, comprising 2 chickens, 2 ducks, 1 dog, and 1 cat. All 6 creatures were entirely white, having undergone a complete transformation. Astonishingly, they coexisted in perfect harmony, refraining from any aggression towards one another. This baffled Qin Ming. Based on his observations, mutated creatures outside typically possessed low intelligence and were exceedingly vicious, often engaging in lethal confrontations. Yet, these 6 exhibited a remarkable sense of camaraderie. What further startled Qin Ming was that, despite being in such close proximity, his instincts failed to register any presence of danger. He had intentionally concealed his own aura. Thus these creatures could not detect him. Yet, the inability to sense their existence was perplexing. At that moment, a voice emanated from a room adjacent to the enclosure. Dinner time, dinner time. A figure emerged, pouring a basin of chopped cabbage onto the ground, followed by tossing half a chicken to the mutated dog and cat. The 6 creatures commenced their meal in an orderly fashion, reminiscent of domesticated fowl. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. He recognized the chopped cabbage, but the chicken was one he could identify. The individual feeding them was an elderly woman, clad in tattered garments, her figure hunched. Her face was marred by sores, resembling a mass of protruding blemishes, evoking a sense of discomfort. Yet, he could sense no power emanating from her. This situation could imply that either her strength surpassed his own, or she was merely an ordinary person. However, how could an ordinary person coexist with so many mutated creatures? Moreover, her ability to pilfer items from his home, spanning hundreds of meters away, indicated she was undoubtedly an ability wielder. The fact that he could not detect her presence, combined with his inability to probe the creatures, rendered Qin Ming wary of this old woman. Humph, thief, regardless of whether you are feigning, today I shall confront you. Qin Ming clenched his fists, preparing to strike. Yet, just then, he noticed a dense green light emanating from above her head, a manifestation of hostility. Had she sensed his presence? Until now, she had exhibited no signs of animosity. Could it be that she had perceived his murderous intent? Observing the old woman, there was no indication of distress. She continued to tend to the chickens and ducks. What a ruse. Qin Ming readied himself once more to act. Beep. System detected a qualifying goddess. Name, Linghu Shirshir. Age, 24. Appearance, 10 points. Figure, 10 points. Number of men, 0. Female virtue, 10 points. Overall score, 10 points. Meeting system requirements. Host is encouraged to strive for the early unlocking of new resources, with special rewards to follow. System notification, the perfect goddess, exceedingly rare. The host is advised to keep a close watch. Once this opportunity is lost, it may never return. The system's voice sent a shiver through Qin Ming. A perfect goddess. Until now, he had yet to encounter even one. This was the first. However, scanning his surroundings revealed no one else besides the old woman. As he pondered this conundrum, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a trash bin in the corner, containing a packaging of Freedom Point sanitary napkins. An old woman, likely past menopause. Still using this? Suddenly, enlightenment struck Qin Ming. The system could not be mistaken. This old woman was merely a young woman in disguise. Upon closer inspection, he noted the telltale signs. She had deliberately smeared her palms with dark substances, yet upon scrutiny, her skin bore no wrinkles. Undoubtedly, this woman was clever. In a post-apocalyptic world, she understood the value of adopting an unattractive guise, ensuring that even if captured, she would not face humiliation. Those who ventured out adorned in makeup, flaunting their beauty, were foolish, merely inviting trouble. But Linghu Shirshir's disguise was excessively exaggerated, even knowing she was a stunning beauty in disguise. Qin Ming felt repulsed and reluctant to approach her. Upon realizing her identity as the perfect goddess, he abandoned his initial intent to strike. The system had alerted him. Such an opportunity was rare. It seemed he must devise a plan to draw closer to her. Yet, suddenly, Qin Ming's pupils constricted. The very Linghu Shirshir, who had been feeding the creatures, inexplicably vanished. There was no trace of her in the room. She had slipped away right beneath his nose. Qin Ming rushed out, searching frantically, but her presence eluded him entirely. He could not sense any aura from Linghu Shirshir, indicating she had departed. Did she also possess the ability to traverse space? Qin Ming marveled. Was this not akin to his own capabilities? Such a woman would be exceedingly difficult to capture if she could not be obtained. Elimination would be the only recourse. Danger loomed. The mutated creatures, upon spotting Qin Ming, charged at him as if driven mad. How dare you attack me, you fiends? Qin Ming raised his lightning whip, prepared to dispatch these beasts. Yet, he ultimately refrained, swiftly vanishing into the void. Chapter 57. How many pounds of gold bars do you desire? Upon descending to the ground floor, Qin Ming still could not sense the presence of Linghu Shirshir. It appeared she had already departed. Her arrival was as ephemeral as her departure, indicating that she had indeed mastered the ability to traverse space. Coupled with her power of remote object retrieval, it could be surmised that this woman wielded two distinct abilities. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare in this post-apocalyptic world. Acquiring even one ability is considered extraordinary, while possessing two or more is the realm of legendary protagonists. As someone who also possesses this particular ability, Qin Ming understood all too well the formidable nature of his adversary. The prospect of her being able to materialize at his bedside at any moment, perhaps to plunge a knife into him, was deeply unsettling. Although he had fortified his defenses with the scales of a myriad of serpents, Qin Ming remained uncertain whether he could withstand any potent techniques this ability wielder might employ, or whether he could endure a fatal strike. Qin Ming refrained from exterminating the creatures, reasoning that since Linghu Shirshir nourished them daily and had formed a bond with them, as long as these mutated beings remained alive, she would undoubtedly return. Aware of her terrifying capabilities, Qin Ming harbored a singular thought. He would offer her but two choices: submission or annihilation. Such a woman could either become his devoted companion, forever loyal, or he would have to eliminate her to mitigate any potential future threats. Qin Ming would not permit the existence of such a ticking time bomb. His well-ordered life could not be jeopardized by another. Half an hour later, Qin Ming made a second visit, only to find the place still devoid of life. Ling Hu sure had not returned. He returned for a third, fourth, and fifth time. Yet still no trace of her. Was she so cautious that she had fled? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, analyzing the situation. It seemed that Ling Hu sure possessed only the abilities of instantaneous movement and remote retrieval, likely lacking any offensive powers. Otherwise, she would not have fled at the first sign of his approach. That night, Qin Ming remained awake, uncertain if Ling Hu sure would attempt a surprise assault on him. He was too apprehensive to sleep. This was the first time he had felt the weight of someone else's threat. The following day, he returned to the city on the hill, to Ling Hu sure's residence. Once again, there was no one present. After several more visits, he concluded that she might have relocated. She was indeed cautious. Having exposed her whereabouts, she could not linger. Where could she have gone? Qin Ming mused. For she was the first woman he was determined not to let escape. Even if it meant resorting to force, he was prepared to accept that. To hell with principles, Ling Hu sure had compelled Qin Ming to abandon his steadfast convictions for the very first time. A perfect goddess that was worth any price. Even if only for a single encounter. Each time Qin Ming arrived, the creatures stirred violently, seemingly eager to attack him. This infuriated him. How dare they attempt to bite him? Since Ling Hu sure had vacated the premises, these creatures had lost their purpose. After consuming so much of his resources, it was only just to eliminate them, wasn't it? With a cold smirk, Qin Ming brandished his lightning whip, poised to strike. Yet at that moment, he suddenly felt a strange invasion into his mind. In an instant, he sensed his consciousness intertwining with another. Stop. Do not harm them. A raspy, deep voice echoed within his mind. Qin Ming recognized this as Ling Hu sure speaking. But how was this possible? The voice resonated directly in his consciousness. What manner of sorcery was this? You cannot simply demand that. Come out at once, or I shall slay them. Since she valued these creatures so highly, he figured he might as well leverage them as a bargaining chip. Upon hearing this, there was a lengthy pause before Ling Hu sure finally replied, I will not reveal myself. Let us converse. If you insist on killing them, our discussion will end here. Her tone was commanding. Qin Ming discerned that this was a young voice deliberately lowered to sound more mature, akin to that of an elderly woman. Yet, upon closer inspection, the nuances were still detectable. He recognized her unyielding stance. If he were to slay these creatures, it would likely provoke her wrath. Perhaps it would be wise to grant her some leeway. It seemed Ling Hu sure was socially anxious, preferring online dialogue to face-to-face encounters. Let us converse then. What is this method you employ? Qin Ming inquired, intrigued by the phenomenon of her voice manifesting within his mind, something he had never before encountered. I have established a spiritual connection, invading your soul to engage in conversation. I harbor no malice. I inquire about your intentions. Ling Hu sure's voice echoed again. You have pilfered numerous items from me. I have come to collect some interest. Qin Ming retorted. Her silence was palpable as she processed his words. What have you stolen from me? She demanded. You took my provisions, and I have come to confront you, yet you still deny it? Qin Ming chuckled at her boldness. He had never met such an audacious thief. Where do you reside? Ling Hu sure probed. At this question, Qin Ming's eyes brightened. It was evident that she was unaware of her own whereabouts, likely having stolen from multiple places. With so many thefts, she could hardly keep track of her spoils. This was promising. Even if she harbored intentions of vengeance, she would require time to ascertain her own location. That is not for you to inquire. You must address the matter at hand. You have taken my belongings. How do you intend to repay me? Qin Ming seized the initiative, withholding specifics regarding the stolen items to keep her guessing. Since Ling Hu sure was a thief at large, she likely had no idea of her own residence. Given the scarcity of resources in this apocalyptic age, should she discern what she had stolen, it might lead her to recall where she resided. First, tell me where you live, so I may return what is owed. Ling Hu sure attempted to probe further. This only reaffirmed Qin Ming's suspicion that she sought retribution, subtly attempting to glean his own address. Return? All the goods have been consumed. What is there to return? You need not visit. I am right here in your abode. And you may return what is mine. Qin Ming declared, adopting a shameless demeanor, refusing to relent. From the moment he arrived, she had fled, leading Qin Ming to deduce that Ling Hushish's strength was likely not formidable. Consequently, he felt emboldened to remain there, untroubled by the prospect of her overpowering him upon her return. The only complicating factor was her ability to traverse space, which made her a potential threat, even if she appeared physically weak. Ling Hushishi seethed in frustration, yet she managed to suppress her ire, continuing, "Then I must express my apologies. The resources are depleted. I shall repay you in another manner. I offer you gold bars. Name your price. How many pounds do you desire?" Ling Hushishi proclaimed with audacity. "Gold bars by weight, not by piece." Such extravagance was unprecedented. "What? You intend to procure them from the bank for me?" Qin Ming laughed. For not only was gold of little use in these times, but even in peaceful times, he would hesitate to accept such bars from her. Others withdrew gold from their own safes, while Ling Hushishi likely acquired hers from a bank vault or even the national treasury. To put it plainly, she was stealing. Ling Hushishi was left speechless, for Qin Ming had struck the nail on the head. Chapter 58. Speechless indeed, this was precisely her line of thought. As long as she could resolve the nuisance that was Qin Ming, she would dare to steal as many gold bars as he demanded. Gold bars held little value for her at present. She had no need for them. Qin Ming outright declined. "Gold bars are always a hard currency. Are you sure you do not want them?" Ling Hushishi was astonished. Unlike paper money, which depreciates, gold never loses its value. Was Qin Ming out of his mind to refuse gold bars? Ling Hushishi pressed on. "What do you desire? I can procure anything for you. Or rather, I can retrieve it for you. Acquiring from others is merely a form of theft, isn't it?" Ling Hushishi felt a twinge of pride, albeit a slight one. Qin Ming grinned. "The thing I want. You need not steal. You already possess it." Ling Hushishi furrowed her brow. "What is it?" "Your virtue." Qin Ming nearly drooled at the thought. Could real money ever compare to the allure of gold bars? Ling Hushishi was taken aback. Could there truly be someone who would prefer cash over gold? "Are you mad?" "I was referring to your virtue, which simply means you should accompany me to bed." Upon hearing this, the other party clearly froze momentarily. But in an instant, laughter erupted from her lips. "Young man, do you have some sort of illness? Surely. You must have seen me. There are plenty of young women outside. Do you possess such a peculiar preference for an old hag like me?" Ling Hushishi, stop pretending. It's becoming tiresome. Qin Ming called out her name directly. The other party fell silent again, likely in a state of bewilderment. After all, it is not a good sign when a stranger, previously unknown, calls out your name. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Hushishi finally spoke. "What did you say? I cannot comprehend." Yet, Qin Ming discerned from her earlier silence that she was deliberately masquerading as an old woman. "Ling Hushishi, do you not possess any sincerity? Still pretending?" Qin Ming frowned, his tone growing firm. "Let us change the terms." Ling Hushishi no longer suppressed the melodic quality of her voice, which was a delightful symphony to the ears. Not seeing her true form, one could tell from her voice alone that she must be a stunning beauty. Her voice, akin to a lark's sweet song, seemed to possess an enchanting power, evoking an irresistible urge to submit. "I desire nothing else but your virtue. If you steal from me, you cannot refuse to return it, can you?" Qin Ming proclaimed with a smile, indicating that these mutated creatures held significant importance to her. Otherwise, she would not risk negotiating a mental link with him. "I'll return it, and you can take a hike." Ling Hushishi could not help but curse. It was hard to imagine that such a lovely voice could utter such foul language. After her outburst, Ling Hushishi unilaterally severed the mental link. "Are you angry?" Qin Ming gasped. This woman had quite the temper. "If that were the case, I shall send these creatures to their demise." Qin Ming felt that Ling Hushishi could undoubtedly observe his every move. He was also wagering that she would not abandon these creatures. If, indeed, Ling Hushishi remained silent while he eliminated the creatures, he might truly lose his chance with her. Ultimately, Qin Ming's gamble proved correct. Just as his lightning whip was about to strike, Ling Hushishi invaded his soul once more, re-establishing the mental link. "Do you truly wish to discuss this? Think carefully about what you truly desire. Gold, platinum, cash, diamonds, or whatever else you fancy." Ling Hushishi's voice resonated again. "I have stated. I desire nothing but to sleep with you. How about this? I'll take a loss, and you merely accompany me to bed once. Is that agreeable?" Qin Ming asserted, acknowledging that even a single time would suffice, as long as he could unlock the resources first. He was exceedingly curious about what this perfect goddess could offer. "Why are you being so shameless?" Ling Hushishi was furious, cursing at Qin Ming. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Was Qin Ming truly out of his mind? In this apocalypse, where everyone struggled for survival, how could he still be preoccupied with such matters? Initially, she believed Qin Ming had come to extort her. After all, she had stolen from him first. Surely, he would want her to procure something valuable in return. Yet, she never anticipated that Qin Ming would be so direct, unabashedly revealing his sordid intentions. His aims were lewd and despicable, yet strangely simple. Consider this. I shall overlook the past theft of my supplies, and I will not harm these creatures, nor will I intrude upon you again, Qin Ming stated, growing increasingly audacious and unrestrained. He realized that Ling Hu Shirshir seemed to care deeply for these mutated creatures. Consider it? Is there even a need to discuss? Get lost. Ling Hu Shirshir exploded in anger once again, severing the connection without further ado. The more she spoke, the more convinced she became that this man was unwell. What era is this? Everyone is preoccupied with acquiring resources to survive the bitter cold, yet Qin Ming is still fixated on women? Is he some sort of perverted fiend? Ling Hu Shirshir felt utterly at a loss. It was her first experience of such profound speechlessness. Simultaneously, she pondered who Qin Ming truly was. He knew her. And he recognized her striking figure. Otherwise, why would he desire her? This meant that he must be acquainted with her. Little did she know, Qin Ming merely had a system that recognized her. In truth, he did not know her at all and had never seen her true form. Qin Ming refrained from acting hastily, understanding that if he continued to press her, Ling Hu Shirshir might never yield. After all, to demand companionship based solely on a few mutated creatures seemed rather far-fetched. All of Qin Ming's actions were merely tests. Ling Hu Shirshir cared somewhat for the mutated creatures, but not to an extreme degree. If Qin Ming insisted on leveraging them as leverage, she would not reveal herself. This woman was exceedingly cautious, so cautious that Qin Ming could not ascertain how to proceed. Upon returning home, Qin Ming embraced several beautiful women and enjoyed a restful sleep. From his probing, he discerned that Ling Hu Shirshir had no idea where he resided. Thus, he need not worry about her launching a surprise attack in the dead of night. She would likely avoid confronting him altogether, suggesting her strength was not formidable. The following day, Qin Ming discovered that the stakes he had left on the table had vanished once more. Ling Hu Shirshir was still stealing. Before long, Qin Ming returned to the city. The creatures remained, yet Ling Hu Shirshir was still nowhere to be found. Was it possible that she fled every time he arrived? Qin Ming found this highly likely. Otherwise, it was too coincidental that he never encountered her. This woman seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee his every move, perfectly evading him each time. One could not help but marvel at her extraordinary counter-surveillance skills. Waiting for her to show up was futile. No matter how long he waited, Ling Hu Shirshir would not appear. Just then, Ling Hu Shirshir initiated another mental link. I ask you, do you have some sort of serious illness? If you are unwell, go to the hospital. Or if that fails, visit the crematorium. Why do you keep coming to my home? Ling Hu Shirshir was utterly speechless, echoing her disbelief. A strange man appeared at her doorstep every few days, and she could not prevent it. How utterly distressing. Chapter 59. Purposeful and uncomplicated. Were it not for considerations of strength, she would undoubtedly rush out and confront Qin Ming. This is intolerable. It is only fair that what I am owed be returned. Then I shall never return. Qin Ming chuckled, evidently relishing the other party's agitation. The supplies are already depleted. How do you propose to repay me? Ling Hu Shirshir retorted coldly. Although not physically present, Qin Ming could still sense the overwhelming murderous intent. As previously stated, accompany me for a night. Qin Ming continued to smile. Ling Hu Shirshir was instantly infuriated, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Broaden your horizons, would you? Choose anything else. I would even accept a star from the sky. She realized that this fellow did not appear to be jesting. He seemed genuinely fixated on this notion. Moreover, his thoughts were singularly focused and remarkably straightforward. This only fueled Ling Hu Shirshir's desire to unleash a tirade. What about your perspective? Did I not merely take a small trinket from you, yet you obsess over wanting to sleep with me? You cling to me as if there were ulterior motives. But this fellow's intentions are astonishingly simple. Can one truly be so speechless? If you were to claim you wanted to steal state secrets, that would be one thing. I do not wish for anything else. I simply desire to sleep with you, even if just once. Qin Ming's intentions were unambiguous. Propose an alternative, otherwise. Our discussion is at an end. Ling Hu Shirshir stifled her urge to curse and attempted to communicate with him amiably to resolve the issue. If he remained so unreasonable and unwavering in his purpose, there would be little left to discuss. She surmised that Qin Ming must have escaped from some mental institution. Then I shall ask for a star from the heavens. Will you steal one for me? Qin Ming shrugged. Are you mocking me? Ling Hu sure fumed. Did you not say to choose something else? A star from the sky would suffice? Qin Ming began to pick at the words, wearing a look of disbelief. That was merely a metaphor. For a moment, Ling Hu sure could not discern if he was feigning ignorance or genuinely simple-minded. Qin Ming, fine. Then I shall ask for the moon. Ling Hu sure, you genuinely do not wish to negotiate, do you? Upon seeing him prepare to sever communication, Qin Ming hastily smoothed things over, laughing. Haha, just kidding. Let us meet. Face-to-face discussion is in order. Qin Ming stated, genuinely eager to meet Ling Hu sure. Only through a meeting could he attempt to exert force, disregarding morality, prioritizing the acquisition of supplies. After all, he was no paragon of virtue, despite his shamelessness. It was the most pragmatic approach. Ling Hu sure was unlike any other woman. She possessed remarkable counter-surveillance abilities and the power to traverse spaces, making her difficult to apprehend. She also had the ability to retrieve objects from afar. In a sense, Ling Hu sure was a being free from the constraints of material possessions. Thus, subduing her through resources was evidently futile. Only by meeting could he find an opportunity. However, the cautious Ling Hu sure outright declined. Had she intended to meet, she would not have been evading Qin Ming so diligently. Meet, only to await your coercion? Ling Hu sure's tone was laced with frost. She continued, a meeting is unnecessary. Speak plainly, what do you desire? Spare me the sordid thoughts. Ling Hu sure preemptively set a precaution, fearing Qin Ming might blurt out his intentions. In truth, I have long admired you. Shall we attempt to pursue a relationship? Qin Ming shifted his strategy. Pursue you? Is that not merely a euphemism for wanting to sleep with me? Ling Hu sure rejected him once more. Dating is merely a precursor to that. And this fellow had merely altered his phrasing while retaining the same underlying objective. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, Ling Hu sure had witnessed too much of humanity's warmth and coldness, rendering her skeptical of emotions. Let alone love, even familial bonds were unreliable. Let us cultivate our feelings first. The rest can be discussed later. Upon being exposed, Qin Ming remained unfazed, continuing to banter with her. That leaves us with nothing to discuss. Ling Hu sure's tone turned frigid, and she seemed poised to sever communication again. Continuing this dialogue bore little fruit. This fellow, impervious to both coaxing and coercion, appeared fixated solely on those unsavory thoughts, seemingly devoid of other ideas. Wait. Let us do this. I shall consult you on a few matters. How does that sound? If you provide honest answers, I shall take my leave and trouble you no further. How about it? Qin Ming shifted his tone, adopting a serious demeanor. Very well, ask away. Ling Hu sure, though displeased, resolved to respond calmly in order to rid herself of this nuisance. Where did your spatial teleportation ability originate? This was Qin Ming's first inquiry. Yet upon hearing this, Ling Hu sure was visibly taken aback, replying, spatial teleportation ability? After a few seconds of silence, Ling Hu sure suddenly adopted a different tone, saying, I acquired it by chance. Perhaps it is fate. However, Qin Ming harbored doubts about her words. Did she genuinely possess such a power? If so, why had she just posed a counter-question? From her tone and subsequent remarks, it seemed she was playing a game of deception. Could it be she lacks this ability altogether? Qin Ming pondered internally. He deemed it necessary to continue probing. How did you establish your mental link? Qin Ming continued his inquiries. Ling Hu sure realized he was attempting to uncover her secrets. It is also an ability. You would not comprehend it if I told you. Ling Hu sure offered a perfunctory response, suppressing the urge to hang up. What about those creatures you keep? Why are they so docile? This was a matter of great curiosity for Qin Ming. After biological mutations, creatures often exhibit violent tendencies, with pets being the first to attack their owners. Mutated creatures can hardly be tamed, yet Ling Hu sure seemed to coexist harmoniously with them, which baffled him. They are all raised by me. They harbor feelings for me and naturally would not harm me. Ling Hu sure stated earnestly. Really? Qin Ming frowned, evidently skeptical. Well then, I have answered all your inquiries. Can you uphold your promise? Ling Hu sure's patience was waning. All right, one final question. Answer it, and I shall take my leave. Speak. Why can I not detect the aura within your home? I cannot sense any danger at all. That is my brilliance. I utilize a sonar shield to disrupt normal judgment. So it is entirely reasonable that you cannot perceive it. Now that I have finished questioning, may I leave? Ling Hu sure urged. Very well. I bid you farewell. Qin Ming abruptly tore through the void, departing from that place. Upon returning home, He furrowed his brow, revealing a contemplative expression. Ling Shirshir's responses were swift yet insincere. Qin Ming even suspected that she had not spoken a single truth. However, further inquiries would yield no benefit. He now contemplated how to compel her to reveal herself. Otherwise, with her concealed and him exposed, it placed him at a significant disadvantage. Qin Ming also refrained from returning to lie in wait. As he discovered that each time he sought Ling Shirshir, she was absent. There was only one possibility. She had detected his presence before he arrived, thus evading him. When he first visited, she had likely been caught off guard, which allowed him a fleeting glimpse. But after that initial encounter, she had grown cautious, making it increasingly difficult for him to encounter her. Chapter 60. The Women's Council. Thus, even if I were to make an effort, it would bear no fruit. I still cannot see Ling Shirshir. A long-term strategy is required to devise a way to win her over. At home, Qin Ming sat in the living room, surrounded by a group of women who were massaging his shoulders and legs, while he closed his eyes in enjoyment. However, his occasionally furrowed and then relaxed brows revealed to the women that he was certainly preoccupied with some concern. Darling, is something troubling you? Speak up, and we can analyze it together. Cheng Wanhua chimed in, a smile gracing her lips. She was Qin Ming's first woman and, among them, the one who understood him the most. When added, indeed, dear husband, they say 3 heads are better than 1. Although we may not possess your wisdom, our combined efforts may relieve your burdens. Seeing the thoughtful expressions on the women's faces, Qin Ming finally revealed his troubles. I am beset by matters of the heart. Recently, I encountered a woman, an exceedingly perfect woman, but she is difficult to meet, which has left me restless, unable to sleep or eat. Qin Ming spoke earnestly. What woman has such an air of importance that you cannot see her? Her fortune would be to gain your favor. Why does she not make herself available? Cheng Wanhua retorted, displeased that someone could be so aloof. Wenwen suggested, darling, for such a disobedient woman, why not take a more forceful approach? Cheng Wanhua shook her head. No, my husband has said that one should not force a sweet potato when thirsty. In my view, perhaps we should resort to some measures to make her more proactive. The other women echoed their agreement. Only Song Xia and Song Qiu remained silent, their expressions blank. It wasn't that they had nothing to say, but rather they were at a loss for words. The discussion had shattered their perceptions and distorted their understanding. Were these people truly normal? Qin Ming's declaration of affection for another woman, his desire to take action, and the women's willingness to assist him without a hint of discontent left them in disbelief. Suggestions of drugging or coercion flowed freely. Song Xia scoffed inwardly, thinking that men, once they have what they desire, often fail to cherish it. 7 women were not enough to satisfy him? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Qin Ming delivered a sharp slap, not out of randomness, but because he sensed her hostile intent. I have warned you. I can perceive your malice. I do not care how you rationalize it, but do not let me see any hostility towards me. Qin Ming glared at Song Xia. This left Song Xia feeling wronged. Why is it always me who suffers? She thought, tears welling up in her eyes. As a woman, discovering that her husband sought another was naturally disheartening. I reiterate, my pursuit of another woman is not for my own sake, but for all of you. Qin Ming proclaimed with righteous fervor, his voice resonating. Then he turned to Cheng Wanhua, instructing, Wanhua, please clarify this for them. Cheng Wanhua felt a surge of joy at being asked to explain. Realizing her position in Qin Ming's heart was significant. Clearing her throat, she said, my husband has high standards when seeking a woman, which is why all present are exceptionally beautiful. However, he does not pursue women out of mere lust. It is for our collective benefit. Everyone knows my husband's uniqueness. In truth, the more women he has, the more resources he commands, the stronger he becomes, ensuring our safety. Don't you agree that his pursuit of women is ultimately for our sake? As his women, we should empathize with him. He bears the burden of supporting such a large family and satisfying so many women. It is truly no easy task. With just a few of us, it would be challenging to care for him. Thus, having more women to assist would alleviate our pressures while enhancing his strength. This is a win-win situation. Cheng Wanhua articulated her thoughts with clarity and logic, recalling everything Qin Ming had previously shared. She constantly reminded herself that if he treated them well, they must offer him unconditional trust and support. Song Qiu and Song Xia were enlightened. No wonder Qin Ming had an abundance of resources and never accepted leftovers. His foundation must indeed be formidable. At that moment, Zhao Feifei stood up, brandishing a machine gun. Let me add this. What I just said is only for the ears of us few. If anyone dares to leak this information, they shall face the consequences. Zhao Feifei threatened, a warning that Qin Ming had permitted. To ensure the women remained united, he shared the truth with them, not wanting outsiders to become aware of it, as it could invite trouble. After all, someone capable of infinitely replenishing resources was akin to a treasure. No one would remain indifferent. I understand. Song Xiao nodded, displaying commendable behavior. Though initially confused, she had not shown any hostility, which explained why she had not faced any reprimands, unlike Song Xia. I understand as well. Song Xia nodded cautiously, her gaze filled with trepidation. The green light above her head vanished. Your dinner has been cancelled for today. Should there be a next time? I will not be lenient. Qin Ming's tone was cold. He had spoken his piece and would not tolerate any hostility from her in the future. To continue to cater to someone who harbored resentment was akin to nurturing a dog that would not be trained. For such a creature, the only solution was to stew it. Thank you, my husband. Song Xia knelt on the ground, devoid of dignity, akin to a dog. She had willingly chosen this path, no longer displaying any signs of animosity. Understanding that a missed meal today was a small price to pay for peace, she recognized that it would not affect her future sustenance. Refusing to yield could result in expulsion, leaving her with nothing to eat. All right, let us return to the earlier topic. That woman is also an ability user. The items that went missing before were taken by her, and she possesses the ability to traverse space, making her extremely elusive. I have had no opportunity to interact with her. Qin Ming shared his plight. With many heads together, perhaps they could devise a brilliant plan. At that moment, Zhao Feifei spoke up. Darling, does that woman possess any unique traits? For instance, does she raise mutated creatures? Zhao Feifei's words ignited a spark in Qin Ming's eyes. He quickly moved to sit beside her, excitement bubbling over. Feifei, how did you know? She kept 2 chickens, 2 ducks, a dog, and a cat, all of which had undergone mutations. Strangely, those creatures were exceptionally docile with her. The moment I appeared, they nearly attacked me. Zhao Feifei nodded. That is correct. I know her well. There was once an ability user team that extended an olive branch to her, but she declined. Later, when they attempted to target her, they found themselves at a loss, and the matter ultimately fizzled out. She is a woman of remarkable capabilities. Mentioning this woman, Zhao Feifei's expression turned grave, as though she understood the challenges they might face. Chapter 61. The sense of missing out on hundreds of millions upon learning that Zhao Feifei was acquainted with Linghu Shirshir. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Feifei, how much do you know about her? He inquired, recognizing that the more insight he gained, the greater the probability of success. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. I don't know much, but I've heard about her extraordinary abilities. She possesses a remarkably rare physique and has mastered 3 distinct powers. Zhao Feifei recounted, sharing her knowledge with Qin Ming. 3? Qin Ming was taken aback. Could this woman truly be akin to him, deserving of the title Chosen One? In this apocalyptic world, the awakening of even a single ability was a rare phenomenon, meriting the distinction of being among the elite. Those capable of wielding multiple powers, like himself, could easily be deemed prodigious. The fact that Linghu Shirshir also had multiple abilities was nothing short of astonishing. Her first ability allows her to retrieve objects from a distance. She once pilfered from an ability user and subsequently evaded several pursuers, managing to escape unscathed. This aligned perfectly with Qin Ming's expectations, after all. How else could she have stealthily stolen so many items right under his nose? Her second ability involved controlling mutated creatures, though the specifics of this power remained shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing Zhao Feifei expound on Linghu Shirshir's second ability, Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of alarm. This power was exceedingly formidable. If she could command a legion of monsters, it would be tantamount to wielding an army. Such an ability would allow her to traverse the wasteland with impunity. Who would dare to provoke her? Even state-run organizations of ability users, brimming with formidable talents, would struggle against a tide of monsters. The creatures she has are all under her control. Zhao Feifei continued. When I asked her about it, Linghu Shirshir was quick to respond, though not with the truth. She claimed those creatures were raised before the mutations, that they had an emotional bond with her. Pure nonsense. If she can control monsters, could she possibly control humans? Qin Ming pondered. If she could command humans as well, it would be an unfathomable power. She would be the sovereign of all, commanding the heavens and earth, unrivaled in her dominion. That's uncertain, but it's likely impossible. Otherwise, she would already be renowned far and wide. Zhao Feifei replied. Yet, even if she can only control monsters, it is still an awe-inspiring feat. What about her third ability? Qin Ming pressed, his curiosity regarding Ling Hu Shir intensifying. Her third power is invisibility. This capability allowed her to elude capture by ability user squads and escape unscathed. A fact that Zhao Feifei emphasized gravely. Each of these abilities, when considered individually, was remarkable. Together, they created a truly extraordinary individual. Invisibility? Does that mean she lacks the ability to traverse space? Qin Ming mused, recalling the brief moment of silence when he had questioned Ling Hu Shir. In retrospect, it was clear that she had been caught off guard. Realizing this, Qin Ming sprang to his feet, excitement coursing through him. Little treasure, if you dare to deceive me, do not blame me for what follows. In an instant, he tore through the void, heading toward the upper city. If she could turn invisible, it suggested she had been hiding in the house all along, perhaps right beside him, while he had mistakenly believed she had departed. Upon arriving at the rooftop of the upper city, Qin Ming fortified his defenses, his expression fierce. Yet, to his astonishment, not only was Ling Hu Shir absent, but the mutated creatures she had kept were also nowhere to be found. Did she flee? Qin Ming began to search, diligently sensing the fluctuations in the void to prevent this woman from remaining hidden. Upon descending, he observed the wide-open armored door and concluded that Ling Hu Shir had indeed left. Rummaging through her belongings, Qin Ming found only 2 bras and 3 pairs of underwear. No other traces of her remained. The necessities that had once occupied her space had all been taken, leaving the room in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. The signs were unmistakable. She had truly departed. Damn it, she actually got away. Qin Ming lamented, feeling as though he had just swallowed something foul. Just as he had begun to understand her abilities and discern her patterns, he had lost the chance to confront her directly. This woman was too cautious. Even with such formidable powers, she chose to escape rather than engage with him. Returning home, Qin Ming was dejected. Zhao Feifei approached him, asking, "How did it go, dear?" With a heavy sigh, Qin Ming replied, "Don't mention it." She cleared out, "She's gone." This felt more painful than a bitter defeat. The opportunity had slipped through his fingers, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He had navigated the bustling areas of Jiang City, yet had fallen prey to deception. She escaped? Zhao Feifei and the other women shared in his disappointment. It meant Qin Ming had missed a chance to grow stronger. How unfortunate. Qin Ming groaned, expressing his frustration. This was the first woman he had considered bending his principles for, yet she had not even given him the opportunity to do so. Feifei. Are those her only 3 abilities? He queried, noting that Ling Hu Shir's powers seemed primarily supportive, unlike his own versatile skills. He was a well-rounded warrior, capable of both offense and defense. If Ling Hu Shir possessed only those 3 abilities, it would suggest her threat level was minimal, her combat prowess likely inadequate. This also explained why, during his prolonged stay at her home, she had never attempted a surprise attack. She must have lacked confidence in her abilities. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. Zhao Feifei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Those are the abilities she has shown. As for any others, no one knows. She has always been a solitary figure, making it difficult for anyone to truly understand her. For someone so enigmatic, few would ever grasp the depths of her character. Her excessively cautious nature prevented her from allowing others to know her. Meanwhile, Qin Ming found himself yearning to delve deeper into this woman and Appo's essence. Convincing someone like her to share a bed was an overwhelmingly daunting task. She seemed indifferent to the ability user squads and, by extension, to him. His greatest asset was his resources, yet Ling Hu Shir appeared to require none. With her ability to retrieve objects from afar, she had achieved freedom in acquiring supplies, rendering her independent of others. In the days that followed, Qin Ming awaited Ling Hu Shir's return to pilfer from him once more, but disappointment ensued. Since her departure, she had not attempted to steal from him again, leaving him at a loss as to where to find her. Qin Ming was sullen, his spirits plummeting, akin to a foul experience. He had finally encountered a perfect goddess, only to have her slip away. It would have been better had he never met her at all. Then he wouldn't be plagued by unfulfilled desires and sorrow. "Dear, I believe she will return. Fate has a way of orchestrating things," Cheng Wanwei comforted him. Having observed Qin Ming's distress over the past few days, alas, this was a golden opportunity to grow stronger, and I squandered it. I fear I lack the power to protect you all. Qin Ming sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy etched on his brow, speaking as if he truly meant it. Chapter 62. Sweetness is truly sweet. Upon hearing his words, several women were instantly overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. It was profoundly touching. Qin Ming tirelessly supports these women, selflessly thinking of their protection, which is genuinely moving. Husband, don't wear yourself out. It pains us to see you so. Wen leaned against Qin Ming, tightly embracing his arm. The crimson glow above the women intensified. Even the auras of Song Qiu and Song Xia shone brightly. Nearing the limits of affection, Qin Ming felt pleased with this situation. As long as the women remained devoted, he feared not their loyalty. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. All eyes turned to Qin Ming, who sensed no imminent danger and gestured for the door to be opened. As the door swung open, a swarm of people surged in, congesting the entrance. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, remaining seated on the sofa, unperturbed. Song Xia stepped forward, confronting the crowd with a commanding voice. What are you doing? Are you mad? This is my home. Who permitted your entry? Get out. As a daughter of privilege. She was no pushover. A man in his 60s stepped forward, leaning on a cane, and introduced himself. I am Chun Bo, chairman of Basi Group. We have gathered here at the behest of many to seek assistance from the young man. As we understand, he is well supplied and can offer us some relief. Despite his words of supplication, his posture was straight, lacking any semblance of humility. Relief? Do you think my husband is a philanthropist? Song Qiu scoffed, her anger flaring. All of you, leave immediately and do not disturb my husband. Indeed, my husband is not a director of a poverty alleviation office. Why should he aid you? The women, including Qing Wanwen, and Bai Yujie, chimed in, issuing an unequivocal eviction order. They held no sympathy for these uninvited guests who had barged in seeking sustenance. Although they claimed to be asking for help, their actions bore a striking resemblance to theft. The crowd was a mix of the elderly and the young, ranging from those in their 80s to children merely 8 or 9 years old. In the wake of the chaos at Jiang City Mansion, 2 large warehouses had been stripped bare. While some thrived, others were left despondent. The young, robust men hoarded supplies, indulging in leisure, while the elderly and children could only watch helplessly. Upon hearing the crowd refer to Qin Ming as husband, they were taken aback. This young man had assembled a veritable harem, surrounded by 7 striking women, each possessing unique beauty and charm. There were youthful mothers and mature young women, some with perfect figures, others with exquisite features, varying in hairstyle and allure. Several elderly men could not suppress their salivation, secretly envying the young man's fortune. Each of these women, if presented to the world, would undoubtedly turn heads. Qin Bo's eyes roamed over the women, leaving him parched and breathless. He had employed numerous secretaries, yet none matched the beauty of any of these women. A thought crossed his mind. How joyful would it be if these 7 women were his secretaries? An elder nudged Qin Bo, snapping him back to reality, prompting a cough. Qin Ming, as the property manager, shouldn't you be serving the homeowners? Qin Bo directed his gaze at Qin Ming. Though they shared a surname, they were not related. Apologies, but I have resigned. From now on, I serve only my husband. Qin Ming's demeanor was icy, neither humble nor submissive. She was no longer the dedicated property manager, nor the woman solely focused on her career. Having endured the harsh realities of life, her heart had grown as cold as the winter outside. Do you believe I want to acquire your property company and dismiss you? Qin Bo glared at Qin Ming, harboring resentment for having been rebuffed in the past. Seeing her declare her loyalty to another man ignited his anger. Qin Ming retorted defiantly. You must first survive this harsh winter before making threats. Infuriated, Qin Bo shouted, do you think there are no men in your household? It's always a cacophony of women chattering like sparrows. Is there no man to speak up, or are you all cowards, afraid to confront reality? He struck the floor with his cane, exuding impatience. Leaning back on the sofa, Qin Ming lazily remarked, what my wives say reflects my views. Have you finished speaking? If so, kindly leave and do not disturb my life with my wives. His languid tone and unceremonious words painted a grimace across the faces of all present, particularly Qin Bo, who had never felt such rage. Young man, one should not merely focus on immediate sweetness, but also on the sweetness that lies ahead. Before Qin Bo could finish, Qin Ming interjected, with so many wives, how could I be unaware of the sweetness to come? Understanding the implications behind his words, Qin Bo felt envy and resentment surge within him. He struck the floor again with his cane, declaring loudly, I speak of your future. One should not only see the sweetness of the present and indulge, one must endure hardship and plan for the future. I offer you an opportunity. Share your resources, and Basi Group will hire you as general manager with a lucrative annual salary. Rising, Qin Ming chuckled. I believe I've heard such words before. Old man, let me enlighten you. Enduring hardship does not guarantee future sweetness, but current sweetness is indeed real. Why should I suffer when my life is already so splendid? Qin Bo, furious at the defiance of Qin Ming and his women, coldly declared, I'll make my stance clear. If you do not provide us with resources, we shall not leave." At this proclamation, the crowd echoed their support. An elderly woman plopped down on the ground, dragging a young girl beside her, proclaiming, "Yes, I'll stay right here and see what you can do about it. I'll watch you eat, drink, and relieve yourselves. Do you have the audacity?" Instantly, 5 or 6 more elderly individuals followed suit, asserting their presence. Witnessing this, the women lamented that it was the elderly who had turned malevolent, but rather that the malevolent had aged. They had taken shamelessness to new heights. Qin Wanwei and the other women were at a loss for words, incredulous that such individuals existed. Particularly, Song Xia and Song Qiu were astounded. The residents here were predominantly distinguished individuals. Many of the elderly had pensions that could rival the earnings of young workers for a year and a half, while others were executives of major corporations or owners of private enterprises. In peaceful times, they had failed to recognize the underlying depravity masked by polished exteriors. Today, they realized that beneath the glamorous surface lay hearts of scoundrels. How was this different from outright theft? However, Qin Ming remains utterly unconcerned. He possesses his own methods for dealing with such scoundrels. Chapter 63. Stay sharp. Don't lose face. Well done. Dealing with scoundrels is, in fact, quite simple. One merely needs to out-scoundrel them. Feifei, prepare the machine gun. Zhao Feifei obediently complied, unconditionally adhering to Qin Ming's command. With a swift motion of her hand, a machine gun materialized in her grasp. With Qin Ming's assistance, the caliber of the weapon appeared significantly larger, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Upon witnessing the gun's emergence, a wave of unease washed over the crowd. What was happening? How could this woman possess a firearm? It must be an illusion. Certainly, it was a mere figment of their imagination. Moreover, such heavy machine guns were exclusive to the military. Even the police precinct lacked such weaponry. An elderly lady scoffed. "Who do you intend to frighten with a toy gun?" Another old man chimed in. "Indeed. Do you think we are easily intimidated? I am from Peking University, not Shaman University." Chun Bo reassured the crowd. "Fear not. Her gun must be a fake. Where could one possibly acquire a real gun nowadays? It's clearly a toy. Even if it were real, would she dare to slaughter us all?" "Yes, precisely. I refuse to believe you would pull the trigger." The group, emboldened, pressed closer. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Bo had quietly retreated to the back. Qin Ming waved his hand and instructed, "Wanwei, start the countdown for 10 seconds. Feifei, anyone who has exited in 10 seconds shall receive a volley." "Understood." The two women nodded. Chen Wanwei produced a watch, initiating the countdown. 10, 9, 8. With each number she uttered, it felt as though the specter of death was summoning them. 4, 3. The elderly's emotions surged, grappling with the apparent countdown to doom. To claim they felt no fear would be disingenuous. They began to instinctively retreat, inching towards the door. Chun Bo's voice echoed from the rear. "Hold your ground. Fear not. She wouldn't dare to shoot. This is merely a scare tactic. Today, we shall not leave without the supplies. We will not relent." His booming voice served as a reassuring balm for those behind him. Inside the house, individuals scrambled backwards, desperate to reach the exit, while those outside pressed forward, blocking the doorway. The scene resembled a flock of panicked ducks, their anxiety palpable. 1. As the final number fell, Zhao Feifei mercilessly squeezed the trigger. The sound of gunfire erupted as chaos ensued, with 7 or 8 individuals collapsing into a pool of blood. The sight of carnage, drenched in crimson, revealed the grim reality of the situation. They finally grasped that this was no mere bluff, and the fear of death consumed them, driving the scoundrels into a frenzied rush for escape. The adage rings true. The truth only exists within range. Without truth in hand, do they think they can dismiss you? Zhao Feifei, nonchalantly blowing the gun's muzzle, exhibited no trace of pity in her gaze. Once, she harbored noble aspirations, dedicated to the welfare of the people, resolved to perform good deeds. Yet, in the end, she found herself almost victimized by those she sought to save. From that moment forth, she vowed never to play the role of the savior again. She had no desire to become a heartless killer, yet today, the relentless pressure from these individuals left her no choice. Once the crowd had retreated outside, Zhao Feifei refrained from further action. Qin Ming had decreed that those remaining inside would receive a volley, while those outside would be spared for the time being. His aversion to bloodshed did not equate to mercy. Fear permeated the gazes of those outside. This individual was a demon, merciless in his actions. Though Qin Ming did not wield the gun himself, his directive rendered Zhao Feifei's actions equivalent to his own. Anyone daring to approach would meet their demise. Yao Feifei, brandishing the machine gun like a fierce warrior, instilled dread amongst the masses. Indeed, peanuts proved far more effective than mere words. When you spit at them, they merely rinse their mouths. When you throw excrement, they might fashion it into pizza. Only peanuts could evoke genuine fear. Leave. Do not approach. If you come, you will either stand or lie down, for there are no seats. Song Xia cast a disdainful glance at the crowd. The two sisters felt increasingly fortunate to have aligned with Qin Ming. Otherwise, they might have been among those outside. Suddenly, Qin Ming stepped forward. The hearts of those outside raced. Had he changed his mind? At his command, Zhao Feifei would unleash a volley, leaving no escape for anyone. In that moment, no one dared to move. Send in 2 individuals to clean this up, for a reward of 2 loaves of bread. Qin Ming tossed 2 loaves into the pool of blood, instantly staining them crimson. The eyes of those outside widened. Bread was a rare commodity, more tempting to them than shark fin soup. The masses stirred restlessly, but Qin booming voice cut through the tension. Everyone, do not move. There is a conspiracy at play. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd. He leaned on his cane, making his way through the throng towards the entrance. Earlier, Qin had been at the forefront. Now, he had retreated to the back. This clearly illustrated that he was a coward, fearful of danger. Yet in times like these, a figure of strength was essential. Though Qin was frightened, his willingness to step forward to steer the situation garnered support. After all, a leaderless group was akin to a flock of scattered sheep, utterly ineffective. Mr. Qin, your experience in the business realm is akin to a battlefield. Do not lose face now. Indeed, keep your spirits up. Well said, Mr. Qin. The crowd expressed their admiration for Qin courage to assert himself. Qin, puffed with pride, approached the doorway, glaring haughtily at Qin Ming. His arrogant demeanor provoked an impulse within Qin Ming to deliver a couple of sharp slaps. At present, he was buoyed by confidence, but soon his fate would be uncertain. The 2 loaves, lying in a pool of blood, had long since congealed, their surfaces now a dark crimson hue. Qin frowned, disdain evident in his eyes. The crowd cheered for him, their expressions filled with admiration. Yet in the next moment, Qin throat involuntarily constricted, an overwhelming hunger surge rising within him. He collapsed to the ground, his hands clawing at the bread, stuffing it into his mouth with abandon. I can handle this alone. No need for 2. Qin mumbled incoherently while chewing, his appearance a pitiful sight. Behind him, the elderly looked on with mixed emotions. They had hoped for a display of fortitude from Qin, but the scene before them shattered their expectations, leaving disdain and anger etched on their faces. This man retreats at the first sign of danger, yet is the first to seize food. Qin actions ignited a powder keg. A cry erupted from the crowd, and they surged forward like ravenous wolves. Their singular focus was the remaining loaf of bread. In an instant, shouts and pushes reverberated as chaos ensued. A frail old woman was knocked to the ground, trampled to death, yet no one halted their advance. Each individual was consumed by a singular thought. Every morsel counted in this brutal apocalypse. The more food one could obtain, the greater the hope for survival. As Qin swallowed the last bite of bread, amidst the turmoil, he was struck twice across the face. Yet he paid it no mind at that moment. His sole focus was the loaf, for swallowing it was paramount. In the pandemonium, humanity crumbled, and in the face of apocalypse, dignity and survival became an easy choice. 10 seconds later, the tumult over the bread gradually subsided, leaving behind a scene of devastation, with only mottled bloodstains remaining and not a crumb of bread in sight. Qin said nothing as he bent down to begin cleaning the blood from the ground, while others followed suit, wiping the floor. Chapter 64. Eliminate the instigators. Those who rushed in, regardless of whether they had partaken of the bread, were aiding the cause. Once inside, if one did not contribute, missing out on the bread was one thing, but peanuts were certainly to be had. Some dragged bodies, others cleaned up the bloodstains, and with a collective effort, the ground was soon restored to a pristine state. Get lost. Should there be a next time, I shall not spare you. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. His aversion to killing did not imply an inability to do so. A wave of relief washed over the group as they hurriedly exited. Before long, they gathered downstairs. Qin, once brimming with confidence, now bore the weight of disdain in the gazes around him. The crowd scoffed. This man, who fancied himself noble, turned out to be nothing more than a sanctimonious hypocrite. When it came to snatching peanuts, he was the swiftest. When the opportunity arose to clean the scene for bread, he was also the first to flee. Qin, I had regarded you as a paragon of successful entrepreneurs, yet you reveal yourself to be such a person? An elderly woman mocked Qin, her words dripping with contempt. recalling how he had been the first to seize bread amidst the chaos, devouring a portion meant for two. "What are you all called? If I do not fill my stomach, who will direct you?" Qin Bo retorted coldly. "Direct you to hell. I truly wish to slap you twice. Were it not for you, so many would not have perished." The crowd recalled how, when Qin Ming had given them 10 seconds, it was Qin Bo who had urged them not to retreat, blocking the entrance, thus precipitating the tragedy. Initially at the forefront, he had scurried to the back when he heard Qin Ming's threats. Such duplicity was akin to sending the blind to leap off a cliff. Revolutions claim lives. I merely wish for everyone to partake, Qin Bo proclaimed, still oblivious to his own faults. "You scoundrel!" An old man approached and struck Qin Bo squarely on the head. Despite wearing a thick hat, Qin Bo felt a ringing in his ears. There are many shameless individuals, yet none so brazen. He professed concern for others. Yet during the bread incident, he had only cared for himself. How utterly hypocritical. At that moment, Qin Ming appeared in the community, startling everyone. For they had not seen him descend. What further bewildered them was his thin attire, devoid of a hat, lacking even basic measures against the cold. To an ordinary person, such exposure to the elements could lead to frostbite or even death. Yet, Qin Ming seemed unperturbed, as if living in a normal world. While the crowd remained in shock, Qin Ming approached them. Fear filled their hearts as they regarded this devilish man. Qin Ming's gaze finally settled upon Qin Bo. Qin Bo furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition enveloping him. Yet, he straightened his back and asked defiantly, "What do you want?" "To send you to your demise." Qin Ming's hand shot forth, seizing Qin Bo by the throat. "Why?" Qin Bo's eyes widened beneath his hat, veins bulging on his forehead, drowning in despair. A greenish aura emanated from him, a manifestation of his hostility. "For no reason, I simply wish to kill you." Qin Ming swiftly snapped Qin Bo's neck. Those surrounding witnessed this brutal act, paralyzed with fear, collapsing to their knees in tears, pleading for mercy. Qin Ming paid them no mind. His sole objective was to eliminate the instigator. Whether the others. Chapter 65. Chaos at Jiang City Mansion. Upon seeing these individuals, Qin Ming felt a jolt of surprise. They had returned. Previously, they had distributed supplies and conducted rescue operations in various neighborhoods. However, later revelations indicated that the provisions they distributed were, in fact, human jerky. Qin Ming began to question their true intentions. Were these members of the state-run, superhuman organization genuinely acting under government orders to provide aid? It seemed implausible that they possessed no other supplies. Why resort to human jerky? And where did they acquire such quantities of meat? How many lives must have been lost? Upon further investigation, it became clear that they had never ventured into Jiang City Mansion before. Being one of the premier upscale communities, Jiang City Mansion initially maintained a semblance of order and had no need for external assistance. However, after Qin Ming's arrival, the order crumbled, and many residents found themselves unable to procure food, just as the so-called aid appeared. It was all rather suspicious. The superhuman organization seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense where help was needed, appearing precisely at those locations. But were their intentions truly benevolent? Qin Ming sensed a lurking conspiracy. Desperate residents, finally anticipating the arrival of supplies, rushed forward to collect them. As per the established rules, each individual was allowed to claim 5 pieces of jerky. However, many hesitated. Some households had stockpiled ample provisions and had no need for aid, while others had already seen the alarming reports that the distributed supplies were, in fact, human jerky. While many regions had descended into cannibalism, Jiang City Mansion had not yet reached such a dire state, making it difficult for many to accept the offer. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of grabbing what you can, long lines formed as people lined up, prioritizing acquisition over ethical considerations. Song Xia and Song Qiu felt fortunate for their wise decision to align themselves with Qin Ming. Otherwise, their only option might have been human jerky. Qin Ming remained upstairs, refraining from descending. The 2 vehicles filled with jerky were swiftly depleted, and the 2 distributors hastily departed Jiang City Mansion. Observant residents noted that these individuals had broken down the door upon entry. When others attempted to secure the door, they discovered that the main entrance had been damaged beyond repair and could no longer be locked. In the residents' group chat, Xiaoer exclaimed, "Our community's main gate has been compromised. I propose that we enhance security patrols with 24-hour rotations to ensure the safety of all residents." Cheng Xiafeng from Building 1, Apartment 401 responded, "I concur. The destruction of the gate signifies that our safety is at risk, underscoring the importance of security personnel." User 9527 added, "Property management. This is a test from all residents. We hope you can steadfastly protect our community. Hai Na by Chuan chimed in. Is anyone from the property management present? Arrange for security to guard the gate immediately. We cannot allow anyone to enter. User 102 from Building 2 remarked, Security? What security? They've all fled. Hai Na by Chuan demanded, What happened? Where's the previous security? User 102 responded, The property supplies were looted. How can the security serve us when they have already taken the supplies for themselves? They vanished long ago. Indeed. With Qin Ming's departure, chaos ensued, and the property management fell into disarray, as security personnel were among the first to seize the supplies. In the absence of order, if they did not seize, others would. This was simply human nature, devoid of right or wrong. Shower questioned, Are you implying that we currently have no security personnel at all? This cannot stand. Hai Na Bai Chuan proposed, Let each household send one person, regardless of age or gender, to take turns guarding the community. Shower retorted, You hoarded supplies. While I have managed to collect nothing, why should I go? Tian Hui interjected, The fate of our community rests on every individual's shoulders. We all share an unshirkable responsibility. Shower scoffed, You speak so grandly, yet what are you doing? In the group chat, opinions diverged. Some agreed, while others opposed. Some sought to cling to their dwindling resources, while others hoped to benefit without contribution. In essence, nobody wished to make sacrifices. Qin Ming observed the uproar in the chat, lamenting the ugliness of human nature and its inherent selfishness. As the adage goes, when hearts unite, mountains can be moved, yet a disorganized group is challenging to rally. The notions of patrolling and taking turns guarding were impractical, as most shared similar sentiments. Their thoughts boiled down to two perspectives. If others want to act, why should I? And if everyone else is doing it, what is the point? After a series of heated exchanges, no consensus emerged. The following morning, the residents were awakened by a cacophony of violent banging. Someone posted a video in the group, revealing the main gate wide open, with several groups of individuals forcefully entering, assaulting the doors of various buildings. Each person exuded an aura of rage, wielding an array of tools, machetes, hammers, and chainsaws among them. User 201 from Building 3 exclaimed, These individuals appear to be robbers. We cannot allow them access. User 801 from Building 2 remarked, I've seen them in another group, a gang of thugs wreaking havoc. Crashing doors. If encountered, men will be brutally dismembered, women will face humiliation, and even the elderly and children are not spared. It's horrifically cruel. Could they be the same group? In but a few words, the entire community was engulfed in fear. Hai Na Bai Chuan suggested, Let each household send one man. Strength in numbers can prevent them from entering. We cannot allow them to breach our homes one by one, or we will all suffer the consequences. Support poured in from Building 5, yet despite the fervent words, no one took action. Each person waited for another to move first, but the anticipated initiator never materialized. Hai Na Bai Chuan, quick to theorize, did not step forward himself. User Nyoma from Building 3 cried out, This is dire. The door of Building 3 has been breached. User 601 from Building 6 added, Building 6 has also been broken into. We are doomed. Who will save us? User 101 from Building 6 pleaded, Help. They are breaking down my door. In the residents group, cries of despair filled the chat. Due to the compromised main gate, 5 or 6 waves of robbers had descended upon them. They operated with alarming coordination, each group targeting a specific building, deliberately avoiding interference with one another. Each robber shared the same motive. This renowned affluent district must be hoarding vast supplies. Previously, the impenetrable defenses had thwarted any attempts to raid the area. Now, with the gate breached, their opportunity had finally arrived. Qin Ming, sensing the chaos below, observed the pandemonium unfold. Near Building 1, several individuals were battering the door. Just as the door appeared on the verge of yielding, a resident on the first floor unexpectedly stepped out, voluntarily opening the door for them. This was a man in his 40s, clad in a thick robe, with a sycophantic grin on his face. Gentlemen, I feared you would tire yourselves. Thus, I took the liberty to open the door. Might you spare me my life? I can lead you to a better opportunity, he implored, his smile betraying his desperation. The leading thug ripped off his hat, revealing a face marred by scars and a heavy, unkempt beard emanating an aura of brutal ferocity. His bloodshot eyes radiated a chilling malevolence, suggesting a history steeped in violence, a true embodiment of a hardened criminal, forged through a life of bloodshed. Chapter 66. The Consequences of One's Own Actions. The leader of the bandits chuckled, tapping the man's head, and said, Good, very compliant. Now, tell me more. The man, visibly relieved, quickly began his tale. Brother, in our building, apartment 802, lives a young man with 7 wives, each more beautiful than the last. He boasts of endless supplies, often flaunting them in the group. Oh, is that so? The bandit leader grinned wider, the madness in his eyes intensifying. Absolutely true, brother. Please spare me. I have only a daughter at home, and no food left. The man began to relax, believing that his good behavior would ensure his safety. In a time of war, he was undoubtedly a traitor. A daughter, you say? I must see for myself. The bandit leader dashed into the man's home, scanning the surroundings. On the sofa sat a girl, about 20, slender and bespectacled, possessing a commendable beauty. Old 8, this one is for you. The leader commanded a companion. Got it. Old 8 sprang forward, rubbing his hands in excitement. The man's heart raced. He quickly positioned himself in front of his daughter, asking, Brother, what are you planning to do? Old 8, with impatience, shoved the man to the ground, sneering, Get out of the way. You said there are only 7 women upstairs, and we have 8 brothers. Who do you think will keep watch? Wouldn't you feel uneasy in my position? Fine, you can watch and see how it feels. He lunged at the man's daughter, pinning her down and tearing at her clothes. The girl struggled desperately, but it was futile. The man, pinned to the ground, felt his eyes bulging with rage, fists clenched, yet powerless to intervene. He could only watch in horror as his daughter was violated, a pain only he could fathom. Old 7, keep an eye on this man. Don't let old 8 be interrupted while he is busy. We'll call you up when we break down the door. The bandit leader ordered another henchman. Meanwhile, 6 of them charged toward apartment 802. Witnessing the scene, Qin Ming could only conclude that the man was reaping what he had sown. Closing the door tightly might afford him a slim chance of survival. Yet he couldn't comprehend why he had invited danger into his home, actively redirecting the bandit's attention towards himself. He was deserving of his fate. Even if he didn't and oppose, he faced the repercussions. Qin Ming would ensure he paid the price. Soon enough, a loud banging echoed from outside. Feifei, it's your turn. Qin Ming instructed Zhao Feifei. Understood, she replied, rising to the door and flinging it open. Instantly, the eyes of 6 burly men were fixated on her. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. She is practically Luo Fei's sister, her face flawless and astonishing. Little sister, you're so considerate, knowing your brothers are coming and opening the door for us. Don't worry, we'll be gentle with you. The bandit leader licked his lips, his gaze lewd and intense. Cheng Wanyue, Wan, Bai Yujia, and others followed closely behind, standing protectively behind Zhao Feifei. Goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are indeed 7. One of them pointed at Bai Yujia, the most voluptuous among the women. Is it my turn to choose? I want this one, the bandit leader declared, his eyes locked onto Bai Yujia, mesmerized by her perfect figure. Men are all the same. Given the choice between beauty and a well-endowed body, they will always lean towards the latter. After all, a pretty face is merely for admiration, while a beautiful body offers a tangible experience. Without wasting words, Zhao Feifei raised her machine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the bandit leader. The onslaught left him unrecognizable, and she continued to shower the others with the same fate until they lay as mere puddles of blood. It's my turn now. Qin Ming moved to the first floor. Old 8 was still preoccupied, while old 7 stood over the man, muttering, What was that noise? Was it the door being knocked down? Seems rhythmic. Why haven't they called me? Did they take care of it themselves? Old 7 raised an eyebrow. But the next moment, a chill swept through the air. He turned to see Qin Ming approaching the door with purposeful strides. Stop what you're doing, come with me. Your brothers are waiting for you. Qin Ming said with a smile, his demeanor deceptively harmless. Who are you? Old 7 and old 8 tensed, sensing the threat. The girl on the sofa had succumbed to unconsciousness, while the man on the ground was bloodied and furious. I am the owner of apartment 802 you were searching for. I feared you wouldn't find it, so I came to lead you. Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with derision. Yet old 7 and old 8 misinterpreted this as an invitation and remained oblivious to the impending doom. Qin Ming regarded the man on the floor, murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Redirecting disaster, you reap what you sow. He stepped forward and crushed the man's neck underfoot, sending him to his demise. Qin Ming would not spare those who played clever tricks only to ensnare themselves. Old 7 and old 8 were taken aback by his ruthlessness. This young man was capable of great deeds. Impressive lad. You kill without a blink. Seeing how understanding you are, I'll offer you a chance to join us. Old 8, having finished his business, casually severed the girl's head. Come with me. Qin Ming smiled lightly and ascended the stairs, realizing he was indeed leading them. Old 7 and Old 8 could not help but admire his compliance. Kid, women are like clothes, brothers are like family. Join our team, and a bright future awaits you. Along with more women, your women will simply be stepping stones. Follow us, brotherhood awaits. Encouraged by Qin Ming's understanding, Old 7 and Old 8 were eager to recruit him, especially after witnessing his fierce disposition, which resonated with their own bandit ethos. Soon, they arrived at the 8th floor. What is this? What is outside your door? Is this your 7 women's monthly visitor? Old 7 frowned. Even hardened killers like them felt uneasy. Ah. Your 6 brothers are all right here. Qin Ming replied with a cold smile, reminiscent of death's unforgiving scorn. What? Old 7 and Old 8 widened their eyes in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, they realized the truth of the matter. The remnants of their brothers' clothing lay mingled in the gore, unrecognizable at first glance. Clean this up. Qin Ming ordered coldly, his voice chilling as the wintry air outside. Lao Ba, with fervent patriotism, brandished his cleaver and struck towards Qin Ming. Chapter 67. Letting you go, yet not truly releasing you. Qin Ming exhibited little movement. With a swift kick, he sent Lao Ba crashing to the ground. I spare you. For your existence serves a purpose. He shot a knowing glance at Zhao Feifei. Understanding his intent, Zhao Feifei raised her machine gun, aiming it at Lao Qi and Lao Ba. Lao Qi finally comprehended the origin of the earlier sound. It was gunfire, and his comrades had been gruesomely obliterated. A wave of terror washed over both men. They had taken countless lives, often dismembering their victims, yet had never witnessed such brutal annihilation. Spare us, Lao Qi pleaded, collapsing onto the floor. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear lack of firewood. Their audacity as ruthless bandits stemmed not from fearlessness, but from never having faced a formidable adversary. They were not impervious to the specter of death. In the face of mortality, all beings are equal. Fear is a universal sentiment. Clean thoroughly, with not a speck of dust remaining. Qin Ming commanded, tossing out 2 rags and 2 bottles of mineral water. Use the water to wash. Using mineral water? The duo had heard tales of Qin Ming's abundant supplies, yet never anticipated such extravagance. To wash with mineral water, was he even human? His reasoning was simple. Following an earlier disturbance caused by a group of elderly individuals, a few lives had been lost. Although the floor appeared clean, a faint scent of blood lingered. Thus, he insisted they use mineral water to wash and wipe, ensuring a pristine and odorless result. Though Lao Qi and Lao Ba lamented the waste of water, the fear of repercussions loomed larger in the face of truth. These 2 brigands had no room for defiance. Reclining on the sofa, Qin Ming enjoyed the pampering of Qin Wanwei and Wan, who needed his shoulders, while Bai Yujie and Chen Ming attended to his legs, and the Song sisters massaged his feet. With closed eyes, he reveled in the indulgence, one hand, however, straying to grasp Bai Yujie's curves. Such a life prompted Qin Ming to muse. To indulge in desires is to be truly free. The emperor pales in comparison. Meanwhile, Zhao Feifei sat aside, enjoying her preferential treatment as an ability user, exempt from these tasks. Her primary responsibility was to assume the mantle of protector in Qin Ming's absence, for he wished to safeguard these exquisite beauties from unnecessary peril. Zhao Feifei did not presume superiority due to her privileges. They were all equal in the shared space. Suddenly, a smirk of derision graced Qin Ming's lips as he sensed Lao Qi and Lao Ba attempting to sneak away downstairs. In an instant, he appeared at the entrance of the building. Lao Ba sprinted frantically, muttering, "We've encountered a demon, armed with a gun. What manner of being is this?" Lao Qi urged. "Stop the chatter. Let us flee before we face our doom." Upon reaching the ground floor, relief washed over them. Once outside, they would be free as the winds and skies. What did it matter if he held the truth? Could he shoot blindly? The moment they burst from the building, a sense of rebirth enveloped them. Yet, the next moment, they were stunned. Qin Ming stood outside, smiling as if awaiting their arrival. How are you here?" They stammered in disbelief. He had been at home, yet had descended before them. The only explanation was that he had leapt from the 8th floor. Yet, even a trained soldier could not survive such a fall unscathed. "Have you unfinished business? What are your intentions?" Qin Ming's smile was devoid of warmth, exuding an unsettling pressure. Cold sweat dripped from Lao Qi and Lao Ba, rendering them momentarily speechless. Enough speculation. Return to work. Qin Ming's tone was calm yet firm. They nodded frantically and hurried back upstairs. By the time they reached the 8th floor, Qin Ming had returned home. This led them to wonder if he possessed the ability to clone himself. Having been below only moments before, he now stood in his abode, Descending could be explained by a leap, but ascending from below was inexplicable. It was utterly perplexing. The only logical conclusion was that Qin Ming was an ability user, capable of such extraordinary feats. Lao Qi and Lao Ba no longer entertained thoughts of escape, diligently using the mineral water to cleanse the floor until it gleamed, devoid of any lingering odors. After 2 hours, the surface was immaculate, without a trace of scent. "Well done, you may leave." Qin Ming gestured for them to depart. As if granted a pardon, Lao Qi and Lao Ba knelt in gratitude before sprinting away, relieved to escape the clutches of an ability user. To have attempted robbery against such a being was a stroke of ill fortune. With so few ability users in existence, how had they crossed paths with one? Yet, they were fortunate to have preserved their lives, a silver lining amidst their misfortune. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered Qin Ming once more. "Brother, we shall take our leave." They bowed, cautiously sidestepping him. "I shall see you off." Qin Ming smiled, summoning the thunder whip into his hand. The palpable intent to kill jolted them into realization. Qin Ming had never intended to let them escape. Lao Qi, mustering his courage, spoke. "Brother, we have fulfilled your request to clean." Lao Ba chimed in. "Indeed, we only sought to leave at your behest." Qin Ming's smile widened, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. "I said you could go, but I never truly intended to let you leave." As the words left his mouth, the thunder whip struck like a divine dragon, instantly reducing the 2 men to charred remains. The vibrant green light emanating from their heads had been an eyesore. Having intended to spare them, they still harbored ill will. Such individuals could not be allowed to live. To release a tiger back to the mountains would only invite future retribution. Though Qin Ming held these lowly thugs in disdain, he understood a vital truth: do not underestimate the impoverished middle-aged. Who knew when one might rise against the odds? Rooting out the problem was ultimately in his best interest. Suddenly, Qin Ming heard vague sounds drifting through the air. He immediately expanded his consciousness, seeking the source of the noise. Before him appeared a throng of over 30 individuals, marching in unison towards a specific destination. Clad in identical attire and masks, their garments were not particularly thick, which astonished Qin Ming. He discerned that each one was, without exception, an ability user. Their auras varied. Some were unfathomable, while others were weak, suggesting they had only recently awakened their powers. Among this group, at least 20 appeared to have awakened not long ago, their strength still fledgling. Chapter 68. The Enigmatic Egg. Chaos. Qin Ming observed the vast assembly of ability wielders and felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. These extraordinary individuals had always been rare. With awakening being a formidable challenge, how could there suddenly be so many? It was him. Qin Ming suddenly perceived someone he recognized. He wore a mask, shrouded in mystery, his garments billowing as if driven by an unseen wind, exuding an aura of profound depth. Previously, after he had injured an anomaly, this individual had emerged with a few companions and ultimately captured the creature. Today, he stood at the forefront, the leader of this congregation of ability wielders. What were their intentions? What purpose lay behind gathering such a multitude of extraordinary beings? Furrowing his brow, Qin Ming contemplated. Led by awakens, he initially had no desire to participate. Yet, sensing something amiss that pertained to the secrets of the ability wielders organization and the fate of every extraordinary individual, he realized he could not remain aloof. The individuals distributing jerky, the abandoned hospital, and these captors of anomalies were likely of the same ilk, all hailing from the state-run organization of ability wielders. This organization was shrouded in mystery. Even Lin Jin had spoken of it. Awakens and his entourage departed at a rapid pace. Remarkably, sensing their formidable presence, no anomalies or mutated creatures dared to disrupt their path. After approximately half an hour, they halted at a wetland park. Qin Ming expanded his consciousness, scanning the surroundings. The park featured a massive lake, long since frozen, with several boats eternally encased in ice. Upon closer inspection, he noticed numerous black, bizarre sacs on the icy surface, resembling enormous opaque bubbles, their surfaces uneven. Roughly estimating, there were 40 to 50 of these sacs. And despite the frigid environment, they remained moist, untouched by the ice. A meticulous examination revealed a rhythmic pulsation emanating from within, as if the contents were breathing. What could this be? Concealed in the shadows, Qin Ming focused intently. Awakens, accompanied by his followers, approached the lake's surface and issued a command. Subsequently, over 30 ability wielders surged forward, launching assaults upon the sacs. Suddenly, one sac ruptured, and a winged monster burst forth, soaring into the sky before diving downwards. This creature resembled a bat, with a fierce visage and a predatory aura. Initially dark gray, it transformed to a pristine white upon exposure to the air. Save for a small black dot in the center of its eye, an abyssal void, deep and endless. The creature swooped down, seizing an ability wielder and lifting him skyward, only to cast him down brutally upon the icy surface. The impact was thunderous, and silence enveloped the scene. These sacs are the eggs of anomalies. Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. The lake within this wetland park served as a hatching ground for the inexplicable. If all these sacs were to hatch, the ensuing anomalies would be more than capable of sweeping through the lands. As the assault intensified, more sacs split open, revealing a plethora of anomalies. There were three-headed, six-armed beings, cyclopean monsters, and even a creature with the body of a lion but a tail resembling a scorpion stinger. They shared a common trait. Upon emerging, they bore a faint gray hue, which transitioned to a brilliant white mere seconds later. The two sides clashed in fierce combat, resulting in countless casualties within moments. Qin Ming marveled at this visual spectacle. Witnessing such a multitude of ability wielders and anomalies was a first for him. However, it seemed many were inexperienced with their awakened powers, their attacks lacking cohesion, akin to being thrust into the fray without preparation. Some fortunate souls managed to survive, while others met their demise on the spot. The anomalies, too, were not without losses. Their instinctual attacks lacked the strength of the first anomaly Qin Ming had encountered. As the ice cracked beneath the tumult of battle, an enormous fish surged from below the frozen surface. It was a carp, astonishingly 2 meters in length, sporting 4 legs and moving with incredible speed, devouring an ability wielder in a single gulp. And it was not alone. As the fissures in the ice widened, more of these monstrous fish emerged. Chaos reigned as anomalies, ability wielders, and mutated ice fish collided on the battlefield. A fish leapt into the air, crashing down upon an ability wielder and flattening him into a bloody pulp. The cold, unyielding body of the fish struck wildly, blending blood and ice into a grotesque amalgamation. With a forceful flick of his wrist, Mo Ruffer wielded a long whip, dispatching 3 anomalies in an instant. Qin Ming observed him intently. This man was undoubtedly the strongest among the ability wielders present. Today's blood is tomorrow's glory. The path of baptism is one you must navigate yourselves. Kill. Mo Rufing's resonant cry echoed like thunder, igniting fervor across the battlefield. The assaults of the ability wielders grew increasingly frenzied, their diverse abilities manifesting in a dazzling array. As Qin Ming surveyed the chaos, he noted that around 10 ability wielders had already perished in the initial surge. Yet, those who survived quickly adapted, mastering their powers with greater finesse. Mo Rufing's words bolstered their morale, compelling each individual to exert themselves to the utmost. What exactly is this baptism? It was not the first time Qin Ming had heard this term. It was said to be the ultimate goal of those within the state-run organization of ability wielders. A coveted opportunity for all. Baptism signified transcendence, metamorphosis, and growth. After undergoing this rite, one could ascend to unparalleled heights, becoming extraordinary. While Qin Ming was engrossed in the battlefield, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Upon focusing, he discovered the masked man had appeared merely 10 meters away. Qin Ming was once again taken aback. With his heightened senses, he could now detect danger long before it approached. However, the mere fact that this individual could close the distance so swiftly indicated a terrifying level of power. "I am Mo Rufflin. Have we not yet been introduced?" he proclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder. "You need not inquire about my name. I am merely passing by, taking a cursory glance. Please, continue with your endeavors." Qin Ming waved his hand, hastily retreating. Uncertain whether this man was friend or foe, he resolved to exercise caution. The air surrounding this individual was imposing, and even he felt a palpable pressure. "Regardless of whether you are merely passing through, since you have witnessed this, you should join the fray," Mo Ruffer replied, surveying the battlefield before glancing at Qin Ming. "Joining the battle is unnecessary. I truly am just passing through. Farewell." Qin Ming took 2 steps back, preparing to depart. Yet, in that instant, Mo Ruffing appeared before him like a specter, his whip poised to block Qin Ming's path. Chapter 69. The enigmatic Mo Ruffing and Lin Jin. As Qin Ming turned to leave, he was obstructed by Mo Ruffing. Was the lively scene merely for show? Mo Ruffing wielded his long whip like a dragon soaring through the air, striking towards Qin Ming. Sensing the imminent confrontation, Qin Ming did not retreat. Instead, he drew forth the flash thunder whip to meet the challenge. It was an opportune moment to gauge Mo Rufing's capabilities. After all, with the void blade at his disposal, escape was always an option. The 2 whips entwined, dancing in a fierce display of power, and within moments, they tore through the fabric of reality. Boom. A tempest of thunder erupted, overwhelming Mo Ruffung and forcing him back several steps. Regaining his footing, Mo Ruffung launched his whip from another angle towards Qin Ming. In a bizarre twist, he vanished, only to reappear behind Qin Ming. The whip, seemingly unremarkable, was imbued with an uncanny life force, its speed akin to lightning. Unpredictable and formidable. Even Qin Ming was caught off guard, watching helplessly as the whip coiled around him, threatening to ensnare him. A smirk of contempt curled Mo Ruffung's lips. Yet it froze in an instant, for he realized that Qin Ming had inexplicably vanished. Thunder rumbled as a torrential cascade of lightning descended from the heavens, engulfing Mo Ruffung. The resilient whip cleaved through the void, striking Mo Ruffung's back like a pack of wolves, with 3 resounding lashes, each more devastating than the last. A cry of agony escaped Mo Ruffung's lips as he turned, eyes wide with fury. Qin Ming had once again disappeared, melding seamlessly into the void, leaving no trace behind. He was a figure of remarkable prowess, arriving without a trace and departing just as silently. I underestimated you. Mo Ruffung's back throbbed with pain, wounds laid bare. Brother Feng. You're injured? Another figure in black approached, astonishment etched on his face. In his memory, Mo Ruffung had never sustained injuries. It's a minor setback. I was merely careless. Mo Ruffung waved dismissively, but suddenly his brow furrowed. The ice shattered, and a colossal creature, as thick as a barrel, surged forth, its massive head raised. Roaring at the onlookers. It resembled a giant python yet bore the traits of a dragon, its body cloaked in thick scales, adorned with a pair of horns for limbs, and eyes like brass bells, all while its form radiated a ghostly white. Only the center of its gaze revealed a small black dot. The dragon-like creature had emerged. I shall subdue it. Mo Ruffung stepped forward, his whip coiling around him, poised to strike. Brother Feng, you are injured. Allow me to assist. The man in black offered. But Mo Ruffung halted him. The dragon is formidable. You are no match for it. Stand back. He commanded. As his words fell, Mo Ruffung advanced, his stature erect. The whip in his grasp quivering with a low hum, ready to unleash its potential. Boom. In an instant, the long whip shot forth, aimed at the dragon with incredible velocity, tracing a swift arc through the air. The dragon, not to be outdone, deftly evaded the strike, its massive form twisting with agility. It opened its ghastly mouth, emitting a roar as it lunged at Mo Ruffung. Unfazed, Mo Ruffung's whip danced as if alive, sometimes striking like a serpent, other times sweeping like a dragon's tail. Before long, the clash between man and beast escalated to a fevered intensity, and Mo Ruffung began to discern the dragon's attack patterns. With a hum, he formed a seal with his hands, calm and collected. In the next moment, an eerie ripple echoed through the void. The dragon's form stilled, as if ensnared in a trance. At that instant, the whip lashed out like a bolt of lightning, binding the dragon's body in a fierce grip. Moments later, the dragon regained its senses, realizing it was trapped, and began to thrash violently. Its massive form writhed in a desperate bid for freedom, but the whip constricted tighter, as if merging with its very flesh. Ultimately, under Mo Ruffung's control, the dragon's movement slowed, its struggles waning. The dragon was captured, and the strange entity scattered in retreat, no longer willing to engage. Even the ice fish slipped beneath the surface, vanishing from sight. The battlefield lay in disarray, strewn with bodies, both human and otherworldly, littering the ground. Nearby, Qin Ming's spirit observed the unfolding chaos. He had not departed but had remained hidden, watching intently. What is the nature of his abilities? So powerful. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Despite having wounded Mo Ruffung earlier, he now recognized the futility of underestimating him. It was evident that Mo Ruffung had not fought with his full strength, and his earlier injury was a consequence of his own hubris. A rematch might not yield favorable results for him. Moreover, Mo Ruffung had faced the dragon without utilizing his full array of powers. The whip was surely not his sole weapon. During their confrontation, Qin Ming had witnessed the moment when the dragon was stifled by an inexplicable force. He surmised that this was likely Mo Ruffung's ability, one of several, no doubt. After all, like himself and Lahushi, he was likely endowed with multiple powers. Mo Ruffung commanded his allies to clear the battlefield, lifting the dragon to return. A cursory count revealed 15 casualties, with the remaining members sustaining only minor injuries. While at least 30 strange beings had perished, this was a bloody conflict, exacting a heavy toll. Qin Ming lamented the loss of those 15 gifted individuals. They had scarcely awakened their powers, destined for greatness, yet they perished before they could savor the fruits of their potential. Thus, what is the purpose of life? To toil for a fleeting salvation, sacrificing oneself for others? Suddenly, a hand landed heavily on Qin Mingri's shoulder, causing his hair to stand on end. In a swift motion, he teleported 10 meters away, turning to confront the source. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he exhaled in relief. It was Lin Jin. Brother, I've been here all along. Just out of your sight. Lin Jin chuckled. Hearing this, Qin Mingri's heart sank. Not only was Mo Ruffing unfathomable, but Lin Jin was equally enigmatic. Even without deliberate attention, one would sense the presence of a powerful individual nearby. Yet Lin Jin had approached without detection. If he had chosen to ambush, the consequences could have been dire, his life extinguished in an instant. This is not the time for idle chatter. We must leave before Mo Ruffing discovers us. Lin Jin spoke gravely, turning to depart. Watching Lin Jin's retreating figure, Qin Mingri contemplated whether to launch a surprise attack. In the end, he restrained himself. Lin Jin exuded a faint red aura, devoid of hostility, perhaps even a hint of camaraderie. Striking would be unwarranted. Furthermore, he could glean much from this individual. The two departed swiftly, disappearing into the vast, swirling mist. Meanwhile, Mo Ruffa watched their vanishing forms with a furrowed brow. The Master of Time has also arrived. With that, he fell into silence, his gaze beneath the mask deepening in intensity. On the street, Qin Mingri and Lin Jin walked side by side. Lin Jin inquired, "Your prowess truly eludes my understanding. Even Mo Rufu has fallen victim to your might. It seems you could dispatch me with the same ease as one slices through vegetables." Perceiving the flattery in his words, Qin Mingri, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "Brother Lin, you are too modest. Your presence beside me went entirely unnoticed. Had you launched a surprise attack, I fear my lifeless body would already be cold." Chapter 70. Casting a wide net to catch more fish, the two began to extol each other's virtues, though it was also a subtle test of their respective characters. "Brother, to be honest, I truly admire you. You dared to take on Mo Ruffing. That's quite impressive." Lin Jin unabashedly expressed his admiration. "We're all just mere mortals. What is there to fear?" Qin Mingri scoffed, seemingly unperturbed. With a sly grin, Lin Jin continued, "Do you know about his background?" Qin Mingri shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Lin Jin glanced around, adopting a conspiratorial tone. "He is a prodigy, the foremost talent of the Jiang City State-Owned Ability Users Organization. One of the earliest to awaken their powers, and currently rumored to be among those most likely to undergo the baptism." Upon hearing this, Qin Mingri was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that Mo Ruffa was extraordinary, but not to this extent. The titles of prodigy, foremost talent, and the like were indeed daunting. Simultaneously, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Had he offended such a figure? Would he still have peaceful days ahead? What if he became a target? What if the State-Owned Ability Users Organization came after him? Suddenly, Qin Mingri began to regret his confrontation with Mo Ruffa. Had he refrained from acting, they would not be enemies, and the other party would have no reason to strike against him. Just a single word from Mo Ruffing, no matter how formidable, was not enough to instill genuine fear. With his void blade and unparalleled escape abilities, even if he was outmatched, he could certainly evade capture. Few could prevent his departure, certainly not Mo Ruffing. What truly instilled fear in him was the State-Owned Ability Users Organization behind Mo Ruffing. What were they capturing those anomalies for? Qin Mingri recalled how the last anomaly had been taken away by Mo Ruffing. This time, the Serpentine Demon was also captured instead of being exterminated on the spot. It seemed they specialized in capturing anomalies. Perhaps they are capturing them for consumption. You know how scarce resources are these days. Lin Jin remarked, offering a rather dubious statement. Well, Qin Mingri was at a loss for words. The Serpentine Demon might be conceivable as a meal. But the last skeletal anomaly they captured, could it even be eaten? He realized that Lin Jin's comments were mostly outlandish, with only a few being plausible. "By the way, brother, have you noticed that the number of ability users has been increasing lately?" Lin Jin suddenly inquired, his expression turning grave. He had observed that many of the ability users from the state-owned organization appeared to have just awakened their powers. Qin Mingri nodded, affirming that it indeed seemed to be the case. "I suspect there is a conspiracy at play, possibly related to the distribution of human jerky," Lin Jin asserted. Initially, he had assumed that the human jerky was merely for rescue purposes and a necessary assessment for those joining the state-owned organization. However, with the recent surge in awakened ability users, Lin Jin began to suspect a deeper connection between it and the human jerky. "Are you suggesting that the jerky is problematic?" Qin Mingri raised an eyebrow. He was not one to jump to conspiracy theories, yet the current circumstances were undeniably perplexing. That possibility cannot be ruled out. "I am also unclear about their true intentions," Lin Jin replied, shaking his head. For many matters, he was merely speculating. The motives of these individuals were likely known only to them. As the two continued their dialogue, they exchanged numerous insights. "Brother, where have you moved to? I searched for you, but couldn't find you in the entire neighborhood," Lin Jin inquired. Qin Ming felt a jolt. Relocating had indeed been a wise decision. Maintaining a calm facade, he replied, "No, I've always been at Sunshine Waters." Lin Jin cast a disdainful glance at Qin Ming, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I considered you a friend, yet you treat me like a fool. Sunshine Waters is deserted now. How can you claim to reside there?" Caught in a lie. Qin Ming awkwardly smiled, thinking it was merely to avoid him. He suddenly realized, "You mentioned that Sunshine Waters is deserted. What is going on?" Sunshine Waters was now a desolate sight, each building riddled with gaping holes, as if a giant python had attacked. No trace of humanity remained. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming gasped in disbelief. It was fortunate that he had moved. Otherwise, he might still be there. After a pause, Lin Jin sheepishly broached the topic of the day. "Brother, I have something I find rather difficult to say." "Then don't say it," Qin Ming retorted, not holding back. Though they had seldom met, he had come to understand Lin Jin's character. Lin Jin shifted uncomfortably, sensing that his companion anticipated what he was about to request. Indeed, Lin Jin continued, "I feel awkward saying this, but brother, could you spare some supplies? The last batch you gave me was stolen." This time, Lin Jin refrained from cursing, knowing he had also pilfered from Qin Ming. If he lashed out, Qin Ming might retaliate in kind. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming fought back a laugh, exclaiming, "What? Those despicable thieves are truly shameless. To be honest, I was also robbed. Those scoundrels." Before he could finish, Lin Jin quickly interrupted. "Brother, stop cursing. It's been a while, and they must have been driven by hunger. It's not entirely their fault." In an unprecedented move, Lin Jin defended the thieves, which was essentially a defense of himself. Qin Ming saw through this, but pretended to feign difficulty. "Lin, to be honest, I truly have nothing left to eat. I'm living on 3 meals every 9 days. I want to help you, but I truly cannot." With a sigh, Qin Ming displayed a sense of helplessness. This fellow repeatedly sought him out for supplies, resembling an insatiable abyss that could never be filled. Once he provided assistance, Lin Jin would return for more. Lin Jin remained silent, quietly pulling out his phone, opening a group chat, and revealing a conversation. In a WeChat group named Community Service, a user with the handle "Beautiful Woman, Seek Me for a Better Life" had posted a message just yesterday. The message read, "Are there any beautiful ladies in need of food? Send me full body photos without filters, and I'll provide food and accommodation to those who meet the criteria." Accompanied by images of abundant supplies, Lin Jin grinned widely. "Brother, doesn't this sound like you?" A pang of anxiety struck Qin Ming, yet he feigned composure, shaking his head earnestly. "Not me. How can you assume it's me? If I had such supplies, I would be in a far better situation." In truth, this person was indeed him. Recently, Qin Ming had been joining various WeChat groups, community groups, work groups, local friendship groups, and more, casting a wide net in hopes of reaping a bountiful catch. Chapter 71. Amidst a blooming array, one becomes dazzled, however. He certainly could not admit to having only a single online alias, with no further information regarding himself. Lin Jin found himself unable to prove that this was indeed him. With a silent smile, Lin Jin proceeded to retrieve an album, extracting a screenshot. It was from last month, depicting Qin Ming's plea for beautiful women posted within the Sunshine Waterfront community. Alongside it was a photograph of Qin Ming's work ID and his likeness. "Brother, maintaining this charade has grown tiresome. I have specifically verified this with someone. This individual is undeniably you. If I am not mistaken, a multitude of beautiful women must be waiting for you at home. Should you refuse to admit it, take me to your residence. If I do not see a single woman, I shall not trouble you further," Lin Jin declared with a grin, presenting substantial evidence. Confident that Qin Ming could no longer wriggle out of this, Qin Ming forced a smile that did not reach his eyes. He had not anticipated that this fellow would be so meticulous as to capture his own photograph. With no room left for denial, Qin Ming contemplated the drastic measure of eliminating Lin Jin. Yet, considering the latter's temporal abilities, slaying him would prove exceedingly difficult. Exposing his true nature would only bring him harm. However, allowing this to continue meant Lin Jin would become an endless source of trouble, an inescapable abyss. Suddenly, an idea sprouted in Qin Ming's mind. If he could harness Lin Jin's formidable strength for his own advantage, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon. After offending Mo Rufeng, he had essentially antagonized the state-run abilities organization, leaving him a solitary figure, ill-equipped to confront them. If Lin Jin were to ally with him, matters would become considerably simpler. Yet, therein lay a conundrum. How could one exert control over such an immensely powerful individual? This dilemma left Qin Mingri in a state of turmoil. A misstep could lead him to a point of no return. What has become of your abilities, team? Qin Mingri inquired tentatively. Do not mention it. 2 have perished, and the rest have joined the state-run abilities organization. Now, like you, I am all alone. Lin Jin shook his head in response. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingri's eyes brightened. With no organization behind him, matters would be far more manageable. Brother, I can provide you with supplies, but you must promise to keep this confidential. Otherwise, no one shall partake. Moreover, you must assist me in my endeavors. Consider the supplies your remuneration. I cannot simply gift them to you, can I? Qin Mingri chuckled, recognizing the harsh reality of the current era, where both men and women were exceedingly pragmatic. He maintained 7 women, as they served him well. Yet to maintain a man without utility was not in his nature. He was no philanthropist. Brother, since you have put it that way, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. I vow to serve you without hesitation. Lin Jin exclaimed, thumping his chest with fervor. Qin Mingri stroked his chin contemplatively and replied, There is indeed a task I require of you. Eliminate Mo Rufor. Upon hearing this, Lin Jin immediately recoiled. Brother, let me clarify. I am not afraid, but rather considering the greater picture. Should we truly eliminate Mo Ruffing, neither of us would escape unscathed. Lin Jin asserted with righteous indignation, his face unblushing. Qin Mingri regarded him with disdain, noting how he feigned bravado while clearly trembling with fear. No wonder he had such thick skin. Nonetheless, Qin Mingri was merely jesting. He did not genuinely wish for Lin Jin to kill Mo Rufor. Ha! Lin Jin chuckled awkwardly, a polite smile gracing his features. Your teammates have joined the abilities organization. Why have you not followed suit? You might even seize an opportunity for baptism. Qin Mingri inquired with curiosity. This was a chance craved by many. Barring individuals like Lin Jin who preferred a laid-back existence, he had no reason not to strive for it. I have grown accustomed to my freedom and despise constraints. I harbor no interest in the state-run abilities organization. If they were to offer me baptism, that would be one thing, but to engage in their entanglements, devouring human flesh? I think not. Lin Jin shook his head, resolute in his stance. He would rather starve than resort to cannibalism. The two conversed for quite some time until Lin Jin, patting his stomach, chuckled. Brother, could you take me to procure some supplies to satiate my hunger? Qin Mingri, observing Lin Jin's pitiable demeanor, casually tossed him a loaf of bread, saying, What are your plans for the future? Lin Jin was taken aback, pondering whether Qin Mingri had conjured magic. He accepted the bread and took a hearty bite, stating, There is no returning to the abilities team, and I am uncertain where to go next. I suppose I shall roam the seas. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingri sensed an opportunity and seized the moment to propose. Would you care to accompany me? I can assure you delightful meals every day, provided that you assist me in times of peril. Qin Mingri believed this to be a risky yet formidable alliance. As long as Lin Jin displayed hostility, he could swiftly detect and address it. Really? Lin Jin beamed, but after a moment's contemplation, his expression grew serious. He cautiously remarked, However, I must stipulate that while I can assist you, I cannot be treated as your subordinate. Qin Mingri, slightly exasperated, replied, I am not interested in that sort of relationship. Then I am at ease. Ultimately, Qin Mingri led Lin Jin to the Jiang City mansion. Brother, when did you move? You did not inform me. Lin Jin exclaimed upon seeing the mansion, finally understanding why he had been unable to locate Qin Mingri. Moving so far away, finding him would indeed be a challenge. Qin Mingri remained silent, reflecting that it was precisely to guard against Lin Jin. Yet, on another note, it seemed Lin Jin had indirectly saved his life. Had Lin Jin not pursued him, he would not have considered relocating. Had he not moved, he might have perished at Sunshine Waterfront. Recalling Sunshine Waterfront, Qin Mingri could not resist asking, Did you witness what kind of entity attacked? Lin Jin shook his head. Had I seen it, I would not be alive. However, I suspect it was a creature akin to a python, terrifying and immensely powerful. Python. Qin Mingri's gaze deepened. Lost in thought. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he recalled the mutated earthworm. Could it be the same creature? The vicious nature of that mutated earthworm. Its disregard for the concrete floor perfectly matched Lin Jin's description of the scene. As they conversed, the two had arrived home. The moment the door opened, 7 women stood in utter disbelief. They could hardly fathom that their husband had become unsatisfied with women. Why did Qin Mingri resort to men? Was this the legendary case of excess leading to an opposite outcome? With a plethora of women, did it culminate in a proclivity for men? Lin Jin was equally perplexed. Upon opening the door, he felt as though he had plunged into a garden of blooms. Before him stood 7 stunning women, each possessing unique charms and breathtaking beauty. Among them was the exceptionally alluring Zhao Feifei, the stunningly proportioned Bai Yujia, the delicate and graceful Cheng Wanyue, the gentle and caring Wenwen, the ambitious career woman Qin Ming, and 2 enchanting sisters, Song Xia and Song Qiu. It was intoxicating. He could scarcely take it all in. Each of the 7 women was a paragon of beauty, each exuding her own distinctive aura, with characteristics that set them apart. Chapter 72. The end. At this moment, Lin Jin's heart was filled with envy, a sentiment he could not deny. Having lived over 20 years, he remained a bachelor, never having even brushed against a woman's hand. With the advent of the apocalypse, he awakened extraordinary abilities purely by chance, gaining the means for self-preservation. Yet, often plagued by hunger, he had little inclination to pursue romantic interests. Figures like Qin Ming, surrounded by beautiful women, were only seen in novels. Brother, how do you attract women? Teach me. Lin Jin chuckled, believing that guidance from Qin Ming would prove far more beneficial than a decade of solitary study. Rest assured, I'll find you a suitable match next time. Qin Ming clapped Lin Jin on the shoulder, secretly contemplating that he would present only the most suitable candidates. Overweight, unattractive, or with scandalous private lives, all were fair game for Lin Jin. Darling, dinner and appos, es ready. Come eat. Wenwen brought a clay pot steaming with fragrant aromas. Darling, have a cup of hot water to warm you up. Cheng Wanwei handed him a glass of hot water. Darling, change your shoes first. Yours are soaked. Bai Yujia kindly offered Qin Ming a pair of slippers and helped him remove his wet shoes and socks. Darling, wipe your hands. Song Qiu presented a warm towel. Each woman busied herself with preparations, leaving Lin Jin astounded, his head spinning with disbelief. Goodness, this life is enviable. Brother, moderation is key. Overexerting oneself can lead to early decline. If you wear yourself out, these sisters will suffer. Lin Jin teased softly. Nonsense. Ask anyone. Am I not strong? Qin Ming boomed. Strong. The women chimed in unison. In light of such a scene, Lin Jin could only give a thumbs up, genuinely admiring Qin Ming. Let us eat. They gathered around a large table, and upon seeing the array of dishes served, Lin Jin was left speechless. This fellow had indeed been too modest with his photographs. He had anticipated only the likes of steak, instant noodles, or bread, the staples of his own diet. Today, however, he realized he had been living in ignorance. Akin to a frog in a well. There was nourishing pork rib soup, flavorful braised lamb, a generous portion of chicken with potatoes, stir-fried beef with green peppers, minced eggplant, and an assortment of stir-fried vegetables, over 10 dishes in total, accompanied by a large bowl of fragrant rice. Lin Jin swallowed hard, parched, and said, Brother, I'm quite easygoing with my meals. You need not go to such lengths for me. Wenwen stifled a laugh. Today, we only added minced eggplant. At this, Lin Jin was utterly dumbfounded, receiving incredulous looks from those around him. This was how they typically dined. Was this not extravagance? Before the apocalypse, he had never experienced such abundance. More than 10 dishes plus soup. Lin Jin had only witnessed such an array at banquets. Heaven above, earth below. The disparity was staggering. While others starved, Qin Ming feasted daily. Let us dig in. Qin Ming was the first to pick up his chopsticks, serving himself rice. Then I shall not hold back. Lin Jin selected a large bowl meant for noodles and served himself a generous portion of rice, relishing the various dishes before him with great enthusiasm. He devoured 5 large bowls of rice before finally pausing, satisfied and burping contentedly. Today, he had triumphed over hunger, reveling in his true self. This left everyone else astounded. How could he eat so much? His single meal was nearly equivalent to the combined consumption of 7 women over 3 days. This was the apocalypse. Would such an appetite not lead to his demise? The 7 women pondered if Lin Jin were to stay long-term, would Qin Ming reduce their supply of resources? Given Lin Jin's insatiable appetite? However, it was understandable. Before arriving here, Lin Jin had likely never enjoyed a full meal, making it hard to restrain himself. Are you full? Qin Ming asked with a smile. Quite full. Lin Jin replied, patting his round belly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Let us have some fruit. Qin Ming instructed Song Xia to wash some apples, slice dragon fruit, and bring an assortment of sugar oranges, kiwis, and bananas to the table. Once again, Lin Jin was left speechless. What kind of household was this? Not only were they feasting lavishly, but they also had fruit for dessert? Moreover, both the vegetables and fruits were exceptionally fresh, as if just plucked from the trees. Once you're full, follow me. I'll arrange your accommodation. Qin Ming led Lin Jin outside to room 801 next door. He certainly wouldn't invite Lin Jin to stay in his own home. Having a man around made him uncomfortable, and it would be inconvenient at night. As they departed, the women began to whisper among themselves. Oh, he has turned. Bai Yuji exclaimed. One, what do we do? Are the men going to compete with us for husbands? Alas, our husband has fallen. God gave him a gun. And he is using it as a stirrer. Cheng Wan well lamented. I heard that relationships between men can lead to AIDS. I hope our husband will be all right. Song Xiao worried. Oh no, our husband likes men now. We must perform well to ensure his preferences remain unchanged. Song Qiu added. Do you think her husband is the dominant or submissive one? Qin Ming speculated. A group of women debated, their imaginations running wild. In the living room of room 801 lay two corpses, Wu Yunxiao and Lai Wan, both undeniably overweight. Their bodies had stiffened from the cold, showing no signs of livor mortis or odor due to the frigid temperatures. Are you afraid staying here? Qin Ming chuckled. Afraid of what? Lin Jin entered the living room, brutally tossing Wu Yunxiao and Lai Wan's bodies down the stairs. You'll live here from now on. Just don't come to my place uninvited. Too many sisters around makes it inconvenient. I'll find 2 people to clean up here. Qin Ming turned to leave but was halted by Lin Jin. Brother, you've already arranged my accommodation and provided for my meals. I'm immensely grateful. There is no need to trouble the sisters with cleaning. I can manage it myself. Even Lin Jin, with his thick skin, felt a touch of embarrassment. Qin Ming smirked disdainfully. What are you thinking? My wives only serve me. Under Lin Jin's puzzled gaze, Qin Ming pulled out his phone and sent a message in the owner's group chat. Looking for 2 individuals to help improve living conditions, cleaning in exchange for 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water. First come, first served. As soon as the message was sent, within 10 seconds, an owner from the 10th floor rushed over. 13 seconds later, an owner from the 7th floor arrived. Within 20 seconds, 5 or 6 individuals had gathered, and given the commotion below, more were hastening toward them. Indeed, in times of peace, money could move mountains. In this chaotic era, having resources could work wonders. Brother, that is unnecessary. I can manage this myself. Why waste resources? Lin Jin insisted, secretly willing to clean for a couple of loaves of bread and bottles of water. Don't worry, you're of great use to me. Qin Ming patted Lin Jin's shoulder with a smile. Before long, the entire apartment was spotless, devoid of any dust. The bed linens have been replaced with new ones, all unearthed from Wu Yunxiao's cabinet. Brother, could you let me in on a secret? Just how many supplies do you possess? Lin Jin felt that Qin Ming was excessively wasteful. Even if one has an abundance of resources, without prudent planning, one day they will inevitably face depletion. There have been numerous instances of affluent individuals squandering their wealth, ultimately reducing themselves to destitution. I assure you, my resources are boundless, so feel free to indulge. There is no need for you to conserve. However, you must keep this confidential. Otherwise, I won't survive, and neither will you have anything to eat. Qin Ming spoke in a hushed tone, his eyes betraying a grave seriousness. Lin Jin nodded, thinking to himself, I'll keep your secret. Yet you shout about it daily in the group, as if no one is aware. Chapter 73. I am not a gay upon hearing those words. Lin Jin was initially taken aback, only to be enveloped by a wave of astonishment shortly thereafter. Infinite resources? Truly? No wonder he exuded such confidence. On another note, daring to maintain 7 women surely required substantial backing. With boundless resources at his disposal, he could support not just 7, but even 700 or 7,000 women. As long as his vitality endured. Brother, let's not say anything else. From now on, you are my true brother. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth, shielding you from danger outside and protecting you from the women at home. Lin Jin thumped his chest with conviction, raising his hand in preparation for an oath. To hell with that. I possess golden vitality. What do I have to fear? Qin Ming admonished. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Qin Ming's tone turned serious, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Consider the implications of a robot capable of infinitely replenishing resources. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure? Understood. Lin Jin saluted earnestly. Qin Ming noticed a brilliant red glow emanating from Lin Jin's head, a clear sign of overflowing admiration. This was a normal reaction. If one were to be treated with such care, and yet still harbored ulterior motives, what use would such a person be? Brother, wait a moment. I have something to discuss. Lin Jin flexed his fists, appearing somewhat hesitant to speak. What is it? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, doubting that Lin Jin would still be speaking of resources now that they had achieved resource freedom. Lin Jin scratched his head, retrieving a bottle of lubricant from his drawer, and whispered, "Brother, you have been so good to me. I currently have nothing to repay you with. How about you take me to bed? It would be a form of interest payment, ensuring you trust me." Those words nearly made Qin Ming spit blood. "What the hell? Is this how you speak? Don't push me to slap you. Do I need you when I have so many wives? Besides, even if I didn't have a wife, I have no interest in men. Get lost." Qin Ming found himself both irritated and amused. Upon returning home, the women regarded him with peculiar expressions. Cheng Wanyue was the first to rush over, clinging to Qin Ming's arm, whispering, "Darling, you aren't really turning gay, are you?" Seeing the women's expressions, Qin Ming was utterly speechless. Am I not a real man? To be frank, he was in a precarious situation. This was an ability user who could accomplish many tasks for him. Qin Ming conveyed the truth to the women, wanting to prevent any wild speculation. While they might indulge in their own thoughts, he was unconcerned with their opinions. He merely feared they would spread rumors about him being gay, which would be disastrous. "Darling, are you sure he is doing things for you? Not that you two are getting intimate?" Bai Yujie murmured, her voice trailing off towards the end. "From now on, if I hear anyone suggesting I am gay, I will cut their rations." Qin Ming grumbled, his forehead furrowed in annoyance, feeling utterly exasperated. The women quickly nodded in agreement, relieved that Qin Ming was not pursuing men. In the following days, Qin Ming remained at home. The ability user organization showed no signs of activity. Everything returned to tranquility. After gaining substantial power, he had intended to explore the abandoned hospital, thinking that even if he faced defeat, he could certainly escape. However, Lin Jin advised against taking such risks, stating that the situation was far more complex than they imagined. Heeding Lin Jin's warning, Qin Ming chose not to venture into danger. Such perilous endeavors were not worth the risk of losing one's life. One day, while they were dining, Cheng Wanyue suddenly sneezed. Lin Jin quickly chimed in. "Don't catch a cold in this apocalypse. There's a female doctor at the Tongji apartments nearby. I can escort you to see her." He meant well, thinking that after benefiting from Qin Ming's generosity daily, he ought to do something in return. In this frigid era, even a slight cold could be fatal. As ability users, their robust physiques made them less susceptible to illness. However, for a delicate girl like Cheng Wanwei, falling ill could be quite serious. Why bother with that? "I have medicine. I can take a couple of packets and be fine." Qin Ming replied, producing a packet of cold medicine and amoxicillin from the table. Having tested it before, he knew the efficacy of this potent medication was extraordinary. Song Xia had recovered completely after just 2 packets. Such results were unattainable with any pharmacy medication. Lin Jin looked on in astonishment. Is this the magic of Nobita's robotic cat? How does Qin Ming have everything? With vegetables, meat, fruits, and even medicine at his disposal. Such cold medicine was as rare as resources in this era. Without food, one would perish. Without medicine, illness could also be fatal. "Thank you, darling." Cheng Wanwen nodded. Her spirits lifted. As they continued their meal, their conversation drifted back to the female doctor. That doctor doesn't prescribe any medicine. She relies solely on her skills to cure many colds. She is truly remarkable. She lives well just by treating others. It seems that mastering a skill is invaluable. Even in the apocalypse, Lin Jin remarked, his admiration for her evident. Intrigued, Qin Ming asked, "Without medicine, how does she treat them?" She is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. She can diagnose all symptoms just by feeling your pulse. Her treatments rely entirely on acupuncture. I tried it once, and it was truly miraculous. You wouldn't believe it. She even knew I had hemorrhoids just by feeling my pulse. This is the legendary diagnostic technique of observation, inquiry, palpation, and auscultation. Lin Jin expressed his astonishment, filled with admiration for such a remarkable individual. He believed traditional Chinese medicine was profound and beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. 9 out of 10 people have hemorrhoids. What's so strange about that? I would wager that at least 5 of the 7 women here have them. Qin Ming scoffed, unable to believe anyone could possess such extraordinary abilities. In today's hospitals, where would one even find pulse diagnosis? When visiting for a minor ailment, one would first undergo ultrasounds, CT scans, MRIs, blood tests, and then receive a plethora of prescriptions. Every doctor seemed to follow this routine. He had never encountered the traditional techniques of observation, inquiry, palpation, and auscultation, which likely only existed in books. The 7 women exchanged awkward glances, wondering how their conversation had shifted to hemorrhoids. They felt a twinge of embarrassment, while Qin Ming remained unfazed, especially with Lin Jin present. "Brother, Don't doubt it. If you don't believe me, go see the doctor. She is not only beautiful, but also possesses incredible medical skills. Lin Jin devoured his food, continuing to speak. Wait. You said she is beautiful. How beautiful? Qin Ming's interest peaked, his blood racing. About similar to the sisters here. Lin Jin glanced at the women. Why didn't you say so sooner? Without hesitation, Qin Ming sprang to his feet and dashed outside, seemingly in a great hurry. What is he up to? Lin Jin asked, bewildered, looking at the women. Is he off to find a new sister-in-law? The women laughed. Hearing this, Lin Jin was taken aback, muttering, what the hell? With 7 stunning wives, he's still isn't satisfied? The moment he hears about a beautiful woman, he bolts out the door. How desperate can he be? Could it be he is out scouting for me? Lin Jin's eyes lit up with hope. Yet, he was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. If he were truly seeking a companion for himself, why did he not summon his own presence? Chapter 74. Kidney deficiency. Lin Jin could not help but exclaim that Qin Ming was indeed a beast. With so many women, was he still unsatisfied? He turned to the 7 women and smiled, saying, I sincerely apologize, it was my indiscretion. He did not wish to offend these 7 women, all of whom were Qin Ming's wives. Yet, to his astonishment, they seemed utterly unperturbed, even appearing quite pleased. We should thank you for helping our husband find a new wife. We are grateful for your efforts and could never hold it against you. Their smiles, so genuine, left Lin Jin even more astonished. What kind of enchantment had Qin Ming cast upon these women? How could they be so open-minded? Among these women, he detected no signs of scheming or deceit. It was often said that the harem was the most chaotic, but with so many wives, the harmony was palpable. It was not merely a superficial facade of harmony. It was a true, heartfelt camaraderie. Qin Ming pierced through the void and, in mere minutes, arrived at the Tongji apartment. The building was singular, its entrance tightly secured. One could only gain entry by either being let in or through forceful means, as it was impenetrable to the average individual, much like the previously mentioned Jiang City mansion. Yet, this posed no challenge to Qin Ming. To him, walls were as insubstantial as air. Upon entering the Tongji apartment, Qin Ming's spirit immediately expanded to survey his surroundings. There was only one alluring woman in this building, and he rapidly pinpointed the female doctor. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks resonated at room 3 to 12. It was Qin Ming at the door, refraining from entering directly for fear of startling her. He was also curious to see if Lin Jin had exaggerated the situation. Could such extraordinary skills as those described truly exist? And how proficient could such a young woman possibly be? No matter what, Qin Ming remained skeptical. Soon enough, a woman's voice emerged from within. Who is it? What do you want? The female doctor did not hastily open the door. In these times, one had to be cautious of the multitude of ill-intentioned individuals. I have a cold and would like you to take a look at me, Qin Ming replied, hoping to gauge her response. Do you have anything? The doctor inquired. Let me be clear, I do not provide free consultations. You will need to offer something of value in return. She continued the conversation from behind the door. Qin Ming could distinctly sense her leaning against the peephole, peering outside. This woman was stunningly beautiful. Lin Jin had spoken the truth. She was akin to his 7 wives, all of whom could be deemed breathtaking. Her figure was voluptuous, her demeanor graceful, perfectly balanced. If Bayujia's physique was commendable, then this woman's figure was nothing short of exquisite. She represented the epitome of curvaceous beauty, with glasses perched on her nose, long hair cascading down, and skin as fair as porcelain. She exuded a tranquil beauty, reminiscent of a refined orchid. She bore a slight resemblance to Diliriba, an unparalleled beauty among women. Her physique and visage were truly captivating. Qin Ming felt his heart flutter at the sight. She cautiously peered through the peephole. Although a villain's visage might not always betray their nature, one could often surmise a person's character through their aura. If someone had a brutish appearance, no one would believe them to be virtuous. Clearly, she did not perceive Qin Ming as a threat, hence her inquiry regarding his resources. She was cautious and did not open the door. I have a loaf of bread, Qin Ming declared, raising the bread toward the peephole. Upon realizing he was offering something of value for her services, the doctor's eyes brightened, and she slowly opened the door, inviting Qin Ming inside. The apartment was a cozy 1-bedroom unit, small yet complete, equipped with a kitchen, bathroom, and balcony. At that moment, the system chimed with notifications. Ding! A goddess meeting system requirements has been detected. Name, Hanshan. Age, 29. Appearance, 10 points. Physique, 10 points. Number of men, 0. Occurrences, 21. Self, virtue, 8 points. Overall score, 9. 3 points meet system requirements. Host. Please strive to unlock new resources, and you will receive special rewards. Her impressive scores left Qin Ming in awe. A perfect physique and appearance. If not for that, self, she would undoubtedly be a flawless goddess. Qin Ming felt a twinge of regret. How could such a demure and exquisite woman engage in such clandestine affairs? Could it be that she was truly famished? Sighing, he lamented the loss of a perfect goddess. However, he could not blame Han Shaoan. At 29 years old and yet untouched by a man, it was only natural for her to feel restless and indulge in some personal escapades. Gazing at her face, Qin Ming's mind wandered. Follow me, and you shall never have to fend for yourself again. Doctor, I have a cold. One nostril is blocked, and my throat is phlegmy. Could you take a look? Qin Ming jested, aiming to test her professionalism. You needn't describe your symptoms, simply extend your hand. Han Shaoan instructed. Arranging a pillow on the table for Qin Ming to rest his arm, she lightly placed her fingers on his wrist, closing her eyes as if in contemplation. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand and said, You are not suffering from a cold. Your nasal passage is obstructed, likely due to a foreign object. The phlegm in your throat may stem from dehydration, leading to the sensation of mucus. Han Shaoyun analyzed the situation with precision. Initially, Qin Ming had been skeptical, but upon her expert pulse diagnosis, he acknowledged the truth. Truly remarkable. Were it an ordinary doctor, upon hearing such symptoms, they would have prescribed a barrage of tests and a plethora of medications, indifferent to whether one took them before or after meals, merely intent on having patients consume them as though they were sustenance. Han Shaoyun, a conscientious practitioner of traditional medicine, was indeed a rarity. Moreover, at the tender age of 29, her medical prowess was commendable. You are not ill, but your body does have other issues, Han Shaoan stated gravely. This proclamation amused Qin Ming. Initially, he had held Han Shaoyun in high regard, believing her to possess superior medical skills, distinct from other doctors. Yet, it appeared she was no different from the rest. Intrigued, Qin Ming leaned in closer and asked, What issues does my body possess? He was confident in his physical condition, feeling invincible and remarkably resilient, and he found it hard to believe he could have any ailments. He was curious to see whether Han Shaoyun could articulate anything profound. Based on your pulse, it appears you are experiencing symptoms of insufficient vital energy, feelings of heat in the palms and soles, and weakness in the lower back and knees. However, given your active lifestyle and youth, these symptoms are not manifesting. Han Shaoan rattled off a slew of medical terminology, leaving Qin Ming utterly perplexed. Get to the point. What exactly is wrong with me? He queried, growing impatient and raising an eyebrow. Kidney deficiency, Han Shaoan declared. Chapter 75, The Divine Doctor Han Shaoan Kidney Deficiency? Upon hearing those words, Qin Ming felt a buzzing in his head. He instantly concluded that this woman was undoubtedly a quack. He, who was vigorous and had conquered 7 women, was being told he had kidney deficiency. What nonsense. If he were indeed deficient, there would be no capable men left in the world. After all, he could still last half an hour. He had expected her to be somewhat professional, but it turned out to be nothing of the sort. Qin Ming smirked disdainfully, his eyes glinting with mockery. Don't worry, I understand your embarrassment. Every man feels the same when faced with such issues, reluctant to admit it. Han Shaoyun nodded, seemingly very understanding of Qin Ming and Apos' demeanor. Aran and Apos, to you a doctor for colds? Are you also a urologist? Qin Ming questioned skeptically. Han Shaoyun smiled gently. I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, not merely a specialist. I am a generalist in TCM. Regardless of whether you are a general practitioner, my kidneys are perfectly fine, Qin Ming declared with righteous confidence. No amount of explanation will suffice. Let me demonstrate. Your fingertips should show some faint blackness, right? And the soles of your feet should exhibit a subtle bluish hue. These are signs of kidney deficiency. Han Shaoyun spoke earnestly, not as if she were joking. Qin Ming glanced at Han Shaoyun. Despite his disbelief, he felt compelled to validate her claims. He raised his hand and scrutinized the tips of his fingers. Indeed, there was a slight dark tint, though not particularly pronounced, it was still visible. He remained skeptical and removed his shoes and socks to inspect the soles of his feet. Sure enough, there was a hint of bluish color. One would hardly notice unless scrutinized closely. Who knows if you were just lucky? If you can truly prove my kidney deficiency, I will give you 5 loaves of bread, Qin Ming said, placing 5 loaves on the table. Seeing such a generous patient, Han Shaoyun gulped. The supplies she typically exchanged were mere snacks like biscuits, chocolates, and candies, edible. but hardly sufficient to satiate hunger. Bread, however, was true sustenance. All right, let me open your eyes today and let you recognize your own condition. Han Shaoan seated herself, gazing intently at Qin Ming. I will ask you a few questions, and you must answer truthfully. With a beaming smile, Han Shaoan began. When was your first time? Probably in middle school, around age 15. Qin Ming replied. If you continue to speak nonsense, there will be no point in this conversation. I suspect it was within the last 3 months. Am I correct? Han Shaoyan retorted sharply. Men are often like this. When asked about their first time, they tend to claim it was long ago, fearing embarrassment if it was more recent. Qin Ming maintained his composure, yet waves of turmoil churned within him. This woman had some skill. Merely taking his pulse, she had discerned such intimate details about him. Caught in her words, Qin Ming could only manage an awkward smile. Perhaps it was successful before. It should have been last month. Han Shaoan rolled her eyes at him. There is no need to lie in front of a doctor. Just be honest. I want to laugh at you. Qin Ming nodded, thinking to himself, you dare to laugh at me? If you do, I will strike you with lightning. Han Shaoyan continued her inquiries. How long did it last? Qin Ming replied without flinching, about half an hour. Han Shaoyan rolled her eyes again. Speak the truth. 10 minutes. You want me to be honest? Actually only 5 minutes. Seeing that Qin Ming was reluctant to be truthful, Han Shaoyan said, don't be embarrassed. 1 minute is just 1 minute. The internet claims this is normal, but in reality, it indicates kidney deficiency. Recognizing that the other party was well informed, Qin Ming began to reassess this woman. By heaven, she truly was a miraculous doctor. With a simple pulse check, she seemed to know all these intricate details. Doubt crept into his mind. Was it possible that he truly had kidney deficiency? Although your current duration may seem normal, it is due to your robust physique. Not because you are inherently strong. Do you understand? Han Shaoan fixed her gaze on Qin Ming. Qin Ming snapped back to reality. Had this woman stated her observations so directly from the start, he would have surely dismissed them. Yet, given her insights, he found it hard to refute her. This suggested that he indeed had an issue. Doctor, do you believe it can be treated? If there is a method to remedy it, and I can distinctly feel an improvement, I will give you an additional 10 loaves of bread. Qin Ming declared, dramatically presenting a pile of bread. In comparison to his kidneys, what were these loaves? He would willingly offer himself in exchange. Gazing at the 15 loaves arranged in a row, Han Shaoyan's breath quickened. The aroma of the bread wafted through the air, tantalizing her senses. Of course, it can be treated. No need for medication, with my massage therapy coupled with acupuncture. You can effortlessly bid farewell to kidney deficiency. But you might have to undress. There are differences between men and women. Han Shaoan hesitated. While there were no distinctions in the eyes of a doctor, this was her private space, not a hospital. Add 5 more loaves. Qin Ming proposed eagerly, his excitement growing at the prospect of a massage. It was not merely about the bread. There was more at stake. Add 10 more. For a total of 30. If it works, splendid. If not, then so be it. Qin Ming waved his hand, realizing he could not keep increasing the offer. Han Shaoyan glanced at the mountain of bread, then nodded decisively. All right, in exchange for the bread, I shall assist you in improving your condition. With that, she instructed Qin Ming to remove his clothing and lie on the bed while she prepared her tools. Qin Ming readily complied, swiftly settling onto the soft, fragrant bed. Unable to resist, he inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. As Han Shaoyan retrieved her acupuncture kit and approached, her eyes widened in shock, and she quickly turned away. I told you to undress. Why have you removed your pants? At least wear your underwear. Realizing his misunderstanding, Qin Ming hastily donned his pants, chuckling without a hint of embarrassment. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. I'll go check. Han Shaoan rose and peered through the peephole, asking, what is the matter? Outside stood a pale-faced man, appearing quite feeble. Doctor, my throat hurts. Please help me, came the ailing voice from outside. Sorry, I'm busy right now. Please come back later. Han Shaoyan declined, not opening the door. Doctor, I feel like I can't breathe. It might be laryngitis. I'm afraid of choking. Could you at least take a look? I have a bag of rice. The man raised a sack of rice towards the peephole. Very well. For the sake of the supplies, I will oblige. Han Shaoyan relented. She turned to Qin Ming in the room, saying, I'll give him a couple of acupuncture needles. It will only take a few minutes. Wait for me. With that, she opened the door. However, as soon as it swung open, a foot wedged in, blocking the way. 2 men rushed in. The ailing man was merely one of them, accompanied by another hidden figure. At that moment, the sickly man appeared fully restored, showing no trace of illness. Chapter 76. How we assist one another. Observing the two men with ill intentions, Han Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow and demanded sternly, "What do you want?" One of the men flashed a chilling smile and replied, "I heard you have amassed quite a fortune by treating others. Today, we have come to borrow some to fill our stomachs." The other man exclaimed, "Brother, look at all those loaves of bread." As they beheld the substantial pile of bread on the table, their eyes glistened with greed. Before the apocalypse, such items were commonplace, but in this desolate world, they were rarer than gold. In this frigid end times, bread production had ceased long ago. Consuming one meant one less in existence. How could they not be exhilarated upon seeing such fresh bread? They hastily filled bags with it, brandishing a dagger to threaten Han Xiaoyun into compliance. Though Han Xiaoyun felt a surge of resentment, she dared not move, fearing for her life. At that moment, they noticed Qin Ming lying unclothed on the bed. One man, fixing his gaze on Han Xiaoyun, sneered, "No wonder you didn't open the door earlier. You were busy with something else." Furious at the insult, Han Xiaoyun retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? He is my patient. Put down my belongings at once. Do you dare to rob me in broad daylight? Patient? Ha! What kind of patient ends up in bed like that, and without clothes no less? We are patients too. Why not come over and treat us?" One of the men chuckled maliciously. This remark sparked an idea in the other man, who nodded thoughtfully. "You know, that's not a bad suggestion. Brother, let me take care of that guy to avoid any interference." One man brandished the dagger and charged into the room. Witnessing their insolence, Qin Ming shook his head in resignation. Even if they abducted Han Xiaoyun, it would not concern him. After all, the items had already been entrusted to her. And she was not his woman, he would not intervene. However, since they intended to harm him, he would graciously assist them on their way out. With a couple of well-placed punches, both men collapsed, unconscious. Han Xiaoyun breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly reclaimed the bread, hiding it away in a cabinet. "Thank you," Han Xiaoyun said, a faint blush of appreciation coloring her cheeks, indicating her growing fondness for Qin Ming. "No need to thank me," Qin Ming thought, dismissing the gratitude. If they hadn't come to provoke him, he wouldn't have acted. Yet, it was foolish to refuse a favor freely given. "Shall we begin?" Qin Ming was eager to proceed. Lying on the bed, Han Xiaoyun rubbed her hands together, warming them. Soon, her delicate fingers pressed against the shinshu point on Qin Ming's lower back. Her technique was both gentle and effective, and he felt a wave of indescribable comfort wash over him. This was true professionalism, far superior to the massages offered by those in spas. Unlike the latter, Han Xiaoyun possessed genuine skill and knowledge of the human body's acupoints. "Relax," Han Xiaoyun murmured softly, her voice akin to a spring breeze, instilling a sense of calm. She pressed several acupoints before retrieving 5 silver needles, sterilizing them with a lighter. With a swift motion, the needles pierced multiple points on Qin Ming's body, her movements fluid and practiced. During the acupuncture, Qin Ming sensed a power within him gradually awakening, his body undergoing subtle transformations. After the acupuncture, Han Xiaoyun began a second round of massage, which felt even more pleasurable than the first. Her warm, soft palms pressed against his acupoints with gentle pressure. After some time, she requested Qin Ming to turn over, focusing on his abdominal points. Initially, she concentrated solely on her technique, but gradually, as her hands caressed his well-defined abs, her mindset began to shift. His 8-pack abs were a testament to his perfect physique, and he exuded an alluring fragrance. Having worked as a security guard, he had undergone rigorous training, which had sculpted his body beautifully. Qin Ming bathed frequently, ensuring he always smelled good. Han Xiaoyun's thoughts began to wander, her hands growing distracted, her cheeks flushing, and her breath quickening. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, noticing Han Xiaoyun's face, reminiscent of a ripened peach. And he seemed to understand something. This woman, though inexperienced, was certainly not lacking in virtue. Her aura radiated warmth, and her fondness for him was growing. "My goodness!" Qin Ming marveled, astonished that treating an ailment could also elevate his charm factor. Observing the rising affinity between them and the deepening crimson hue of Han Xiaoyun's cheeks, he realized an opportunity had arisen. Han Xiaoyun, sensing her own fluster, attempted to regain her focus. Yet Qin Ming's sculpted abs and enticing scent seemed to possess a magnetic allure, disrupting her thoughts. She glanced at him, only to find his gaze fixed on her, causing her cheeks to redden further. Oh no, this sensation was unmistakably one of attraction. "Doctor, why is your face so flushed?" Qin Ming asked with feigned innocence. "Nothing. Just feeling a bit warm," Han Xiaoyun replied, her heat genuine. Being near Qin Mingri was undeniably steamy. Then perhaps you ought to remove some clothing, Qin Mingri suggested, his heart racing as warmth surged within him, intensifying the heat emanating from him. Han Xiaoyan felt even warmer, perplexed by the unusual heat of the day. Typically, she would be cold even in a down jacket, but today was extraordinary. She shed 2 layers, revealing a snug short-sleeve shirt beneath, yet still felt overheated. Doctor, your physique is truly remarkable. You are quite handsome, reminiscent of Li Riba. Qin Mingri seized the moment to flatter her. His words struck a chord, stirring emotions within Han Xiaoyan. With his gentle gaze fixed intently on her, Qin Mingri proposed, "Shall we engage in some playful assistance for one another?" Sweet words and fluttering feelings overwhelmed Han Xiaoyan, leading her to succumb to his charm. 1 hour later, Qin Mingri lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the 9.3 rated beauty Han Xiaoyan, receiving rewards, eggs, flour, and daily replenishable supplies. This time, the supplies consisted of only 2 items. Yet Qin Mingri was quite pleased. Balanced nutrition was of utmost importance. He noticed that subsequent supplies were compensating for his previous deficits. With a few more unlocks, he might complete his collection of resources. Moreover, the system did not indicate an expiration date for these supplies. Did that imply they would not vanish? In truth, this had little impact on Qin Mingri. The previous 64-day trial period was akin to eternity. After 2 months of freezing, even the meat had become inedible. He had more than enough fresh food, rendering the expiration date irrelevant. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward, deer antler and chives. Ding! Congratulations, host. Vitality 25, current vitality 300. Chapter 77, Special Reward. Velvet antler leaks. Upon receiving the notification of a special reward, Qin Mingri's heart sank. Was the system malfunctioning? How could a special reward be mere leaks? Rather than a trivial item, he had hoped for a magnificent artifact or at least an advanced enhancement. Adding a velvet antler seemed insignificant. Wait, let me search for what velvet antler leaks are. Qin Mingri opened his phone and browsed the internet. Velvet antler leeks are a type of leek renowned for their remarkable aphrodisiac properties. This simple statement encapsulated the essence of this peculiar species. Let me take a closer look. Qin Mingri raised his hand and summoned a bunch of velvet antler leeks. Unlike ordinary leeks, these had black leaves, with no other apparent differences. Suddenly, Han Xiaoyan sat up. Snatching the leeks from his grasp, her expression one of astonishment. How did you come by this? Han Xiaoyan appeared both delighted and shocked. Isn't it just leeks? What's so unusual about them? Qin Mingri replied, while they may enhance vitality, that is their only merit. There are countless other substances that serve the same purpose. However, these were not ordinary leeks. Velvet antler leeks were among the rarest varieties in the world, a product of deliberate cultivation rather than natural occurrence. Their creation involved a complex process, requiring daily watering with deer antler infusion, supplemented with various traditional Chinese medicinal herbs until the leaves turned entirely black and matured. The cultivation was not only intricate but also probabilistic. Following the procedure did not guarantee success. Only the wealthiest elite could indulge in velvet antler leeks, which were often available only at exorbitant prices, making them a rarity even for the affluent. Han Xiaoyan elaborated extensively, but Qin Mingri absorbed only the fact that these were indeed rare. What is the crux of it? What purpose do they serve? Will consuming them grant immortality? He rolled his eyes, thinking that rarity alone does not equate to usefulness. Men consume them to invigorate their vitality, while women enjoy their beauty-enhancing effects. With prolonged use, they purportedly cure numerous ailments. Han Xiaoyan exclaimed, her interest piqued as a practitioner of traditional medicine. How astonishing! Qin Mingri, realizing that this special reward might not be entirely devoid of value, mused aloud. So, how do you feel? However, Han Xiaoyan's gaze fell upon her lack of clothing. Flushing with embarrassment. How mortifying. I treated someone and ended up in this situation. Yet, the temptation was undeniable. His well-defined abs and intoxicating scent were beyond her comprehension. I feel rejuvenated. Your massage was indeed effective, and your service was exceptionally considerate. I might just have to present you with a banner of commendation. Qin Mingri praised, wondering where one could find such a doctor. Let us consider this a beautiful memory. Han Xiaoyan smiled, rising to dress. Qin Mingri paused, pondering if this was merely a fleeting moment between them, one that would not be revisited. At that moment, the 2 individuals he had previously incapacitated began to regain consciousness. Upon opening their eyes, they spotted Qin Mingri and Han Xiaoyan adjusting their attire, hostility radiating from them. Seizing a nearby stool, they hurled it at Qin Ming. With a grin, Qin Ming welcomed the challenge. He struck with lightning speed, kicking the stool aside and swiftly dispatching both adversaries. His fists crushed their skulls, blood splattering the ground in a gruesome display. Even Han Xiaoyun, a doctor, felt queasy at the sight and nearly retched. "Why did you have to kill them?" she inquired, visibly displeased. "Doctor, you witnessed their intentions. Had I not been here, they would have been playing cards with you. They are dangerous individuals with blood on their hands. If we do not eliminate them now, they will surely seek vengeance later," Qin Ming proclaimed, sounding as if he were solely concerned for her safety. Yet, in truth, he acted out of self-interest. Raising an eyebrow, Han Xiaoyun countered, "Even if you needed to kill them, could you not have done so elsewhere?" Her concern was not for the lives lost, but for the mess left behind, blood and bodies littering her home. "Don't worry, a thorough cleaning will suffice," Qin Ming replied nonchalantly. This was his deliberate strategy to instill fear in Han Xiaoyun, making her reluctant to remain in the vicinity, thus creating an opportunity for him to keep her close. Han Xiaoyun grimaced in distaste. Seizing the moment, Qin Ming added, "What are you afraid of? If their spirits were to haunt you, just tell them it was I who killed them. You had no part in it." The mere suggestion sent chills down Han Xiaoyun's spine. "Where do you reside?" she asked. Her teeth clenched. "Jiang City Mansion." Qin Ming felt a surge of joy, realizing his plan was working. "I'll accompany you. I'm afraid to stay here," Han Xiaoyun whispered, her voice barely audible. "Of course," Qin Ming agreed readily. "However, I am merely seeking temporary lodging, not a romantic involvement, so do not entertain any notions." Han Xiaoyun's cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke softly. "What do you mean by that?" "Which notion?" Qin Ming feigned ignorance, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he moved closer to her, pinning her against the bed with his gaze fixed intently on her. "You, how insufferable." Han Xiaoyun's face was as red as a ripe fruit. With a playful grin, Qin Ming captured her lips in a kiss. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Vitality 1, current vitality, 301. Han Xiaoyun, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, felt both shy and exhilarated. "You are incorrigible. This shall be the last time. You must not lay your hands on me again," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, her newfound allure as a woman evident in her demeanor. "If I refrain from physical contact, might I not use my lips instead?" "Ding. Congratulations, host, Vitality 1, current vitality, 302. Han Xiaoyun was left speechless, regretting her decision to administer treatment for his ailments. Just as the results were becoming apparent, they were thrust into this situation. She could hardly bear it, fearing another advance from Qin Ming. After all, even the most barren land cannot withstand endless plowing. Chapter 78. So beastly, you're this. Thumbs up. After several rounds of experimentation, Qin Ming discovered that his vitality had significantly increased. Remarkably, after 3 attempts, he felt no fatigue at all, and even had the energy for further endeavors. This revelation filled him with both astonishment and delight, invigorating his spirit. His conviction grew stronger. He was determined to keep Han Xiaoyun by his side and protect her diligently. With the addition of deer antler and chives, he felt as though he had perfected his cultivation. "Come with me, be my woman, and I shall ensure you are well fed with plenty of meat. And you can indulge in deer antler and chives without limit," Qin Ming declared earnestly. "How much deer antler and chives do you have? Surely not just one?" Han Xiaoyun responded with surprise, sensing that he must possess a great deal. "To speak frankly, I have an abundance of food, including these deer antler and chives. I can have as much as I desire." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyun was immediately captivated. She had no doubt regarding the truth of Qin Ming's words. He could effortlessly produce dozens of loaves of bread, as if performing magic. "I am willing." Han Xiaoyun nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. It was not a matter of shame, especially since she had indeed taken the initiative earlier. If there was blame to be assigned, it lay with Qin Ming, whose alluring scent and sculpted physique left her utterly unable to resist. "Gather your essentials and come with me," Qin Ming instructed. Han Xiaoyun hurriedly packed her belongings, collecting her necessities, and then sought a bag to fill with bread. "Forget the bread. When you are with me, you need not eat unless you desire to." Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor casual. Taken aback, Han Xiaoyun paused, unsure if she had misheard. In this desolate world, resources were scarce, and such bread was worth its weight in gold. Was it not an utter waste to discard it? "I can have as much as I want. Nobody eats this, so it can be tossed aside." His unwavering conviction made Han Xiaoyun nod in agreement, choosing to trust him. She felt certain that Qin Ming could not be trifling with resources. After packing a few basic necessities, Han Xiaoyan set out with Qin Ming. Outside, the roads were icy and covered in fog. I have heard tales of many mutated creatures out there. Do you think we will encounter any? Han Xiaoyan asked cautiously, her gaze darting around in fear. Of course we will. There is a mutated cat just 200 meters ahead. Qin Ming had already sensed the lurking danger. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoyan's expression tightened, gripping Qin Ming's sleeve in alarm. Then let us take a detour. She was genuinely terrified, although she had never ventured outside. She had heard enough about the horrors that awaited beyond the door. The mutated creatures were said to be merciless, feasting upon human flesh without leaving a trace. And their brutality was infamous. What is there to fear? One comes, I shall slay it. Two come, I shall dispatch them both. Qin Ming declared with a casual wave of his fist. His words rang with truth. Ordinary mutated creatures posed no threat to him. Only the formidable mutated earthworms and other strange entities could evoke any caution. Hearing his bravado, Han Xiaoyan began to doubt this man before her. Were his claims genuine or merely bravado? His assertion of infinite resources left her skeptical, and now he spoke of effortlessly vanquishing monsters. Was he simply seeking attention? Should it turn out that he was merely boasting, she would promptly retrace her steps to reclaim the discarded bread. Qin Ming held his tongue. Words were meaningless when actions could speak volumes. After walking for a while, they indeed came across a mutated cat, approximately 2 meters in length, feasting on a corpse beneath a utility pole. As they approached, the mutated cat seemed to sense their presence, raising its head in alert. Roar! In the next instant, the creature lunged forward with lightning speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, aiming directly for them. Han Xiaoyan's eyes widened in terror, and she screamed, closing her eyes tightly. Boom! A dull thud echoed, and when she finally dared to open her eyes, she found the mutated cat sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Han Xiaoyan covered her mouth in disbelief. Qin Ming had not been exaggerating. He truly possessed the power to annihilate monsters in an instant. Clearly, her choice to follow such a man was wise. Being by his side assured her safety. You are an ability user, aren't you? Han Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. The existence of ability users was no longer a secret. Each awakened individual was a paragon among men, a child of destiny. Indeed, Qin Ming admitted openly, without reservation. Han Xiaoyan's resolve to stay with him only strengthened. She had finally secured a formidable ally. Let me inform you, I have 7 other women. If you choose to stay with me, you must be prepared for that. Qin Ming mentioned casually, feeling it prudent to clarify certain matters beforehand to avoid any future awkwardness. 7 women? Han Xiaoyan was astonished. 1 or 2 would be acceptable, but 7 was simply overwhelming. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense, such a powerful ability user. With boundless resources, would undoubtedly attract many women. Having multiple partners was quite normal. No woman would willingly share her partner with others, but there was little choice. At this point, Han Xiaoyan had already boarded the ship of fate, with no possibility of retreat. With 2 corpses at home and mutated monsters prowling outside, without a sanctuary, she would be faced with the constant threat of death. I'm the newcomer. Will your other women bear ill will towards me? If they do confront me, will you speak on my behalf? Han Xiaoyan lowered her gaze, aware from television dramas that the most chaotic places were often the inner courts of harems. Women had too much idle time and would plot against one another. The intrigues of palace dramas left her with a headache. Of course, from now on, you shall be my personal doctor. No one would dare to target you. Qin Ming assured, wrapping his arm around Han Xiaoyan's waist. Then I shall rest easy. Han Xiaoyan nodded, not fond of scheming. She preferred a tranquil existence. Returning home to the Jiang City mansion, they found a meal prepared, with over a dozen dishes and a large pot of rice on the table. Upon seeing Qin Ming return with another woman, the others were taken aback. They were astonished that Qin Ming had managed to win over yet another woman in just half a day's time. This new woman possessed beauty and grace that rivaled any present, undoubtedly a striking figure. Divine Doctor, you have arrived. Lin Jin rushed forward, warmly inquiring about Han Xiaoyan's well-being. Extending her hand in greeting, Qin Ming swiftly intervened, swatting Lin Jin's hand away. Can my sister-in-law's hand be touched so casually? He replied, somewhat irked. At this, Lin Jin momentarily fell into a stupor, her mind blank. Sister-in-law? Divine Doctor? Han Xiaoyan? Had she truly been secured by Qin Ming? Brother, so beastly, you're this. Lin Jin pouted, unable to suppress a thumbs up. Chapter 79. The online female streamer Lin Jin harbored a deep-seated disdain for Qin Ming, whom he deemed a beast. While he had never even touched a girl's hand, Qin Ming had amassed a harem of women, rotating through them daily without repetition for an entire week. It was a classic case of the drought suffering from famine while the flood perished in excess. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lin Jin. Lin Jin quickly donned a cheerful facade, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "Brother, I must say, you are dashing, charming, and exceptionally popular among women." Qin Ming diverted his gaze, contemplating the audacity of Lin Jin, who would partake in his bounty yet dare to insult him. He mused, "Beware. I might just lace your food with maggots if you keep this up. Brother, could you possibly impart some wisdom? I too wish to pursue a girlfriend. Unlike you, I am not so fickle. Just one will suffice," Lin Jin stated, reflecting on the days when he had no resources and could think only of food, leaving no room for romantic pursuits. Now, with Qin Ming, he enjoyed a certain freedom, and in his idle moments, he longed for a life akin to that of Qin Ming. Truth be told, the secret lies in abundance. When one possesses resources, women naturally gravitate towards them. Very well. I shall play the part of a benefactor and allocate some resources to assist you in your search for companionship. However, I must stipulate that I can only support one woman for you. Qin Ming chuckled, noting Lin Jin's evident loneliness. As the saying goes, a well-fed man is a man of desires. Having recently indulged in ample food, Lin Jin's primal instincts had resurfaced, an entirely natural aspect of masculinity. Upon hearing this, Lin Jin's excitement surged, his spirits visibly lifted. Qin Ming's willingness to aid him stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, with nothing pressing at the moment, it would serve to sweeten the deal and ensure Lin Jin's loyalty for future endeavors. Secondly, with 8 stunning wives at home, he was wary of Lin Jin's potential to undermine him. I'll add you to some groups where you can post an advertisement for a woman who is well cared for. From there, you can select someone suitable. Qin Ming began to include Lin Jin in various chat groups. However, one group captured Lin Jin's attention. "Brother, do you really have a group for those living with HIV?" He scrutinized Qin Ming, stepping back instinctively. "There are so many groups, I hardly know where they come from. You can post in there too, perhaps you might get lucky. Even those with HIV can be attractive." Qin Ming replied with a grin. Lin Jin rolled his eyes in exasperation and promptly exited the group. There were limits to what he could tolerate, and that group was beyond them. Qin Ming then activated his senses to explore the city's mansion for suitable women. He had long since determined that none met his standards. But there were certainly options that would suffice for Lin Jin. If he stumbled upon a woman who met the criteria, he would not relinquish her easily. Even if it meant indulging first before passing her on to Lin Jin, that was not his style. Eventually, in Block 3, Room 501, he encountered an exceptionally attractive woman with an equally alluring figure. What could be the issue? Why did I dismiss her? Qin Ming pondered, furrowing his brow, realizing his memory was not the best. "Come, let me introduce you to a woman," Qin Ming announced as he led Lin Jin outside towards Block 3. Upon entering Room 601, Qin Ming walked through the wall and opened the door. The living room was stark, lacking even a sofa, filled only with a few phone stands, fixed equipment, speakers, routers, and spotlights. It was clear this woman was engaged in a particular profession, online begging, or more formally, live streaming. In the room, a woman lay in bed, covered with a blanket, her belt constricting her waist, clearly starved. Beside her lay a half-eaten belt, likely deemed too tough to swallow. Name: Wu Donger. Age: 26. Appearance: 8'10". Figure: 9'10". Number of men: 8. Encounters: 13. Virtue: for 10. Overall rating: 7/10, not meeting system requirements. Qin Ming suddenly understood. It was her lack of virtue that had disqualified her. Analyzing the data, it was apparent she had traveled with a top-tier donor but had done so infrequently. "Are you interested, brother?" Qin Ming inquired, glancing at Lin Jin. He had no intention of divulging her private life. "Absolutely." Lin Jin licked his lips, visibly pleased. "Leave it to me." Qin Ming stepped closer to the bed, startling Wu Donger, who quickly sat up, curling into herself. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Wu Donger trembled in fear. "Would you like something to eat?" Qin Ming inquired from above, his tone cold. Yes. I'll accept any conditions." Wu Donger perked up, assessing Qin Ming with keen interest. But suddenly, she seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "I recognize you. You're the one from the group who was looking for a woman to improve her life. I private messaged you before, but you turned me down." Qin Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. He hadn't expected her to know him. "That's because I foresaw that your destined partner would be my brother, which is why I declined. Rest assured, should you choose to be with him, he will ensure your every need is met." Qin Ming introduced Lin Jin. Nervously, Lin Jin, experiencing his first formal encounter with a woman, scratched his head and asked, "Miss, have you eaten?" Qin Ming smacked his forehead in disbelief. The woman was clearly famished, and this was his opening question. Wu Donger shook her head earnestly. Lin Jin pressed on, "Miss, are you married?" Before Wu Donger could respond, Qin Ming pulled Lin Jin aside. "Brother, can you not exhibit some masculinity? You possess remarkable abilities. You are a strong man. Just ask her directly if she wishes to follow you and survive." Qin Ming was exasperated. "All right, I comprehend now. I am indeed formidable," Lin Jin declared, re-entering the room, asking, "Miss, would you be willing to follow my brother and survive?" Wu Donger was taken aback, utterly confused. Unable to restrain himself, Qin Ming interjected, "My brother struggles with words. Allow me to ask on his behalf. Would you agree to be his woman, ensuring you are well-fed and cared for?" Chapter 80. The hospital under siege. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Donger readily acquiesced. In the past, she had even ventured out for a rendezvous for a carnival. Now, in the quest for survival, this was but a trivial matter. "My brother has a bit of a temper. If you choose to follow him, you must serve him wholeheartedly. The paths of the past are no longer yours, and your loyalty must lie solely with him. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Qin Ming's voice resonated coldly, powerful as thunder. "I understand." Wu Donger was willing to comply as long as it meant her survival. Nodding, Qin Ming tossed her 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water. "Sustain yourself? Then let us depart." With that, he turned on his heel and left. Wu Donger accepted the bread without uttering a word, devouring it ravenously. Her digestive system was aflame, and she scarcely chewed, swallowing the loaves in a matter of moments. She then opened the mineral water, gulping it down greedily. Even after eating, she felt an insatiable hunger. However, her body was finally infused with energy as she rose and made her way to the living room. "Brother, your wish has been fulfilled." Qin Ming patted Lin Jin's shoulder. The crimson glow atop Lin Jin's head radiated like a brilliant sun, dazzling and magnificent. His self-esteem soared, reaching heights comparable to the affections of the women around him, nearly at their zenith. "Thank you, brother." Lin Jin embraced Wu Donger's slender waist, reveling in a sensation he had never experienced before. Wu Donger was strikingly beautiful. Had she not been involved with the top-ranking brother, she would have easily garnered a score of 9. As a streamer residing in a prestigious establishment, her background was undeniably impressive. Upon arriving at room 801, Qin Ming replenished Lin Jin with an abundance of mineral water and a gas canister. "Boil water for your shower. Do not concern yourself with conserving it. I have plenty stored away in my warehouse. I shall leave you two to your business." He retreated, closing the door behind him. His implication was clear. Lin Jin was to keep his affairs discreet. Wu Donger, being an outsider, was not someone he fully trusted. Moments later, Lin Jin opened the door, chasing after him. "Brother, do you possess some kind of ability to perceive your surroundings?" he whispered. "Indeed, why do you ask?" Qin Ming responded, perplexed. "When we engage in our activities, you won't be peeking, will you?" Lin Jin's tone was laced with suspicion. "Please, I'm not a pervert. Nor do I have any interest in that. I fear the consequences." Qin Ming replied, exasperated. Why would he waste his time watching them when he had 8 wives, each more pristine and alluring than Wu Dong? Upon returning to room 802, Qin Ming shut the door. "Well, I must admit, that suggestion was quite astute. I shall observe this young man's abilities shortly," he mused with a mischievous grin. Next door, Lin Jin began boiling water to cleanse the bathtub. "Wu Gu, who exactly is Qin Gu? Is it not a bit extravagant to bathe with mineral water?" Wu Donger inquired. Lin Jin's expression darkened. "Your role is to eat, drink, and serve me. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you." He became serious at the mention of this topic. Qin Ming's earlier warning echoed in his mind, compelling him to withhold information from Wu Donger. She, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further questions. As long as there was food, drink, and the luxury of a shower, she had little else to concern herself with. Before long, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. 10 minutes. This fellow. His initial performance lasted only 10 minutes. Self-doubt began to creep in. Was his vitality truly waning? No, I must replenish my strength. Wan Yu, prepare more chives today. Qin Ming summoned a bounty of deer antler chives, laying them out on the table. It was said that this delicacy was immensely nourishing. It bolstered men's vitality and enhanced women's beauty. Han Shaoan remarked that only the wealthiest could indulge in such luxuries. Today, he would partake and ascertain its true efficacy. "Shaoan, please assist me once more, using the same technique as last time." Han Shaoan gaped at the table brimming with deer antler chives, astonished. Suddenly, a resounding rumble erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door. It was Lin Jin, seeking counsel from Qin Ming. "Shall we investigate?" Lin Jin proposed. In this apocalyptic world, one could not afford to remain aloof. It was essential to discern the cause of such tremors. Otherwise, one might perish without understanding the reason. "Let us go." Qin Ming frowned, sensing that the source of the noise was rather suspicious. The two departed the Jiang City mansion, heading toward the direction of the sound. Before leaving, Qin Ming instructed Zhao Feifei to keep an eye on Wu Donger next door. Should any danger arise, she was to act decisively. After a little over 10 minutes, they halted before the entrance of an abandoned hospital. A massive hole marred the ground, from which billowed thick white smoke, unfathomable in depth. The hospital structure had also been breached, debris strewn across the ground. A multitude of individuals were scouring the site, searching for survivors. The assailant of Sunshine Water's shore was likely the same entity. This hole was merely larger than the last, indicating its growth. Lin Jin spoke solemnly, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Even this place had fallen victim to an attack. Qin Ming had previously visited this site, while tracking 2 individuals involved in the illicit trade of human jerky. Though he had never entered, he surmised it was the headquarters of a state-run organization of ability users. The fact that even this location had been compromised filled him with dread. "I believe I have discerned the nature of this entity." Qin Ming's brow furrowed as he recalled the hole he had witnessed on the main road. The mutated worm was swift and lethal, capable of taking lives in the blink of an eye, vanishing without a trace. Aside from its larger size, everything else was the same, equally round and impeccably smooth. What sort of being could have wrought this havoc? Lin Jin was equally intrigued. A mutated worm? I sensed its presence beneath Sunshine Water's shore. At the time, I thought it harmless, devoid of malice. Who would have imagined its threat would escalate? Qin Ming elaborated. If it had merely consumed a couple of ability users and a few monsters, it would be inconsequential. However, this entity has gone far beyond that. It has audaciously attacked the headquarters of the state-run ability user organization and seemingly escaped unscathed. A mutated worm? Lin Jin exclaimed, incredulous. It was difficult to fathom just how formidable it truly was. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Qin Ming recognized him immediately. It was Mo Rufeng, the prodigy. As Mo Rufeng emerged, his gaze seemed to pierce the distance, as if sensing their presence. Qin Ming and Lin Jin hastily retreated, distancing themselves from the area. Mo Rufeng's strength was formidable, and his instincts keen. Upon his arrival, he had already discerned their covert observation. Qin Ming regarded Mo Rufeng with gravity, unwilling to underestimate him. After all, such prowess warranted the title of the Chosen One. Lin Jin, too, shared this sentiment, having never underestimated Mo Rufeng, holding him in high esteem. The hospital's assault weighed heavily on Qin Ming's mind. He was uncertain whether the mutated worm's attack was premeditated or merely indiscriminate. Chapter 81. The terrifying presence. If the attack was premeditated, what could its objective be? Conversely, if it was spontaneous, then even the Jiang City mansion where he resided was not safe. Any day could bring an assault. Qin Ming found himself perplexed. He and Lin Jin retreated, opting not to linger for fear of provoking his formidable rival, Mo Rufeng. It was evident that even the organization of ability users was powerless against the mutated earthworm. This creature was elusive, shrouded in mystery, rendering it nearly impossible to grasp. It moved with such swiftness that one barely had time to react. By the time one did, it had already launched its ambush and vanished. There had been no prior reports concerning this entity. It was truly one that, when it chose to announce its presence, did so with astonishing impact. Upon returning home, both men remained on edge. Lin Jin suggested, "Brother, in my opinion, we should seek refuge elsewhere. This creature has targeted locations nearby, and it may soon come for us." His sentiment was not born of cowardice, but rather a genuine apprehension. Another move? Qin Ming furrowed his brow. Truth be told, he was internally resistant to such a notion. Yet, the current situation undeniably appeared perilous. Suddenly, Qin Ming's eyes widened. In his mind, the phantom erupted with radiant brilliance, awakening his senses. He perceived danger approaching from beneath the ground. The mutated earthworm was nearing. It was coming. Run. Qin Ming urged Lin Jin, and they dashed outside the community, halting at a nearby spot. He closed his eyes, focusing intently. Boom. At that moment, the ground erupted. Ice shards and debris soared through the air. A massive, elongated mutated creature burst forth. It was the very earthworm they feared, as thick as a grinding wheel. Resembling a python, with a gaping maw akin to a bloodied chrysanthemum, seemingly capable of devouring anything in its path. Its target was none other than the Jiang City mansion. Qin Ming could have fled, but he refused to abandon the women he cared for. Until the final moment, he would not relinquish any of them. Even if the adversary was seemingly invincible, he would confront it. "Brother, let us engage it." As soon as the words left his mouth, they charged forward together. In Qin Ming's hand, the thunder whip flashed like a divine dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping in all directions, wielding the might of a tempest. Yet, the tempest could not impede the mutated earthworm in the slightest. It remained unfazed, effortlessly swallowing every bolt of lightning into its gullet. Buzz! In the next instant, the creature's movement slowed, as if ensnared in an inexplicable realm. It was the power of time that rendered it momentarily sluggish, akin to being trapped in quicksand. However, this was merely a fleeting restraint. It quickly regained its normal pace, opening its cavernous mouth to charge at Qin Ming and Lin Jin once more. With a crackle, another tempest surged forth, attempting to engulf it. Lightning symbolizes annihilation. Any carbon-based life form struck by lightning would surely sustain injuries, bruises of various hues being a mild consequence. Yet this mutated earthworm appeared immune, as the lightning wrought no harm upon it. In an instant, it lunged toward Qin Ming, intent on swallowing him whole. Qin Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly tore through the void to escape. He evaded being consumed but was struck by the tendrils akin to chrysanthemum petals beside that gaping maw, receiving a solid blow. Lin Jin too narrowly escaped being devoured. Utilizing his time reversal ability, he defied fate and evaded disaster. The two stood side by side, exchanging glances. This creature was overwhelmingly powerful and difficult to combat. Qin Ming was unharmed thanks to his myriad-scaled armor, and Lin Jin was unscathed due to his time reversal ability, yet this did not guarantee future safety. Suddenly, from the mist, a long whip shot forth. The whip, as if endowed with life, resembled black lightning streaking across the sky, swiftly binding the earthworm. A figure leaped forth from the white mist, gently waving his hand, tightening the whip further. Imo Rufu. Qin Ming gasped. The newcomer was indeed Imo Rufu, and he had effortlessly restrained the mutated earthworm, showcasing terrifying strength. "Should we flee?" Lin Jin whispered, appearing quite wary of Imo Rufu. "No. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps we can temporarily unite to eradicate this threat." Qin Ming recognized the potential in Imo Rufu's power. Resolving the menace of the mutated earthworm was paramount. This creature posed a severe threat to his safety, and if left unresolved, he would inevitably have to relocate. Compared to the familiarity of his current residence, Qin Ming was reluctant to move. The mutated earthworm thrashed violently against its bonds. "Today marks your end," Imo Rufu declared with lethal intent, sealing his hands into a formation, tightening the whip as though intending to bisect the creature. Roar. The mutated earthworm emitted a thunderous sound, its body rapidly expanding, instantly breaking free from its restraints. It leapt violently, burrowing into the ground, leaving behind a dark, gaping hole. Just as everyone assumed it had fled, a nearby building fell victim to its onslaught, glass shattering, the structure quaking violently. In an instant, cries of despair filled the air, and casualties were countless. Qin Ming, Lin Jin, and Imo Rufu, in perfect harmony, raced towards the chaos. They set aside their previous hostilities, now unified in their purpose. The entire structure had been pierced through, leaving a straight, neat hole at its center. It vanished once again into the depths below, leaving no trace behind. "It has escaped." Qin Ming frowned. Moments ago, the mutated earthworm had targeted the Jiang City mansion, but their intervention had altered its course, now rendering the entire structure a wreck. However, the creature's departure brought him considerable anxiety. It seemed that moving was no longer optional. The mutated earthworm was too powerful, and another ambush would yield disastrous consequences. One could be swallowed in their sleep at any moment. To locate it, one could only pursue the tunnel it had created, but that too seemed implausible. The darkness of the tunnel was daunting, and considering the multitude of burrows below, it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if one found it, what then? Its resilient hide, astonishing defense, and ferocity made it an arduous foe to defeat. "You both are quite impressive," Imo Rufu remarked, observing Qin Ming and Lin Jin. A faint white glow emanated from his head, indicating no hostility. This left Qin Ming baffled. He had previously injured Imo Rufu, suggesting animosity, yet here he was, devoid of any ill will. Likewise. Qin Mingri replied with a smile. Given the absence of hostility, it would be inappropriate to display any. Have you considered joining us? With your talents and abilities, the opportunity for a transformative experience is substantial. Mo Rufu extended an olive branch, inviting them to join his ranks. I'm afraid I must decline for the time being. Qin Mingri shook his head, rejecting the proposal outright, setting aside the nebulous nature of the promised transformation. Even if it were genuine, he would need to weigh the implications. Surrounded by beautiful women, joining a state-run organization of ability users would impose restrictions, hampering his pursuit of strength and companionship. I too decline. I am accustomed to a free-spirited life and do not favor a regulated existence. Lin Jin echoed, also refusing the invitation. Chapter 82. Are there really such boring people? Lin Jin, currently enjoying food and drink with a woman by his side, was living a life akin to that of a deity. How could he possibly consider joining the state-sponsored organization of supernatural beings? Mo Ruafone, unfazed by their refusal, intoned gravely, in this tumultuous world, no one can remain an outsider, not even you. After uttering these words, he turned and departed from the scene. Humph. What do I care? Qin Mingri scoffed, dismissing the notion that the world's destruction had any bearing on him. A true egoist at heart. He believed that as long as he survived, the state of the world was of no consequence to him. Upon returning home, the group began to strategize. Qin Mingri remarked, "It seems we must relocate once more. We need to go further this time, as this place is far too perilous." Previously indifferent, he now recognized his own insignificance. The world was vast, filled with entities far more formidable than he, and even that mutated earthworm was beyond his capacity to combat. The threat of sudden attack loomed over him. Should he be consumed by the worm in his sleep, even his protective scales would be of little solace. Let us move. There is no other choice. Lin Jin lamented. If given a choice, who would wish to abandon their home? The worm's attacks were erratic, and their 8th-floor sanctuary would likely not withstand such an onslaught. Lin Jin observed that the uppermost floors of the city seemed to be untouched. Perhaps a higher vantage point would afford them some protection. Are you referring to the top of city on the city? Qin Mingri's eyes widened in realization, for that was the residence of Linghu Shishir. Indeed, Lin Jin replied, puzzled by Qin Mingri's sudden excitement. Stay here. I'll go take a look. Without hesitation, Qin Mingri dashed outside. What on earth is he up to now? Lin Jin wondered, bewildered. Off to find a woman. The others exchanged knowing smiles. Having anticipated Qin Mingri's intentions. What? He is utterly shameless. Lin Jin exclaimed, having never encountered someone so devoid of decorum. With a woman already by his side, Qin Mingri was now pursuing more, boasting a total of 8. Was he even human? The women, understanding Qin Mingri's motives, voiced their support. The city on the city was swaying precariously. Upon closer inspection, the top 3 floors appeared unscathed, seemingly defying coincidence. It was as if an unseen force shielded those upper levels from the mutated earthworm and Appos' assault. Linghu Shishir, I can't believe you deceived me. Qin Mingri thought coldly, realizing that despite his meticulous plans, he had not anticipated her return, or perhaps she had never truly left. This time, you shall not escape. With resolve, he positioned himself at the base of the building, preparing to optimize his energy and spirit to their zenith. Linghu Shishir, keenly aware of her limited opportunities to strike, understood that a mischance could mean never capturing her again. She had always been the object of his envy, a constant source of temptation in his dreams. At that moment, atop the city on the city, an elderly woman abruptly stood from her seat, her brow furrowed. Another one? No sooner had she spoken than a mysterious wave of energy radiated outward, enveloping her form in a haze before she vanished entirely. Simultaneously, Qin Mingri found himself inside Linghu Shishir's abode. The top level revealed no monsters, nor Linghu Shishir herself. However, the armored door was securely shut, and while the room appeared chaotic, there was an underlying order, as if it were a fade meant to deceive. At first glance, the place seemed deserted. But Qin Mingri was unconvinced. He surveyed the area, using his spirit to search for Linghu Shishir's presence. After a thorough investigation, he found nothing. Sensing no traces of her, he entered her bedroom, rummaging through her belongings until he uncovered a box. Inside lay a neatly arranged collection of undergarments. A smile crept across Qin Mingri's face. He was now nearly certain that Linghu Shishir was indeed present. She was likely watching him from the shadows, perhaps seething with anger and plotting her next move. With heightened defenses, he called out into the void, I know you haven't left. Let us converse. Silence met his words, which was expected. Ling Hu sure must have perceived his declaration as a mere ruse. Seeing her silence, Qin Ming grinned broadly. Stop pretending. I know you're here. The last time your undergarments lay strewn about, yet now they are meticulously arranged, proving you've been living here. Still, there was no response. Qin Mingri's brow furrowed as his gaze hardened. To be so blatant and yet remain silent. This woman is exceedingly cautious. Very well, if you choose not to speak. I shall set this place ablaze. Producing a lighter, he ignited the curtains. Action spoke louder than words, and threats alone would not suffice. He needed to take decisive measures. Flames erupted, billowing smoke into the air. He positioned himself before the armored door, confident that even if Ling Hu sure could render herself invisible, she would be unable to escape. As the fire threatened to consume the space, a strange wave of energy surged forth, invading Qin Mingri's consciousness. A mental link was established. Qin Mingri felt a surge of joy. He welcomed the connection, allowing her to link her mind with his. The moment the connection was made, Ling Hu sure erupted in fury. Damn you, what on earth do you want? Her explosive temper left no room for decorum, and her words were laced with venom. It was clear she longed to emerge and dismember him, her rage palpable. Let us not resort to insults. I merely wish to talk. Qin Mingri relished her agitation. Knowing that the more flustered she became, the more easily she could be manipulated. What do you want? Speak plainly. Ling Hu sure's frustration was evident. Her composure was fraying. Spend one night with me, and I shall cease to bother you. Qin Mingri grinned, reiterating his previous request. Such a woman was a rare treasure, and to not share a night with her would be a lamentable loss. Go to hell. Ling Hu sure spat, her words dripping with disdain. She not only hurled insults but seemed ready to strike him as well. Is he truly deranged? How can he think of such things in the apocalypse? She had once thought his propositions were mere whims, but now it was clear that he was obsessively fixated on this singular desire. Did he not have anything else to occupy his mind? Was there truly someone so dreadfully dull in the end times? Very well. Then I shall burn your lair and take you down with it. Qin Mingri raised the lighter once more, preparing to set fire to her sanctuary. Chapter 83. Are you out of your mind? Can't you traverse space? Why aren't you running? I'll block you right here. And let us see where you can escape. Qin Mingri braced a large table against the armored door and ignited a fire. Ling Hu sure was indeed flustered. Qin Mingri could disregard barriers and flee directly, but she could not. Although she had the ability to become invisible, in the face of flames, she would undoubtedly perish. Let us not act rashly, let us discuss this calmly. Ling Hu sure conceded, as she found herself at the mercy of her captor, with no chance to resist. Discuss? You might as well die. Qin Mingri ignited the curtains in the living room, and in an instant, fierce flames erupted, filling the air with thick smoke. Ling Hu sure was utterly alarmed. She hadn't expected Qin Mingri to truly set her ablaze. Now that he had barricaded the armored door, escape was impossible. Cough, cough, cough. In just a moment, the acrid smoke choked Ling Hu sure, rendering her speechless as she coughed uncontrollably. After a while, she fled upstairs, her coughing finally easing, and managed to utter, "Are you serious?" Qin Mingri sneered. Do I seem like I'm joking? Enough with the nonsense. If you don't come out, I'll set an even bigger fire. Qin Mingri bellowed, his voice echoing through the space. At that moment, the air shimmered, and an old woman appeared. She stood motionless at the top of the stairs, her deep-set eyes resembling those of a malevolent spirit, sending chills down one's spine. Encountering such a figure outside would surely induce terror. Clad in coarse, tattered garments, her face was pockmarked and covered in sores, reminiscent of a toad's back. Eliciting disgust at first glance, Qin Mingri pulled out several bottles of mineral water and extinguished the flames, gazing at Ling Hu sure with a grin. You needn't present yourself in such an unsettling manner. It's quite unpleasant. Can't you restore your appearance? Though aware that the woman was masking her beauty, the sight was still discomforting. Her makeup skills were so superb that even knowing it was a facade, it induced a visceral reaction. Your exterior is a mere disguise. Look at how you present yourself, yet your soul is anything but noble. Ling Hu sure's voice was cool, marked by an air of arrogance, yet it was melodious. How am I ignoble? Qin Mingri retorted. I, at least, carry myself with grace and vigor. Last time, you pried into my sanitary product packaging. This time, you rummaged through my lingerie. Are you a pervert? Ling Hu sure was at a loss for words. This fellow was becoming increasingly absurd. I didn't dig through the trash. You carelessly tossed things around. So whose fault is that? Qin Mingri shrugged. All right, let us dispense with the trivialities. What must you agree to for me to be released? Ling Hu sure was direct, cutting to the chase. I've already stated my singular request. Sleep with me once. Qin Ming was nearly drooling. This perfect woman, though not yet fully revealed to him, already conjured an outline in his mind. The system's choices would undoubtedly not disappoint him. Ling Hu sure rolled her eyes, realizing that this man was not only crude but also fixated. How could he not think of anything else? Who could be so bored? While others in the apocalypse focused on building shelters, acquiring resources, and surviving, this man's mind was consumed with thoughts of women. Had he never encountered a woman before the apocalypse, leaving him in constant yearning? This was simply implausible. Feel free to choose anything else. Whatever you desire, I can procure. Steal. How about I amass a mountain of gold weighing 999 Jin for you? Ling Hu sure proposed, prepared to make significant sacrifices. She had no idea how long it would take to steal 999 Jin of gold, yet for her freedom, she was willing to make an irresistible offer. At a rate of 600 yuan per gram, 999 Jin equated to an enormous sum. However, Qin Ming remained unmoved. In this era, what was 999 Jin, or even 999 tons? I desire nothing but you. Qin Ming's gaze was unwaveringly fixed on her. He was adjusting his physical state, ready to act at a moment's notice. The instant she showed any sign of weakness, he would strike. Absolutely no retreat, if it came to it. They would perish together. Ling Hu sure raised an eyebrow, fully prepared for a desperate struggle. She understood that Qin Ming had ample supplies. And having stolen from him in the past, she knew that tempting him with material goods was futile. Other offerings, even gold, would not entice him. Beyond that, she could not fathom anything that might sway him. The fish would certainly perish, but the net need not tear. Qin Ming grinned, stepping forward, tearing through the void as he charged ahead with ferocity, akin to a lion pursuing its prey. Yet, to his surprise, Ling Hu sure was already prepared the moment he lunged. She swiftly dissolved into the void. She became invisible once again, creating an almost insurmountable predicament. Unless he attacked indiscriminately, the likelihood of harming her was slim. The only viable strategy remained to employ fire, incinerating everything, for unless she sprouted wings, escape was impossible. Ambush? Is this your idea of politeness? Ling Hu sure trembled with indignation. You vanished the moment we disagree. Is that courteous? To prevent her from slipping away, Qin Ming quickly retreated to the entrance, standing guard diligently. Do you truly intend to discuss this? He asked, exasperated. You ambushed me mid-discussion. Are you truly interested in dialogue? Ling Hu sure was infuriated, wishing to tear him limb from limb. Fine, then I'll roast you like a pig. Qin Ming reignited the flames, which rapidly engulfed the first floor. He then ascended to the second floor, starting the fire at the entrance. As long as he ignited the only exit, he needn't worry about Ling Hu sure escaping. If she wished to leave, she would have to fly. But if she could fly, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. The wooden paneling and flooring soon ignited. Ling Hu sure felt a long-lost warmth, but it came at the cost of her home being consumed by flames. Before long, Qin Ming reached the third floor. The fire raged uncontrollably, growing more intense. Qin Ming did not wish to delay. Today, he would compel Ling Hu sure to capitulate. This was his singular opportunity. Should he miss it, there would be no second chance. If he had to resort to extreme measures, and Ling Hu sure remained unyielding, it would indicate her perpetual obstinance. For such a woman, there were only three options. Either she willingly accompanied him, he would take her by force, or he would eliminate her. Today, she must make a choice. Are you out of your mind? Ling Hu sure cried out in despair as the flames intensified, forcing her to reveal herself. Chapter 84. The fourth type of superpower. Ling Hu sure stood at the pinnacle, covering her nose with her hand, glaring at Qin Ming. She had never encountered such madness. To resort to arson for such trivial matters? Make your choice. Either follow me or die immediately. Qin Ming remained indifferent. Advancing step by step, he felt no fear towards this woman. From prior observations, her abilities were largely supportive in nature, lacking significant offensive power. I might consider following you. But first extinguish the fire, Ling Hu sure declared. Do you think me a fool? You must become mine here before I take you away. Qin Ming scoffed. Verbal compromises held no weight. Should Ling Hu sure turn against him outside, he would be powerless. Once they exited, she could vanish at will, making it impossible for him to compel her. Thus, any dealings must occur here. Very well, I agree. But where shall we go? Surely, we cannot reside in the flames. Reborn through fire? Ling Hu sure remarked, her voice cool yet resolute, akin to a proud swan surveying the world from the heavens. Do you think I can be easily deceived? Bind yourself first. Qin Ming tossed a rope her way. Are you even a man? I am but a fragile woman. What can I do? You wish to tie me up? Do you not possess a shred of compassion? Ling Hu sure retorted, momentarily shedding her fierce demeanor, resembling a delicate girl. You have a point. I shall grant you 10 seconds to reveal your true form. In this state, I cannot bear to approach. Qin Ming chuckled, his tone more of a notification than a negotiation. I have no clothes. Ling Hu sure tugged at her neck, pulling off a human skin mask. Beneath it lay a visage seemingly sculpted by divine hands, each feature a masterpiece. Her once ashen hair was discarded, revealing a cascade of lustrous black locks. Although her attire remained unchanged, her aura elevated dramatically. Before him stood an unparalleled beauty, and Qin Ming found himself momentarily entranced. Ling Hu sure embodied the archetype of a commanding woman, her long lashes framing eyes radiant as clear springs, difficult to look away from. What a clever woman, to conceal such exquisite beauty. Qin Ming mused, recognizing her as a rare gem. Could you extinguish the fire? What if it spreads? Ling Hu sure frowned. All right. Qin Ming raised his hand, conjuring a multitude of bottled water, forming a barrier. He approached Ling Hu sure cautiously. Above her, a dense green light enveloped her, a manifestation of hostility. Yet, Qin Ming remained unperturbed. Hostility without strength was futile. He dismissed her as insignificant outside her invisibility. As he neared the exquisite woman, he seized her wrist, pinning her against the wall. The effects of the deer antler and chives, coupled with Han Xiaoyun's massage, invigorated him, his vitality surging to unprecedented heights. Relax. Qin Ming grinned. But the next moment, his hair stood on end. A sudden sense of danger washed over him, prompting an immediate retreat. Ling Hu sure's eyes transformed into a bottomless abyss, her delicate hands swiftly slicing through the air. Countless sword energies manifested within her palm, launching forth with annihilating force. In such proximity, unprepared, Qin Ming could not evade the onslaught. All the sword energies struck him simultaneously. A sharp pain coursed through him, his brow furrowing as blood surged into his throat. Yet, he suppressed the urge to spit it out, swallowing it instead, maintaining a facade of amusement. Externally jovial, internally, he felt as cold as ice. In this close encounter, severely wounded, Qin Ming struggled to regain his composure. The scales of his armor preserved his life, yet could not prevent injury. In this moment, he found himself devoid of combat capability, needing to recuperate. This woman had concealed her true strength. He had believed her 3 abilities were her limits, only to discover she possessed a formidable offensive power, rivaling his own. Were it not for his protective armor, that strike would have surely been fatal. Ling Hu sure was equally astonished. She understood the might of her ambush. Few could withstand it. Yet the man before her remained standing, a mountain of resilience, his expression serene. What manner of being was he? His peculiar nature aside, his prowess was even more astonishing. How many surprises do you conceal? Qin Ming continued to smile, though the chill in his demeanor was palpable. He feigned invulnerability, hoping to deceive her. Should she discern his ruse, she would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Another assault of that caliber would surely spell his doom. Indeed, his forced calm sowed seeds of doubt within Ling Hu sure. This man loomed before her like an insurmountable mountain. Her full frontal assault had failed to inflict any harm. Evidently, her proud capabilities paled in comparison to Qin Ming. He was far too powerful, and in this post-apocalyptic world, having such a man as an ally would render her disguise unnecessary. Like every woman, she longed for protection, yet had never encountered a man capable of safeguarding her. Today, it seemed she had found one. Qin Ming not only possessed ample resources, but also formidable strength, offering her security in both life and safety. Such a man was the epitome of perfection. Though slightly lecherous, it was a natural inclination for man. A man devoid of such desires was hardly a man at all. Shall we speak candidly now? Qin Ming scrutinized her intently. He noted that the green light above her had vanished, replaced by a gentle red glow. This signified the dissolution of her hostility, giving rise to a hint of fondness. It appeared that his earlier sacrifice had borne fruit. I can offer you much, but what can you provide in return? Ling Hu sure inquired, finally settling down to engage in a meaningful discussion, having recognized both herself and Qin Ming. Chapter 85. Ling Hu sure compromises. The chasm between the two was as vast as the heavens, seemingly insurmountable. Despite launching a full-force surprise attack, I could not inflict even the slightest injury upon Qin Ming. Continuing this combat might indeed lead to the grim reality he suggested. The fish may perish, yet the net remains unbroken. I possess resources to ensure your sustenance and shelter, Qin Ming declared, striving to buy time for his recovery, which was essential for his self-preservation. You are aware of my abilities. Resources pose no challenge for me. Ling Hu Shih retorted dismissively, confident in her top-tier powers in the apocalyptic landscape. Without stepping outside, she could effortlessly scavenge supplies, achieving freedom and resource acquisition from miles away. I can fulfill that need of yours, Qin Ming replied with a grin. Noticing her lack of hostility and choosing to jest, that's entirely unnecessary. I am indifferent to such matters. Ling Hu Shih scoffed. Then I can protect you, Qin Ming asserted earnestly, his half-smile sending an unsettling chill down Ling Hu Shih's spine. What is your power? This question finally piqued her interest, as she sought to ascertain whether Qin Ming was truly someone worthy of reliance. Spatial traversal and lightning whips, Qin Ming revealed, albeit cautiously, withholding some of his capabilities as a precaution against her intentions. Even the secret of infinite resources remained undisclosed, preserved until her genuine allegiance was assured. How could you withstand my full-force strike without injury? Ling Hu Shih was astonished, unable to fathom how someone could endure her complete assault, especially a surprise attack. Qin Ming seemed almost superhuman. Naturally, it's due to my robust physique. Rest assured, should you accompany me, you shall never suffer. Having regained some composure, Qin Ming took a couple of steps forward to stretch, even lifting his shirt to reveal his well-defined abs. Upon seeing his physique, Ling Hu Shih's eyes sparkled, and her favorable impression of him intensified. Qin Ming felt a surge of joy. His efforts and training had not been in vain. It is often said that men are driven by desire, yet women possess their own cravings. Women, much like eggs, may appear white on the outside, yet are rich and golden within. For Ling Hu Shih, nothing about Qin Ming had previously captivated her, not even his abs. However, collectively, his attributes formed an archetype of perfection that was difficult for her to resist. Strength, defense, abilities, resources, physique. He seemed to possess it all. How about it? I shall treat you well. Qin Ming pressed eagerly. Where do all your resources come from? Ling Hu Shih inquired further. Earlier, when he had constructed a firewall with bottled water, a mere wave of his hand had summoned a multitude of bottles. Having pilfered several of his supplies, she suspected he harbored a wealth of resources. Initially reluctant to divulge this information, Qin Ming eventually relented, declaring, to be frank, I possess an infinite supply of resources, not just for drinking, but for eating as well. He laid bare his truth, convinced that if Ling Hu Shih did not submit, destruction would be the only outcome. This revelation might just sway her completely. Instantaneously, Ling Hu Shih's regard for him escalated once more, her aura glowing even brighter. She had achieved resource independence through thievery. If others lacked supplies, she too would be left wanting. Yet Qin Ming represented true freedom and resources. Constantly observing her reactions, Qin Ming felt a thrill of triumph. By the way, I once stole from a fool who had everything from steak to free-range chicken and pork. It wouldn't be you, would it? Ling Hu Shih's expression turned complex. Qin Ming rolled his eyes. Stealing from me and labeling me a fool is rather hurtful. Indeed, the fool you stole from is me. Let me ask you one last question. Did you truly seek me out just to engage in such matters? Ling Hu Shih questioned, skepticism lacing her tone. She found it hard to believe anyone could be so frivolous in these dire times. To be candid, I possess a unique ability. The more women I shelter, the greater my resources. Currently, I have taken in 8 women, but none are as remarkable as you. I was utterly captivated the moment I laid eyes upon you. Qin Ming's words danced between truth and fiction, a blend of reality and artifice. What kind of divine ability is this? The more women, the more resources? Ling Hu Shih was taken aback. This revelation made sense and illuminated why Qin Ming was so intent on pursuing her. I have no secrets left from you. Shall we proceed? Qin Ming smiled, having forgotten his scruples in the presence of such an exquisite woman. He was eager to consummate their bond to eliminate future complications. Why the rush? I am destined to be your woman sooner or later. I wish to bathe and change clothes first, if you please. Ling Hu Shih replied, longing for comfort after enduring the chill without a bath since the onset of winter. Now that she knew Qin Ming's water supply was infinite, she resolved not to hold back, prioritizing her own comfort. That sounds reasonable. Come, I shall take you to select some outfits, then we shall return for a bath. Qin Ming, feeling nearly recovered, extinguished the flames with water and grasped Ling Hu Shih's hand as they walked. Due to their companionship, they could not traverse space and were obliged to walk. He held her hand tightly, fearful she might change her mind and flee. Her invisibility ability was nearly insurmountable. Should she escape, the opportunity to capture her again might never arise. As they walked, they engaged in casual conversation. Is there a limitation to your ability to retrieve objects from afar? For instance, are there walls you can penetrate or distance constraints? Qin Ming began to probe into her powers. There are limitations, but I possess a sense for it. I can only retrieve small items. Larger equipment is beyond my capabilities. Ling Hu Shirshir explained. Qin Ming gazed intently into her eyes, capable of discerning any falsehoods. This time, she spoke truthfully, reflecting on their previous conversation. She had responded quickly but revealed little truth. Now, she appeared significantly more open. What about your invisibility? Are there limitations to that as well? Qin Ming continued his inquiries. Like a child with 1,000 questions, eager to clarify everything. I have yet to test its limits, but I believe the duration should not exceed 10 minutes. Ling Hu Shirshir had resolved to follow Qin Ming, leaving no reason to conceal anything. Then why did I wait so long for you previously, only for you not to appear? Qin Ming recalled the long wait at Ling Hu Shirshir's residence, where she had not returned for an extended period. Logically, she should have been present, merely cloaked in invisibility. That duration surely surpassed 10 minutes. That was because you were on the top floor while I stealthily descended. When you came down, I simply returned upstairs. Ling Hu Shirshir chuckled. Qin Ming rolled his eyes, realizing this woman had been playing hide-and-seek with him all along. By the way, what about those creatures you have? He continued to inquire, curiosity gleaming in his intelligent eyes. This power was undeniably formidable. If harnessed properly, it could equate to commanding legions. Are you quite finished with your questions? Do I not possess even the slightest secret? Ling Hu Shirshir felt that Qin Ming was inquiring too deeply and began to withhold her responses. Chapter 86. The ninth woman. Qin Ming smiled lightly. The rice had yet to be cooked into porridge, and the other party still had room for reconsideration. So he did not press for answers. It is essential to avoid haste. Once the two had played their cards, he would be able to discern all of Ling Hu Shirshir's secrets. Progress should be gradual. First, a gentle exploration of her form, followed by an understanding of the situation. Asking too many questions now would only provoke her resistance. He would wait until she was ready to respond. Come, let me take you to try on some clothes. Qin Ming led Ling Hu Shirshir to the entrance of a clothing store, just as she was about to use her supernatural ability to retrieve items from a distance. He stopped her. How could you be the one to lift a finger when we're out together? With a broad grin, he raised his hand and smashed the roll-up door to the ground. It was akin to a man taking a woman shopping before the apocalypse. How could he allow her to pay? Most clothing stores had been well-preserved, untouched by the chaos that had ensued. In the aftermath, people typically targeted supermarkets, small shops, and restaurants first. In a world ravaged by despair, sustenance was paramount. Everything else was but a fleeting thought. Don't be shy, take whatever you like. Qin Ming waved his arm with great generosity. Ling Hu Shirshir shot him a glance and asked, Is this store yours? Of course not, he replied. Then why tell me not to be polite? She chuckled, dismissing his shamelessness, finding him rather humorous. These are all summer clothes. Let us find another store. Do you feel cold being with me? Ling Hu Shirshir suddenly realized that she had not felt the slightest chill outside. It was astonishing, given that she was not fully clad in winter wear. What is happening? She asked in surprise. It must be my supernatural ability. I radiate warmth from within. Upon hearing this, her eyes narrowed. How delightful. Sleeping with such a man not only means enjoying a sculpted physique, but also the comfort of air conditioning. No more worries about catching a chill. Unbeknownst to her, the crimson glow above them intensified. Qin Ming noted her flushed cheeks and growing fondness, aware of her unspoken thoughts. You're not thinking about sleeping with me, are you? He teased. Ling Hu Shirshir lowered her head, playfully scolding, shameless. I'm going to try this on. She took the clothes and entered the fitting room. Seriously? At a time like this, you still want to try on clothes? Qin Ming was at a loss. All the clothes here are free. You can take whatever you want. Is trying them on really necessary? However, he understood that this was a woman's nature, so he refrained from further comment. Cautiously, he pulled the roll-up door back down. As long as the door was closed, even if Ling Hu Shirshir turned invisible, she could not escape his watchful gaze. Inside the fitting room, he could hear the rustling of fabric. Qin Ming extended his sole perception, akin to standing right beside her despite the wall between them. The sight was breathtaking, making his heart race. The white inner garment accentuated her purity, and her figure rivaled that of Bayujie. How had Ling Hu Shirshir achieved such perfection? Moments later, she emerged wearing a long, purple dress that exuded a touch of ancient elegance. While the dress concealed her flawless figure, it radiated an aura of grace. akin to a celestial being. I think you should opt for something more youthful and vibrant, like this. Qin Ming handed her a low-cut crop top paired with ultra-short shorts and continued, and the white inner garment doesn't suit you. Black is just right. Realizing his slip, he quickly covered his mouth. Although he had stopped himself in time, Ling Hu Shih had still heard him, her eyes widening in indignation. How do you know? Were you spying on me? Please. Why would I spy on you? Just hurry and change. He deflected, eager to shift the topic. Being caught in the act of peeping felt somewhat sordid and awkward. I won't change. I like this outfit. Ling Hu Shih was not about to indulge him, turning to leave. Wait. Let me pack these up for you. You can wear whichever you like later. Qin Ming found a large bag and quickly packed all the clothes. And the women at home need new outfits too. This was not the end. He then ventured next door to Bazading, filling another bag with a multitude of down jackets. While his presence kept the women warm, he would not always be home. Without his warmth, they would inevitably feel the cold, hence the necessity for the jackets. Are you a bandit? Ling Hu Shih shot him a look, realizing he had just emptied 2 clothing stores. You truly are impressive. We're cut from the same cloth. Let's not point fingers at each other, Qin Ming replied, acknowledging that Ling Hu Shih was also taking things without reservation. Fair enough. She shrugged, unfazed. As they made their way outside, Qin Ming held 2 large bags of clothes in one hand, while tightly grasping Ling Hu Shih's hand with the other, trudging through the snowy, misty landscape. Are you holding my hand so tightly because you're afraid I might run away? She teased lightly, her breath forming faint clouds in the chilly air. Of course. If you were to escape, it would be a significant loss for me. Seizing the moment, Qin Ming pressed a swift kiss on her cheek. The faint fragrance lingered, enchanting him. Ling Hu Shih's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she offered no resistance. With bolder actions awaiting them, why shy away from a mere kiss? Before long, they returned home. As they opened the door, all eyes turned towards them, wide and unblinking. Cheng Wanwei and the other 8 women stared at Ling Hu Shih in disbelief. My heavens! This woman is stunning. She resembles a perfect piece of art, devoid of any flaws. Perfect is an understatement. She seems to have stepped out of a fairy tale. Ling Hu Shih, equally astonished, realized that despite Qin Ming's prior mention of his numerous partners, the reality of 8 women took her by surprise. Each one was a breathtaking beauty, captivating in their own right. Beside her, Lin Jin's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. What a beast! How could he have exhausted so many good women? 8 isn't enough. And he returns with another. This beauty rivals them all in every aspect, figure and looks. Wudong, covering her mouth, felt dwarfed in Ling Hu Shih's presence. She couldn't help but envy the other women for being Qin Ming's partners. In her heart, she too desired to be among them, plotting to seize her chance to entice him. Chapter 87. Beyond words. Only felt everyone harbors different thoughts within their hearts. A brief moment of days passes, and normalcy resumes. My husband has returned. The women, undeterred in their enthusiasm, busily pour water, change shoes, and knead shoulders and legs. As Qin Ming luxuriates in this attention like a sovereign. Allow me to introduce a new member, Ling Hu Shih, an extraordinary individual with special abilities. Qin Ming pulls Ling Hu Shih down to sit beside her, draping an arm over her shoulder. Ling Hu Shih offers no resistance, yet maintains an air of aloofness in front of the others. Upon learning of her abilities, the women fall silent, feeling an immense pressure. Although Qin Ming's increasing number of women means greater resources and strength, can she truly maintain her initial intentions towards each one? Nevertheless, they feel joy for their husband, as this also enhances their own security. Here are the clothes I have brought back for everyone. Please share. Qin Ming tosses a pile of garments onto the sofa. The women, having long been deprived of the joy of new attire, are suddenly invigorated, eagerly selecting from the bounty. The living room resembles a bustling marketplace, vibrant and lively. Ling Hu Shih shoots a glance at Qin Ming, thinking it shameless to claim these as purchased when they were clearly taken. Boil some water. After a while, Qin Ming reclines on the sofa, eyes closed. The 3 words, tactical water boiling, resonate with the women, who spring into action, understanding her intent. I won't be doing this in the future. Ling Hu Shih pouts. As someone with abilities, she possesses her own pride. Rest assured, I offer special treatment to those with abilities. Fei Fei, come and escort Shih to a room for a chat. Qin Ming gestures to Zhao Fei Fei. Ling Hu Shih, taken aback by the beauty of this woman, realizes she too possesses extraordinary abilities. It seems she is not the only one. In the room, Ling Hu Shih and Zhao Fei Fei lock eyes. What are your abilities? Ling Hu Shih inquires, as it is customary for two individuals with powers to first ask this question upon meeting. Zhao Feifei remains silent for a moment before revealing her heavy machine gun. Infinite bullets. Ling Hu Shirshir nods appreciatively. Such an ability is indeed formidable. With a strategic position, one can be worth 1,000 troops. Zhao Feifei refrains from probing further into Ling Hu Shirshir's abilities, as she has heard tales of her legendary prowess. This woman is undoubtedly remarkable, having survived the pursuit of those from the organization of extraordinary beings. Sister, enlighten me about Qin Ming. What is he truly like? Despite her acquiescence, Ling Hu Shirshir desires to delve deeper. If Qin Ming harbors any undesirable habits or ailments, she wishes to have the option to withdraw and maintain her own escape routes. Furthermore, women often reveal more through conversation. Will Qin Ming's existing women feel jealousy upon his welcoming of new ones? If jealousy arises, they might expose his secrets. And this private exchange presents an opportune moment to glean insights. He is a kind man, providing for us daily and treating everyone well. Despite the multitude of women, he remains equitable, showing no favoritism. Zhao Feifei extols the virtues of Qin Ming, her words heartfelt rather than mere flattery. Does he have any peculiar preferences? Perhaps involving whips or candles? Ling Hu Shirshir tilts her head, pressing on with her inquiries. Some men have such inclinations, which Ling Hu Shirshir finds intolerable. My husband is a respectable man, devoid of such frivolities. Zhao Feifei gazes at Ling Hu Shirshir, then lowers her voice slightly. He is perfect in every way, except for one. It tends to take longer than most can endure. Upon hearing this, Ling Hu Shirshir's face flushes crimson. The thought of being with Qin Ming only heightens her embarrassment, as she wonders if she can handle it. Ling Hu Shirshir blinks her curious eyes, whispering, "What does it feel like?" Zhao Feifei, for words, ineffably delightful. Only to be felt, not spoken. Ling Hu Shirshir, please, tell me more. I am frightened. Do not fear. Very well, I shall share the details. As the conversation unfolds, Ling Hu Shirshir's cheeks grow increasingly flushed. She oscillates between shock, shyness, panic, and anticipation. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Is it truly that wonderful? Ling Hu Shirshir's innocent gaze reveals her naivety. For a girl untouched by experience, these matters are entirely foreign to her. Indeed, once you experience it, you will understand. My husband is skilled and will not disappoint you. Zhao Feifei concludes, reassuring Ling Hu Shirshir to relax and not feel anxious. Her formidable strength and status as an extraordinary being only amplify Ling Hu Shirshir's apprehension. She bombards Zhao Feifei with questions, seeking clarity on every detail: how to begin, how to cooperate, what actions Qin Ming favors, how to conclude, and what follows thereafter. She leaves no stone unturned. Zhao Feifei, feeling bashful herself, has never encountered a woman so inquisitive about such intimate matters. Before long, the water is ready. Ling Hu Shirshir heads to the bathroom to indulge in a bath. The long-lost sensation of comfort feels dreamlike, as she luxuriates in the exquisite warmth. How delightful! Ling Hu Shirshir closes her eyes, surrendering to the experience. Meanwhile, Qin Ming remains alert on the sofa, his spirit extending to observe Ling Hu Shirshir and Appo's every movement. Indeed, captivating. No wonder she possesses a perfect figure, simply exquisite. Qin Ming's intent in using his spirit to observe is solely to prevent Ling Hu Shirshir from vanishing unnoticed. He harbors no ulterior motives. Shortly after, in the room, the flower path has never been swept for guests. Only today does the door open for you. An hour later. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the perfect goddess, Ling Hu Shirshir, and receiving the reward, a barrel of diesel. This reward brings joy to Qin Ming's heart. Downstairs lies a diesel generator. Abandoned after the chaos in Jiang City, the generator has been neglected, its diesel depleted. Now, having unlocked diesel to complement the generator, he has resolved the issue of electrical supply. In the short term, the city's power restoration is unlikely. The Jiang City nuclear power plant, having been attacked previously, is purportedly undergoing repairs by the government, yet no results have materialized. The public suspects that these so-called repairs may merely be a facade. Ding. Congratulations, host. 80 vitality. Current vitality, 390. An unexpected surge of 80 vitality astonishes Qin Ming. He had anticipated a modest increase of around 50 or 60 points. Considering that the extraordinary being he unlocked, Zhao Feifei, only provided 50 vitality points. It remains uncertain whether this is due to the goddess's perfection, her formidable abilities, or a combination of both. It seems that in the future, he must seek out goddesses from one of these two realms, either perfection or extraordinary abilities, which will become his primary criteria. Chapter 88, Villa number 001 of Shiwa 8 chapters, ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a special reward, a silent diesel generator. The subsequent sound from the system left Qin Ming speechless. He was initially puzzled as to why the reward was diesel, only to discover that it was indeed paired with a special reward. A diesel generator. This device is highly coveted in the post-apocalyptic world. He had not yet tested the generator downstairs, uncertain if it had been damaged by others. Moreover, he was unable to transport the external engine, as its quality was not guaranteed. However, the system had now resolved this dilemma by generously providing him with a silent diesel generator, thus alleviating the issue of excessive noise when installed at home. Previously, at Sunshine Waterside, his life had been quite pleasant due to having a generator and diesel. Now, he was finally going to possess his very own generator. Beside him, Ling Hu Shirshir gazed at him and inquired, "What are you grinning about?" "Nothing much, by the way. Are you aware of the recent attack on the city upper city?" Qin Ming wished to ascertain whether Ling Hu Shirshir possessed the means to thwart the assault of mutated earthworms. After all, the city upper city had been attacked, yet her residents remained unscathed, which struck him as rather odd. "I nearly lost my life, of course I know. Thankfully, I interfered, or it would have charged at us," Ling Hu Shirshir replied, deciding to be forthright since the circumstances had escalated. There was no longer any need for concealment. Too many secrets might diminish Qin Ming's regard for her. "You can influence it? Can you control it directly?" Qin Ming's heart leaped at the prospect. If Ling Hu Shirshir could indeed command that mutated earthworm, they would have nothing to fear. Forget about the state-run superhuman organizations. Who could possibly stand in their way? However, he quickly reconsidered. If she truly possessed such capabilities, why would she choose to accompany him? Clearly, her control over the creature must have its limitations. Control it? What are you thinking? If I could control it, I would be a deity. Ling Hu Shirshir retorted, exasperated. That entity is far too powerful. How could you even suggest such a thing? Then what can you control? Qin Ming continued, his eyes brimming with curiosity. I can only control creatures weaker than myself, and the number is limited to fewer than 10. Do you know why I was so concerned about those previous creatures? They were my experimental subjects. And since the experiments failed, I didn't want you to interfere. Ling Hu Shirshir divulged, laying bare her circumstances. 10? So, did you succeed? Qin Ming had initially imagined she could command countless creatures, thinking that accepting her would be akin to acquiring an army. However, controlling 10 creatures was still an extraordinary ability. It made sense. How could one control the more formidable beings? However, if you can help me suppress those stronger creatures, I might be able to try. Ling Hu Shirshir's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Controlling monsters relies on mental strength. If the opponent is injured, she may indeed have a chance. Certainly. Qin Ming nodded. Ling Hu Shirshir's extraordinary abilities would be advantageous to him. However, do not expect me to influence it every time, if it attacks here. I may not be able to employ the same tactics. Ling Hu Shirshir preemptively cautioned, aware that their current location was precarious. It seems we must relocate. We need to find a different place, or we'll always be on edge. Qin Ming sighed. Having settled into one place, he truly wished to remain. As the saying goes, with a fierce heart, one savors the fragrance of roses. If one can attain peace and happiness, who would wish to be constantly uprooted? Now that he had a generator and wireless diesel, he intended to seek a more remote location with fewer people to establish a sanctuary in this new world. Yet, with himself, 9 women, Lin Jin, and Wu Donger, totaling 12 individuals, a large-scale relocation would be impractical. The women moved slowly and would easily attract attention. If it were just him and Lin Jin, it would be inconsequential, but he did not wish to abandon these women. In the living room, a group of people sat together discussing. Qin Ming expressed his thoughts. He wished to create a secure sanctuary, one that could accommodate 50 to 60 individuals at the very least. Now, with 12 people already gathered, he anticipated sheltering even more beautiful women in the future, making their current 4-bedroom residence insufficient. Lin Jin, you stay behind to protect everyone while I search for a new house, Qin Ming declared. He had chosen not to bring Lin Jin along for 2 reasons. First, his own speed would be advantageous, and second, he wanted Lin Jin to safeguard the women. Understood. Lin Jin nodded. Qin Ming departed from Jiang City Mansion, heading in a specific direction. He searched online for several villa districts located in the outskirts of Jiang City, intending to inspect them. To accommodate so many people, a spacious villa was the optimal choice. The first villa district, Jiang City Capital No. 1. There were a total of 18 standalone villas. After surveying the area, Qin Ming noted that most were bare shells, with only 1 or 2 fully furnished. and the environment was far from ideal. Inside, many corpses had been torn to shreds, filthy and disorderly, requiring considerable effort to clean. Soon, Qin Ming proceeded to the second villa district, Jiangshan Garden. However, upon arrival, he discovered that this area had also suffered an attack, with corpses strewn about, a gruesome sight. Moreover, the villas here were largely damaged and unsuitable for habitation. Before long, Qin Ming arrived at the third villa district, Shihua 8 chapters. Here, he stumbled upon an exquisite villa. This standalone villa perched atop a mountain boasted 5 stories, with a construction area of no less than 3,000 square meters and a usable area exceeding 5,000 square meters. The villa occupied the prime location and was the largest. Logically, its owner must be someone of significance. The villa was inhabited, with security personnel patrolling the entrance, indicating that its occupants were likely affluent. Nevertheless, since Qin Ming had set his sights on this place, it was destined to change ownership. He extended his senses, scanning the interior. No superhumans were present, which put Qin Ming at ease. With his head held high, he strode confidently toward the villa. Villa number 001. The most prestigious in Shihua 8 chapters. The 2 security guards at the entrance, upon noticing Qin Ming approaching, immediately barked, "Who goes there?" Their hands instinctively moved to their waists, clearly concealing weapons. Qin Ming remained silent, steadily advancing toward the 2. Sensing his intent, they swiftly drew their handguns, aiming them at Qin Ming. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming surmised that the villa's owner was indeed extraordinary, as armed security was a rarity. He did not halt his advance. Instead, he quickened his pace. The guards, not hesitating any longer, pulled their triggers. However, the gunfire did not erupt. Before they knew it, Qin Ming had inexplicably appeared before them, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he pinched the triggers. Chapter 89. Whose gun is quicker, yours or mine? Though the faces of the 2 men were concealed, one could easily imagine their remarkable visages. With a thunderous crash, they were hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Their fates uncertain. After dispatching the 2, Qin Ming approached the entrance. Before him stood an armored door, a formidable 20 centimeters thick, impervious even to a rocket launcher. Moreover, the entire villa was not constructed of reinforced concrete, but rather a robust steel framework. The walls were entirely forged from steel plates, and the windows were made of AM3 glass, reputed to withstand an astonishing 20 tons of pressure, a testament to its extraordinary resilience. With steel walls and AM3 glass, this place was nothing short of a perfect doomsday fortress. The villa surveillance system was equally formidable, as Qin Ming dealt with the 2 guards outside. Those within quickly became aware of his presence. His spiritual senses detected a balding man in his 50s, his belly swollen as if 8 months pregnant, lounging on a sofa, gazing with a smile at a large screen before him. The screen displayed Qin Ming at the entrance. In a city where the power grid had collapsed, this man somehow retained electricity in his home. Truly a fierce tiger. Unperturbed by the uninvited guest, he leisurely smoked a cigarette, as if oblivious to any impending danger. Such an extraordinary defensive system rendered the place impenetrable. Not even a mosquito could breach its defenses. It was no exaggeration to state that even with a rocket launcher, Qin Ming would struggle to infiltrate this stronghold. Yet in the next moment, the man's expression shifted to one of alarm, for Qin Ming had inexplicably appeared before him. The door had not opened. How had he entered? Startled, the man quickly regained his composure, retrieving a submachine gun from beneath the sofa and aiming it at Qin Ming. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" he demanded, a green light glimmering ominously above his head. "I have but one aim, to borrow your abode for a time." Qin Ming replied, his demeanor unfazed, a smile gracing his lips. "Humph, such audacity. Do you even know who I am?" The man retorted coldly, the barrel of his gun unwaveringly fixed upon Qin Ming, exuding an air of lethal intent. "Pray, enlighten me. Perhaps you might succeed in intimidating me?" Qin Ming casually settled onto the sofa, as if he were at home. He was genuinely curious about the man's identity. After all, to possess such an extraordinary fortress amid the apocalypse, with armed guards at the entrance, suggested a remarkable background. "Listen well, I am Deng Fei, the director of the Jiang City Security Bureau under the National Security Department." The man declared, his tone icy, radiating the authority of an upper echelon official. The National Security Department oversees matters of national security, wielding vast power. The Jiang City Security Bureau exercises the local regulatory authority of the National Security Department regarding national security, ranking above local police stations. This man held significant power as the director of the Jiang City Security Bureau. Before the apocalypse, encountering such a high-ranking official like him would have been a rare occurrence for Qin Ming, who would likely have gone unnoticed, crushed beneath the weight of his authority like an insignificant ant. But now, the world had transformed. In this era, Qin Ming was the protagonist. "Tell me, whose gun is quicker, yours or mine?" he inquired with a smile, dismissing Deng Fei entirely. "Within 5 steps, the gun is swift. Within 5 steps, it is both accurate and fast." Deng Fei, cigarette clenched between his teeth, pulled the trigger with a sharp click. As flames erupted, Qin Ming mysteriously vanished. Deng Fei raised an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings with his submachine gun at the ready. Boom. Qin Ming reappeared, akin to a streak of light, his massive fist crackling with purple lightning as it struck Deng Fei squarely in the abdomen. Deng Fei's expression contorted as he felt the world spin, the submachine gun slipping from his grasp as his body was propelled backward, crashing against the wall. "You are mistaken, whether within 5 steps or beyond. It is I who am swifter," Qin Ming declared, refraining from delivering a fatal blow, not out of pity or fear, but simply to avoid having Deng Fei perish within the confines. Chapter 90. Unable to contain anger, Deng Fei's plight bears a striking resemblance to that of the legendary General Han Xian. However, while Han Xian fell victim to his own towering achievements and low emotional intelligence, leading to his demise, Deng Fei's downfall stems from his misdeeds, justly avenged. The women, having exacted their vengeance upon him, were still unsatisfied. They pushed him from the mountaintop. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Qin Ming, unwavering in their gaze. "You all may leave," he said, shaking his head. He perceived them as a group of pitiable women. He did not extend further generosity by providing them with supplies. His act of liberating them from the frigid basement was already the greatest kindness he could muster. Naturally, he could not concern himself with subsequent matters. The women remained silent, departing quietly. After confirming the villa was deserted, Qin Ming took his leave. Before departing, he disposed of the bodies of the 2 security guards. After a considerable time, he returned to the Jiang City mansion, declaring that he had found an impeccable refuge. Yet, the pressing issue of how to escape remained. If it were merely a couple of individuals, a gradual relocation could suffice. However, with 12 people, the target was too conspicuous, easily attracting the attention of any supernatural beings. Transferring them one by one would be excessively time-consuming. He estimated it would take 2 days to complete the task. At that moment, Song Qiu seemed to recall something. "I wonder if a vehicle might be of use?" she mused. The others immediately shook their heads. In this era, vehicles had long become obsolete, the frigid temperatures rendering them unstartable. Woman also shook her head. "What if it were an off-road vehicle?" Song Xia suggested, her eyes reflecting contemplation. An off-road vehicle could indeed be attempted. After all, traversing high-altitude terrains posed no challenge. The notion of an off-road vehicle sparked renewed hope among the group. Yet, the question remained, where could they find a functional one? All gazes turned towards Song Qiu and Song Xia. "Don't look at us. My family possesses 4 or 5 sports cars, but we lack an off-road vehicle," Song Xia replied, disappointment evident in her tone. Downstairs, the garage of the Jiang City mansion housed numerous off-road vehicles, from the Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the Land Cruiser, the Range Rover Defender, the Nissan Patrol, the Cadillac Escalade, the Toyota Land Cruiser, the Tank 300, and the Jetta Traveler. However, without keys, the vehicles were mere shells of metal. Qin Ming could not afford to search each household for keys, as that would be a tremendous waste of time, and success was not guaranteed. Unless he knew precisely which car belonged to which family, there might still be a chance. Yet, with the property management system in disarray and Qin Ming's memory failing, they were left at an impasse. Just then, Song Qiu spoke up. "I have a classmate living in awakens City. Her family has over 10 cars. And I recall there is an off-road vehicle among them. We could borrow it." Though she referred to it as borrowing, it was, in essence, a heist. Nevertheless, in these dire times, Song Qiu could afford no qualms. A strategy of diplomacy before aggression was in order, depending on whether the other party preferred civility or conflict. "Very well, come with me to find your classmate," Qin Ming said, taking Song Qiu by the hand as they departed from the residence. awakens City lay approximately a kilometer from the Jiang City mansion. While it did not match the high-end status of the Jiang City mansion, it was still a respectable neighborhood. Upon arriving at Building 3, Apartment 151, they knocked on the door. Qin Ming could have entered directly, but he refrained at Song Qiu's request. If a peaceful resolution could be achieved without resorting to violence, that would be splendid. After all, no one relished conflict. Who is it? A female voice called from within. Hu Yuan, it's me, Song Qiu, came the reply. The door swung open to reveal a reasonably attractive woman clad in a thick, fluffy nightgown. Song Qiu, what brings you here? She inquired, her brow furrowing in a manner that suggested unease and displeasure. Beep. Name, Hu Yuan, age, 21. Appearance, 8'10", figure, 9'10", number of men, 2, encounters, 121, virtue, 310, overall score, 6, 7. Below the required threshold of 8. Seeing that she did not meet the system's criteria, Qin Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. Though she was reasonably attractive with a commendable figure, her past encounters were rather excessive. Hu Yuan, I'm here to ask for your help with something. Song Qiu smiled, knowing Qin Ming's capabilities and wishing to protect Hu Yuan from any harm. After all, they were classmates and shared a bond of friendship. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Just as she finished speaking, Hu Yuan attempted to shut the door. At that moment, a man clad in a fluffy nightgown emerged, inquiring. Who is it? A classmate. Hu Yuan attempted to close the door, but the man blocked her path. Oh, isn't this Song Qiu? Your classmate who practices yoga. He leered, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her figure. Song Qiu, dressed rather scantily, showcased an enviable physique, her alluring curves igniting fervor. Indeed. She must be here for our supplies. Ignore her. Hu Yuan urged, pulling the man closer as she attempted to shut the door. The man disdainfully cast a glance at Hu Yuan before forcefully shoving her aside, coldly retorting, Get lost. Hu Yuan, startled, fell silent. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Song Qiu, as if she wished to kill her. Beautiful lady, do come inside. The man beckoned, his eyes practically ablaze with desire. Such was the nature of men, that which they could not possess stirred their restlessness, while what they had was seldom valued. Song Qiu remained motionless, retreating behind Qin Ming, feeling disheartened. Despite having done nothing wrong, she was forced to endure Hu Yuan's malevolence. Why not invite my wife in? Instead of excluding me? Qin Ming interjected, stepping forward into the abode. Junxian, come out. Upon noticing another man's presence, the man called out within. Instantly, another man emerged. Resembling the first, unmistakably brothers. The two stood side by side, scrutinizing Qin Ming with hostility. Song Qiu, join us, and I promise you'll have buns for every meal. We have 2 freezers brimming with buns, enough to last us for months. Junxian declared, tossing a bun into the air and catching it deftly. The bun appeared remarkably hard, resembling a stone, making a resonant sound when struck against his palm. Junxian, Junyi, didn't you both profess your undying love for me alone? Hu Yuan clung to the brother's legs, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Upon hearing their words, Qin Ming's expression grew peculiar. While he found it entirely normal for men to have multiple wives, the notion of one woman serving 2 husbands struck him as bizarre. He finally grasped how Hu Yuan's data had come to be. It turns out that her 2 men are, astonishingly, brothers. Furthermore, this data evidently emerged only after the onset of the apocalypse. In the 2 months since the world's end, these 2 have seemingly done nothing but. Yet, the mere thought that these 2 have squandered a woman who originally met the system's requirements fills Qin Ming with an uncontrollable rage. Chapter 91. Forgotten repairs. Women who meet system requirements are exceedingly rare. After more than 2 months, Qin Ming had only managed to find 9. Yet, these 2 individuals had audaciously taken away the women that rightfully belonged to him. This alone had already incited his ire. But now they dared to covet the woman he currently had. In a fit of rage, Qin Ming seized Junxian by the collar, delivering a barrage of slaps. Junxian glared furiously at him. Nearby, Junyi bellowed, raising a stool to strike at Qin Ming. Apologies, I forgot to deal with you. Qin Ming swiftly dodged and grabbed Junyi by the collar, unleashing another flurry of slaps that left Junyi dazed and reeling. You've meddled with what doesn't belong to you, and I shall not let this go unpunished. With that, Qin Ming hurled both men from the 5th floor. A resounding thud followed, and silence ensued. Hu Yuan was petrified by the scene, hastily kneeling and pleading for mercy, lamenting her ignorance for crossing paths with Song Qiu. Yet, Qin Ming spared her life, casting a glance at Song Qiu. Squatting down, Song Qiu spoke. We seek to borrow something from you. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuan's expression shifted to one of anxiety. You can take the steam buns, just spare my life. Leave me a few. Song Qiu chuckled, realizing that Hu Yuan mistakenly believed they sought her buns. The buns in her freezer were harder than stone. It was a mystery how anyone could consume them. For Song Qiu, those buns were unworthy even of a dog's appetite. You've misunderstood. We do not desire your buns. What we wish to borrow is your vehicle. Song Qiu articulated their true intent. Zhou Huiyuan, visibly relieved, stood upright, exhaling deeply. She had feared they came to requisition supplies, only to learn they sought a vehicle. She entered her room and emerged with a multitude of car keys, handing them to Song Qiu. Feel free to choose from over 10 cars in my garage. Zhou Huiyuan displayed remarkable generosity, as cars were mere trifles compared to sustenance. This was the survival ethos of a post-apocalyptic world. Vehicles, which could only gather rust, were inconsequential, unlike food, which represented life and the hope of survival. Life is paramount, and without it, all else is meaningless. We shall not take without recompense. Here are 10 loaves of bread in exchange. Qin Ming waved his hand, and a pile of bread appeared on the table. Zhou Huiyuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt, repeatedly bowing her head in excitement. 10 loaves of bread for a vehicle was an incredible bargain. Having subsisted on frozen buns, her teeth were nearly worn down. This soft bread was a dream come true. In that moment, she seemed to recall something and implored. Song Qiu, as classmates, could you speak to your husband about taking me in? I'm a university student, and life at university is wonderful. I want to vie for his affection. I'll yield when he desires. Song Qiu remained silent, turning to Qin Ming, for she lacked the authority to make such decisions on his behalf. Qin Ming shook his head, declaring, that is not feasible. I am a devoted man. With that, he took the car keys and departed with Song Qiu. It was not that he was unwilling. Rather, he found no allure in women who did not meet system criteria. Zhou Huiyuan, bewildered, was outright rejected. With her beauty, she could easily captivate any ordinary man. Her bold advances were lethal to any man's resolve. How could Qin Ming remain indifferent? He must be henpecked, subdued by the presence of Song Qiu. In the underground garage, numerous vehicles awaited. Many had shattered windows. A testament to the lawlessness of this chaotic era. Qin Ming began unlocking the cars with the keys in hand. This one seems promising. He approached a massive SUV, scrutinizing it carefully. This was a Chevrolet Suburban, equipped with a 5.3L V8 engine, and crucially, it was a diesel version. With an abundance of diesel at his disposal, the vehicle and Oppo's fuel concerns were resolved. It seemed fate had orchestrated this encounter. The Suburban, a pioneer of SUVs since its inception in 1935, was a large, 9-passenger vehicle. Jokingly, it was said that one could never guess the true identity of those emerging from it. However, in this context, the most likely owner was a second-hand car dealer, a notion peculiar to Xia country. Starting the engine, the dormant beast roared to life after 2 months of slumber. However, given the treacherous road conditions, driving it outside would be fraught with peril. Slipping on inclines could lead to collisions or worse, a plunge into a filthy ditch. Song Qiu opened the trunk, revealing several sets of tire chains. Oh, what a find! Qin Ming exclaimed, surprised to discover such provisions. He had only known of large trucks carrying iron chains for traction. These chains were not ordinary. They were a new type of polar traction chain, akin to tank treads, featuring concave segments. Typically, luxury SUVs were equipped with such chains for emergencies. Song Qiu, a wealthy heiress, was knowledgeable about such matters. Qin Ming mused that without her assistance, he might have spent hours figuring it out. With her help, they fitted the chains on all 4 tires. After topping off the diesel, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. At the parking lot exit, the barrier stood in their way, though it had lost power. With a swift maneuver, Qin Ming crashed through it. Once outside, the vehicle's speed diminished. He deliberately eased off the accelerator. Caution was paramount. Although the roads were devoid of traffic, reckless driving could lead to disaster. The icy terrain made normal operation a challenge, and speed was not a luxury they could afford. Moreover, the sub-zero temperatures seemed to have a stifling effect on the Suburban S engine, which roared as if battling the frigid air. Upon returning to the city's mansion, Qin Ming drove the vehicle into the community and parked it below. He ascended to summon everyone, gathering their belongings, bedding, and clothing, discarding everything else. The freezer still contained an assortment of wild game procured from Wu Yuxiao, untouched and now destined for disposal. Anything that was not personally acquired was cast aside to lighten their load. Chapter 92, The Sparrow's Nest for him. It sufficed to take only the essentials of life. Everything else was mere ephemeral distractions. Losing those supplies, regardless of who benefited from them later, would simply be a stroke of luck for him. Qin Ming would never intentionally destroy anything, for he had never engaged in actions devoid of purpose. Soon, 12 individuals set forth with great enthusiasm. The bundled clothing was stowed away in the trunk, with frozen goods carefully placed underneath. Lin Jin occupied the passenger seat, while the other women settled in the back. The spacious vehicle accommodated all 12 without a hint of discomfort. The journey commenced, propelling them towards their new abode. Equipped with polar anti-skid chains, the Saab traversed the icy landscape with remarkable ease. As they drove, Qin Ming remained vigilant, extending his spirit to survey the road ahead. Merely relying on eyesight, with a visibility of only 5 meters while in motion, rendered it akin to driving in darkness. Yet, through the extension of his spirit, the white fog posed no hindrance. His vision remained clear. This acute awareness enabled him to detect obstacles on the road early, such as the burrows made by mutated earthworms, or the remnants of collapsed buildings and power poles. After some time, the vehicle entered the villa district of Shiyuan Bazangfu. The row of villas below consisted of ordinary reinforced concrete structures, save for the one at the very top, where Ding Fei resided, which was made of steel. The ascent proved somewhat laborious for the vehicle, yet Qin Ming's adept driving skills, coupled with the car's robust performance, ultimately prevailed. Upon reaching the garage, everyone began unloading their belongings, collaborating effortlessly. However, just as they approached the door, Qin Ming heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from the villa. The door was ajar, and upon extending his spirit, he discovered a dozen individuals inside singing, dancing, rapping, playing basketball, and blaring music, all in high spirits. Are you kidding me? I clear the obstacles while you indulge in merriment. Qin Ming stormed inside, his anger palpable. Inside, the group, bearing fierce expressions, turned their gazes toward him in unison. What do you want? Do you not realize this is my house? Qin Ming demanded, annoyance coursing through him. Your house? Huh, little one, you are too amusing. This is clearly Ding Fei's house. When did it become yours? Sneered a burly man. You scurry in here right after I killed Ding Fei? Are you rodents, exploiting the opportunity? Qin Ming mocked. Upon hearing that Ding Fei had been slain, the group sprang to their feet, despite their menacing demeanor. They recognized Ding Fei's stature as the director of the Jiang City Security Bureau, a position of great power. In the pre-apocalypse era, a mere stamp of his foot could send tremors through their lives. As the apocalypse unfolded, these ruffians had eyed Ding Fei's residence but dared not approach. Well aware of the heavily armed guards. So that's why no one was here. You killed him, another remarked coldly, scrutinizing Qin Ming as if attempting to see through him. Now that you know, why not leave? Qin Ming and Appo's voice turned icy. Had he not wished to avoid bloodshed in this place, he would have acted long ago. Haha, kid, what nonsense are you spouting? We won't relinquish what we've claimed. Even if you killed Ding Fei, so what? Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? The group jeered, their mockery unabated. Ultimately, they were undeterred by Qin Ming's presence. Numbers were on their side. Brother, why waste words? Let me deal with them. Lin Jin charged in, rolling up his sleeves, ready for action. Behind him, a group of women followed, their expressions equally fierce. Oh my brothers, look, beauties! Someone exclaimed, glancing toward the entrance. Counting, 1, 2, 3, 10. A total of 10 beauties. The sight of such splendid women left the ruffians awestruck. In the chaotic world they inhabited, reliance on looting and plundering had led them to harm many women, yet the allure of these particular women was unparalleled. Each was a paragon of beauty. Brothers, kill the men and each take a woman. Let's take turns. One man sneered, brandishing a machete. Wait, leave this pretty boy for me. I have no interest in women. A bearded man leered at Qin Ming, his gaze dripping with desire, akin to a wolf eyeing a lamb. Brother, why do I sense your tension? Lin Jin remarked, bewildered by Qin Ming's demeanor. Play? I'll show you how to play. Qin Ming retorted angrily at the folly of the situation. At that moment, Ling Hu Shir, who had been silent, sprang into action, seizing one man with immense strength and tossing him outside. Lin Jin joined the fray, effortlessly tossing several others out as well. Come, let me show you what play means. Interested? Lin Jin teased, lifting his attire towards the bearded man. Observing this, Qin Ming's expression turned complex, pondering whether Lin Jin harbored any peculiar inclinations. Die! Shouted Ling Hu Shir, forming hand seals as countless sword energies coalesced, resembling a torrential downpour of needles, scattering in all directions. With a resounding clang, the men were struck by the sword energies, collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Ling Hu Shir's fourth ability was one of sword manipulation, exhibiting formidable offensive prowess. Even Qin Ming had previously suffered grave injury from her full-force strike. These ruffians, who might have feigned bravado against ordinary folk, stood no chance against those endowed with abilities. Once the area was cleared, Qin Ming and his companions officially settled into the villa. Brother, the bedroom on the first floor is yours with Wu Dong and Appo's Do not venture upstairs. How does that sound? Qin Mingri suggested. He had initially considered finding another villa for Lin Jin, but deemed it unsafe. Better for them to stay here. Among all the villas in Shiyuan and Bazangfu, this one was the safest. After all, Lin Jin was a significant asset, and Qin Mingri wished to avoid any untoward incidents. Understood. Lin Jin accepted with enthusiasm. With food, drink, shelter, and the company of beautiful women, Qin Mingri's requests were hardly excessive, and Lin Jin readily consented. Moreover, even if Qin Mingri had made unreasonable demands, Lin Jin would still comply. After all, he had once been prepared to offer himself to Qin Mingri. Lin Jin, go out and assess the situation here. Investigate any potential dangers nearby, Qin Mingri instructed. He also wished to test whether Lin Jin would heed his commands. Certainly. Lin Jin responded without a moment's hesitation. He was not one to cling to pride. Having been supported by Qin Mingri all this time, he was eager to contribute. As he departed the villa, the women ascended to the second floor to make beds and tidy up. Meanwhile, Qin Mingri remained on the first floor, contemplating the placement of the generator. The first floor housed a distribution room, containing a generator accompanied by some diesel fuel. Those in positions of power indeed enjoyed privileges, their homes equipped with such resources. No wonder there were power outages everywhere else while this household still maintained a steady supply. Chapter 93. The Doomsday Sanctuary. Qin Mingri relocated the original generator and unveiled his silent generator, which was perfectly sized to fit into the power distribution room. After filling it with diesel and starting it, the generator's output was connected to the input of the distribution box, and thus it began to hum softly. Living up to its name as a silent machine, a single tank of diesel could sustain it for 2 days, meaning he only needed to refuel every other day to ensure a continuous power supply. Qin Mingri felt a surge of excitement. Now he had resources, women, and electricity. Aside from the chilling cold outside, his life was almost indistinguishable from normality. With endless diesel and an eternal generator, intermittent power issues were a thing of the past. All he needed to do now was to keep welcoming beautiful women into his sanctuary. He envisioned a future where he would embrace these women, gaining strength and companionship. Until one day he would become invincible. Once invincible, the world would be as insubstantial as floating clouds. Reclining on the sofa on the first floor, Qin Mingri sighed in contentment. Just then, Wudong approached him, stepping behind and beginning to massage his shoulders. Sensing something amiss, he turned to see her blushing and gazing at him with a flirtatious expression. What are you doing? Qin Mingri asked coldly, raising an eyebrow. Brother, what do you think of me? Wu Donger replied with a seductive glance, her eyes shimmering with allure. In that moment, Qin Mingri realized her intentions. She sought to seduce him. As if being Lin Jin's woman was not enough, she now aspired to be his. Was Lin Jin insufficient? Absolutely not. I warn you. Either you obediently follow my brother and enjoy ample provisions, or you can face dire consequences. Keep your tricks to yourself. There are plenty of women out there. If you sow discord between us brothers, I will not hesitate to take you down. His voice was frigid, as chilling as ancient ice, pushing her away. Wudonga was left speechless, her face pale with fear. This was not what she had expected. In her mind, men would always be the ones to pursue women, and a woman of her beauty could easily ensnare any man. She had always thought Qin Mingri was a lecher, believing it would be easy to seduce him. Now, she realized she had misjudged him. He was a man of principles. What she failed to understand was that Qin Mingri held no interest in her. Had she met the system's criteria, he would have claimed her without her needing to initiate anything, and Lin Jin would not have stood a chance. Returning to her room, Wudonga felt guilty for her greed. Lin Jin had treated her well, providing her with food and safety. How could she betray him? Overwhelmed with remorse, she acknowledged her transgressions. Qin Mingri continued to observe Wudonga with his spirit. Should she display any hostility, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. This was his principle. Those who were well-fed, yet harbored ulterior motives were akin to untrainable dogs, deserving only to be stewed. Fortunately, Wudonga recognized her mistake and showed no animosity towards him. Otherwise, if a woman instigated conflict, Lin Jin might also be led astray, causing significant trouble. After more than half an hour, Lin Jin returned. I surveyed the surroundings. Only a few mutated creatures remained, which I dealt with. No formidable threats were present, nor any peculiarities. However, I made a noteworthy discovery. Lin Jin leaned in closer. Don't get too close. There are no outsiders here. Speak, Qin Mingri frowned. Worry of Lin Jin. While it was acceptable for women to harbor affection for him, it was the men's admiration that warranted caution. He had only just realized that Lin Jin might also have a liking for men. one must always be vigilant to avoid being caught off guard. There exists a church nearby, transformed into a doomsday sanctuary, reportedly established by the developers of the Shiyuan 8 chapters as part of the community's facilities. It currently shelters over 200 people, with a mysterious benefactor providing supplies daily, Lin Jin whispered, his expression grave. A doomsday sanctuary? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, astonished that someone had the audacity to construct such a haven for over 200 souls, continuously supplying them. Who was this enigmatic benefactor? And how did they manage to provide such resources? Could they be a protagonist of a system like himself? The sanctuary was open to all, welcoming the homeless and displaced without discrimination. Lin Jin had gathered this information, and curiosity piqued within Qin Ming. I must see this for myself. There may be worthy women within the sanctuary who meet the system's criteria, he mused, prioritizing the quest for beautiful women. Let us go, Qin Ming declared, stepping outside. Guided by Lin Jin toward the sanctuary. The sanctuary was only a short walk away, approximately 10 minutes at a normal pace. Before them stood a grand church, its imposing structure majestic and formidable. The main doors were shut tight, but a small entrance allowed for entry and exit. It was not secured. The inhabitants appeared to thrive peacefully, resembling a well-structured community, and there were no restrictions on the survivors' freedom. Moreover, the sanctuary was unlikely to attract any bandits. Not only was there nothing of value to covet, but the sheer number of over 200 individuals would deter any would-be assailants. Entering the church, Qin Ming and Lin Jin found it spacious enough to accommodate the throng without feeling cramped. The residents lay on the ground, seemingly in unspoken harmony, maintaining an order that discouraged chaos. In this harsh world, the opportunity to reside in such a sanctuary was a coveted blessing. Anyone who dared disrupt it would quickly become a pariah. Soon, 2 small carts were rolled in, distributing supplies to the orderly line of people. Qin Ming and Lin Jin, now classified as survivors, received their rations as well. When they held the supplies, they exchanged glances. Dried meat? This was all too familiar. Such provisions were often distributed by mysterious organizations. Moreover, it seemed that this secretive organization was the state-run ability user group. What were their true intentions? Were there ability users among the crowd? Qin Ming's brow furrowed as he spotted 2 ability users within the sanctuary. One man donned in a military coat, manipulating a small orb of black flames, and a woman with a vacant expression, her hair resembling serpents, reminiscent of Medusa. Ding. System has detected a beauty that meets the criteria. Chapter 94. No one will starve you. A sudden voice filled Qin Ming with delight. Indeed, there was potential here. His gaze swept through the crowd until it settled on a woman in the corner, looking disheveled. She sat quietly, dressed in tattered clothes, resembling a peasant woman in her 40s. Yet, Qin Ming had pinpointed her. She was Zhou Yuan, evidently disguised in such a manner, akin to Ling Hu Shi before her. In this era where the law could not restrain human nature, who would not be tempted by a woman adorned in vibrant attire? Everyone thought. Since there would be no repercussions, why not indulge? Much like in a certain country, where one might infringe upon another yet blame them for their revealing attire, it was not without reason. In such times, adopting an unattractive guise was a prudent choice. At least one would not attract undue attention. If one were too beautiful, even within a shelter, harassment would likely ensue. Brother, why is your mouth watering? Lin Jin queried, observing Qin Ming with confusion. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his eyes widened. You don't mean to say you wish to consume this dried meat, do you? Eat your sister. Qin Ming shot Lin Jin a glance of exasperation, then added, you should head back. I'll stay here and observe. Lin Jin furrowed his brow. Brother, the outside world is fraught with danger. I must stay with you. He spoke earnestly, with a sense of righteousness. Yet, Qin Ming, intent on pursuing romance, found Lin Jin's presence a hindrance. His expression darkened as he whispered, I said go. I have matters to attend to. Lin Jin regarded Qin Ming's serious demeanor and, ultimately, refrained from further protest, turning to leave. Once Lin Jin departed, Qin Ming slowly approached Zhou Yuan. As she noticed someone approaching, a wary expression crossed her face. Qin Ming sat beside her, scrutinizing the woman. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was indeed attempting to disguise her beauty. Her makeup skills vastly inferior to those of Ling Hu Shi. The latter could stand before you, and you would struggle to discern her true appearance from her disguise. However, Zhou Yuan's youthful skin was apparent upon closer proximity. Zhou Yuan, come with me. You can reside in a grand villa, where you shall want for nothing. Or you can remain here, subsisting on communal meals. The choice is yours. Qin Ming stated plainly, employing the first principle of his romantic endeavors, directness. Zhou Yuanyuan paused for 5 seconds before responding. Do you know me? And why? Because you are a beauty, and I am drawn to you. Qin Ming gazed intently into Zhou Yuanyuan and Appo's eyes, his sincerity palpable. Very well, I agree. Zhou Yuanyuan nodded, her acceptance leaving Qin Ming momentarily dumbfounded. Was it truly this simple? He mused that he could pen a book titled 2 Sentences to Captivate a Beauty. Are you not afraid I might be a villain? Qin Ming retorted with a smile. This was the easiest conquest he had experienced. Her agreement was remarkably swift. My instincts tell me you are not a bad person, Zhou Yuanyuan replied earnestly. Internally, Qin Ming reflected. While he was not a nefarious villain, he was also no saint. Thus, he escorted Zhou Yuanyuan back to the villa. Upon observing the arrival of a woman with Qin Ming, Lin Jin raised an eyebrow. Brother, I wondered why you had me return early. It turns out you want to pursue a woman. Is having matters to attend to merely a euphemism for flirting? Lin Jin mentally cursed the situation. Feeling that Qin Ming was rather shameless. Is there a fine for this? $50, do you understand? Qin Ming responded with exasperation, casting Lin Jin a disapproving look. Lin Jin remained silent, and despite Qin Ming's clear reluctance, he pulled his arm aside, whispering, Brother, have you been captivated by beautiful women to the point of losing your discernment? Why pursue such an older woman? Is your hunger truly that great? Surely, no one would starve you. Lin Jin was perplexed, unable to fathom Qin Ming's motives. Qin Ming, disinterested in explanation, led Zhou Yuanyuan upstairs. Go take a shower, he instructed, guiding her to the bathroom. He then provided her with a low-cut camisole, a miniskirt, and a clean towel. Thanks to the electricity, they no longer needed to spend excessive time boiling water. Additionally, there was a rooftop pool equipped with a heating rod. By simply adding enough mineral water daily, they could enjoy the luxury of indoor plumbing without the hassle of opening bottle after bottle of water. Now, they could shower, making the process quicker and more convenient. In the kitchen on the first floor, the atmosphere was lively, with preparations nearly complete. Brother, what is going on? You have so many beautiful sisters-in-law to attend to. Why suddenly choose an older woman? Lin Jin continued to ponder, struggling to comprehend Qin Ming's logic. Qin Ming shot him an irritated glance, thinking Lin Jin was short-sighted but choosing silence. Once you see her true form, you shall understand. You will be astounded. Minutes later, Zhou Yuanyuan descended the stairs, now clad in her new attire. After a shower and a change of clothes, she radiated a youthful, vibrant aura that filled the room. Wow, brother, who is this? Lin Jin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is the older woman you spoke of. Qin Ming grinned, realizing that Zhou Yuanyuan's beauty, as selected by the system, was a solid 9, only slightly behind Zhao Feifei and Ling Hu Shishir, yet superior to most others. Goodness, my dear brother, can you not find a few more for me? Don't just indulge yourself. Lin Jin expressed his envy, astonished by Qin Ming's prowess. Just moments apart, and he had managed to win over another woman. It was almost unbelievable. As Lin Jin spoke, Wudongo approached, wrapping her arms around his, playfully declaring, Brother, I can fulfill any request. Don't look for other women. I am enough. She was unwilling to share Lin Jin with anyone else. You know nothing. A bead is not alight upon just one flower. Lin Jin responded. Exasperated by her naivety, Wudongo pouted, choosing not to argue further. Fine, I will find someone for you. Qin Ming nodded, implying that he would consider those he found unsuitable for himself. Naturally, any he deemed worthy would not be for Lin Jin. All right, thank you, brother. Lin Jin replied, satisfied and grateful. A group of women regarded Lin Jin as if he were a lecher. Wasn't he one enough? Why seek more? Unlike Qin Ming, whose pursuit of multiple women was to enhance their collective safety and resources, Lin Jin's motivations were purely carnal. Time to eat. Qin Ming served Zhou Yuanyuan a bowl of rice. As she beheld the abundance of dishes and fragrant rice, her eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of household is this? In this apocalyptic world, how can one manage such a feast? Many individuals did not possess the standard of living even before the apocalypse. Chapter 95. Witnessing the awakening of the extraordinary abilities as the apocalypse descends, starvation grips the populace. A staggering 80% of the nation's food is monopolized by a mere 10% of the people. Individuals of such opulence are indeed a rare sight. The table was adorned with a splendid array of dishes, including a delightful mix of meat and vegetables, soups, and a platter of fresh fruits, all of which left Zhou Yuanyuan utterly astonished. This room is so warm, she exclaimed, marveling at the comfortable atmosphere despite her light attire. At Qin Ming's gesture, Zhou Yuanyuan began her meal. The savory meat entered her mouth, and with a few chews, slid down her throat into her stomach, filling her with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It felt almost dreamlike, surreal in nature. She hurriedly took another large bite, fearing it might all be an illusion, wishing to savor the moment even when awake. As she continued to eat, a green glow began to emanate from her body. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. I invite you to dine, and yet you exhibit hostility? But soon, he realized the truth was different. The aura of hostility he typically sensed gathered above the head, whereas Zhou Yuanyuan's green luminescence appeared to emanate from beneath her skin. Her exposed arms, fragrant shoulders, and thighs sparkled with a fluorescent sheen, as though dusted with glowing powder. Could this signify the awakening of extraordinary abilities? Qin Ming was the first to grasp the situation, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Zhou Yuanyuan was, at that very moment, awakening her powers. Such abilities were elusive, their emergence often shrouded in mystery. A group of onlookers bore witness to the transformation. Their curiosity piqued as they fixated on Zhou Yuanyuan. The radiance enveloping her intensified, reminiscent of a green giant. Ultimately, even her strands of hair took on a translucent green hue. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for over 10 minutes before gradually returning to normal. Zhou Yuanyuan gazed at her hands, a sense of wonder coursing through her. Do you feel any changes within your body? Qin Ming inquired, eager to discern the nature of her awakening. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength, Zhou Yuanyuan replied, her delicate brows furrowing as she lifted an empty bowl and struck it forcefully against her arm. The clatter startled the nearby women. To her astonishment, she felt no pain whatsoever. Qin Ming then procured a knife and gently grazed it against her skin. The sharp blade left merely a white scratch on her surface, failing to pierce her flesh. Despite Qin Ming's gentle touch, her tender skin would ordinarily yield to injury. Yet she remained unscathed. I understand now. You have awakened a power that enhances your physical form, Qin Ming declared, noting that this was a power he had never encountered before. It bore similarities to the extraordinary individual he had previously dealt with, one possessing a body of steel. In a shelter housing over 200 individuals, 3 extraordinary beings had emerged. The number of those with powers is on the rise, which is rather peculiar. Lin Jin observed solemnly. They are among the first to awaken their abilities, fully aware of the slim chances of such occurrences. In the once thriving Sunlight Waterside, out of tens of thousands, only Wang Tao and Qin Ming had awakened. Qin Ming recalled the previous encounter led by Mo Rufu, where over 30 extraordinary beings battled against the swamp demon, comprising those freshly awakened. Could there truly be a connection to the human jerky? Qin Ming pondered, finding it difficult to dismiss the correlation between the two matters. Did you consume the jerky distributed in your shelter? Qin Ming queried. Zhou Yuanyuan nodded, stating, everyone in the shelter ate it. It was terrible, but we had no choice. Starvation was a far worse fate. Do you know what kind of meat it was? Lin Jin retorted. Yes, human flesh. Zhou Yuanyuan replied calmly, as if she had long been aware of the truth. But what could knowing change? For many, survival necessitated sacrifices, as this was their sole hope for existence. Thus, Zhou Yuanyuan had boldly followed Qin Ming, believing that any sustenance was preferable to consuming human flesh. 3 extraordinary beings are undoubtedly suspicious, Lin Jin murmured, raising an eyebrow. Their inquiries revealed that supplies were delivered daily to the shelter, accompanied by a beautiful female doctor who periodically conducted health checkups. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming felt a deeper intrigue. In this era, even if a powerful entity established a shelter providing sustenance, it seemed implausible they would also dedicate resources to medical examinations. I feel as though the inhabitants of the shelter are akin to laboratory mice. Qin Ming shuddered. I suspect it is the state-run organization of extraordinary beings behind this, Lin Jin concluded. The previous distribution of jerky, coupled with the doctor's examinations, seemed to point toward the state-run organization, raising questions about their true intentions. It appears that this matter warrants investigation. I am indifferent to its relation to others, but it concerns us. Lin Jin's gaze was intense, his expression grave. Once extraordinary beings are involved, no one can remain untouched. Rather than becoming a headless fly, it is more prudent to take the initiative and clarify these matters sooner rather than later. Indeed, Qin Ming nodded, acknowledging the necessity of uncovering the truth. Xiaoyun, check her pulse. Qin Ming handed Zhou Yuanyuan's hand to Han Xiaoan. Han Xiaoan nodded, her fingers delicately resting on Zhou Yuanyuan's wrist. She assessed that Zhou Yuanyuan was in good health, with ample vitality, a regular menstrual cycle, no peculiar odors, and no gynecological issues. Han Xiaoyan's skill as a healer was evident, as she gleaned so much information from a simple pulse check. Qin Ming rolled his eyes and remarked, "I did not ask you to evaluate her health. I wanted you to discern if there are any changes or anomalies within her body." "All right." Han Xiaoyan chuckled lightly, resuming her examination. After some time, she shook her head and stated, "Aside from her health, there are no discernible differences." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the human jerky bore no adverse effects on her health. Whether it related to her awakening remained uncertain. "When will that female doctor return?" Qin Ming inquired, believing that unraveling the mystery hinged on her visit. "She was here just yesterday and typically visits every 4 days. If all goes as planned, she should return the day after tomorrow around noon." Zhou Yuanyuan shared the information she had. Qin Ming nodded, resolving to visit the shelter the day after tomorrow to investigate further, hopeful that it might unveil some hidden truths. Chapter 96. Once he sneered. Now he learns frame by frame suddenly. Lin Jin fixed his gaze on Han Xiaoyan, hesitating to speak. Noticing his reluctance, Han Xiaoyan flashed a charming smile and said, "Big brother, just say what's on your mind." Lin Jin, feeling emboldened, replied, "Divine doctor, please take her pulse. She claims I am her first man, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not true. I need you to confirm this for me." Han Xiaoyan chuckled. "In what way does it not seem true?" Lin Jin scratched his head. "She's far too skilled." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Qin Ming, who knew Wu Donger well, merely stifled a laugh. If Wu Donger were a pure maiden, would he even stand a chance? However, Wu Donger was quite bold. It seemed she was trying to deceive Lin Jin. Is that really necessary? Han Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. "I merely wish to confirm. I mean no harm. She claims I am her first man, and I need to see if she is being truthful." Lin Jin mused, feeling the need for certainty before he could relax. Wu Donger's face turned pale, and she pouted. Not being trusted truly hurts. She regretted her earlier boldness, having employed all the charms she used to impress the top brother. If only she had known to be a bit more reserved. "Spare me the nonsense. If I find out you've deceived me, I'll take action." Lin Jin had also adopted Qin Ming's masculine demeanor. A man must never be led by a woman. A man who lets a woman dictate his actions is utterly ruined. "Come here." Han Xiaoyan grasped Wu Donger's hand. It was evident that Wu Donger blushed, clearly anxious. However, she couldn't refuse. A direct rejection would only reveal her guilt, leading to worse consequences. After taking Wu Donger's pulse, Han Xiaoyan's expression turned peculiar as she glanced at Wu Donger, then discreetly at Qin Ming. Receiving a slight nod from him, she released Wu Donger's hand and proclaimed, she did not lie. Upon hearing this, Wu Donger sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Han Xiaoyan. Lin Jin also felt relieved, fearing that this hard-to-find girl might deceive him. He didn't want to say something he couldn't take back later. Qin Ming struggled to suppress laughter, having suggested that Han Xiaoyan do this to prevent any upset for Lin Jin. Besides, he thought Wu Donger was quite a catch. Their limited encounters were understandable. At the same time, he held Han Xiaoyan in higher regard. Traditional Chinese medicine truly is profound. He relied on the system for identification, while Han Xiaoyan simply needed to take a pulse. It was astonishing. In the past 2 days, Qin Ming had stayed home, not rushing to unlock Zhou Yuanyuan. He had his plans. Now that Zhou Yuanyuan had awakened her abilities, unlocking her would at least double her vitality, reaching a minimum of 50 points. However, since her powers had just awakened, Qin Ming was wary of instability. If her vitality didn't double, it would be a significant loss. Therefore, he decided to wait until her abilities stabilized before proceeding. Patience is a virtue, and he was not in a hurry. Before long, 2 days had swiftly passed, and the time had come for the day after tomorrow. Qin Ming and Lin Jin left the villa and arrived at the shelter. Remarkably, the number of people in the shelter had already surpassed 300 within just a few days. This was not surprising, as the apocalypse escalated. Even those with homes sought refuge in the shelter to survive. While there was no food at home, provisions were available at the shelter. Beep. The system has detected a beauty that meets the criteria. Name, Danqing. Age, 21. Appearance, 9 points. Figure, 8 points. Number of men, 0. Encounters, 0. Virtue, 10 points. Overall score, 9 points. Meets system requirements. Host is encouraged to unlock new resources soon for special rewards. The system's notification brightened Qin Ming's eyes. He quickly spotted a petite beauty among the crowd. She was clad in a thick down jacket and wearing a hat, squatting like a little duck. Qin Ming hurried over, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Lin Jin instantly realized his intent and hurriedly blocked Qin Mingri. Brother, we're here for serious business. He suspected Qin Mingri was about to pursue another girl. He firmly believed that Qin Mingri was using the pretext of gathering resources to indulge his own desires. That's my business. Qin Mingri sidestepped Lin Jin and approached the petite beauty. As he drew closer, he took a moment to appraise Dan Qing. She was diminutive, barely reaching 1.60 meters. Looking fragile as her down jacket almost touched the ground. Clutching a piece of jerky in her hand, she hesitated, unable to take a bite. She was so thin. No wonder her figure only scored an 8. She belonged to the cute and petite type. What are you doing, uncle? Dan Qing's clear eyes turned cautious as she noticed the glimmer of interest in Qin Mingri's gaze. In this world, there were far too many bad people to let her guard down. Why aren't you eating? What is stopping you? Qin Mingri grinned. His gaze fixed on her like a wolf eyeing a little rabbit. You want it? Here, take it. Dan Qing offered her jerky to Qin Mingri, revealing an adorable smile. Staring into her clear eyes, Qin Mingri felt a twinge of bashfulness. This girl appeared genuinely innocent. I'm not hungry. I have bread. Qin Mingri pulled out a piece of bread and began munching away, crumbs cascading from the corners of his mouth onto the ground. Dan Qing swallowed hard, watching Qin Mingri devour the entire loaf. Uncle, could you step away while you eat? I can barely contain my saliva. Dan Qing pouted, unable to resist licking her dry lips. Do you want to eat? Qin Mingri produced another loaf of bread as if performing magic. I do. Dan Qing nodded dumbly, parched and eager. Here you go. Qin Mingri generously handed her the bread, cautioning her to watch out for others who might steal it. Dan Qing accepted the bread and, disregarding Qin Mingri's intentions, began to wolf it down. Despite her small stature, her appetite was remarkable. The single loaf only filled her halfway. After finishing, Dan Qing still seemed unsatisfied. Do you want more? Qin Mingri asked with a smile. I do. Dan Qing's eyes sparkled, gazing intently at Qin Mingri. Come with me to my place. I'll make sure you're full. And there will be rice too. Qin Mingri chuckled. All right, since you offered the bread, I agree. Dan Qing nodded, eagerly rising and taking Qin Mingri's hand. Qin Mingri was quite pleased. There is an old saying in Xia country, those who know how to seize opportunities are the true talents. Meanwhile, Lin Jin stood nearby, utterly astonished. To charm a woman with just a few words, was Qin Mingri possessed by a demon? Finally, Lin Jin refrained from berating Qin Mingri as a beast and instead stared intently, afraid to miss any detail. Once he had scoffed at such antics. Now he was learning frame by frame. Brother, give me 2 loaves of bread. I want to try my luck. The application of optics is rendered futile if not put into practice. One must indeed seek a woman to refine their skills. After observing the live demonstration, Lin Jin felt a surge of confidence. He was ready. Qin Mingri was not one to linger in hesitation. He casually produced 2 loaves of bread and tossed them to Lin Jin. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Jin commenced a search for a target amidst the crowd. Chapter 97. Dr. Long Xueqing, a student who only learns but cannot apply their knowledge, is not a good student. True excellence lies in the application of learning. Soon, Lin Jin fixed his gaze on a woman. Tall, with a slender face and long legs, she stood out in a floral cotton jacket, strikingly beautiful. If Qin Mingri were to rate her, she might receive an 8 for her looks, a 9 for her figure, and an unknown score for her virtue. However, the lack of automatic identification from the system suggested her virtue was likely lacking. Imitating Qin Mingri, Lin Jin approached her and crouched down. Why aren't you eating? His mimicry was astonishingly accurate, except for the fact that he did not resemble Qin Mingri at all. His demeanor and movements were almost identical. I'm eating, so what? The woman with the floral jacket bit into a piece of jerky with vigor. Lin Jin grimaced at the sight. How could the same words elicit such a different response? Adjusting his mindset, he held up a piece of bread and said, I have bread. She shot him a glare and retorted, What do you want? Just because you have bread, you think you're something special? Get lost. The woman's foul language demolished her image. Lin Jin felt a wave of frustration. Was he being scolded while trying to flirt? He feigned calmness, convinced he had yet to find the right approach, and asked, Do you want to eat? The woman glanced at the bread in Lin Jin's hand, then met his earnest gaze, snatching the bread from him and devouring it greedily. Halfway through, she tore the bread in 2, stuffing the jerky inside, creating a makeshift meat sandwich. This sight made Lin Jin feel nauseous. Why would she ruin good bread by adding jerky? Even if she didn't know it was jerky, it surely wouldn't taste good. In no time, the meat sandwich was entirely consumed. Still hungry? Come to my place. I have plenty more. Lin Jin continued to emulate Qin Mingri's mannerisms, attempting to woo her. I don't want any more. She waved her hand dismissively, lying down to sleep without a care. Why not? Lin Jin was taken aback. The same words, the same tactics. Yet his outcome was entirely different. I'm full. She burped contentedly. You filled your stomach this time, but what about the next meal? Lin Jin was at a loss. How could this woman lack foresight and a broader perspective, only focusing on the immediate moment? Upon hearing this, she sat up and said, Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to lure me to your home with 2 pieces of bread, sweet-talking me into your bed. If luck runs out and I get pregnant, I'd end up having an abortion for a mere meal. It's not worth it. Her lengthy monologue left Lin Jin speechless. Damn it, how did you know what I was thinking? If you see through things so clearly, why are you eating my bread? ISNT at you who offered it? If it's there, why not eat? Then just get lost. I'm a woman you can never reach. She ceased the conversation and lay back down to sleep. Lin Jin was at a loss. He had not anticipated being schooled by a woman today. He couldn't comprehend how his actions mirrored Qin Ming's, even down to his expressions and gestures, yet the results were vastly different. Was it his lack of charm or looks? Qin Ming was nearly in stitches. This was what they called Dong Shi imitating the frown. He had failed to charm the lady and had ended up being ridiculed instead. Qin Ming, holding Dan Qing's hand, approached with a smile. Brother, it and Oppos. It's not that I Don and Oppos, T support you, but you and Oppos, read just too inexperienced. Some things require talent and fate. Talent? Fate? Lin Jin pondered. Just then, a commotion arose outside. To avoid drawing attention, Qin Ming hastily led Dan Qing to the back door to hide. Due to the crowd, no one noticed them. A woman clad in a white lab coat entered the church, followed by a tall, burly man. Qin Ming quickly recognized that the man behind her was an ability user, emanating a significant energy flow, clearly a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Beep. System detected a woman meeting the criteria. Name, Long Xueqing, age, 28, appearance, 10 points, figure, 10 points, men, 1, encounters, 1, virtue, 9 points, overall score, 9. 7. Meeting system requirements. Host. Please continue working hard to unlock new resources and receive special rewards. Another woman meeting the system's criteria. Qin Ming felt elated. Why had his luck improved so dramatically lately, with beautiful women appearing one after another? It seemed he was destined for greatness. Moreover, Long Xueqing's statistics were astonishing. Perfect scores for both appearance and figure, akin to Linghu Shishir. The only drawback was that she was not a virgin, having had a previous encounter. Only one man, one time. This data led Qin Ming to speculate. Could it be that she had a relationship, spent a night, realized it was unsuitable, and then parted ways? Or had she been coerced by someone? Such thoughts drifted through Qin Ming's mind. Yet the truth was likely known only to her. What a pity. She was just a step away from being a perfect goddess. Qin Ming sighed, having only understood the allure of a perfect goddess after unlocking Linghu Shishir. If I find out who did this, I will make them pay dearly. Long Xueqing entered the church and surveyed her surroundings before instructing her men to take 2 ability users away. One could manipulate fire, while the other was a mutated Medusa. Subsequently, Long Xueqing began examining everyone's health. One by one, she checked without complaint. Qin Ming quickly discerned her true intent. She was not genuinely conducting health checks but was instead probing for signs of awakened abilities among the individuals present. Seeing this, Qin Ming's suspicion solidified. The recent surge of ability users must be linked to the ability user organization. Could they have the power to control the awakening of abilities? If so, that would be utterly terrifying. A military force of ability users could dominate the world. Qin Ming refrained from taking rash actions or allowing her to examine him. Instead, he took Dan Qing and retreated to the back, avoiding Long Xueqing. Doctor, no awakened individuals detected. One of her aides reported. Good, let us go. With that, Long Xueqing departed the shelter, flanked by her bodyguards. Qin Ming was astonished. He had assumed Long Xueqing was merely a physician, but she turned out to be a doctor. Dan Qing, wait here for me. I'll be back soon. If you're hungry, eat the bread. He tossed her 2 pieces of bread before pursuing Long Xueqing. Something was amiss, and he needed to investigate. Regardless of her intentions, he would find out by observing her actions. Chapter 98. Reluctant to engage, Qin Ming and Lin Jin concealed themselves in the shadows, tracking Long Xueqing. Lin Jin resembled a headless fly, unable to perceive anything as a hazy white mist obscured his vision. In contrast, Qin Ming remained unaffected, employing his spiritual probing to see through the fog. ensuring he would not lose their target. After a brief moment, they halted. Lin Jin, fixated on Qin Ming, inquired, "Brother, what is the situation?" "There is a laboratory ahead, housing over 30 superhumans and an array of vials and jars," Qin Ming relayed, transmitting what he had discerned to Lin Jin. "Over 30 superhumans?" Lin Jin gasped, astonished by the rarity of such individuals. How could there be so many now? The superhumans were located in a large room adjacent to the laboratory, while Long Xueqing led two newly awakened individuals into the lab. Close behind her was a hulking figure, steadfastly ensuring her safety. Shortly thereafter, several individuals clad in white lab coats emerged from the laboratory, all older than Long Xueqing. Yet, they regarded her with profound respect. The lab-coated individuals began examining the two newly awakened superhumans. Upon completing their assessments, they looked at Dr. Long and reported, "Their physiques are robust, with no unusual conditions." Long Xueqing nodded in response, declaring, "Old Li's research has made another breakthrough. The awakening rate has at least increased tenfold. I must intensify my efforts to extract their genes. Achieving a 100% awakening rate is our ultimate goal." Her gaze was resolute. Hearing this, Qin Ming furrowed his brows. The superhumans were indeed a product of their creation. What was their purpose in generating so many superhumans? Extracting the genes of the awakened, researching genetically modified agents, using survivors as lab rats for their experiments? It was unfathomable to think that if they truly developed a potion with a 100% awakening rate, it would be catastrophic. They could forge an army of superhumans capable of overturning the world. At that moment, a figure suddenly bolted from the corner of the laboratory. He approached Dr. Long silently, exchanging a glance with the hulking figure before they both discreetly exited the lab. Qin Ming comprehended everything. Their bizarre recruitment of superhumans and augmentation of power was likely part of a larger agenda to decode the secrets of awakening. Boom. Just then, the white mist parted, and a figure shot forth from the illusion like lightning, striking at Lin Jin with a punch that shattered the air. White electricity crackled around his fist, accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds. Lin Jin was unable to evade in time and was struck squarely. However, in the next instant, an eerie wave emanated. The void trembled, and time rewound. The fist withdrew from Lin Jin's body, retracing its path. 3, 2, 1. Time reverted 3 seconds back, as if nothing had transpired. The power to manipulate time was indeed formidable. Boom. Subsequently, Lin Jin retaliated with a punch, sending the assailant flying. The adversary was a lean man with dark skin and piercing eyes, exuding a fierce aura. After being knocked back, he clutched his chest, his brow furrowed in disbelief. A master of time manipulation. The man spoke gravely, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. The hulking figure behind Long Xueqing also stepped forward, his massive form radiating explosive strength. "These two are exceptional. They detected us from afar," Lin Jin remarked, realizing that without the time rewind, he might have sustained injuries. In the next moment, the lean man altered his stance, unleashing bolts of lightning from his fingertips. With a thunderous clap, he struck his palms together, sending forth a bolt of lightning that surged like a dragon emerging from the sea, bright and terrifying. Qin Ming was taken aback. The man's powers were akin to his own lightning whip, both harnessing the might of electricity. In an instant, the lightning was upon them. With a swift motion, Qin Ming vanished, evading the strike. The lean man frowned deeply, muttering, "How could this be? My lightning fist is unparalleled. No one can dodge it." "Stop boasting. You failed twice today. Perhaps it's time to tone it down," the hulking figure retorted, a mocking grin on his face. "Allow me to handle this." The hulking figure charged forward, his fists like sandbags, transforming into a colossal gorilla as he descended with a thunderous strike. Boom. Dust swirled, debris flew, and snow scattered everywhere. Yet, upon closer inspection, Qin Ming and Lin Jin had vanished without a trace. The duo had no desire to engage further and had slipped away. "Leave it to you, I suppose." "Where did they go?" The lean man sneered at the hulking figure. "How should I know?" The hulking figure replied innocently, initially intending to confront them head-on, but finding no opportunity to do so. As Qin Ming and Lin Jin retreated, they reflected on the formidable prowess of their adversaries. Lin Jin noted that from their earlier encounter, they sensed the power of the lean man and Appo's lightning strikes and the overwhelming strength of the hulking figure, both of whom ranked among the elite in the laboratory. They had no intention of provoking the state-run superhuman organization either. Inside the laboratory, Long Xueqing's brow was furrowed as she inquired, "What happened?" The hulking figure sheepishly grinned. "They escaped. We couldn't catch them. Long Xueqing's gaze turned icy. Useless. The hulking figure fell silent, a foolish grin plastered on his face. The lean man stepped forward, speaking gravely, Dr. Long, these two possess immense strength, appearing and disappearing like phantoms. One of them is a master of time manipulation. A master of time manipulation? Long Xueqing paused, clearly having heard of such an individual. Rejecting the state-run superhuman organization, the power to manipulate time was one of the most formidable abilities. The other one evaded my lightning fist. I suspect he possesses a form of spatial ability. The lean man continued. Time manipulation and spatial abilities? Long Xueqing's eyes ignited with fervor. We must find them at all costs. I want to extract their genes. This task is entrusted to both of you. Her eyes gleamed with fervent ambition as she regarded the lean man and the hulking figure. Understood. They replied, bowing respectfully before exiting the laboratory. Qin Ming arrived at the sanctuary, intending to leave with Dan Qing, but upon arrival, he found no trace of her. Had she run off with the bread? Shaking his head. His instincts told him that Dan Qing was not that kind of person. Using his spiritual senses, he scanned the surroundings. Behind the church, there was a public restroom. At that moment, Dan Qing was trapped inside, held fast by two men. Tell me where the bread came from, or I will force you. One man threatened, snarling at Dan Qing. Dan Qing turned her face away defiantly, coldly retorting, even if you kill me, I won't say a word. Kill you? Dream on. You may be petite, but you're quite attractive. I intend to savor you slowly. One of the men began tearing at Dan Qing's clothing, his grin growing increasingly deranged. Chapter 99. Does deer antler and chives have such a function? Before the first piece of clothing was even torn off, Qin Ming had already entered the restroom. Upon witnessing Dan Qing being bullied, a surge of anger ignited within him. He stepped forward, forcefully pulling the two men apart. What are you doing? The two men, interrupted in their dubious endeavor, glared at Qin Ming with fury in their eyes. Get lost. One of them kicked out, and both men fell to the ground, clutching their groins in agony. Uncle, thank goodness you arrived. They were trying to steal my bread and bully me. Dan Qing's clear eyes revealed her grievance. Don't worry, brother will avenge you. Qin Ming coldly chuckled as he turned his gaze toward the two men. Their expressions shifted, realizing they were no match for him. And they quickly knelt, begging for mercy. Big brother, we were wrong. Please let us go. In a time of peace, one might not fear the repercussions of offending others, expecting only a beating, perhaps a few bruises. However, in this apocalyptic world where order had collapsed, angering someone could lead to far worse consequences. A slightly more aggressive individual might take your life without a second thought. Fine, not only will I let you go, but I will also treat you to some bread. Qin Ming said with a chilling smile. Upon hearing this unexpected gesture, the two men beamed with joy and hurriedly expressed their thanks. Even Dan Qing was perplexed by Qin Ming's intentions. With a sinister grin, Qin Ming produced 2 loaves of bread and tossed them into the toilet pit. Due to a lack of water, the pit was filled with a grotesque mixture of human waste and various liquids, bubbling ominously. Strangely, the excrement had not frozen and remained moist, likely due to being indoors, emitting a foul stench. The bread rolled around in the pit, becoming coated in the dark liquid, resembling chocolate. Eat this, and I will let you go. Qin Ming calmly pointed at the bread. The men's expressions changed dramatically. They had not anticipated being tricked into such a vile act. You bastard, one man shouted, leaping into the air to kick Qin Ming. You're asking for death. Qin Ming's demeanor turned icy as he raised his hand, sending the man flying with a single strike. This time, he held nothing back. The man let out a pained cry before falling silent. The other man, paralyzed with fear, disregarded everything else and grabbed the bread from the pit, shoving it into his mouth. The aroma of the bread clashed violently with the stench of waste, creating an overwhelmingly complex taste. As he forced himself to swallow, the man's throat instinctively constricted in resistance, his stomach roiling as he fought against the urge to vomit. Each breath was tainted with the foul odor, making every inhalation a struggle. With his mouth smeared with filth, he dared not stop, fearing Qin Ming's wrath. He wanted to retch but had to endure, forcing himself to swallow the grotesque morsel. Once finished, he covered his mouth, cautiously eyeing Qin Ming. Big brother, can I leave now? Yes. Qin Ming signaled to Lin Jin. Understanding the cue, Lin Jin blocked the man's path. The man's face paled. What does this mean? Didn't you promise not to kill me if I ate? Huh. I never said I wouldn't kill you. I just said I wouldn't do it myself. You, despicable. The man regretted his choices deeply, realizing too late that he should have been defiant from the start. Now, he had lost all dignity and was on the brink of losing his life. Die. As Lin Jin's words fell, The man collapsed, lifeless. "Uncle, a lesson is enough. There is no need to kill." Danqing pouted, feeling that, although these men had bullied her, death seemed too severe a punishment for their transgressions. Being kind to them will not earn you kindness in return. Had I not been here today, you would have had to play their games, and perhaps they would have cornered you. Is that what you would have preferred? Danqing, one cannot afford to be overly compassionate. Nor can one be a saint. If others respect you, you may reciprocate. If they do not, harboring pity will only lead to your downfall. Qin Ming was at a loss for words, as individuals with an abundance of compassion were the most dangerous in this apocalyptic world, something he detested profoundly. Indeed, that does seem to be the case. Danqing nodded thoughtfully. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Ming procured a new set of clothes for Danqing. Adhering to the customary routine of first taking a shower, Danqing was completely astonished. The grand villa, adorned with fresh fruits on the table and various appliances functioning normally, seemed to defy the reality of the apocalypse. When the other women caught sight of yet another woman's arrival, they turned their heads, admiration evident in their expressions. Qin Ming and Apos' efficiency was astonishing. Just 2 or 3 days had passed, and he had returned with another woman. What kind of celestial scheme was this? However, considering Qin Ming and Apos' limitless resources, it was only natural that women would gravitate toward him, much like they did. If you do not approach the mountain will not come to you. After her shower, Danqing descended the stairs, where Qin Ming appraised her from head to toe. She was somewhat short, standing at just under 1.6 meters, with a slender frame, and her bosom was disappointingly modest, even smaller than Zhao Feifei's. Wearing a thin garment, she appeared almost bare. Qin Ming seriously questioned if there was an error in the system. Danqing resembled a minor. When mealtime arrived, Danqing gazed at the table laden with an array of dishes, her eyes wide with astonishment. The table was brimming with delectable offerings, surrounded by a circle of beautiful women. Each of these women was stunning, embodying grace and charm, none inferior to her. In this apocalyptic world, such conditions were akin to living in luxury. It was incredibly enviable. This sparked a desire in Danqing to remain. As she observed the women, each radiant and healthy, clearly thriving in this environment, the prospect of food freedom, bathing freedom, and warmth was simply magnificent. Eat. Qin Ming was the first to lift his chopsticks, prompting the others to follow suit. This meal was the most enjoyable Danqing had ever experienced, surpassing even the finest delicacies before the apocalypse. She felt no qualms about indulging, as she had already resolved to offer herself. She devoured the food enthusiastically, her lips glistening with oil. "Sister, eat some of this. It can enhance your figure." Han Shaoan served Danqing generous portions of deer antler and chives. Danqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she quietly expressed her thanks, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Deer antler and chives have such a function? Qin Ming was hearing this for the first time, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, there is nothing unattainable, only the unimaginative fail to realize it. These delicacies are the privilege of the elite. Do you think they are commonplace? The wealthy are not fools, Han Shaoan explained. All right, starting tomorrow, let us have more chives at every meal. Feifei, you should eat more too. Qin Ming served Zhao Feifei 2 chopsticks worth. Wan Yue, 1 Qin Ming, Song Xia, Song Qiu, Yuan. You all can eat a little, but don't overindulge. Sure, Xiaoyan, Yujia. If you don't want to eat, you need not. In just a few sentences, Qin Ming had effectively categorized the women into tiers. Ling Hu sure, by Yujia, and Han Xiaoyan were overjoyed at Qin Ming's high regard for them. As for the women whom he deemed suitable to indulge in a feast, his conscience remained untroubled. Only Zhao Feifei, with an air of indifference, exchanged glances with the other, their eyes wide in silence, as they relentlessly shoveled leeks into their mouths. Humph! How dare they look down upon us? 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate my composure. Chapter 100. A conversation between 2 women. Upon witnessing the scene, Han Shaoan smiled and remarked, "The benefits of deer antler and chives are manifold. For men, it invigorates young, replenishes the kidneys, calms the spirit, and restores vitality. For women, it enhances beauty, aids in weight loss, promotes breast fullness, and alleviates digestive issues. In summary, its effects are plentiful. One need not consume it solely for breast enhancement." Really? Lin Jin, intrigued, quickly served himself a few chopsticks of the dish. "You all enjoy it. I can manage without." Qin Ming chuckled, maintaining his assertive demeanor. He refrained from mentioning the event that transpired a minute ago, while Cheng Wanwei observed him with a knowing smile. Having satisfied their appetites, it was time to rest. The women of Qin Ming resided on the second floor, while the yet-to-be-unlocked Zhou Yuan and Dan Xing were assigned to the same room on the third floor. As more women would be entering his sanctuary in the future, it was prudent for those who arrived first to share accommodations, allowing them to become acquainted with one another. After tidying up, everyone retired to their rooms for the night. Initially, Zhou Yuan and Dan Xing, being unfamiliar with one another, spoke little. However, once they lay in bed and introduced themselves, their conversation flowed freely. "Sister, when did you arrive?" Dan Xing inquired, her demeanor sweet and innocent, reminiscent of a young girl of 15 or 16. "I arrived just 2 or 3 days earlier than you." Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. "Have you and him, you know?" Dan Xing asked curiously. Zhou Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly shook her head. Yet, an instant later, they exchanged knowing glances, as if recalling something. "Sister, he has arranged for us to share a room. Could it be that he has intentions of a legendary three-way?" Their faces resembled ripe peaches, flushed and radiant. "Surely not. He appears quite gentlemanly." Zhou Yuan, feeling shy, buried her head under the covers. Amidst her embarrassment, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. "Sister, what do you think that would feel like? I've seen some films, and it seems rather delightful." Dan Xing's innocent and clear eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if she held a myriad of questions. I don't know. I've never tried." Zhou Yuan, too, was a naive maiden. "Do you think he would choose you first or me? Maybe both at the same time? What do you think he prefers in terms of actions? Should we be enthusiastic participants or play hard to get?" The two women, shrouded in their blankets, engaged in animated discussions, eagerly awaiting Qin Ming's arrival. The more they conversed, the more intense their excitement grew. "Damn, why are we becoming increasingly exhilarated?" Zhou Yuan and Dan Xing kicked off their covers, feeling a sudden warmth. Their faces aflame. They were not just flushed in the face. The heat coursed through their entire bodies. After waiting for a long while, Qin Ming still had not appeared. "Sister, has he forgotten about us, has he?" The prolonged absence of Qin Ming left the two women feeling a tinge of disappointment. "Shall we go downstairs to check what he is up to?" In unison, they decided to sneak downstairs to investigate. Stealthily, they descended the stairs to the second floor, where 4 rooms awaited them. They paused at each room's entrance, eavesdropping. Suddenly, they overheard some indescribable sounds emanating from one of the rooms. Inside, Qin Ming was engaged in a game of cards with Linghu Shi. Upon sensing the presence of Zhou Yuan and Dan Xing at the door, he intensified his efforts. The noises from Linghu Shi grew louder. Zhou Yuan and Dan Xing's faces turned an even deeper shade of red. Without uttering a word, they hastily retreated upstairs. Qin Ming, noticing their reaction, mused, "Are they feeling anxious?" Back in their room, the two women simmered in frustration. "Sister, what is going on with him?" The anticipation that had once filled them dissipated, replaced by mounting disappointment. They had prepared themselves, feeling a mix of nervousness, unease, complexity, anticipation, and excitement, only to be met with disillusionment. This left them feeling as if they had been slighted. They also felt overlooked. Don't all men harbor curiosity about the unknown? The allure of the unattainable often stirs them. "Why is he?" "Sister, it seems we are the ones in a love triangle." Zhou Yuan pouted. Dan Xing's clear gaze sparkled with wisdom as she whispered, "Sister, let us not belittle ourselves. We are not mere third parties." Zhou Yuan, taken aback, inquired, "Why not?" Dan Xing quietly replied, "I just did a quick tally. You should be number 11, and I am number 12. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. This line of reasoning from Dan Xing had not crossed her mind. The two women conversed throughout the night, remaining awake. The following morning, breakfast consisted of chive noodles. The meal for over 10 people was collaboratively prepared by Wenwen and Cheng Wanhua. Though Qin Ming did not voice it, he observed everything keenly. Cheng Wanhua was his first woman, and Wenwen was his second. Their commitment was unmatched. In truth, this also reflected Wenwen and Cheng Wanhua's sense of urgency. As the number of women increased, each possessing unique qualities, the two understood that if they did not put forth more effort, they risked being overshadowed. After breakfast, Qin Ming announced new regulations. You will pair off in groups of 2, taking turns to lead. Whoever's turn it is will handle all meals and household chores for the day. Fei, Shi, and Yuan are exceptions. Those with abilities will be given preferential treatment, while the rest should strive to awaken their powers. Qin Ming addressed the group. The reason for the preferential treatment was twofold. First, the energy boost provided by those with abilities was substantial. Second, their self-defense capabilities alleviated concerns for the women's safety. In critical moments, They could even serve as his allies. As for Ling Hu Shir, who had awakened multiple powers, her exceptional talent made her invaluable. Qin Mingri would not reduce her to merely a cook. I would like to add that Wudong will also be included in the rotation. Lin Jin interjected. Qin Mingri nodded. It is settled then. There was no dissent. Living in such a splendid sanctuary, enjoying delightful meals, and undertaking a few household tasks was indeed a light burden. Currently, there were a total of 12 women, excluding the 3 with privileges, 9 remained. Meaning the rotation would only take 4 days, with the extra person joining any group. If this were a job, the benefits would far surpass those offered by various state-owned enterprises or multinational corporations. Yuan, Danqing, what were you two doing at my door last night? Qin Mingri feigned a stern expression, teasing the pair. Zhou Yuan and Danqing exchanged glances, their faces instantly turning crimson, leaving them at a loss for words. Surely, they could not admit, we couldn't sleep waiting for you, so we went to see what you were doing. Did you hear anything unusual? Qin Mingri inquired playfully. No. Their responses were barely above a whisper, shrinking to almost inaudible levels. With such volume, how could they not have heard? Yet, feeling shy, they could only speak in denial. We heard everything from our room. Did you not hear anything at the door? Do not lie. Bai Yujia teased. Their faces flushed deeper, nearly reaching the point of embarrassment. Chapter 101. The most potent mutant species after a meal. Light-hearted banter lightened everyone's spirits. In the midst of an apocalypse, such joviality may only be found among them. Only those who have had their fill can truly laugh. For those who are starving, even the coldest of jokes would elicit not laughter, but perhaps a couple of harsh blows. Qin Mingri felt no urgency regarding Zhou Yuan and Danqing. Zhou Yuan's powers were unstable, and he decided to wait until she could master her abilities. After all, caution is paramount. An ability user who meets the system's criteria is exceedingly rare, and he must ensure a flawless unlocking process. As for Danqing, he merely thought her too young, akin to a minor, making it difficult to act. Though it was ostensibly for the sake of strength, personal experience was equally important, especially with an accompanying sense of guilt. Thus, he opted to nurture her for the time being, as there was no immediate rush. Han Shaowen extolled the virtues of deer antler and chives, suggesting that they could sustain her for 10 days to half a month, time enough to observe the effects. Meanwhile, Qin Mingri's thoughts lingered on the female doctor, Long Xueqing. Despite her past, it did not diminish her status as a paragon of beauty, a perfect score in looks and figure. Thus far, he had only encountered 2 such flawless women, Ling Hu Shir and Han Shaowen. In the week that followed, Qin Mingri visited the shelter periodically, both to check on Long Xueqing and to scout for any beauties that fit the system's criteria. In a bustling place like the shelter, some women, once missed, would be lost forever. He remained inactive concerning Zhou Yuan and Danqing, leaving both in a state of bewilderment. Shouldn't he be eager to bring the girls home? A week later, Zhou Yuan could no longer contain her curiosity and was the first to inquire about Qin Mingri's true intentions. Upon receiving a reassuring response, Zhou Yuan finally relaxed, having initially feared he found her distasteful. Overjoyed, she shared this news with Danqing, who felt a pang of anxiety. Zhou Yuan was an ability user. But what about her? She had yet to awaken any powers. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Danqing sought an opportunity to ask Qin Mingri. No need to rush. Just grow up a bit first. Qin Mingri chuckled. But I am already an adult. I'm 21. Danqing's indignant demeanor was undeniably adorable. I wasn't referring to your age. Qin Mingri shot her a glance before turning away. Later, Danqing remained oblivious, her innocence shining through. It wasn't until Zhou Yuan pointed it out that realization dawned upon her. Looking down, she indeed felt somewhat inadequate. How could he think her small? Surely, like water in a sponge, there was still substance. This realization hit Danqing hard, compelling her to resolve that from now on, during meals, she would forego all else and focus solely on deer antler and chives. In the grand scheme of things, Qin Mingri had discerned Long Xueqing's routine. Every 4 days, she would inspect the shelter. Silently abducting her was clearly impractical, given the presence of a hulking guardian who was no mere brute. While Qin Mingri could potentially match him in a direct confrontation, such an approach would surely alert others, complicating future endeavors. Behind Long Xueqing lay a state-run organization of ability users. Qin Mingri was unwilling to take such risks, yet his mind seemed uncontrollable. On that day, a sudden tremor echoed from the distant horizon. Qin Mingri raised an eyebrow and hurriedly joined Lin Jin in rushing outside. In the middle of a vast roadway, a dark, ominous chasm loomed, exuding an aura of terror, profound and endless. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the Eye of Hell, evoking a chilling dread. It had arrived. Qin Ming recognized the pit all too well. It was the work of the mutant earthworm. Moreover, judging by the diameter of the hole, it had grown larger. Was it evolving? By what means? Lin Jin felt the pressure mounting as well. This creature was not merely a gigantic entity. Its inherent strength was unfathomable, truly remarkable. At that moment, a voice emerged from the opposite side. Qin Ming and Lin Jin quickly converged towards the sound. A frozen reservoir lay before them, dotted with several ominous sacs. Having seen such things before, Qin Ming identified them as strange eggs. The massive mutant earthworm surged forward, swallowing several of the peculiar eggs whole, gulping them down without so much as a chew. Just as it prepared to depart, the ice shattered violently, and a towering figure burst forth. It resembled a Batman, sporting enormous bat-like wings, standing 3 meters tall with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, hovering ominously. Its eyes were sunken, its nose protruding, and 4 sharp fangs interlocked, instilling an overwhelming sense of terror. In an instant, the mutant earthworm and the bizarre entity clashed. The worm's elongated body coiled and twisted like a prehistoric serpent. Its head was adorned with suckers, and its gaping maw opened greedily, revealing a multitude of backward-facing teeth, a sight that inspired dread. With a hiss, the strange creature flapped its wings, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. However, upon contact with the mutant earthworm's exterior, the sound of a metallic clash resonated, jarring and deafening. The earthworm remained unfazed, swinging its body and sweeping its long tail, creating a gust that forced the creature back. Subsequently, it opened its terrifying jaw and, in a flash, devoured the bizarre entity whole. No chewing, no unnecessary movements, the entire process was executed seamlessly. The frozen reservoir returned to tranquility, leaving only the dark chasm and scattered shards of ice, remnants of the fierce battle. Qin Ming and Lin Jin exchanged glances. This lightning-fast confrontation had redefined their understanding of the mutant earthworm's power. The strange creature appeared to surpass even the last dragon-like anomaly they had encountered. While Mo Roafing had struggled for an extended period to secure a hard-fought victory, the mutant earthworm annihilated its foe with ease, a single strike sufficing to vanquish the creature. This was clearly not a battle of equal standing. The disparity was colossal, akin to an elder triumphing over a child. The strongest mutant species, Qin Ming remarked solemnly. Typically, the growth of mutated monsters is limited, inferior to anomalies. This mutant earthworm defied expectations, surpassing all other mutated creatures, a true marvel. Even anomalies fell prey to its might. It remained a mystery how it had evolved. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that any ability user could contend with it. Lin Jin's expression grew grave thus far. This was the most formidable entity they had encountered. It loomed like a great mountain, impossible to scale, standing high above them. Perhaps this heralded a calamity for humanity. Qin Ming expressed a fervent wish that he would never have to confront this creature. Otherwise, even 10 of him would not suffice to sate its hunger. Chapter 102. The Betrayer, the most powerful mutant species in history. Its formidable strength transcends human imagination. It arrives without a trace and departs without a sound. Shrouded in mystery, one can never anticipate its next destination. I sense that this creature engages in indiscriminate attacks, targeting ordinary people, superhumans, and bizarre mutated beings alike. Qin Ming recounted witnessing a mutated worm assaulting buildings and devouring both superhumans and monsters. Now, he observes it attacking with a strange ferocity. It seems that wherever it gazes, under the sun and moon, all are its adversaries. Let us hope it does not set its sights on us. Lin Jin sighed, recognizing the misfortune that would befall anyone it targeted. Let us hope so. Qin Ming replied with resignation. At that moment, he felt a stirring in his spirit, as if foreseeing something ominous. Long Xueqing, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. Why would his spirit issue a warning? Qin Ming was taken aback. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. He turned and walked purposefully in a certain direction. Brother, where are you going? Lin Jin called out. I have an unsettling premonition that Long Xueqing is in danger. I must investigate. Qin Ming declared as he moved forward. Brother, if it is indeed that mutant worm, your efforts may be in vain. Lin Jin cautioned. Even if she is in peril, our intervention may only lead to our demise. Let us at least assess the situation. Qin Ming insisted. He could not dismiss his spirit's warning. It was far too peculiar. Could it be that every woman in danger triggers a warning in one's spirit? After a brief contemplation, he abruptly redirected his course toward the villa. Upon returning home, without uttering a word, he seized Ling Hu's sure and departed. Where to? She inquired. To save someone. Qin Ming replied succinctly, instructing the other women to secure the doors and refrain from venturing outside. Within the confines of Villa 001. As long as the doors remained closed, no one outside, not even those with rocket launchers, could gain entry. The defenses were impenetrable, and they embraced this audacity. Arriving at the garage, they boarded the Saab, and Qin Ming, Linghu Shirshir, and Lin Jin set off. What exactly are we doing? Linghu Shirshir questioned, perplexed. She had never witnessed Qin Ming in such a frenzy. We are confronting that mutant worm, Lin Jin explained. At this revelation, Linghu Shirshir raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the one that resembles a python, which attacked the city? Indeed, Lin Jin responded, equally exasperated. Are you both out of your minds, provoking it? Linghu Shirshir retorted, finally grasping why Qin Ming had sought her assistance. Having personally battled the creature, she fully understood the formidable power of the mutant worm. It was likely that he had recognized her ability to influence the monster and sought her aid. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. If I can assist, I shall. But I will not force it. Qin Ming assured her, though he harbored a strong desire to rescue Long Xueqing, he understood the need for prudence. He had no intention of jeopardizing his life for a single woman. This excursion was merely to assess the situation. Before long, they arrived at the site of the laboratory. While Linghu Shirshir and Lin Jin had yet to discern anything unusual, Qin Ming's spirit had already gleaned the dire truth. The laboratory lay in ruins. A massive gaping hole in the ground sending shivers down one's spine. It is over. Qin Ming's brow furrowed. His intuition had proven correct. The laboratory had been reduced to rubble, and Long Xueqing was undoubtedly lost. Yet, he remained unconvinced and approached the wreckage, expanding his spiritual awareness. He detected no signs of life. The superhumans had likely perished, becoming victims of the mutant worm. Let us depart, Qin Ming urged, leading Linghu Shirshir and Lin Jin back to the vehicle. Some matters are beyond one's control. The demise of Long Xueqing was fate, and Qin Ming felt no despair. As the saying goes, what is destined cannot be altered. If it was fated, she must meet her end. Brother, that doctor was quite impressive. What a pity. Lin Jin lamented, acknowledging that under the assault of the mutant worm, her chances of survival were nil. As Qin Ming drove back, a sudden wave of complex emotions surged in his mind. His spirit was issuing another warning. Why the warning when all are dead? Could it be? She still lives? Qin Ming's eyes brightened. He closed his eyes, expanding his spirit like a vast net, encompassing the surrounding area. Indeed, in a nearby alley, he spotted Long Xueqing. She was flanked by two individuals, heading towards an unknown destination. One was a hulking bodyguard, while the other was a lean man. Both were formidable superhumans. Upon closer inspection, Qin Ming sensed something amiss. Long Xueqing appeared to be held against her will. Why are you two doing this? Long Xueqing exclaimed, her face pale with fear. Apologies, Dr. Long, but we are merely following orders, the lean man grinned coldly. Following orders? From whom? Long Xueqing's eyes widened in anger, realizing she had been betrayed. From the Dark Knight. The bodyguard scratched his head, chuckling. Why are you explaining so much? The lean man snapped at his companion. She cannot escape anyway. What is the point? Upon hearing the term Dark Knight, Long Xueqing's expression turned to one of shock. The Dark Knight organization was no stranger to her. It was a mysterious group that had recruited numerous powerful superhumans. The Dark Knight was elusive, shrouded in secrecy, with their true motives remaining unknown. Unlike typical superhuman squads, they were organized, focused, and formidable enough to rival state-sponsored superhuman organizations. I have no grievances with the Dark Knight. Why target me? Long Xueqing coldly inquired. Isn't it for your research? The bodyguard retorted. The lean man shot him another glare. Stop talking so much. Their conversation was vague, revealing only a fragment of their understanding. You, despicable, are you not interested in the baptism list? Long Xueqing denounced them, fully aware of their motives. She could not believe that anyone would disregard the opportunity of the baptism. Baptism? Do you truly believe in such nonsense? You think we are fools? The bodyguard countered, now displaying a measure of shrewdness. Though Long Xueqing spoke with conviction, suggesting the opportunity was genuine, the reality was that it was as improbable as winning the lottery.